I bought a city in a flash sale for just 1 yuan. Chapter 1, Toads and Shops. Jiang Nan University, freshman season. Nancy, walk a bit slower. Exactly, school just started today, there are so many pretty girls, shouldn't we take the chance to look more? On campus, Jiang Nan was carrying the books they had just received with 3 roommates he had only known for a few days, moving step by step toward the dormitory. Hey, brothers, can we not be so funny, please? With you guys acting like this, many young ladies are scared away. Jiang Nan said helplessly to the 3 poor brothers behind him. Hey, you can't say it like that. Among the 4 of us, you are the most handsome. You definitely don't have to worry about finding a target. I bet in 2 days, who knows how many young ladies will be fighting to get your WeChat. Roommate Wu Gang, who hadn't spoken until now, said with a resentful look, immediately gaining crazy agreement from the other 2 roommates, Zhang Meng and Zhao Changhe. Hiss. Jiang Nan looked at the 3 guys with their weary and sorrowful expressions, yet their eyes kept secretly searching for targets, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Damn, why do I feel like these 3 guys are all clowns? While Jiang Nan was speechless and hopelessly imagining his future dormitory life, a beautiful figure suddenly entered the 4's line of sight. Hi. Jiang Nan, long time no see. When I heard from Dong Shui that you also got into Jiang Nan University, I specifically went to contact you, but I found I didn't have your contact information anymore. A pure-looking girl wearing a pleated skirt, a white shirt, and long hair resting on her shoulders stopped in front of Jiang Nan with a smile. Holy crap. Jiang Nan, you. Damn, I just said he is so handsome, he definitely won't have to worry about girls. Damn it, is our single alliance that we just established 3 days ago going to be declared broken so soon? Listening to the screams and wails of the 3 clowns behind him, the girl in front seemed even more energized. Her big eyes blinked, trying hard to create an ambiguous atmosphere of being misunderstood. But Jiang Nan felt infinitely speechless inside, feeling deeply desperate about the 3 idiots behind him, and decided right then to avoid hanging out with them as much as possible in the future. But looking at this youthful and moving girl in front of him, Jiang Nan's memory was really a bit blurry for a moment. What was her name, again? Huli. Jiang Nan finally found this name from his memory and looked at the girl in front of him with a complex expression. This couldn't be blamed on him, it was entirely because he was a transmigrator. That's right, a few months ago, after the original owner just finished the college entrance examination, Jiang Nan transmigrated into this parallel world. Not only did he return to 18 years old, but he also got a free experience of a prestigious university. Even his current body had become a handsome, tall, and upright guy. Although the original owner was an orphan, his physical appearance was not bad, so why did Jiang Nan transmigrate into his body? This had to start with the girl in front of him. The original owner was an orphan, and at the same time, a simp. And the object of his simping was none other than the girl in front of him. Because he had been alone since childhood, the original owner was very starved for love. When he met Huli, who was quite calculating and good at playing games in junior high school, the original owner simply fell under her pomegranate skirt. For 3 years of junior high and 3 years of high school, these 6 years the original owner was like a slave and a loyal dog. Obedient to Huli, never refusing anything, simping like a madman, known to all the world. Finally, after high school ended, the original owner finally couldn't suppress his love and prepared to confess to Huli. But he accidentally discovered that Huli was actually coming out of a hotel with a famous rich second generation from the class. At that time, the original owner was heartbroken, and after returning home, he became depressed until he passed away. And this was the reason why Jiang Nan could transmigrate into the original owner's body. Why aren't you talking? Tell me, is it you who deleted my WeChat and QQ? Looking at Huli's pouting, pitiable, and cute appearance in front of him, Jiang Nan sighed in his heart. It was no wonder the original owner was so firmly grasped by this little fox. Just looking at these few facial expressions, he wouldn't believe it if she didn't have 20 years of green tea skills. Just as Jiang Nan had just thought of how to brush it off, a boy with an average build, ordinary looks, but wearing a Rolex on his wrist and dressed in luxury brands, squeezed in inappropriately. Isn't this Jiang Nan from our class? When Huli and I confirmed our relationship, we called the whole class for a party. Why didn't you come? The rich second generation was named Chen Chen. His personality was arrogant and domineering. Although his grades were poor, his family had money. He was able to get into Jiang Nan University, most likely because his family spent money. Ha ha ha, I had something to do at the time. Jiang Nan really didn't want to deal with these two idiots. The original owner was a simp, but he wasn't. Watching two children whose minds were not yet mature, and even somewhat twisted, looking for superiority from him. He didn't feel sad, but even felt a little funny. Having experienced the beatings of the workplace in his previous life, he just felt like he was watching monkeys. Really? I heard from a classmate that you and Huli had a pretty good relationship. I even suspected. Oh, Jiang Nan and I are old classmates for over 6 years. Don't make wild guesses, okay? Huli snatched the conversation from Chen Chen, looking at Jiang Nan with a sincere face. If it were the original owner, his heart would probably be broken into pieces by now. Watching this little girl's performance, he might even have some unrealistic ideas. Jiang Nan really couldn't bear it anymore. Fortunately, the few idiot roommates behind him were not really low IQ. Seeing that the situation was not right, they quickly stepped up to smooth things over. Oh, Nancy, stop reminiscing. Military training starts in the afternoon. Hurry up and go back to the dorm to tidy up. Yes, stop dawdling, my feet are tired from standing. Jiang Nan heard this and smiled perfunctorily at Huli and the other one, then gathered with his roommates and left. Leaving only Huli and the rich second generation still laughing exaggeratedly in place, attracting the attention of people around. Sigh, the original owner was really unlucky, meeting such a green tea and a dissolute rich second generation. What's even more outrageous is that they targeted you to bully, and now it has implicated me. Jiang Nan was a bit speechless. A toad on the back of your foot, it doesn't bite but it's disgusting. He wasn't afraid of Huli and that guy, but it would be annoying if they kept crowding in front of him. Damn, I'm also a transmigrator, why don't I have a system? Ding. Mysterious shop system has been activated. Drawing discounts for the host. Ding. Draw complete. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a permanent 10% discount reward. Jiang Nan. You provide the author's One-Yuan Flash Sale, I buy a city. Chapter 2, Military Training. Goddess Service. Attention, everyone. The instructor on the school square was shouting at the top of his lungs. Under the scorching sun, the freshmen of Jiang Nan University stood motionless in military posture, staring at the blazing sun. Beep. The host can trigger a random One-Yuan Flash Sale every 7 days. Drawing for the current random One-Yuan Flash Sale. Draw complete. Although Jiang Nan stood under the scorching sun, his eyes were fixed on the void light screen that had appeared out of thin air before him. The rows of text on it stirred his heart. Mysterious shop system. What the heck is this? Jiang Nan was very curious about this system at the moment. Although the systems of transmigrators were strange and varied, having read so many web novels, he could still categorize and analyze the patterns to some extent. His current mysterious shop seemed to share some characteristics with those systems where you could exchange items. It previously gave me a 10% discount permanent buff, and now there's a One-Yuan Flash Sale draw every 7 days. I wonder what this shop can buy. I hope it's something powerful. Just as Jiang Nan was praying silently in his heart, the panel finally displayed a new prompt. Beep. The goods available for purchase by the host during this period are: Item 1, a villa in the center of Jiang Nan City worth 400 million yuan. Purchase price times 10% discount equals 40 million yuan. Item 2, 10% shares of Tencent company worth 800 billion yuan. Purchase price times 10% discount equals 80 billion yuan. Item 3, a Mars landing rocket set worth 100 billion yuan. Purchase price times 10% discount equals 10 billion yuan. Item 4, 7-day military training service from a top beauty of Jiang Nan University. Purchase price, One-Yuan Flash Sale. Jiang Nan stared dumbfounded at the text on the void light screen, unable to believe that his cheat was so powerful. Good heavens, at this rate, I'm not far from becoming the richest person in the world. It was obvious that this system was meant to make Jiang Nan make money like crazy. Jiang Nan was secretly shocked, but his teeth ached again when he saw the prices. but with prices starting at tens of millions or hundreds of billions, never mind a 10% discount, even if it were a 1% discount. I still couldn't afford it. Jiang Nan furrowed his brows, staring at the system light screen in front of him with a somewhat fierce expression. Hey! That male student over there, if you're not feeling well, speak up. The instructor in front saw that Jiang Nan had such a rich expression while standing in military posture, and couldn't help but call out a reminder. Huh? Oh, okay. Jiang Nan was suddenly interrupted and realized he had been too absorbed in the system, so he quickly nodded in response. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Jiang Nan looking so dazed, everyone burst into laughter. So, all I can do right now is spend 1 yuan to buy this campus beauty military training service. Jiang Nan came back to his senses and noticed the 1-yuan flash sale reward offered by the system. Item 4, 7-day military training service from a top beauty of Jiang Nan University. Purchase price, 1-yuan flash sale. Top campus beauty service. Tisk, why does that sound so suggestive? Jiang Nan was a little excited, but he didn't hesitate much and immediately clicked the purchase button. After all, his entire net worth right now was only 3,000 yuan in living expenses. System, purchase item 4. Following Jiang Nan's order, the system quickly executed it. Confirm spending 1 yuan to purchase item 4. Confirm. Beep. Purchase of item 4 successful. With the prompt from the system's electronic voice, a crisp electronic sound rang in Jiang Nan's mind, but other than that, there was no movement. Ah, that's it. Jiang Nan was puzzled. Looking at the military instructor's dark and stern square face, he could only helplessly and confusedly continue to straighten his back and stand in military posture on the playground. The sun set, and today's military training temporarily came to an end. The students on the playground had stood in the scorching sun all afternoon and were all tired and thirsty. During this time, quite a few physically weak girls even had to be carried to the infirmary due to heat stroke. The biggest wish of the students present at this moment was to drink a bottle of ice-cold mineral water, and this extreme environment undoubtedly gave many young couples the opportunity to show off their affection. Damn, I'm exhausted. Brothers, did any of you bring water? None left. I finished my water in the afternoon. Damn it, the water in the nearest convenience store has already been snapped up. If you want water, you have to run to the school supermarket 5 kilometers away. Listening to the wailing and complaining around him, Jiang Nan remained unmoved. Although he was also very tired, he was, after all, a man who had experienced the beatings of society. He wouldn't complain about such minor hardships. By comparison, what he cared about most at this moment was the mysterious shop system. Did the 1-yuan flash sale campus beauty service he purchased in the system this afternoon actually count? Damn, these couples are so sickeningly sweet. Exactly. Look at those simps, they bought so much water to give to girls. I was wondering why the water in the convenience store was all gone. Turns out it was their doing. Listening to his 3 roommates complaining, Jiang Nan shook his head with a bitter smile. If they ever found girlfriends, they'd probably be even stickier than these couples. Huh. Look. Why is everyone looking in that direction? Suddenly, his roommate Wu Gang pointed in a direction on the playground. Everyone present, including teachers and instructors, was staring motionlessly in that direction. Wow. Is that a fairy? Damn, she's way too beautiful. Are we even the same species as her? 3 seconds. I want all the information and contact details of this goddess. Are you F***king stupid? Look at yourself, do you think she'd even look at you? Hey, what do you mean by that? Soon, the crowd began to stir. Jiang Nan looked over from a distance. It seems, because of a girl. Because they were closer to the end of the large group, Jiang Nan and his group were quite curious. Damn. It's the number 1 on the newly released Jiang Nan Campus Beauty list. Campus Beauty list. Yeah, the number 1 campus beauty recognized by the school forum. The finance department beauty in our year, Wang Yitong. Jiang Nan looked over when he heard this. He saw a girl slowly walking out of the crowd. She had a tall, graceful figure, snow-white skin, red lips, and a stunning appearance. The girl was stunning, but she naturally carried an icy temperament. Now, set off by her military training uniform, her figure looked even more curvaceous, heroic, and spirited, easily bringing to mind the words, uniform temptation. She was holding a new bottle of ice-cold mineral water and was walking unhurriedly in Jiang Nan's direction. Damn. No way. Goddess Wang is walking in our direction. Is she going to give water to her best friend? Or is she delivering water to a boy? Damn, if she's delivering water to a boy, my youth is over. Amidst the exclamations of damn, Wang Yitong stood gracefully in front of Jiang Nan. This student, would you like some water? Provided by the great author, One-Yuan Flash Sale at the start, I buy a city. Chapter 3, Publicly Killing Single Dogs. Jiang Nan stared blankly at the pure, moving, and vibrant girl in front of him, momentarily dazed. Even with the experience of 2 lifetimes, including entering society in his previous life, he had never seen such a strikingly beautiful girl. Oh, yes, I want it. Thank you. Jiang Nan didn't just stand there, he quickly responded politely and took the water from Wang Yitong's hand. Oh. Holy crap, no way. The goddess really came to give a guy water. Damn, it's only been a few days since school started. They shouldn't even know each other yet, right? Can't help it, this guy is indeed handsome and looks very pleasing to the eye. You can't envy this kind of thing. Damn it, I didn't even have time to make my move yet. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Nan took the iced mineral water handed over by Wang Yitong, and her face immediately turned red. Impressive, this kid. The military training instructor, who had been contracted by Jiang Nan University for years, was currently looking at Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong with a face full of emotion. Having conducted military training for so many years, what kind of big scenes hadn't he seen? But a high-quality girl taking the initiative to give water under everyone's gaze right at the start of the semester, this was a first. The teachers nearby also cast their attention toward Jiang Nan. This male student certainly had some tricks up his sleeve. A chorus of wails from single dogs erupted on the field. After giving Jiang Nan the water, Wang Yitong ran back to her team with a blushing face. Immediately, there was another wave of jeering. Some busybodies even took out their phones and started taking photos of Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong. So, the stuff in this system store is actually real. Jiang Nan stroked his chin, looking at the ice-cold mineral water in his hand, feeling quite excited for a moment. Then if one day the One-Yuan Flash Sale gives me a villa, a luxury car, or shares in a big company, could I also? The more Jiang Nan thought about it, the more excited he became. He was already starting to imagine how he would live a carefree life after becoming filthy rich. Click, gulp, gulp. Unscrewing the cap, Jiang Nan drank the water Wang Yitong had given him right in front of his roommates and a crowd of single dogs whose glares were sharp enough to kill. Damn it, on what basis? I want to drink water given by a goddess too. Fuck, why am I not as handsome as him? Behind him, his rowdy roommates were making monkey sounds again, but seeing the murderous glares from the large group of single dogs behind them. Jiang Nan didn't even dare to talk back at this point and quickly jogged away toward the dormitory. Not far from the crowd, Hu Li and Chen Chen, who were enjoying their couple time, watched Jiang Nan leaving the field. Both were completely dumbfounded. This. Wang Yitong gave Jiang Nan water. When did they get to know each other? The two of them were in disbelief. How could someone like Wang Yitong, with looks that could rival an A-list star, take the initiative to give Jiang Nan water within just a few days of starting school? How did he do it? What was their relationship? A couple. Soon-to-be couple. What was the situation? At this moment, Hu Li and Chen Chen felt the same as the gossiping crowd around them. They were all frantically guessing the relationship between Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong. However, as high school classmates of Jiang Nan, they knew very well that Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong definitely didn't know each other before university. Damn, I couldn't tell this guy had such moves with girls. Chen Chen pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, as if he were seeing Jiang Nan in a new light. Beside him, Hu Li's expression was complex and not very pleasant. The licking dog she had kept on a leash for nearly 6 years had just broken free and run off. And he even found a partner who was better and more beautiful than her. Facing Wang Yitong, even though Hu Li considered herself exceptionally beautiful, she couldn't even fathom comparing herself to such celestial beauty. But for her to choose Jiang Nan, the licking dog she used to toy with, that was unacceptable. By finding a girl so much better than me, doesn't it make me look like the discarded trash? What is this Wang Yitong's family background? I remember some of my roommates telling me that Wang Yitong was dropped off in a luxury car when school started, and she's covered in designer brands. Huli frowned, but still squeezed out a charming smile to ask Chen Chen. Ah, I had a friend look into that earlier. Wang Yitong's family background is extremely prestigious. She seems to be the direct granddaughter of the chairman of the Jiang Nan Wang Group. Hearing this, Huli's face turned even uglier. It was common knowledge that Jiang Nan was an orphan, but what kind of concept was the Wang Group? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them a chaebol. Now, the eldest miss of a chaebol was actually taking the initiative to give him water. This completely exceeded Huli's understanding. What made her even more uneasy was Chen Chen's lingering gaze toward Wang Yitong. As a veteran green tea, she was all too familiar with that look. If it were possible, she had no doubt that Chen Chen would dump her immediately and turn around to pursue Wang Yitong. Is it because he saw Jiang Nan being given water that he thinks he has a chance too? Huli looked at Chen Chen, then at Jiang Nan, her gaze becoming increasingly venomous. Although Chen Chen was a second-generation rich kid, his family background was nowhere near capable of competing with Wang Yitong's, and now. Ding! Since the host has already purchased an item, the mysterious shop will refresh its items early. The host can make purchases in 7 days. In the dormitory, after being subjected to torture and repeated questioning by his roommates, Jiang Nan took a shower, lay on his bed, and began to study the system seriously. So, it refreshes the goods and the One-Yuan Flash Sale opportunity every 7 days. And after a purchase is completed, it refreshes early, so I can buy immediately once the 7 days are up. Once I grow stronger, isn't this exactly giving me time to raise funds in advance? Jiang Nan blankly selected the Confirm Refresh button, and he saw the system light screen, which only he could see, begin a new round of transformation. Mysterious shop is refreshing. Ding! Mysterious shop refresh successful. The mysterious items the host can purchase this round are: Item 1, a gold medal casino in Las Vegas, America, worth $4 billion USD. Item price x 10% discount equals $400 million US dollars. Item 2, Jiang Nan Happy Valley Amusement Park worth 500 million renminbi. Item price x 10% discount equals 50 million renminbi. Item 3, Jiang Nan Lingranju Restaurant worth 1 billion RMB. Item price x 10% discount equals 100 million renminbi. Item 4, a global limited edition Lamborghini Veneno supercar worth 90 million renminbi, One-Yuan Flash Sale. Jiang Nan's breathing became rapid. Good heavens, the items in this refresh were all stable family businesses that could be passed down for generations. Chapter 4, is that Jiang Nan's supercar. Whether it was a $100 million casino in Las Vegas or Lingranju, the pinnacle of high-end dining in the Jiangnan region. If any of these were in the hands of an ordinary person, they could easily guarantee a worry-free life for themselves and the next 4 generations of their descendants. TSK, what a pity. Unfortunately, Jiang Nan didn't manage to win any of those in the One-Yuan Flash Sale. Looking at the last option for a supercar, Jiang Nan's face broke into a satisfied grin. He subconsciously chose to purchase it. Beep. It is not yet time for the purchase. Please wait 7 days before buying. Damn, I almost forgot it's supposed to be in 7 days. I just bought the military training goddess service today. Jiang Nan covered his face and giggled. Today was only the first day he had awakened the system. 7 days was still a long way off. But 7 days from now happens to be the day military training ends. That would be perfect for. Jiang Nan recalled his first encounter with Wang Yitong today, his heart racing with excitement. A luxury car to match a beautiful woman. Not only was Wang Yitong an unparalleled beauty, a fairy-like figure, but in 7 days, he would even obtain one of the best sports cars in the world. The Lamborghini Veneno. Jiang Nan vaguely remembered the car collection of his favorite singer, Jay Chou, from his previous life. That silver-gray one was incredibly cool, looking like a luxury car straight out of a sci-fi movie. 90 million each. Only 6 were released worldwide. And now, he could get it for just 1 yuan. Damn, forget about driving this car to show off. Even if I just sell it as soon as I get it, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. Jiang Nan couldn't help but think. This was actually a very realistic thought. Even if the car's price was halved to 50 million. That was still a ceiling that ordinary people couldn't touch in several lifetimes. Jiang Nan could distinguish between being cool for a moment and being secure for a lifetime. Moreover, once such a limited edition luxury car was put on the market, it likely wouldn't depreciate at all. Instead, people would scramble to bid the price up. Hee, but with the system, I don't need to sell this luxury car at all. Jiang Nan looked at the glowing numbers on the virtual panel, unable to stop smiling. It couldn't be helped, what man doesn't love cars? And so, amidst the condemnations of his roommates, Jiang Nan drifted into a sweet sleep. Time passed quickly. The 7 days of military training went by with Wang Yitong occasionally bringing Jiang Nan food, water, and snacks, and even doing his laundry. Every time Wang Yitong came to find Jiang Nan, she would always attract a large crowd of lovelorn onlookers. It couldn't be helped, Wang Yitong was the daughter of a tycoon and a stunning goddess, with countless male and female fans. As the students became more familiar with each other, Jiang Nan's incredible looks were also discovered. This left many male and female students, who were just about to make a move but had already lost their chance, feeling resentful and frustrated. Damn, Wang Yitong is here to give Jiang Nan his lunch bento again. Arg. Why is heaven so unfair? Why are some people born so perfect? Curse it. This is not only a huge loss for us guys but also a major strategic failure for the girls. I mean, wouldn't it be better to just be a god and goddess and save us face dogs? But instead, the god and goddess have to become a couple. How are we supposed to live? On the playground, Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong walked side by side on the grass. The setting sun cast their long shadows across the ground. So, you and Huli were classmates for 6 years. Wang Yitong had her hands behind her back, her slender fingers cutely interlaced. Ah, yes. Jiang Nan replied noncommittally. Over the past 2 days, Huli had been bothering him from time to time. However, unlike when they first met at the start of school, she didn't bring Chen Chen. Instead, she came alone to find Jiang Nan, looking somewhat resentful. This undoubtedly added more fuel to the rumors about Jiang Nan's love life on campus. The last time, Huli even complained to Jiang Nan about Chen Chen's flaws and how he treated her poorly. This made Jiang Nan feel extremely awkward for a moment. Was it really appropriate to use such a low-level, green tea tactic on a transmigrator like him? It wasn't right for him to just tell Huli to get lost, but even though he kept a cold face, she still clung to him. Good grief, seeing a fish in her pond about to jump into someone else's, she started to panic. Jiang Nan sneered in his heart. He suspected that Wang Yitong bringing this up today was also due to Huli's secret manipulations among the girls. As for that useless rich second-generation Chen Chen, he was probably pretending to be indifferent right now, hoping to take the opportunity to ruin the relationship between Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong. So he could make his move. These days, his roommates were also constantly being asked by other guys for information about him. Some asked about his family background. Others asked how he and Wang Yitong met, and so on. Some even made snide remarks in secret, saying he was just a pretty boy riding on Wang Yitong's coattails, getting both free food and a beautiful woman. One didn't even need to think to know whose handiwork this was. Truly, a green tea and a dog, a match made in heaven. I heard from classmates that you and Huli were very close in middle school, and it seemed like you were boyfriend and girlfriend. Wang Yitong bit her red lips and finally asked the question on her mind. Ah, no. I did pursue her back then, but unfortunately, I never had the chance to confess. But there's no need to confess now. Jiang Nan said with a calm expression, which made the beauty beside him suddenly tense up. Why is there no need to confess? Wang Yitong asked cautiously, yet full of expectation. Because I have someone new I want to be with now. Jiang Nan said gently. These words instantly caused the nearby face to flush with a deep blush. Ah, who is that? Wang Yitong lowered her head, her eyes darting away. At this moment, she had none of her usual iceberg beauty image. If this girlish demeanor were seen by those close to her, they would probably be shocked. What do you think? Jiang Nan stopped talking and looked fixedly at the girl in front of him, making her even more shy. Anyway, are you free tonight? I heard there's a restaurant in Jiang Nan City that's quite good. If possible, I'd like to take you for a drive tonight. Jiang Nan opened the system panel. Today happened to be the day the mysterious shop's purchase time refreshed. In other words, today he could take the 90 million yuan Lamborghini Veneno for just 1 yuan. Ah, you're going to drive? Wang Yitong seemed a bit surprised. She hadn't expected Jiang Nan to take her for a drive. Through her family's connections, she had easily checked Jiang Nan's background. According to the information, it was already quite a struggle for an orphan like Jiang Nan to attend university and pay the tuition. Now he was actually going to take her for a drive. Could it be a car he rented specifically for her? Wang Yitong was a bit worried. She was well aware of Jiang Nan's family situation. Chapter 5, Luxury Car. Luxury Mansion. If he, who was already financially strapped, were to spend money to take her out for a good time, it really wasn't necessary. But Jiang Nan reached out to stop Wang Yitong's words. Next, in his mind, he silently confirmed the purchase of the Lamborghini Veneno from the One-Yuan Flash Sale, and quietly pulled a shiny, luxurious supercar key from his pocket. This is... Wang Yitong's eyes widened. She clearly hadn't expected Jiang Nan to be driving such a car. Ding. Purchase of item 4 is complete. Please check, host. The next round of product refresh is about to begin. You are welcome to start it at any time, host. Haha, this is my own car. I have the registration papers too. Anyway, wait for me here for a moment. I'll drive over to pick you up right away. Jiang Nan reassured Wang Yitong and told her to wait for him at the school gate. This little girl was quite considerate. Jiang Nan was a good judge of character and could guess the thoughts of a young girl her age with a single try. Soon, Jiang Nan walked toward the parking lot outside the school. Isn't this Junior Wang? Waiting for your best friend here? Chen Chen was currently driving out with some friends he had just made at school when he happened to run into Wang Yitong, who was standing gracefully at the gate. The one who spoke first was a junior student. He was driving an Aston Martin and struck up a conversation with a refined smile. Wang Yitong glanced at him, said nothing, and took a step back. Seeing that he was being ignored, a trace of gloom flashed in the junior's eyes, but he continued to smile and talk to Wang Yitong. All right, Brother Long, Junior Wang is probably waiting for her little boyfriend. Why go looking for trouble? Chen Chen smiled and stepped in to smooth things over, hoping to catch Wang Yitong's attention. There were only 3 people in the Aston Martin, and Chen Chen was sitting in the passenger seat. All 3 were boys whose families' businesses intersected. Therefore, as soon as Chen Chen arrived at school, he took the initiative to pay his respects to them. He hadn't expected to run into the goddess Wang he had been pining for. How could he not take this chance to score some points? Unfortunately, Wang Yitong had always been cold. She didn't even give Chen Chen and the others a second glance, ignoring them completely. Hee, what a pity. A flower stuck in cow dung. The boy sitting in the back seat was a bit foul-mouthed and spoke without any restraint. Don't think that just because she's good-looking, you have to put a filter on her. In the end, doesn't she still like pretty boys? Hearing this, Wang Yitong turned her head. Her face was now covered in frost, and her beautiful eyes were burning with anger. A rich student hitting on a school beauty was a piece of gossip that most people always enjoyed. Even a bit of a dark pleasure. At this moment, many people inside and outside the school were gathered around, waiting to see the show, wondering if a new beauty like Wang Yitong would get into the luxury car in front of her. Why are there so many people ahead? Jiang Nan had just driven out his newly acquired Lamborghini Veneno from the parking lot. Since he had never driven a supercar before. Although the system had given him the corresponding driving skills, comparable even to professional racers, he still needed to get used to it. This adjustment took about 10 extra minutes. By the time he drove the car over, he found that besides the gasps from those who saw the car and their prolonged stares, most people were looking in one direction. Jiang Nan's heart stirred. He immediately honked the horn to disperse the crowd and clear the way. Beep beep. Soon, Jiang Nan drove the luxury car to the place he had agreed upon with Wang Yitong. However, he saw Wang Yitong standing at the gate looking furious, with a $1 million Aston Martin parked in front of her. What's going on? Is someone hitting on Tong Tong? Jiang Nan frowned slightly and slowly drove the Lamborghini in front of Wang Yitong. Holy crap! Is that a Lamborghini? Damn, is there a Lamborghini model that looks this cool? Is this a custom modification? Soon, Jiang Nan's nearly 100 million level luxury car fulfilled its intended purpose, instantly becoming the focus of the crowd. What custom modification? This is clearly the Lamborghini Veneno, limited to only 6 units worldwide, okay. But then again, is this really a freaking Lamborghini Veneno? This is a god-tier car priced at 90 million in the domestic market. Even the son of the richest man in the country would probably have to hesitate before buying this car, right? Hearing someone explain, the crowd realized that this luxury car, which looked as high-tech and beautiful as something out of a sci-fi movie, was actually worth 90 million. And it was a global limited edition, with only 6 on the entire planet. What kind of concept was that? For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. People started taking out their phones to photograph the car. Those who weren't taking photos craned their necks, wanting to see what kind of person could afford such a god-tier car that far exceeded the concept of a mere commodity. This wasn't something you could get just by having money. Some of the bolder girls, confident in their looks, took advantage of the crowd's movement and pretended to be pushed in front of the car. They put on a pitiful expression to show off their charm, wondering if they could get the big shot in the car to notice them. Sitting in the car, Jiang Nan felt very satisfied with the crowd's attention. He could now somewhat understand the pleasure those rich second-generation kids felt when they floored it on commercial streets, making noise and showing off. I rule the world looked up to by all. But now wasn't the time for self-indulgence. Wang Yitong was still standing there looking angry, likely provoked by the people in that Aston Martin. Tong Tong, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and get in. Jiang Nan opened the car door and stepped out, taking off his sunglasses. Already handsome, tall, and well-built. Stepping out of such a luxury car at this moment added an invisible sense of elegance and nobility to him. However, the clothes he wore were simple street stall items, which could only be described as clean, tidy, and in good taste. This invisibly boosted the crowd's favorable impression of him even more. Look, this is a real rich man. Spending a fortune on what he likes, buying a car for 100 million. While being as casual as an ordinary person about things he doesn't care about. What's wrong with street stall clothes? Ah. Jiang Nan. Wang Yitong had also noticed the luxury car that looked like a prop from a sci-fi movie early on. Having heard her car-obsessed brother mention luxury car models, she also recalled the background of this car. She remembered that even her eldest brother, a scion of a financial tycoon, had salivated over this car. In the end, he had given up dejectedly, unable to bring himself to spend his fortune to acquire it. She hadn't expected to encounter it today. And the person driving it was the boy she liked. What was even more ridiculous was that she had always thought this boy was an orphan from a very difficult background. Well. Get in the car. I've already booked the restaurant. Jiang Nan gentlemanly opened the door for Wang Yitong and helped her into the passenger seat, while she felt dazed yet incredibly secure. After closing the door, he didn't get in immediately. Instead, he walked gracefully to the Aston Martin behind him. He knocked on the window. After a young man in the driver's seat rolled down the window with a forced smile, he saw Chen Chen, who was, as expected, dumbstruck in the passenger seat. Jiang Nan said word by word. In this day and age, you come out to pick up girls with a car like this. And you're even trying to steal someone else's girl. Aren't you guys ashamed of yourselves? Chapter 6, Lunch with the School Beauty. Chen Chen was so angry he was about to cough up blood. What kind of status did Jiang Nan have? He was just a poor kid. In high school, he was a pure loser. He had heard Huli mention before that this guy had eaten nothing but lao gan ma mixed with rice for a whole month just to buy her a birthday gift. And now this kid was mocking him. I'm telling you, man. Jiang Nan turned his head to speak to the second-generation rich car owner. You probably just met Chen Chen, right? Although this kid's surname is Chen, his ancestor isn't Chen Gong, he actually has the legacy of Prime Minister Chao. You should really think twice about being his friend. Ignoring Chen Chen's face, which had turned a sickly shade of green, Jiang Nan whistled and turned to leave. Chen Chen was about to push open the car door to rush out and argue with Jiang Nan, but as soon as he got out and closed the door, he caught a glimpse of the rich car owner's unpleasant expression. "That, brother, don't listen to Jiang Nan's nonsense, that kid is completely slandering me." As he spoke, he pulled on the car door again with force. However, the door didn't budge at all, it was already locked. "Ah, Brother Chen, I suddenly remembered I have something to do, let's chat another day." With that, he stepped on the gas and sped away, as if Chen Chen were some kind of terrifying plague god. What a joke! Since he was driving an Aston Martin at such a young age, he had no shortage of women around him. But if Chen Chen really managed to steal one away, wouldn't he be the laughingstock of the town? Chen Chen was left standing alone at the school gate, still holding the posture of being about to open the car door, wanting to cry but having no tears. Back in her silver-gray Lamborghini Veneno, Wang Yitong did not show any signs of impatience. She gently brushed back the hair on her smooth forehead, revealing a shy smile. Jiang Nan was momentarily dazed by the sight. Feeling Jiang Nan's gaze, Wang Yitong's face became even rosier. Sure enough, a young girl's blush is worth more than 1,000 words in a love letter. "Let's go, I'll take you to eat." Jiang Nan stepped on the gas, and the Lamborghini sped away like a bolt of silver lightning, accompanied by the roar of the engine. Holy crap! Who exactly is that kid? I think I saw the school beauty sitting in his car. He looks like Jiang Nan from our class. That kid already hooked up with Goddess Wang during military training. Driving such a car at his age. Is he just a commoner pretending to be rich with a rental? For a while, rumors of the cold and elegant Goddess Wang stepping into a Lamborghini Veneno spread like wildfire. Jiang Nan, of course, knew nothing of this. At this moment, there were only 2 words in his heart: thrilling. After his previous exploration, he had more or less mastered the performance and operation of this supercar. Sitting in a supercar with the school beauty by his side. The peak of life is nothing more than this. Jiang Nan felt quite emotional. He knew very well that all of this was brought to him by the One-Yuan Flash Sale System, and his expectations for the future grew even stronger. After driving out of the school, Jiang Nan headed straight for the busy downtown area. Even though it was peak hour, the vehicles around Jiang Nan stayed far away, fearing an accidental scratch. Even going bankrupt wouldn't be enough to pay for the damages. Screech! The piercing sound of brakes rang out as Jiang Nan parked the car and arrived in front of a restaurant. Jiwei. The name sounded very high-end, but it was actually a people-friendly restaurant with affordable prices and large portions. Usually, when nearby college students had a gathering, Jiwei was the first choice. Just as Jiang Nan got out of the car, he saw a crowd of people standing at the entrance of Jiwei, their phones snapping photos incessantly. Wow, is Jiwei this popular now? The line is all the way out the door. And people are taking photos to check in. Just then, a man who looked like a manager walked out of Jiwei. "Everyone, please go back to your meals. You can see luxury cars anytime. If we block the way here, the city management will come knocking." Well, Jiang Nan had overthought it. It turned out these diners were all taking photos with his luxury car. Seeing Jiang Nan walk out of the car, the manager of Jiwei's eyes lit up. He immediately went to meet him, forced a path through the crowd, and arranged for them to sit in the main hall. Although Jiang Nan was driving a luxury car, he didn't actually have much money in his pocket, so he could only come to this kind of affordable restaurant. Fortunately, he had already established that Wang Yitong didn't mind. After they sat down, the manager personally brought the menu. Wang Yitong casually ordered a few light dishes like longjing shrimp, stir-fried lettuce, and clam soup, and Jiang Nan added a few more. He had to admit, the chef at this restaurant was indeed skilled. The dishes served were perfect in color, aroma, and taste. "You're the first person to bring me to eat such delicious food," Wang Yitong said with a smile. The two began to talk about their expectations for college life and their respective roommates. Gradually, they found some common topics. But unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Jiang Nan felt his vision darken, as if a celestial dog were devouring the moon, blocking out the light. He looked up and saw a tall, burly fat guy who had the belly of a prime minister but none of the talent, standing at the door with a petite female companion clinging to him. The fat guy was wearing Armani and a belt with a large Gucci logo, as if he were afraid others wouldn't know how rich he was. The female companion beside him clearly had good features, but unfortunately, she wore a lot of makeup, so Jiang Nan couldn't see her true appearance at a glance. The fat guy scanned the hall and saw that it was full. When his gaze landed on Jiang Nan's table, his eyes were instantly captivated. This woman was simply stunning. Then he looked at the guy sitting across from her. His looks and build were slightly inferior to his own, and he was wearing cheap street clothes. Appraisal complete, a poor loser. He lifted his leg and walked toward Jiang Nan with every step causing a tremor. Kid, I've taken a liking to this spot. If you're smart, you'd better give up your seat. Jiang Nan frowned and looked up. He didn't see a face, only a round, rolling belly. The line is over there. Jiang Nan pointed outside and then went back to eating his meal. The fat guy raised an eyebrow, intending to humiliate Jiang Nan to attract Wang Yitong's attention. He pulled out several stacks of cash from his leather bag. Here's 100,000. It's enough for you to eat here for a year. Hurry up and give up the seat. God knows why this guy was still carrying so much cash in this day and age when electronic payments are so prevalent. But Jiang Nan ignored him completely. The fat guy's companion also spoke up mockingly, people shouldn't be at odds with money. Looking at you, you're still a poor student, right? Take the money and move. Jiang Nan glanced at the woman, then looked at the fat guy with a strange expression. Sorry, this lowly subject cannot do that. Then he continued to deal with the food in front of him, still paying them no mind. The fat guy immediately caught Jiang Nan's implication and was instantly enraged. Kid, I'm a regular at this shop. If it weren't for my girlfriend wanting to eat here, do you think I'd come? Boss. Boss, come over here. Coming. Actually, the boss had seen their conflict long ago, but since both were rich second-generation types, he couldn't afford to offend either. Give me some face. Clean up this table and free it up for me. The fat guy said arrogantly. However, to his surprise, the boss also didn't dare to offend the young man driving a supercar worth tens of millions. Maybe you should just wait a bit. After saying that, the boss scurried away, leaving the fat guy with a face full of bewilderment. With no other choice, he could only watch as Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong finished their meal, paid the bill, and left. Just as he angrily tried to chase them out to give Jiang Nan a piece of his mind, he saw Jiang Nan open the door of the Lamborghini at the entrance and get in. The fat guy was dumbfounded. Damn it, you're this rich and you still come to eat at Ji Wei Zhai. Chapter 7, The Auto Show. V-Room. V-Room. The explosive roar of an engine echoed across the campus. A bolt of silver lightning came to a halt beneath the girls' dormitory. Jiang Nan found it hard to understand why Wang Yitong, who came from a wealthy family, would still squeeze into a multi-person dorm room. But perhaps that was why Wang Yitong was dubbed the People's Goddess. Thank you for treating me to dinner. Next time, it's my treat. Before getting out of the car, Wang Yitong looked back with a sweet smile and spoke. Jiang Nan felt his heart skip a beat. As she looked at this handsome young man, her heart was also filled with curiosity. After all, there were very few young people who could afford to drive a 90 million yuan supercar. After spending time together over the past few days, Wang Yitong knew that with Jiang Nan's personality, he would never do something like renting a car to put on an act. But out of respect for Jiang Nan, she didn't ask anything. Jiang Nan parked the car in the campus parking lot and got a monthly pass as a student. The parking fee was only 50 yuan a month. Back at the dorm, before he even entered the door, he heard the ghost-like wailing and howling of his roommates. Holy crap! Have you guys seen the post on the school forum? The pinned one. The effeminate voice of the second eldest in the dorm, Du Wei, drifted out. Du Wei was from Shu Prefecture. He was fair and thin, attracting both women and men. A group of animals immediately crowded around his computer. The pinned headline on the Jiang Nan University forum read, "Shocking. Mysterious tycoon picks up goddess Wang Yitong in a 90 million yuan supercar. Sigh, it's a pity. When Wang Yitong gave Jiang Nan water during military training, we thought sparks would fly between them. Creak. the dormitory door opened, and Jiang Nan walked in. The group of jokers in the dorm suddenly fell silent. Ah. Jiang Nan, have you seen the school forum? The eldest, Han Liben, spoke. He was a big man from Qi Prefecture, tall and sturdy. Jiang Nan had no idea what they were talking about, so he leaned over to Du Wei's computer to take a look. Oh. Expressionless, he sat down in his chair and started playing with his phone. It's over. Seeing his dream goddess get into a luxury car seems to have been quite a blow to Jiang Nan. Sigh, Jiang Nan, for someone like Goddess Wang, you're still young, you can't handle it. Yeah, Jiang Nan, you could actually lower your standards for a partner a little bit, maybe then you'd feel better. Don't waste your energy on self-pity here. Hurry up and improve yourself, young man. Fearing he might do something reckless, his roommates all hurriedly tried to console him. It's fine, I don't care. Jiang Nan remained unmoved. Seeing this, the others didn't feel right saying anything more, only shaking their heads and sighing in regret. A perfectly good young man, why believe in love? Holy crap. Look at this. Look at this photo of the luxury car taken from this angle. Du Wei pointed at the computer, zoomed in on a photo, and yelled as if he'd seen a ghost. Everyone crowded forward to look. This angle was taken from directly in front of the luxury car, and the person in the driver's seat was clearly visible. It was Jiang Nan. That high-resolution, handsome face was definitely not someone they could mistake. The group surrounded Jiang Nan once again. I say, old third, what's the deal with this car? This is a luxury car worth 90 million. Du Wei's voice cracked with excitement. Is that so? I just bought it to drive, I didn't think much about it. It is quite comfortable to drive, though. Adhering to the philosophy that one would die if they didn't act cool, Jiang Nan calmly picked up his cup and took a sip of water. Is this really your car? It's not a rental just to put on an act. Everyone truly couldn't believe it. Although they had known each other for less than a month, these roommates already knew each other's backgrounds quite well. They were also quite familiar with Jiang Nan's family situation. So they subconsciously assumed that this was a car Jiang Nan had rented. However, when Jiang Nan slapped the car keys and the newly issued parking card onto the table, everyone fell silent. Holy crap. We've hit the jackpot. I didn't expect our dorm to have such a golden thigh. Boss, can you lend me the car for a few days? I've seen rich kids driving this kind of car around to show off before, I want to experience that feeling too. The group went wild. Jiang Nan tossed the car keys onto the table. Whoever wants to drive it, go ahead. His tone and expression didn't make it seem like he was lending out a luxury car worth over 90 million yuan at all. Instead, it was like he was throwing away a toy. Such a lavish scene left the group speechless. Never mind. We've never driven a sports car. If I scratch or bump it, I won't be able to afford to pay for it. Du Wei had originally wanted to borrow the car for a drive, but he eventually chickened out. Jiang Nan didn't say anything like, it doesn't matter if it gets bumped, as that would be acting too cool. The next day, after finishing his morning classes, Jiang Nan received a phone call. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang? A fairly clear voice came from the other end of the line. Jiang Nan gave an affirmative response. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Zhao Xianglu, the chairman of Xian Car Dealership. I apologize for the intrusion, I got your phone number from one of your classmates. From the sound of it, he seemed quite sincere. He was familiar with Xian Car Dealership. It was considered the largest dealership in the city, with countless luxury cars under its banner. It even had a supercar club. The members of the club were all top-tier playboys. Hello, Mr. Zhao. May I ask why you are contacting me? Actually, Jiang Nan really wanted to ask why his name was Zhao Xianglu and why the dealership's name was Xian. Was there a connection between the two? But after all, this was their first phone call, and they weren't that close yet. Ha ha ha, brother Jiang, I'm planning to hold an auto show tomorrow, but unfortunately, I don't have a top-tier supercar to anchor the event. I just heard that you have a Lamborghini Veneno. I wonder if I could borrow your car for a day to participate in this show. Since he was asking Jiang Nan for a favor, Zhao Xianglu kept his posture very humble. Of course, I certainly won't let you do this favor for nothing. If I borrow your car for a day, I'll give you 200,000 yuan in cash. Jiang Nan was tempted. He was currently very short on money. Although he had a supercar, he couldn't exactly sell it for cash, could he? After thinking about it for a moment, he agreed. Sure. Send me the location of the auto show. I'll drive the car over tomorrow morning, and we can settle the payment in person. Jiang Nan discussed it with him. The price of 200,000 yuan was enough to show Zhao Xianglu's sincerity. Anyway, it was just driving his car over and leaving it there for a day, he wouldn't lose anything. Jiang Nan received the location from Zhao Xianglu and saw it was quite close. It was at an exhibition hall only 3 kilometers away from their school. He guessed that some car enthusiasts from his school would also go to visit. Chapter 8, Family, Who Understands This? The next day, Jiang Nan drove the car to the exhibition center. Hey, I've arrived. He had just called Zhao Xianglu when someone suddenly knocked on the car window. Jiang Nan opened the car door and stepped out. Standing before him was a young man about his height, roughly 20 years old, but with a chubby build and a face as round as a pancake. It was completely inconsistent with his clear and bright voice. Rather than a rich second-generation heir, he looked more like a shut-in otaku. Brother Jiang, I've finally been waiting for you. Zhao Xianglu said with a chuckle. It was no wonder he could grow his business so large, even with family support. His approachable and friendly attitude alone would likely bring in many partners. Then, as agreed yesterday, he directly transferred the money to Jiang Nan. In truth, 200,000 was a bit much for a one-day rental of this car. However, he also intended to befriend Jiang Nan, which was why he was so generous. Since you're already here, why don't I take you on a tour of our car show? Zhao Xianglu suggested. Jiang Nan had nothing else to do, so he strolled around with him. Actually, this car show was organized by our Supercar club. Most of the cars on display belong to club members. I wonder if you're interested in joining our Supercar club, brother. After a full circuit, although there were indeed many supercars. Just as Zhao Xianglu had said yesterday, not a single one could serve as the centerpiece. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's heart stirred. Now that he had the One-Yuan Flash Sale System, he was destined to become wealthy in the future. Therefore, he needed to integrate into the circles of these rich second-generation heirs. Sure, I'd be more than happy to. Jiang Nan said with a smile. Zhao Xianglu was also very pleased. Jiang Nan's car was simply too extravagant. Having him join the Supercar club would undoubtedly raise the club's national reputation by a level. This was a supercar limited to only 6 units worldwide. Money couldn't necessarily buy it. In his excitement, Zhao Xianglu directly invited him to lunch. At this time, Jiang Nan didn't know that wave after wave of Jiang Nan University students were coming to visit the car show. Most of these people were students who were extremely interested in luxury cars and had done quite a bit of research. Hey! Isn't this that supercar from our school? Why is it parked here? It's a Lamborghini Veneno, right? Wasn't this car said to belong to Jiang Nan from our school? Good heavens, there are only 6 in the world, could 2 have appeared at once? Doesn't this make it clear? Jiang Nan's car was definitely rented. These bored college students began taking photos like crazy with their phones, posting them frantically on their social media. It couldn't be helped, Jiang Nan driving this luxury car before had made them incredibly envious. Now that they knew the car was a temporary rental, they were naturally eager to burst this bubble. Huli was scrolling through her phone when she saw the news about Jiang Nan's car rental at a glance. Her eyes lit up, and a mocking smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. She opened the TikTok app and chose a bowl-cut filter. Family, who understands this? My ex-boyfriend pretended to be a big shot by renting a luxury car and insisted he bought it to try and win me back. It turns out he was exposed today. So embarrassing, such a repulsive guy is so disgusting. After typing the caption, she tapped post. She knew it, Jiang Nan was just a poor, pathetic brat, there was no way he could afford such a luxury car. By evening, Jiang Nan drove his car back. Feeling quite hungry, he rushed to the cafeteria. While getting his food, he unexpectedly ran into Chen Chen and Huli. Chen Chen was still fuming with rage over being humiliated by Jiang Nan yesterday. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, he couldn't help but mock him. Oh ho, isn't this young Master Jiang, who spends money to rent cars and play the big shot? Why don't I see your car? Is the lease up? No money to renew. This guy is so repulsive, trying to look big when he's just a poser. The words from this young couple were incredibly malicious. Jiang Nan listened with a bewildered expression. Seeing Jiang Nan's innocent expression, Chen Chen thought he was just acting. Still acting with me. Plenty of students saw that Lamborghini Veneno at the car show today. It clearly belongs to the Supercar club. Chen Chen had no intention of saving Jiang Nan's face and exposed him directly. Hearing the two of them say this, Jiang Nan finally realized what was happening. It turned out that by renting the car out today, he had caused these people to misunderstand. However, Jiang Nan couldn't be bothered to explain to these people. If a dog bites you, you can't exactly bite it back, can you? Ignoring them completely, Jiang Nan picked up his tray, went to a table, and began to eat heartily. Chen Chen and Huli thought they had struck a nerve, and they began to escalate their taunts. Is anyone sitting here? Just then, a gentle voice spoke. A familiar fragrance wafted around Jiang Nan's nose. Looking up, it was Wang Yitong, who had come to the cafeteria for dinner. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Wang Yitong sat down naturally beside him and began to eat. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen and Huli became even more irritated, but they couldn't lash out in front of Wang Yitong. Just then, a figure approached from a distance. This person had broad shoulders and a powerful build, looking like a tiger or a bear. His facial features were very resolute. Seeing this person, Chen Chen was immediately overjoyed. There's going to be a good show. That's the son of the He family, He Yongsuan. You should know him, he's been pursuing Wang Yitong. Chen Chen whispered into Huli's ear. Their eyes lit up as they both waited to watch the drama unfold. He Yongsuan was furious. The entire school knew he was pursuing Wang Yitong. He hadn't expected someone to repeatedly talk and laugh with her despite knowing he was after her. The guy must have eaten a leopard's heart to be so bold. His He family was also a wealthy conglomerate family. They even had some business dealings with the Wang family, where Wang Yitong belonged. The two had known each other since childhood. Yitong, why are you eating here? Cafeteria food isn't very nutritious. Why don't you come out and eat with me instead? He arrived in front of Wang Yitong. However, while saying this, his eyes remained fixed on Jiang Nan. The warning in his gaze was self-evident. Wang Yitong frowned slightly, feeling quite repulsed. Student He, please just address me by my full name. Our relationship hasn't reached such a close level. Wang Yitong's tone was ice-cold, a complete contrast to how she treated Jiang Nan. She had absolutely no interest in the simple-minded, brawny He Yongsuan. Unfortunately, this guy's skin was incredibly thick. Seeing Wang Yitong so gentle toward Jiang Nan and then hearing her cold words to him, He Yongsuan felt like his heart was about to shatter. However, he didn't blame Wang Yitong. Instead, he pinned the blame entirely on Jiang Nan. Brat, just you wait. Chapter 9, Birthday. Time flies, and the days pass in the blink of an eye. Soon, another week passed silently. Jiang Nan wasn't idle either. He directly used the One-Yuan Flash Sale to buy a luxury mansion in the city center. This was mind-blowing even for the entire universe. To buy a house for 1 yuan was unprecedented and would never be repeated. Moreover, it was a luxury mansion in the city center, yet it only cost 1 yuan. Jiang Nan didn't feel much of a ripple in his heart about this. If it were anyone else, they would have gone crazy with joy long ago. On Saturday morning, the students in the back row were all drooping their heads, listlessly listening to the person on the podium speaking dull and tedious words. Ring, ring. The crisp sound of the bell rang throughout the classroom. In an instant, those who had been listless were all revitalized, sitting up straight and looking toward the podium. Seeing this, the teacher found it difficult to continue. All right, that's all for today's class meeting. Make sure you remember the key points I mentioned. Class dismissed. Hoo-hoo, class is over. Let's go, time to eat. Hearing the head teacher dismiss the class, the students stood up excitedly, found their friends, and walked out with their arms around each other's shoulders. At this moment, Jiang Nan also came to Wang Yitong's desk, smiled slightly, and spoke in a gentle tone. Can I ask you out for a meal? Wang Yitong was stunned at first. She stopped packing her school bag, looked up at Jiang Nan, and then responded with a smile. Of course. Jiang Nan was dazed by her smile, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. Just as the two had agreed to go eat together, an obstacle appeared out of nowhere. Yong-Tsuan walked grandly up to Wang Yitong, holding a bouquet of flowers and followed by 4 lackeys. The 4 lackeys immediately stood in 2 rows, separating Yong-Tsuan from the others. Yong-Tsuan looked at Wang Yitong affectionately, brushed aside his bangs, and said with a faint smile, "Yitong, today is your birthday. Happy birthday. As the saying goes, flowers for the beauty, this bouquet is for you." As he spoke, he handed the carefully prepared flowers to Wang Yitong. Wang Yitong didn't take them, she frowned slightly and ignored him. Yong-Tsuan wasn't annoyed either. Instead, he handed the flowers to a lackey beside him and pulled an exquisite box from his coat. Yong-Tsuan opened it and held it out in front of Wang Yitong. It was an exquisite and expensive necklace. The moment I saw it, I knew this necklace would complement your skin tone perfectly. It belongs around your neck. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan instantly felt goosebumps all over, and his body couldn't help but shudder. But in Chen Chen's eyes nearby, Jiang Nan was simply scared. Chen Chen knew who Jiang Nan was, just a loser who couldn't possibly make any waves. To think he wanted to hit on the school beauty, he should really know his place. Thinking of this, Chen Chen couldn't help but step forward, stand in front of Jiang Nan, and mock him. Some people have no self-awareness at all. They should take a good look at themselves in the mirror. How dare you compare yourself to young Master He? What do you have to compete with? After saying that, he smiled and patted Jiang Nan on the shoulder. I advise you to give up now and save yourself some face, or else you won't even have a place to cry when the time comes. As Chen Chen spoke, Yong-Tsuan instantly felt much more important and hurriedly pushed the necklace toward Wang Yitong. But he never would have guessed that Wang Yitong particularly detested such ostentatious pursuers. Especially those who tried to highlight themselves by trampling on others' shortcomings with their own advantages. Looking at the flowers and the glittering necklace in Yong-Tsuan's hand, Wang Yitong only felt a strong sense of nausea. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she simply didn't take his gift and instead took a step back. Seeing that Wang Yitong wasn't interested, Yong-Tsuan's expression stiffened, but he quickly recovered and asked with a smile. "Yitong, do you not like these? Tell me what you like, and I'll buy it for you." Seeing this, Jiang Nan only raised an eyebrow slightly. Such a nouveau riche stench of money, he doesn't understand romance at all. How can he pursue a girl like that? No need, thank you. Wang Yitong politely declined. Yong-Tsuan wanted to say something more, but he was suddenly interrupted by several people who cut in. Yitong. Yitong, there you are. We've been waiting for ages, but you didn't come down. The newcomers were Wang Yitong's best friend and roommates. Wang Yitong looked at them in surprise. Why are you all here? Hearing this, her best friend hurried to Wang Yitong's side and took her arm. Today is your birthday. How could we be missing? Yeah, we all have to be there for your birthday. We were all discussing how to celebrate your birthday, but we waited downstairs for a long time and didn't see you come down, so we came up to check. Tell us, what's the plan? The girls immediately surrounded Wang Yitong, excitedly discussing the upcoming plans. Me. I wasn't even planning to celebrate. Let's just forget it. Wang Yitong scratched her head and looked at them. As soon as she said this, the girls immediately disagreed. How can you not celebrate? A birthday only comes once a year, you have to celebrate it. Exactly. If all else fails, we'll just find a place to get together and have a small celebration. I think that works. I know a place that's pretty good. With that, they dragged Wang Yitong out of the room. Wang Yitong looked back at Jiang Nan, feeling a bit lost. Jiang Nan gave her a doting smile and quickly followed, leaving behind a group of people staring dumbfounded at their departing figures. How can you be like this? Didn't we agree beforehand? Her best friend looked angrily at the owner of the shop in front of her. It turned out that the seats they had reserved in advance had been given away to someone else by the owner. Well, you guys hadn't shown up, so I thought you weren't coming. But it's not even the agreed upon time yet. I've already given the seats to someone else, and there are no other spots left. Go find another shop. You think I don't want to? At this hour, where else are we going to find a place? Then there's nothing I can do. After saying that, the owner went inside and closed the door. Seeing this, the best friend stomped her feet in anger. Wang Yitong hurried forward, patted her shoulder, and comforted her. It's fine. It's just a birthday, right? We can celebrate anywhere. As long as you guys are here, I'm happy. But I wanted you to have a better time, her best friend pouted, looking aggrieved. At this moment, Jiang Nan stepped forward silently. I can take you to a gathering place in the city center. I have a place available. Upon hearing these words, everyone showed shocked expressions. Chapter 10, City Center. You must know that party venues in the city center are not cheap. Besides, you can't just walk in whenever you want. Wang Yitong's gaze towards Jiang Nan carried a hint of shock, but not a shred of doubt. Since Jiang Nan said it, he would definitely be able to do it. As the school beauty, Wang Yitong had a cheerful personality and good character, so naturally, she was very popular. So, when the time came, she would definitely have to invite not just her roommates and best friends, but also her classmates. How could the school beauty's birthday party be missing me? If you're going, how could I not go? And me, take me along too. Before Wang Yitong could even speak, her classmates started chiming in, unable to contain themselves. Seeing her classmates so passionate and fiery, Wang Yitong was a bit overwhelmed and stepped back. Seeing this, Jiang Nan thoughtfully blocked the way behind her, protecting her and preventing her from falling. Jiang Nan whispered gently into her ear, "Go ahead and agree. The place is quite big, enough for us to have fun." Wang Yitong nodded gratefully at Jiang Nan and gently agreed to everyone. Looking at Wang Yitong's gentle profile, Jiang Nan felt like he could give her anything. So many people are going, you wouldn't mind if we tagged along too, right? Classmate. He Youngsuan, with a few people behind him, stood in front of Jiang Nan and looked at him provocatively. Chen Chen also looked at him with his nose in the air, clearly unconvinced. Wang Yitong frowned slightly, her gaze towards them tinged with a bit of disgust. He Youngsuan glanced at the classmates behind him and spoke slowly. Don't forget, we're classmates too. Surely you don't lack even this bit of classmate friendship, right? This sentence put Wang Yitong in a difficult spot. Refusing would give them ammunition, but not refusing meant they would definitely go and stir up trouble. At this moment, Jiang Nan gave her a reassuring look. Let them come. Wang Yitong couldn't say much else, so she agreed. In fact, Jiang Nan knew why they insisted on going. Wasn't it just because they wanted to see him make a fool of himself? But their plans had misfired this time. Just as Jiang Nan thought, He Youngsuan wanted to see him make a scene, which was why he kept shamelessly asking Wang Yitong to bring him along. He Youngsuan might not know about the place Jiang Nan mentioned, but he knew it very well. That place was one of the few luxury residential areas, there were absolutely no other cheap commercial areas there. He wanted to see how Jiang Nan, a lowly loser, would clean up this mess after bringing such a large group of people there with nowhere to spend money. He wanted to watch Jiang Nan make a fool of himself in person and make Wang Yitong realize who was the most suitable person for her. Without further ado, Jiang Nan led everyone to his luxury mansion. On the way, seeing that they were heading towards the city center's luxury residential area, a few people were puzzled. Jiang Nan, did you take the wrong road? This leads to the city center's luxury residential area. Do you not know the way? The classmates in the class asked one after another. I didn't take the wrong road, Jiang Nan said calmly. Oh my, Jiang Nan, don't pretend to be rich when you aren't. If you don't have the capability, don't take on the task blindly. Isn't our classmates' time valuable too? Chen Chen was the first to stand out, mocking Jiang Nan with an arrogant attitude. Seeing this, other suitors of Wang Yitong also stood out one after another, expressing their dissatisfaction. I thought we could go out and have a good time, but I didn't expect to be played for a fool. Is this a place a poor student like him can afford to spend money at? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Hearing the discussions, Wang Yitong's roommates and best friends were also full of confusion. Looking at the surrounding mansions, they felt a bit nervous. Seeing this, the best friend nudged Wang Yitong with her elbow and hinted with her eyes to look at the surrounding buildings. Do you think Jiang Nan really has a venue for us to play in, surrounded by all these mansions? Wang Yitong shook her head. I don't know. If he said there is, then there should be. Hearing this, the best friend was so shocked her teeth almost fell out. You trust him that much? Thinking it was still unreliable, the best friend walked up to Jiang Nan and poked his shoulder. Jiang Nan was originally a bit impatient, but when he saw it was Wang Yitong's best friend, the impatience on his face vanished in an instant. Is something the matter? I wanted to ask, do you really have a venue for us to play in this place? The best friend pointed outside the car at the rows of mansions with a guilty conscience. Hearing this, Jiang Nan looked at her speechlessly. If he didn't have a house here, would he bring them here? Wouldn't that be digging a hole to bury himself? No one would be that stupid, right? Jiang Nan didn't know that in the eyes of He Yongtsuan and the others, he was exactly that kind of idiot. We're here. Jiang Nan said lightly and then got out of the car. Everyone hurriedly followed behind him, looking at the mansion behind them with envy, their faces full of longing. Jiang Nan stood in front of the crowd, looking at the mansion ahead, and kept digging into his pockets. Seeing this, He Yongtsuan smiled. Jiang Nan, don't tell me you lost your keys. It's this time already, stop pretending, you're wasting everyone's time. Jiang Nan's mouth twitched. The keys just changed places, and they were rushing him after less than half a minute. How badly did they want to see him make a fool of himself? Feeling the metallic touch on his fingers, Jiang Nan curled his lips into a smile. Unfortunately, their wishful thinking had failed. Jiang Nan took the key out of his pocket, walked directly to the most prominent mansion, and inserted the key. At this moment, everyone was staring intently at Jiang Nan's hand. Only hearing a click, the door opened. He Yongtsuan and the others looked at the open door, their faces turning green. The best friend and roommates, however, were full of disbelief. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go in. Jiang Nan looked at the people behind him, a bit speechless. The ones who were afraid of not getting in were them, and now that the door was open, they weren't going in. Hearing this, the classmates in the class rushed in, one by one, with excitement on their faces. I've grown this big, and this is my first time in a mansion. Me too, me too. I didn't expect Jiang Nan to be so capable, he's too low-key. Jiang Nan didn't take their conversation to heart but went out to make a phone call to the car dealership owner. Hello, could you please help me order some things for a birthday party? After all, it was for Wang Yitong's birthday, so naturally, it had to be a bit more formal. Don't worry, I will pay you when the time comes. No need, no need. I will definitely arrange everything for you properly, no need to pay. The owner on the other end said with a smile. How can that be? What should be paid must be paid. If you pay, then I won't arrange it. Then thank you. Seeing the owner was so enthusiastic, Jiang Nan couldn't decline any more. Chapter 11, The Face-Slapping Scene. Chen Chen and the many suitors of the school beauty were all dumbfounded. They had absolutely no idea that Jiang Nan was actually this wealthy. Damn, brother, you're awesome. I couldn't tell you were such a big shot. Roommate Du Wei patted Jiang Nan on the shoulder, his face full of shock. He couldn't tell at all that Jiang Nan was this rich. The other roommates were the same. They all wore expressions of admiration. He even got to live in a luxury mansion. Big shot, please let me hug your thigh. Humph, stop acting tough. You're just pretending to be rich. Who knows if this car and house are rented from someone else? Someone in the crowd said this. Once these words were spoken, many of the suitors nodded. That's right, no one said you couldn't rent a house. Although renting such a luxurious villa costs quite a bit per day, it's at least within the range of what an ordinary person can afford. Jiang Nan actually did such a thing, pretending to be rich just to woo the school beauty. This is truly shameful. Chen Chen felt even more disdain. He had investigated Jiang Nan. He was just an orphan, a guy with no father or mother. Where could he have gotten so much money? Maybe the money for renting the villa was even taken out as a loan. Seriously, if you don't have money, why act like it? Just be an ordinary person. Exactly, I hate those guys who have nothing but still act tough. People always pretend to have what they lack. That's just human nature. Even someone without parents, where would he get so much money? Does he really think money falls from the sky and is that easy to earn? The crowd mocked him one after another, but Jiang Nan turned a deaf ear to it. Guys like these losers just wanted to mock others to elevate their own status. He had seen plenty of such people. Jiang Nan said, "There are still many things you don't know. Just because you don't know about them doesn't mean they don't exist." Saying this, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people and took the school beauty to tour the villa. It had to be said, this villa was truly high class. It had high-end swimming pools, high-end private cinemas, high-end open-air basketball courts, and even an open-air football field. It even had KTV and various other entertainment facilities. Everything one could want was there. They even discovered that even the refrigerators were AI-enabled. After touring everything, everyone was dumbfounded. Damn, this is way too luxurious. Let alone whether this villa was rented by Jiang Nan. Even if it really was rented, the cost for a single day would be quite significant. Many of the losers in the class, even if they really wanted to act rich, would have to weigh their own wallets first. Seeing this, Jiang Nan's roommates couldn't hold back anymore. They rushed into the swimming pool to have some fun. This made He Yongsuan, Chen Chen, and the many suitors of the school beauty turn green with envy. Damn, there's just no comparison. Don't get too carried away, remember there's a party later. Jiang Nan reminded his roommates. Got it. The roommates nodded in unison. I couldn't tell, you kid are so rich. Yeah. It seems you and Aritong are a perfect match. Many of Wang Yitong's best friends were clamoring, making the school beauty look embarrassed. You guys, what are you talking about? We are just ordinary friends. Yo, yo, yo. Once these words were out, the best friends screamed even more. Clearly, they didn't believe it. He Yongsuan stood to the side, listening to these unbearable words, so angry that he was blowing his beard and staring. You have to know, Wang Yitong's friends had never given him a good look. Yet now, they were actually initiating the teasing for this kid Jiang Nan. Damn it, why? Just because he's an orphan. He Yongsuan was very unconvinced in his heart. It wasn't just He Yongsuan, Chen Chen and the many suitors of the school beauty felt the same way. They were now thinking about how to slap Jiang Nan in the face. Only by making Jiang Nan look bad would they feel comfortable and regain their own sense of presence. Just as everyone was lost in thought, the car dealership owner drove in. Seeing the car dealership owner, He Yongsuan's face lit up with joy. The car dealership owner was a car enthusiast, a ceiling-level existence in the industry. Drifting, spiral maneuvers, those were nothing to him. He Yongsuan was also a car enthusiast and often raced with the car dealership owner. Through this, the two had become familiar with each other. Seeing the car dealership owner walking over, He Yongsuan prepared to go over and greet him to elevate his own status. After all, ever since Jiang Nan arrived at the villa, he had been the center of attention. He had to regain some of his own ground and let them know who the real boss here was. Hi, boss, long time no see. Do you still recognize me? It's me, little he. He Yongsuan went up to greet him excitedly, while simultaneously imagining the scene of him being surrounded and admired by many students later. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up. Damn, this feels so good. But, the surprise came so suddenly. The face-slapping also came unexpectedly. The car dealership owner glanced at He Yongsuan and said indifferently. Oh, little he, please step aside for a moment. I have something to discuss with that gentleman. Saying this, the car dealership owner pushed He Yongsuan aside and walked straight to Jiang Nan's side. Sir, the items you wanted for the birthday party have already been purchased. Would you like to go and inspect them now? His attitude was sincere and respectful, which immediately left everyone present dumbfounded. These people were all familiar with the owner in front of them. That was someone with the nickname Car God. Not only that, but his personality was extremely cold, and his attitude was quite arrogant. It was rare to see him being respectful to anyone. Yet now, such an arrogant boss was actually being respectful to this guy. They just felt the amount of information was a bit overwhelming. He Yongsuan now wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Damn it, I just shamelessly went over to greet him, and he ignored me. Now, he is being respectful to Jiang Nan. This contrast. Oh, thank you, boss. About the money. Before Jiang Nan could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted. Didn't I already say? Let this time be on me. Don't bring up the money again. If you bring it up again, I'm going to get mad. The car dealership owner said half-jokingly, and Jiang Nan had to let it go. This scene left everyone dumbfounded once again. It seemed that the relationship between the two was extremely good. Wang Yitong was also full of surprise. She discovered that there were just too many secrets about Jiang Nan. It seemed that the more she interacted with him, the more mysterious he became. Not long after, the owner delivered his big cake. It was a 20-layer big cake. It looked quite impressive. Besides this, all other entertainment measures were also arranged, having everything one could want. Seeing these things, Jiang Nan couldn't help but secretly give the car dealership owner a thumbs up. As expected of an old fox who has lived for so many years, he really understands social nuances. I suddenly remembered, I have some urgent business at home that I need to go back and handle. Chapter 12, Get Lost. You guys keep playing here, I'm heading back first. Hyung-Tsuan pretended to check the time, then slunk away. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. After all, the series of actions just now was simply too embarrassing. Right now, he just wanted to get back quickly. Seeing this, Chen Chen and his group also hurriedly found an excuse to leave. Clearly, they were also extremely embarrassed. Watching these people leave, Jiang Nan didn't try to stop them. These people had been mocking him earlier, it was already generous of him not to insult them back, so them leaving now was exactly what he wanted. After the idlers left, the birthday party could finally proceed properly. There were no longer any outsiders present, and no one would be making snide remarks. They really started having a blast, with everyone playing to their heart's content. After having fun, everyone started to celebrate Wang Yitong's birthday. Before the celebration, everyone had prepared gifts for the school beauty. The items weren't expensive, but the sentiment was received. Thank you all for the gifts, I've received your well wishes. Wang Yitong thanked everyone. Afterward, everyone started to cut the cake. When they opened the cake box, everyone was completely dumbfounded. The reason for their shock was none other than the words on the cake. Even the school beauty, Wang Yitong, frowned slightly. It clearly read, Yitong, I want to be with you for this lifetime. Wow. Seeing these words, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. They didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Holy crap, brother, you're awesome. You actually put words on the cake, I've learned something today. I couldn't tell, who knew you were such a master at picking up girls. I'll have to learn from you in the future. Jiang Nan's roommates teased him one after another. Only Jiang Nan was left looking bewildered. He had never instructed the car dealership owner to do this stuff. He looked up at the car dealership owner and noticed the men giving him a meaningful look. Suddenly, he understood. So, he thought he was trying to pursue Wang Yitong. That was why he had taken the liberty of arranging this whole performance. Jiang Nan helplessly shook his head. Although the car dealership owner was indeed very worldly, this current action was a bit unnecessary. Actually. Jiang Nan immediately hurried to explain that he hadn't done this, and that it was all arranged by the owner. Hearing this, the car dealership owner was stunned. So, the Jiang Nan in front of him had no intention of pursuing this beauty. He then came over to smooth things over, saying he had made a mistake. After hearing this, everyone stopped teasing him. Wang Yitong's brow also relaxed. Afterward, the birthday party continued. The party lasted until the evening, and everyone left one after another. Thank you for today, Jiang Nan, for hosting such a wonderful birthday party for us. As she was leaving, Wang Yitong thanked him. Jiang Nan waved his hand, indicating it was just a small favor. Are you leaving alone? How about I take you back? Seeing Wang Yitong leaving alone, Jiang Nan intended to see her home. However, just as he was about to take her back, he discovered that her driver had already arrived to pick her up. Helplessly, Jiang Nan could only watch her leave. After getting into the car, Wang Yitong's gaze became somewhat firm. Help me investigate the background of this person, Jiang Nan. Achoo. Jiang Nan let out a huge sneeze and narcissistically muttered. Who is complimenting my handsomeness? Although he was being incredibly narcissistic, Jiang Nan still diligently cleaned the room. There was a lot of trash in the room, all left over from the party just now, and he had to clean it up properly. Little second son, carrying a school bag to school, not afraid of the sun, not afraid of the wind and rain. Jiang Nan hummed a little tune while cleaning up the trash. After finishing, he ran off to take a hot shower. Afterward, he lay on the large bed and fell into a deep sleep. Elsewhere, inside the Wang group. Jiang Nan, male, freshman, an orphan since childhood, no father or mother, self-reliant. Academic grades have always been excellent, at the top of the class. The driver was reciting the results of his investigation, which made Wang Yitong's father frown repeatedly. Finished. That's it. There's nothing else, only this much information. The driver said slowly. That's not right. Listening to this content, Wang Yitong's father couldn't help but frown. If that's all, where did he get that limited edition Lamborghini Veneno? Where did he get that luxurious big villa? Could it have just appeared out of thin air? Wang Yitong's father was utterly confused, and not just him, Wang Yitong also had a strange look on her face. She discovered that the longer she was in contact with this guy, the more mysterious she felt he was. Jiang Nan, who exactly are you? The next day, early morning, Jiang Nan woke up early in the big villa. The weather is nice today. Looking at the sun outside, Jiang Nan felt refreshed and relaxed. There is an old saying, the plan for the day lies in the morning. Thinking this, Jiang Nan started his morning run. After jogging for about half an hour, Jiang Nan returned to the villa, washed up, and then drove his luxury car back to school. Arriving at school, when Jiang Nan got out of the car, everyone around him cast strange looks. He is Jiang Nan. That low-key and mysterious rich guy. It definitely is him, only he could afford to drive a Lamborghini Veneno. Oh my god, being rich is one thing, but he's also this handsome. I'm in love. Forget it, don't you know he likes the school beauty Wang Yitong? They are a perfect match, truly a couple. Stop having your daydreams. Exactly. The people around were whispering, and it all reached Jiang Nan's ears. Needless to say, rumors about him celebrating the school beauty's birthday yesterday must have started spreading. Especially the words on the cake he gave the school beauty yesterday, they had spread across the entire campus. Although Jiang Nan had explained it at the time, who would care about those details? Everyone was just simply gossiping. Regarding this kind of thing, Jiang Nan had no way to explain it. After all, the more you explain these things, the messier they get. He shook his head and then returned to the classroom. Brother, over here. Just as he arrived at the classroom, his roommate Du Wei waved at him. Jiang Nan walked over with a smile on his face. Brother, it's all over the school now, saying that you and the school beauty are now boyfriend and girlfriend. Why don't we take this opportunity to push hard and strive to get the school beauty? By then, you will have reached the pinnacle of your life. Du Wei was earnestly trying to persuade him from the side, leaving Jiang Nan with black lines on his face. Having a school beauty as a girlfriend is the pinnacle of life. Look at how little ambition you have. Just as he was about to say something, a voice interrupted Jiang Nan. Damn it, you bitch, get lost, I don't want to see you again. Get lost, there are plenty who like me, I don't care about you. Chapter 13, Hu Li's Harassment. The sound of their argument attracted quite a few onlookers. Jiang Nan frowned at this. What's wrong with those two? What else could it be? They're fighting. Du Wei rolled his eyes and said. Word is it's because of your relationship with the school beauty. It made Chin very uncomfortable, and the more he looked at Hu Li, the more he couldn't stand her, so he stopped being with her. It seems they're planning to break up. Oh. Jiang Nan nodded, let out an oh, and said nothing more. For Jiang Nan, these two were nothing more than passers-by. What they did really didn't have much to do with him. So boring. We don't seem to have any classes today, let's head back to the dorm first. Jiang Nan suggested returning to the dorm and prepared to leave with Du Wei. However, just as they were about to leave, a voice called out to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, where are you going? Hu Li blocked Jiang Nan and asked. Jiang Nan, nothing much, going back to the dorm to rest. Hu Li, that's so boring. Why don't you accompany me out for a meal? Jiang Nan. He looked at Huli with a suspicious expression. Is this person sick? She just broke up with her boyfriend and is already coming to harass him. She really is the cream of the crop among green tea bitches. Sorry, I'm full. Jiang Nan said, then left with Du Wei. From beginning to end, he didn't even glance at this person properly. Seeing that she was ignored, Huli's face turned green with anger. Damn it. He was clearly groveling to me before, and now that he has money, he's starting to act indifferent. Just wait, I'll play you to death. Huli said viciously, then picked up her phone and started posting on the Weibo super topic. She talked about how Jiang Nan treated her in the past and how they had been dating for a long time. Even claiming she had an abortion for him. Huli posted her comments on the university's Weibo super topic, just a bunch of unsightly topics. The things in these topics had never actually happened, but Huli made them sound like the truth. And her purpose in doing this was nothing else but to latch onto Jiang Nan. Even if she couldn't get him, getting some benefits would be fine. Far away in the dorm, Jiang Nan saw the content of the super topic and couldn't help but laugh. She made it sound like the real deal, it's quite realistic. Was I really that bold in the past? Man, this thing is clearly meant to pester you on purpose, the goal is just to fish for some benefits. Han Li said from the side. Du Wei also nodded. Yeah, before she despised you for being poor and ignored you, but now that she suddenly discovered you're a big spender, she's come over to pester you, just to get some benefits. How about giving her some money to send her away? You're not short on cash anyway. Wu Gang said from the side. The university super topic is really troublesome. Anything posted on it, even if it's not true, will be twisted into the truth by a bunch of gossips. This has a bad influence on Jiang Nan's university life. Jiang Nan smiled slightly. No matter, there's an old saying, the innocent will clear themselves. Ding dong. At this moment, a message came through on Jiang Nan's WeChat. It was a message from Wang Yitong. Wang Yitong, what are you doing? Jiang Nan, nothing, I'm in the dorm. What's up? Wang Yitong, nothing, just wanted to thank you for celebrating my birthday yesterday. And for taking us to your luxurious villa for the party. I really don't know how to thank you. As she said this, she sent several thank you stickers. Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile at this. This girl is actually quite cute. Jiang Nan, since that's the case, why don't you treat me to a meal? I happen to be hungry. Wang Yitong replied in a second, okay. I'll wait for you downstairs. Brothers, I'm heading out again, don't wait for me, you guys take care of yourselves. Jiang Nan said, put on his clothes, and left directly. Zhang Meng pushed up his glasses and sighed helplessly. Sigh, if I'm not mistaken, it must be some girl asking him out again. I'm so fucking envious, when will someone ask me out to play? Wu Gang said indignantly. In your next life. Not only is he handsome, but the key is he's quite rich. Du Wei said helplessly. Sigh, the heavens are unfair. Jiang Nan was completely unaware of their thoughts. Arriving downstairs, Jiang Nan found Wang Yitong. She was wearing slim-fit jeans on her lower body, a white sportswear top, and her hair was tied into a high ponytail. In an instant, Jiang Nan was a bit dazed. She really is the school beauty. She is absolutely beautiful. Even with the memories of 2 lifetimes, it was his first time seeing such a beautiful and elegant girl. Sorry, kept you waiting. Jiang Nan walked over and apologized. Wang Yitong shook her head, it's okay, I just arrived too. Let's go. Okay. Jiang Nan nodded, and the two left. However, as they walked on campus, it caused many boys to be heartbroken. You have to know, this is the school beauty in their hearts. The girl of their dreams. Now that she had been scooped up by Jiang Nan, they were naturally very unhappy. If looks could kill, Jiang Nan would have been killed instantly long ago. Feeling the strange gazes around him, Jiang Nan was also very uncomfortable. So he hurriedly took Wang Yitong and drove away in his luxury car. What do you want to eat? On the way, Wang Yitong asked. After all, she was the one treating, so she naturally needed to ask Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan thought for a moment, I want to eat barbecue. Barbecue. Wang Yitong was stunned, just eating barbecue? Jiang Nan nodded. Yeah, on a hot day, barbecue and beer are the most comfortable. Is that so? Wang Yitong looked strange. In her eyes, Jiang Nan was really too strange. You have to know, with this kind of luxury car and that kind of luxurious villa, Jiang Nan was clearly a rich person. He could be considered a high-class individual. It stands to reason that this kind of upper-class person should go to high-end restaurants, eating Western food and drinking red wine. How would they go to an open-air barbecue stall to eat? What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Seeing Wang Yitong staring at him, Jiang Nan couldn't help but ask. No, nothing. Realizing she had lost her composure, Wang Yitong hurriedly turned her head away, her face flushing, and her heart pounding. She immediately changed the subject. We're almost there, I know a pretty good barbecue stall. As she said this, she sent the location to Jiang Nan. Following the location, Jiang Nan drove straight towards the destination. Soon, Jiang Nan arrived at the open-air barbecue stall and started eating barbecue. It was the hot noon, but it didn't stop the crowd here. Just as Jiang Nan and the other parked the car on the side of the road, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Holy shit! A Lamborghini Veneno. A limited edition one. Many people around saw this and took out their phones to film. As ordinary people, let alone a limited edition one, they hadn't even seen a regular Lamborghini before. They all took out their phones to post on WeChat moments, showing off properly. Chapter 14, The Beautiful Streamer. Jiang Nan completely ignored their expressions. He walked into the barbecue stall. What would you two like to eat? The barbecue stall owner asked with an eager expression. People who drove such luxury cars were clearly big bosses. They naturally dared not offend them, fearing that if they did, their small business would be ruined. Wang Yitong said, let's start with 200 yuan worth of skewers, you choose them. If it's not enough, we'll order more. All right, leave it to me. The barbecue stall owner nodded and hurriedly signaled his staff to get the skewers ready. The two found a secluded spot and sat down. Even so, they still drew curious gazes from those around them. On one hand, the fact that they drove a luxury car to eat barbecue was truly eye-catching. On the other hand, both of them were exceptionally good-looking. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. They looked like a perfect match. Here are your skewers. The owner called out and quickly brought over the skewers. There was a wide variety of skewers. Both of them were hungry, so they set aside their reservations and began to eat. It had to be said, the barbecue here was indeed quite good. The two ate with great enjoyment. Let me treat you to a movie. After finishing the barbecue, Jiang Nan suggested. Okay. Wang Yitong did not refuse. The two then went to the cinema to watch a movie. They watched a remake of a foreign film called The Loyal Dog. The movie was very moving, leaving many in the audience with teary eyes. Even Wang Yitong, sitting beside him, was weeping uncontrollably. She kept pulling out tissues to sob into. This made Jiang Nan feel a bit awkward. The movie soon ended. Whoa, it was just so touching. If a dog can be this loyal, why can't people? Emerging from the cinema, Wang Yitong sighed with emotion. Jiang Nan was left speechless. Honestly, that was something she should ask a dog, not him. Yitong, what a coincidence. You're here to watch a movie too. Just then, a male voice called out. Hearing this, the two turned back to look. They discovered a handsome-looking man standing there. He was about 1.8 meters tall, wearing sportswear, and had a textured 3 to 7 parted hairstyle. He looked quite stylish. In terms of looks, although he was a bit behind Jiang Nan, he could still be considered a handsome guy. Senior Yan. Wang Yitong blurted out. She recognized the handsome man in front of her, he was her senior. He was a junior this year, the Taekwondo club president, and very popular at school. Besides that, Senior Yan's family background was also very good. His family owned the Yi Group, a company that could rival the Wang Group. It was precisely because of this that the two had known each other since they were children. Little Yitong, who is this? Senior Yan walked over, eyeing Jiang Nan suspiciously, his gaze filled with vigilance. Oh, him, his name is Jiang Nan, a classmate I just met in my freshman year. A classmate you just met, and you're already watching a movie together. Senior Yian's expression darkened even further. Since the start of the school year, he hadn't been able to go to school because he was delayed by family matters. He had been looking forward to meeting Itong, but who would have thought it would happen in this way? She was watching a movie with another guy. This was unbearable for him. He had been extremely possessive since childhood, no one could take away anything he had set his sights on. But, this seemed to be a different matter. He clenched his fists and looked at the other person with an angry expression. Sensing the other person's anger, Jiang Nan was stunned. He didn't think he had provoked him. Suddenly, Senior Yian smiled. You must be the new classmate Itong met. Nice to meet you. My name is Senior Yian. As he spoke, he extended his right hand in a friendly gesture. Oh, hello. Jiang Nan didn't think too much about it and extended his hand as well. However, when their hands clasped, Jiang Nan noticed that the other person kept increasing his grip strength. He looked at the other person suspiciously and realized what was going on. So, the guy thought he was Itong's boyfriend. However, Jiang Nan didn't explain. Anyway, it was only a matter of time. My name is Jiang Nan, nice to meet you too. Jiang Nan smiled slightly and also increased his grip strength. Jiang Nan was a tall guy, over 1.8 meters, and he loved sports, often playing basketball. Naturally, his strength was much greater than the average person's. Sensing Jiang Nan's strength, Senior Yian frowned. He hadn't expected Jiang Nan to be this strong. Eventually, the two let go. You're not bad, kid. I admire that. I'll pay you a visit another day. Itong, I'll be going now. After saying this abrupt remark, Senior Yian left. Only Wang Itong was left standing there, looking bewildered. What did Senior Yian mean by that just now? Jiang Nan chuckled, looking at his reddened left hand. It didn't mean anything, just a simple greeting. Returning to the villa, Jiang Nan went straight to lie down in his dorm. Ding dong. A message came from Wang Itong. I had a great time going out with you today. I hope we can do this again in the future. Jiang Nan, if you like it, I can take you out every day. Wang Itong, really? Then it's a deal. It's a deal. Nancy, what are you doing? Get online and play Honor of Kings. Just as Jiang Nan was sweetly messaging Wang Itong, Wu Gang walked over, completely oblivious to the situation. Go away, go play by yourself. Can't you see I'm busy here? Jiang Nan pushed him away. He was currently flirting with a girl, he had no interest in playing Honor of Kings. Seeing this, Wu Gang knew that Jiang Nan was messaging the school beauty, so he tactfully left. Sigh. What is love in this world? It makes people willing to die for it. Oh, the evils of love. Jiang Nan. Too lazy to deal with these people, Jiang Nan continued messaging the school beauty on WeChat. After messaging for a while, Jiang Nan felt bored and looked down at the others. Hey, guys, want to play Honor of Kings? We don't play with people who have a girlfriend. His roommates all raised their middle fingers simultaneously. Jiang Nan. Fine, if you don't want to play, then don't. Feeling bored, Jiang Nan started scrolling through short videos. Ding dong. Just then, another WeChat message arrived. It was actually from Huli. What are you doing? Can we talk? The rumors about you on the super topic are not good at all. Without a second thought, Jiang Nan blocked her. Screw you, you bitch. Then, Jiang Nan continued scrolling through videos out of boredom. Suddenly, as he was scrolling, he landed on a live stream. The person streaming was a beautiful woman, very pretty, but there were few viewers. Her name was Mao Mao. Jiang Nan originally wanted to scroll past, as there were too many beautiful women on Douyin. But seeing the background behind her, he stopped. The scene behind the live stream was their university sports field. It seems this beauty must be from our school. Since she's from our school, I should definitely show some support. Chapter 15, Slapping Huli in the Face. Jiang Nan braced himself and watched the live stream. If the beautiful streamer was decent, he wouldn't mind tipping. Anyway, he, Jiang Nan, was a wealthy man now, and since she was a fellow alumnus and a beauty, it wouldn't hurt to show some support. A very infuriating thing happened at our school. A boy named Jiang Nan is an orphan who desperately pursued Huli, and they dated for a long time. Huli even had an abortion for Jiang Nan, but now that Jiang Nan is rich, he has abandoned Huli after treating her poorly. The beautiful streamer recounted this with righteous indignation. Jiang Nan's good mood from moments ago vanished instantly. So, the gossip she was talking about was the same nonsense Huli had posted on the super topic. Boring. Beauty, do you know you just missed out on my tip? Jiang Nan was speechless. What kind of nonsense was this? He was about to close the live stream when he suddenly heard what the streamer said next. You might not believe my words, but Huli is right here beside me. Streamer Mau Mau, I'll let her tell everyone herself. The next second, Jiang Nan saw Huli walk in front of the live stream camera. She looked aggrieved, her eyes red. Jiang Nan lowered his hand, abandoning the idea of closing the live stream, and stared coldly at Huli in front of the camera. He wanted to see what kind of scheme Huli was cooking up. Hello everyone, I am Huli. Everything Mau Mau said is true. Huli said, wiping away tears. Jiang Nan sneered. What fake acting? I really love Jiang Nan, but he doesn't want me anymore. I wanted to go to his dorm to talk to him in person. This is my abortion certificate. Huli let her tears flow freely. Jiang Nan widened his eyes, staring in shock at the scene before him. An abortion certificate? What the hell? Stop putting on an act. Is crying supposed to be impressive? The next moment, Jiang Nan realized that crying was indeed impressive. Scum deserves to die. Down with the scum. Jiang Nan is the scum of men. The number of people in the live stream siding with Huli and cursing Jiang Nan grew larger. The number of people entering the live stream skyrocketed. Jiang Nan frowned deeply. He had previously treated the things Huli wrote on the super topic as nothing but air. Now he realized he had been naive. Jiang Nan, you bastard, come out. Jiang Nan, are you even fit to be called a person? Curses echoed from downstairs. Jiang Nan walked to the window with a cold face and looked down. Downstairs was an angry crowd of at least dozens of people. There were men and women, and more agitators kept arriving. Huli stood in the crowd, holding up the abortion certificate. Surrounding them were even more onlookers. They packed the area downstairs, surrounding it completely. Jiang Nan, I have something to say to you. Please come down. Huli shouted loudly. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Nan's eyes. He had no choice but to go down. If he couldn't prove his innocence. Jiang Nan felt that if he walked around campus in the future, people would probably throw stones at him from time to time. Stinking woman. He didn't like being framed or taking responsibility for things he hadn't done. Jiang Nan walked down the dormitory building helplessly. Jiang Nan is here. Doesn't he have a Lamborghini? Having a Lamborghini can't stop Jiang Nan from being the fighter jet of scum. Jiang Nan strode towards Huli. The crowd consciously made way for him. Jiang Nan saw Wang Yitong not far away and sighed helplessly. Upon hearing people cursing Jiang Nan, Wang Yitong had come to see what was going on. Jiang Nan, how could you treat me like this? Seeing Jiang Nan, Huli revealed a mocking smile at the corner of her mouth, yet her tears flowed even more profusely. In the eyes of the crowd, Huli was the most aggrieved person in the world. And he, Jiang Nan, was a piece of scum condemned by everyone. If the onlookers' gazes were sharp arrows, Jiang Nan would probably be riddled with arrows by now. Jiang Nan, you are truly a terrible person. Just because you have a Lamborghini and a luxury mansion, you're still trash that can't be polished. Thinking about how Jiang Nan had luxury cars and mansions, and was even dating the school beauty Wang Yitong. Many boys felt jealous, and now they finally had a chance to attack Jiang Nan. If they could vent their anger, they would. Jiang Nan. Wang Yitong looked at Jiang Nan nervously. It's fine. I haven't done any of the things Huli said. I am innocent. Jiang Nan said with clear eyes and a righteous tone. He finally understood that if he couldn't completely resolve the matter between him and Huli tonight, there would be more trouble later on. This was just the beginning. Huli was just a troublemaker. Jiang Nan, why aren't you speaking? Are you feeling guilty? Jiang Nan, if you're wrong, just admit it. What kind of person you are, fakes can never be real. He's an orphan, it's normal for him to have no upbringing. Jiang Nan swept a sharp gaze over the few people fanning the flames. He wasn't afraid, he was waiting. Waiting for evidence. Huli stared fixedly at Jiang Nan, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes. This time, she would definitely be able to peel a layer of skin off him. Thinking of Jiang Nan's luxury cars and mansions, Huli calculated how much she could benefit. Jiang Nan, it's not that I can't forgive you, as long as you apologize to me. Huli began a new round of acting. Tonight, she had to nail Jiang Nan to the pillar of shame. How can you forgive him so easily? Make him compensate you. He's a rich man now. Exactly, he's so rich, he can't be stingy. Huli felt happy inside and deliberately pretended to be noble. I don't want his compensation. Huli is really a good girl. If I had such a girlfriend, I would never let her down. It's a pity that a good man like me is still a single dog. You can refuse, but Jiang Nan cannot refuse to give. Hearing this, Huli silently gave the person a thumbs up in her heart. They spoke her mind. Jiang Nan ignored the mockery of the crowd and kept staring at his phone. Beep beep. It's here. Jiang Nan opened the message on his phone. Before going downstairs, he had called the car dealership owner and entrusted him to help investigate the information about the hospital where Huli supposedly had the abortion. The car dealership owner acted very quickly and had already sent him the report of Huli's abortion. Jiang Nan glanced at the date of the abortion. He had a plan in mind. Huli, you say you had an abortion for me? Jiang Nan looked at her with a beaming smile. Huli saw Jiang Nan's smile. A trace of unease flashed in her heart. Yes, it's in black and white. Take a good look. Huli shook the abortion certificate in her hand. Coincidentally, I also have a copy of your abortion certificate here, but it's the original from the hospital, and the date hasn't been altered. Jiang Nan opened his phone and let the people in front of him look at it one by one. That's right, the date is different from the report in Huli's hand. How can this be? The crowd looked at the date on the report in Huli's hand, then at the date on Jiang Nan's phone. They instantly understood something. Huli, so you were playing us? The crowd involuntarily took a step back, distancing themselves from Huli. What are you doing? I really did have an abortion for Jiang Nan. When Jiang Nan said he had obtained the real report from the hospital, she already felt that something was wrong. She comforted herself that the other party might just be bluffing. Humph, for me. Your abortion date was last month. What does that have to do with me? Jiang Nan said mockingly. Chapter 16, School Bidding Event. Don't listen to Jiang Nan's nonsense, the report on his phone is fake. Huli was so anxious that her face turned beet red. She hadn't expected that Jiang Nan would actually manage to get the original copy. Huli shouted this out. The onlookers instantly fell silent, all staring curiously at Jiang Nan. Whether it was true or fake was really hard to say. Do you dare to go to the hospital to confront them? Jiang Nan stared at her unhurriedly. I. How could Huli dare to actually go to the hospital? Seeing Huli's guilty appearance, everyone knew that the medical report in Jiang Nan's hands was the real one. Since it wasn't to get an abortion for Jiang Nan, then who was it for? I don't know, but anyway, I wouldn't believe a single word Huli says anymore. Jiang Nan is truly a huge sucker. Huli's face turned red, both ashamed and angry, and she lowered her head and slinked away. Jiang Nan let out a long sigh of relief. Very good. Now, the whole school probably knows that those statements Huli made on the trending topics were fake. The female lead left, but the onlookers' thoughts turned elsewhere. Wasn't Huli's previous boyfriend Chen Chen? The child wouldn't be his, would it? It's very possible. Isn't this a green tea girl paired with a scumbag? A match made in heaven. After this incident, Jiang Nan's name spread throughout the campus once again, and his reputation became even greater than before. Inside the principal's office. Who exactly is this Jiang Nan? The principal asked his secretary. Jiang Nan was a celebrity in the whole school. No matter how slow the principal was, he would have heard of him. It was just that he didn't know anything about Jiang Nan. Principal, this Jiang Nan is an orphan, but also a wealthy man. Things like villas and Lamborghinis come easily to him. The secretary replied with a smiling face. I know all that. Tell me something I don't know. For an orphan to become a wealthy man in such a short time, there must be some insider information. The principal glared at the secretary irritably. Then I don't know. The secretary was helpless too. Go and invite this Jiang Nan to my office. The principal decided to meet this mysterious wealthy man, Jiang Nan, in person. Jiang Nan soon received a call from the principal's secretary. The principal wants to see me. Okay, I'll be right over. Jiang Nan hung up the phone. He was full of confusion, he didn't seem to have done anything wrong. What did the principal want to see him for? Jiang Nan knocked on the door of the principal's office with a feeling of trepidation. Principal, did you look for me? Jiang Nan, come in and sit down. The principal enthusiastically pulled Jiang Nan to sit down. It was too enthusiastic, his face was almost smiling like a chrysanthemum. Jiang Nan was even more confused in his heart. Jiang Nan, what do your parents do for a living? The principal personally poured a cup of tea for Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan was stunned for a moment. He was an orphan, the whole school knew that. Principal, I am an orphan. My parents passed away a long time ago. I'm asking about your biological parents. The principal looked at Jiang Nan meaningfully. Jiang Nan was full of question marks. The ones who passed away were my biological parents. Jiang Nan emphasized again. Could it be that he had other parents? The principal was really weird. Thinking of the mansion and the Lamborghini, he understood in an instant. If he didn't have the One-Yuan Flash Sale System, relying on his background as an orphan, it would be impossible to afford a Lamborghini and a mansion. The One-Yuan Flash Sale System could be said to be his second parents. I understand you have your reasons. The principal blinked, with an expression that said he knew everything. An orphan whose biological parents passed away suddenly becomes a wealthy man. Even novels wouldn't dare to write it like this. As a principal, he could be considered knowledgeable, so naturally, he wouldn't easily believe it. This Jiang Nan was likely the son of some big shot. In order to be low-key, he hid his identity. It must be like this, the principal clenched his fists. A big shot's son must seize the opportunity well. As long as Jiang Nan is happy, he would be able to benefit in the future. Jiang Nan saw the principal's eyes shining with a different kind of brilliance, sitting opposite him in silence. He awkwardly took a sip of tea. He always felt that the way the principal looked at him was like looking at a peerless treasure. Jiang Nan didn't know that the principal opposite him had already imagined a noble identity for him. And even took his denial as being low-key. Jiang Nan, it's not easy for you, so your tuition fee will be waived. The principal decided to treat Jiang Nan, this great Buddha, well. Principal, really? This surprise came suddenly. When he enrolled before, the tuition was not waived. Back then, he was much poorer than he is now. But Jiang Nan liked it. Naturally it's true, it's only right for the school to care about students. The principal smiled all over his face. If he had known earlier that Jiang Nan was the child of a big shot, he would have waived the tuition long ago. Thank you, principal. Jiang Nan smiled and thanked him. With free school to attend, he had no reason to refuse. The One-Yuan Flash Sale System didn't let him attend school for 1 yuan. Seeing Jiang Nan agree, the principal breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Sigh, being a principal is hard to do. The school is recently organizing the bidding for the new teaching building, and I am also busy and flustered. The principal rubbed his shoulders and gave a few meaningful, bitter laughs. Teaching building bidding. Jiang Nan intuitively felt that the principal was deliberately emphasizing this matter. Oh, is that so? Jiang Nan had no interest. The two chatted for a few sentences, and then Jiang Nan left the principal's office. After eating, on his way back to the dormitory, Jiang Nan happened to meet a few classmates. One of them was a rich student, who had already disliked him before. Today, it could be said that enemies meet on a narrow road. Jiang Nan saw him and was about to leave, but the other party came up to him. Jiang Nan, my father will invest in the school. Do your parents have any plans to invest in the school? You have villas and luxury cars, so you should do some good deeds for the school, right? The rich student asked deliberately. Jiang Nan's family background had been talked about by people in the school countless times. The people around heard him ask about Jiang Nan's parents and all felt a bit awkward. This was really impolite. It seemed that the rich student didn't think there was any problem at all. Instead, he had a smug expression. Jiang Nan raised his eyebrows. Was this rubbing salt in his wounds? The fact that he was an orphan, who didn't know. But Jiang Nan didn't feel any pain at all. This guy wanted to provoke him, but he found the wrong person. Then I thank you on behalf of the school. Jiang Nan looked at him indifferently. It was meaningless to compete with such a second-generation rich kid. Sorry, I forgot you are an orphan and have no parents, so there won't be any investment. What a pity. The rich student laughed mockingly a few times. He felt that he had won a round against Jiang Nan. Product refresh started. Welcome host to Flash Sale. Jiang Nan suddenly heard a mechanical sound. His consciousness entered the system page, wanting to see what products could be purchased. One-Yuan Flash Sale for the school bidding activity. Jiang Nan saw this option, his eyes shining brightly. Whatever he thought of came to him. Hey, Jiang Nan, you aren't going to cry, are you? The rich student glanced at Jiang Nan with schadenfreude. Jiang Nan was frozen like a stone at this moment, but his eyes were flashing with passionate light. Forget it, let's go. The few classmates around persuaded the rich student. After all, poking at others' pain points was not something presentable. I just feel Jiang Nan is too pitiful. When the rich student said this, if there was no smile in his eyes, perhaps some fools would believe him. Chapter 17, Warning. Jiang Nan did not hesitate and silently purchased the construction rights for the new teaching building. Bidding required a construction company of a decent scale. After he purchased the construction rights through the One-Yuan Flash Sale, he also happened to acquire a medium-sized construction company. Waves of joy washed over him. This was even more exciting than buying cars or luxury mansions. It was his own company. The company was of a decent size, which was more valuable than luxury cars or mansions. After all, it was a company that could generate continuous profit. Jiang Nan suppressed the corners of his mouth from curling up. He finally had time to deal with the rich student. He suddenly looked up, took 2 steps forward, and stared into the other person's eyes. That guy had been so cocky just a moment ago. If he didn't take him down a peg, Jiang Nan wouldn't feel satisfied. My parents haven't invested in the school, but I have already won the bid for the construction rights of the school's new teaching building. As soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, he heard the rich student shouting. Jiang Nan, stop dreaming. It's impossible. How is that possible? The rich student looked at Jiang Nan in disbelief. Building a new teaching building required a significant amount of capital. The surrounding students widened their eyes, their faces full of admiration. Jiang Nan was about the same age as them, yet he was actually going to build the school's new teaching building. Oh my God, is he even human? Is this fake? But the Lamborghini and the villa from before were real. To win the bid, you must have a construction company. Do you have one? Don't think that just because you bought a car and a luxury mansion, you can build a teaching building. The rich student quickly calmed down. Jiang Nan must be bluffing. Small construction companies generally couldn't possibly win the bid to build a teaching building. Jiang Nan couldn't possibly have that much money. You can check the school's news. Jiang Nan opened his phone and found the news about the school's bidding. Sure enough, his name appeared prominently on the web page. Look closely, Jiang Nan, that's my name. This. The rich student stared at Jiang Nan's name, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. He was filled with shame. He wished he could crawl into a hole in the ground. I rely on myself, not my parents. Jiang Nan dropped this sentence before leaving in a dashing manner. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Nan dialed Wang Yitong's phone number. Let's eat together tomorrow at noon, my treat. Wang Yitong didn't even have time to say anything. Worried that she wouldn't agree, Jiang Nan quickly explained. I just acquired a construction company and also secured the construction rights for the school's new teaching building. I'm happy, so I wanted to treat you to a meal. Upon hearing this, Wang Yitong was surprised. Okay, let's meet tomorrow at noon. Congratulations, you are really capable. Wang Yitong admired him beyond measure. How many people, even at her father's age, couldn't own a construction company capable of securing construction rights? Jiang Nan always managed to surprise her. The next day at noon, Jiang Nan took Wang Yitong to a restaurant outside the school for a meal. Do you really have your own company? Wang Yitong felt like she was dreaming. This is my company's business license, my name is on it. Jiang Nan took out his phone and found the picture he took to show Wang Yitong. It really was Jiang Nan's name. You must be the #1 person in our school. Wang Yitong admiringly gave him a thumbs up in praise. Hearing this, Jiang Nan was exceptionally happy. That look of admiration from Wang Yitong made Jiang Nan feel as if he had eaten honey. Being admired by the school beauty was definitely an achievement. Sit down, order whatever you like, Jiang Nan said generously. Just as he finished speaking, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Wang Yitong, Jiang Nan, you are eating here too. Senior Yan walked over with a gentle smile on his face. When Jiang Nan saw it was him, he inwardly cursed his bad luck. It seemed like this meal wouldn't be pleasant. Senior Yan. Wang Yitong didn't expect to run into him so coincidentally. You don't mind if I sit down and eat with you, do you? Senior Yan's kind smile made it impossible to refuse. Jiang Nan secretly rolled his eyes at him. What could he do even if he minded? Senior Yan sat down beside Wang Yitong without asking. Senior, please make yourself at home. Wang Yitong smiled awkwardly. Jiang Nan, I am your senior, there are some things I need to remind you of. Senior Yan's expression was serious, as if he was about to say something important. Please enlighten me, senior. Jiang Nan smiled faintly. I just want to warn you, a toad shouldn't dare to dream of eating swan meat. Senior Yan sternly reminded Jiang Nan. After he went back last time, he secretly investigated Jiang Nan's identity. He confirmed that the other party was just an ordinary orphan, without any high-ranking, powerful, or wealthy relatives. Just a completely ordinary person. Such people were as numerous as the sand on a beach. Yet this very orphan dared to dream of pursuing the school beauty, Wang Yitong. Absurd. Jiang Nan smiled indifferently. He thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be just this. What if I insist on eating the swan meat? He had the One-Yuan Flash Sale System in his hands. What swan meat couldn't he eat? He even had a construction company now. Senior Yan's eyes tightened. Jiang Nan's reaction was unexpected. If you insist on this, then don't think about getting by in this school. Senior Yan's eyes were like knives, emitting a chill. Jiang Nan laughed twice. How childish, do you think the school is a kindergarten? He wasn't someone who could be scared easily. Make him, Jiang Nan, unable to get by in school. What a joke. If Senior Yan saw how enthusiastic the principal was towards him, he wondered if he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Jiang Nan was not afraid of Senior Yan at all. On the side, Wang Yitong frowned upon hearing Senior Yan's words. Senior had always been a gentle person before. She didn't expect him to say such things. Senior Yan, my business is none of your concern. Wang Yitong gave Senior Yan a cold glance. Her eyes were filled with disgust. Senior Yan felt a blockage in his heart. In the past, Wang Yitong had never spoken harshly to him. She had always been a gentle and beautiful girl. All these changes were because of Jiang Nan. Senior Yan hated Jiang Nan from that moment on. He wished he could tear him to pieces. You wait, I will make you pay. Senior Yan stood up, pointed at Jiang Nan's nose, and warned him viciously. Jiang Nan smiled. He didn't take such harsh words to heart at all. Jiang Nan, I didn't know Senior would. Wang Yitong lowered her head, filled with anxiety. It's okay, I don't care, hurry up and eat, otherwise the food will get cold. It was good that Senior Yan left. Having him here would only ruin their appetite. Jiang Nan thought Senior Yan was just talking. Unexpectedly, the next day, Jiang Nan planned to drive to class. just as he walked up to his car. What is this? There was a clear scratch on the body of his Lamborghini. Jiang Nan remembered very clearly that the car was undamaged yesterday. And now, the scratch was on the driver's side. He couldn't have missed it. The only possibility was that someone had deliberately scratched it last night. Jiang Nan knew that his luxury cars and mansions made people jealous. But to secretly scratch his car? This was too outrageous. He hadn't been driving this Lamborghini for long. Being scratched like this, Jiang Nan felt a bit of heartache. He didn't know who was so wicked. Chapter 18. Jiang Nan felt very speechless. If he didn't teach the person who scratched his car a lesson, he feared there would be more and more trouble coming his way in the future. Good people get bullied. Jiang Nan pulled up the surveillance footage and stared at the screen. In the middle of the night, a person wearing a mask appeared on the surveillance footage. That person first looked around furtively. Finding no one around, they directly scratched Jiang Nan's car. Because the other person was wearing a mask, Jiang Nan could not see their appearance clearly at all. But he could be certain it was a man. And judging by the build, he should be quite young. Seeing that it was time for class, Jiang Nan had to drive to class first. After school, he stood by the car looking at the obvious scratch. He felt particularly upset inside. This was the first car of his life. Even though it was purchased from the One-Yuan Flash Sale System. But for Jiang Nan, it was still very precious. Your car has a problem. Senior Yi Yan, not too early and not too late, happened to walk over at this very moment. A smile could be heard in his voice. What a guy, kicking someone when they're down. Jiang Nan was already in a bad mood. Seeing Senior Yi Yan made his mood even worse. I said it long ago, if you don't have the ability, don't drive a luxury car, otherwise you won't even have money for repairs. Senior Yi Yan mocked. With a face full of schadenfreude. Jiang Nan heard this and looked up to size up Senior Yi Yan. The person in the surveillance footage was wearing a mask, so his face couldn't be seen clearly at all. Jiang Nan wasn't sure who the other person was either. But now seeing Senior Yi Yan, Jiang Nan immediately had a guess in his heart. When eating yesterday, Senior Yi Yan had even warned him that he would make him look good. The car was scratched that night. Jiang Nan couldn't believe it was just a coincidence. Looking at Senior Yi Yan's build, it was about the same as the person on the surveillance footage. So, the person who scratched his car was most likely this guy. However, Senior Yi Yan was not a fool. He would absolutely never admit to such a thing. To get the truth out of him, he had to use a strategy. Senior Yi Yan, when you scratched my car last night, why did you wear a pink mask? That color is a bit effeminate. Jiang Nan deliberately mocked him with sarcasm. Who are you calling effeminate? I clearly wore a black mask. Senior Yi Yan was furious and blurted out. He was a Taekwondo black belt expert. Daring to call him effeminate, did Jiang Nan want to die? He was a real man. As soon as the words left his mouth, Senior Yi Yan suddenly realized he had said the wrong thing. Jiang Nan stared at Senior Yi Yan with interest. So it really was you, Senior. Jiang Nan's eyes were cold, he hadn't expected to get the truth out so easily. This Senior Yi Yan wasn't much. Pretending to be arrogant and aloof all day. He was just a hypocrite. Who did it? Don't frame me. Senior Yi Yan's face turned red. He immediately realized he had been schemed against by Jiang Nan. He hated Jiang Nan even more. I'm framing you. If it wasn't you, how did you know the person was wearing a black mask? Jiang Nan stepped forward aggressively. Senior Yi Yan wished he could slap himself twice. He shouldn't have been so impulsive at the time. Jiang Nan pointed at his nose without any courtesy and said, You have a guilty conscience. Wang Yitong frowned and walked over. Senior Yi Yan, was it really you who scratched Jiang Nan's car? Senior Yi Yan swallowed nervously. When did you get here? He didn't know how much Wang Yitong had actually heard. Jiang Nan also hadn't noticed that Wang Yitong was nearby. I heard everything. Senior Yi Yan, you have disappointed me too much. Wang Yitong would never have expected that Senior Yi Yan was so vile. She felt as if she was meeting him for the first time. She had been kept in the dark before. Junior, listen to me. Senior Yan hurriedly tried to explain. Wang Yitong looked at him as if looking at a fly. No need to say more, you fixed Jiang Nan's car. Wang Yitong had already decided not to pay attention to this petty person in the future. Senior Yan had been too good at pretending in the past. She hadn't noticed at all that the other person was actually a despicable villain. This time it was scratching the car. Who knows what he would do next time? This was a character issue. I help him fix the car. Senior Yan was extremely angry when he heard this. Jiang Nan had caused him to lose all face in front of Wang Yitong. And he still had to fix the car for this kid. You scratched it, if you don't fix it, who will? If you don't fix it, I will call the police to arrest you. Wang Yitong's eyes became incredibly cold for the first time. Without any of her previous gentleness. Not only that, I will also tell my father about your evil deeds. Are you going to fix it or not? Whether it was calling the police or telling Wang Yitong's father. These were all costs Senior Yan could not bear. He had no choice, now he had a handle in Jiang Nan's hands. He had to accept his fate. This was a Lamborghini, it would cost a lot of money to fix once. Senior Yan felt heartache for his wallet, but there was nothing he could do. Fine, I'll fix it. Then I will thank you first, Senior. Jiang Nan smiled happily. Seeing Senior Yan's look of utter despair, Jiang Nan felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Not having to spend his own money was the most important thing. Come to think of it, Senior Yan brought this upon himself. Get in the car, let's find someone to fix it. A long delay means many hitches, since Senior Yan agreed, they should get it fixed as soon as possible. To avoid him regretting it. Wang Yitong seemed to know Jiang Nan's thoughts and readily agreed. Senior. I know. Senior Yan gritted his teeth and got into the car, sitting in the back seat. It can be fixed, but it will cost 100,000. The person at the repair shop quoted after inspecting the car. 100,000. Are you kidding me? Senior Yan exclaimed. No joke, this is not an ordinary car, it's a Lamborghini, that's the price. Senior Yan's heart was bleeding when he heard the price. He turned to look at Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong. Both of them had smiles on their faces, as if they hadn't heard the price at all. Are you fixing it or not? The shop owner asked impatiently. Fix it. Senior Yan steeled his heart, this money was a huge expense for him. If he had known he would be discovered by Jiang Nan, he should have found someone else to do it, rather than doing it himself. In the afternoon, the car was finally fixed. Good as new, that's great. Wang Yitong saw that the scratch was gone, and it was completely impossible to tell it had ever been scratched. This 100,000 was well spent. Of course it's great, 100,000. Senior Yan glared fiercely at Jiang Nan. The car was indeed fixed, but the grudge between the two had been formed. Senior Yan returned to the Taekwondo dojo. Senior, are you okay? Your face looks so bad. The members saw Senior Yan with a cold face and came over to ask worriedly. It's all because of Jiang Nan. This kid schemed against me and stole my woman. I don't want to just let it go. Everyone was a bit surprised when they heard it was Jiang Nan. Now Jiang Nan was a celebrity in school, quite prominent. I plan to find a night to secretly beat up Jiang Nan and let him learn a lesson. You all must help me. Senior Yan still had quite a few friends in the Taekwondo club. They had strength in numbers, and when the time came, they would see where Jiang Nan could run. No problem. That kid Jiang Nan has been too prominent lately, I've long wanted to teach him a lesson. Yeah, me too. Let's beat him until he's crawling on the floor looking for his teeth. Seeing that everyone was willing to stand on his side, Senior Yan's mood finally improved a little. Chapter 19, The Challenge. One of the club members felt afraid and left the Taekwondo studio. After thinking it over, he felt it wasn't right. What if something happened? Even he wouldn't be able to escape the consequences. If a life were lost, that would be no small matter. Jiang Nan was only one person. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Whether it was Senior Yan or those Taekwondo club members, their skills were quite good. He had never heard of Jiang Nan knowing anything like that. The chances of something going wrong were very high. In desperation, he passed the news to Jiang Nan that Senior Yan was bringing people to teach him a lesson. They want to fix me. And a whole group of them. After receiving and reading the message, Jiang Nan found it laughable. How boring. He hadn't played these kinds of games since he was in middle school. Only children did things like this. Thinking of Senior Yan and his club members, who were perhaps plotting how to teach him a lesson at that very moment, Jiang Nan wasn't the type to sit around and wait for disaster. Since the other party was provoking him, he would play along. Fine, I'll go meet you all. Jiang Nan went directly to the Taekwondo studio alone. Where is Senior Yan? As soon as Jiang Nan entered the studio, many people looked at him with complicated expressions. They hadn't gone to find Jiang Nan, yet Jiang Nan had delivered himself to their doorstep. They had just been planning how to deal with Jiang Nan, and now seeing him in person felt a bit strange. Hearing that Jiang Nan had come and was looking for him, Senior Yan rushed over to see him. What are you here for? Seeing Jiang Nan, Senior Yan gritted his teeth in hatred. This kid actually dared to come to his turf. He didn't know whether to call him brave or reckless. It was hard to say about other places, but the Taekwondo studio could be considered his territory. He was the president here. I heard you all want to teach me a lesson. Jiang Nan crossed his arms and coldly swept his gaze over the crowd. Those people, including Senior Yan, were all a bit surprised. They hadn't even made a move yet. How did Jiang Nan know? Knowing they wanted to teach him a lesson, he still dared to come alone. Did he have something wrong with his brain? Hearing that his plan had been leaked, Senior Yan was annoyed. He wanted to know where exactly Jiang Nan had heard it from. You. Before Senior Yan could finish his question, Jiang Nan interrupted him. No need for so much trouble, Senior Yan. I can have a match with you. With me. Do you know who I am? Don't overestimate yourself. Senior Yan sneered. Taekwondo was his specialty. Jiang Nan was courting death. Having money didn't mean having good fighting skills. Let's have a match. Whoever loses has to call the other dad in the school's super topic. How about it? Do you dare? Jiang Nan challenged with a smile. He would have to fight Senior Yan sooner or later anyway, so he might as well just set a time for a match. He was willing to accept the bet. Furthermore, relying on his understanding of Senior Yan, the other party would most likely agree. On the surface, Senior Yan held an absolute advantage. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, looked a bit foolish. Are you sure? Senior Yan was overjoyed. He was a Taekwondo black belt competitor. He had investigated Jiang Nan before. Senior Yan could be certain that Jiang Nan had never learned Taekwondo. Therefore, Jiang Nan was doomed to lose this time. Such good terms made Senior Yan somewhat unable to believe it. Could Jiang Nan be joking? Certain and sure. Jiang Nan was confident. Fine, I agree to have a match with you. When you lose, remember to call me Dad in the super topic. Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. If you lose, remember to call me Dad as well. Senior Yan sneered and nodded in agreement. How could that be? The one to lose could not be him, Senior Yan. No matter what, he didn't believe he would lose. A Taekwondo black belt expert against someone who had never learned Taekwondo. If he lost, that would be the biggest joke in the world. After the two reached an agreement, Jiang Nan left the Taekwondo studio, satisfied. Senior Yan watched Jiang Nan's retreating figure and laughed wildly. Even the heavens were helping him. He had originally planned to teach Jiang Nan a lesson quietly. Now, it was even better, he could teach Jiang Nan a lesson openly and honestly, and in front of the entire school. He would trample Jiang Nan's self-esteem and face under his feet. When the time came, he would definitely beat him until he knelt and begged for mercy, calling him Dad. Thinking of Jiang Nan crying and calling him Dad, Senior Yan felt he had never been so happy. President, is there something wrong with this Jiang Nan's head? A club member pointed to his own head and asked Senior Yan, puzzled. Who in their right mind would bet against Senior Yan like that? He looks quite sober to me, someone interjected. Would a sober person come to provoke the president? He might as well just call the president Dad directly. Hearing this, several people burst into laughter. In their eyes, Jiang Nan had already lost. Just wait for Jiang Nan to call me Dad, having such a big son wouldn't be bad either. The crowd burst into wild laughter again. Jiang Nan didn't know how the people in the Taekwondo studio were making fun of him. Returning to the dormitory, Jiang Nan's consciousness entered the system store. He spent 60,000 to buy Chinese martial arts. With this Chinese martial arts, when the time comes, let alone one senior yen, even 10 or 8 of them wouldn't be a match for me. Jiang Nan beamed as he looked at the Chinese martial arts he had purchased. Proposing a match with senior yen earlier wasn't reckless, nor was it foolishly bold. He had the system in his hands. He had long considered purchasing Chinese martial arts to integrate and deal with senior yen. Underestimating the enemy is a military taboo. Jiang Nan spent 2 days integrating the intricacies of the martial arts. 2 days later, Jiang Nan stretched his limbs. He punched a brick to the side. A perfectly good red brick shattered in response. Haha, Jiang Nan wanted to laugh happily. He was 100 times stronger today than he was 2 days ago. Jiang Nan was full of confidence for the upcoming match. The match between Senior Yen and Jiang Nan was this afternoon. The location was the school's basketball court. It wasn't time yet, but everyone had already gathered on the basketball court waiting for the match to start. Some people were even live streaming. Who do you think will win, Jiang Nan or Senior Yen? Of course it's Senior Yen, don't forget he is the president of the Taekwondo club. Maybe Jiang Nan is unfathomable, a girl whispered. The few people around her glanced at her and then burst into laughter. Jiang Nan has money, but I've never heard of him practicing Taekwondo. I think he's doomed to lose. The loser has to call the other person Dad in the super topic, that will be fun. So excited, I don't know who will win. The crowd was discussing it in a hubbub. Too many people had gathered at the scene, densely packed. The Taekwondo club members followed Senior Yen to the scene. President, go for it. Senior Yen glanced at his opponent, Jiang Nan, with disdain. No need for encouragement, I can end the match in 1 round. Senior Yen was full of confidence. Seeing so many people at the scene, he was very excited. Jiang Nan was going to lose face in a big way. When the time came, he wouldn't give the other party any face. This was his chance to wash away his humiliation. Wang Yitong also heard about the match between Jiang Nan and Senior Yen. She found Jiang Nan beforehand. Have you thought it through? You want to battle Senior Yen? He is a Taekwondo black belt competitor, very powerful. Wang Yitong was worried that Jiang Nan wouldn't be able to beat Senior Yen. It was estimated that the whole school had gone to the basketball court. If Jiang Nan failed in front of everyone, that would be a very embarrassing thing. I thought it through long ago. Jiang Nan looked forward, full of spirit. Chapter 20, Jiang Nan wins. Jiang Nan was not afraid at all. He had mastered Chinese martial arts within his body. Not to mention a Taekwondo black belt, even if 2 more came, they would not be a match for him. But Wang Yitong still felt that Jiang Nan was underestimating Senior Yan's ability. Jiang Nan took a deep breath. I'm going on stage. Jiang Nan strode towards the center of the basketball court. Fight. Fight. It's starting, I'm so excited. Go, Senior Yen. Go, Jiang Nan. The students around them watched Jiang Nan and Senior Yen excitedly. Jiang Nan, it's not too late to admit defeat and call me daddy now. Senior Yen crossed his arms and curled the corner of his mouth. It remains to be seen who will be the victor. If anyone was going to admit defeat, it should be Senior Yen. Senior Yen knew Jiang Nan wouldn't agree, this was perfect. If he didn't beat Jiang Nan until he was bruised and battered, he wouldn't be Senior Yen. Let's begin. Jiang Nan said. Senior Yen assumed a Taekwondo stance. He kicked out. He used all his strength. He intended to kick Jiang Nan over with 1 blow. Jiang Nan was as light as a swallow. He dodged the kick and punched towards Senior Yen with his right hand. The force was fierce. Senior Yan lost his footing and stumbled back a few steps. That punch from Jiang Nan just now. It hit his chest like a 1,000-pound hammer. How is that possible? Senior Yan was just as shocked as the people from the Taekwondo club on the sidelines. Jiang Nan clearly wasn't even a novice. Yet that punch had forced him to stumble back several steps. Jiang Nan sneered and performed a sweep kick. Senior Yan's body fell lightly to the ground. The whole arena was silent. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Senior Yan lost the first round. Those who favored Senior Yan were dumbfounded. They had originally thought Jiang Nan would be the first to fall. Senior Yan was more shocked than anyone else. You. Senior Yan pointed at Jiang Nan excitedly. He wanted to say that Jiang Nan was using tricks. But deep down, he knew that Jiang Nan had truly defeated him. Could the information he found earlier have been wrong? No matter how he looked at it, Jiang Nan's skills didn't look like those of an amateur. Are you going to admit defeat now? Or continue the remaining 2 rounds? Jiang Nan stretched his limbs. He glanced at Senior Yan with disdain. What kind of Taekwondo black belt contestant was this? Was he made of paper? So fragile. His previous prediction was wrong. He could handle at least 5 Taekwondo black belt contestants like Senior Yan at once. I will continue, I will absolutely not lose. Senior Yan clenched his fists and shouted fiercely. He comforted himself. Maybe he only lost the first round because he underestimated his opponent. Very well, then let's start the second round. Senior Yan got up, not daring to be careless. He charged towards Jiang Nan, waving his fists. Jiang Nan quickly knocked Senior Yan down again. Senior Yan was unconvinced. He wanted to get up and continue fighting Jiang Nan. It's 2 out of 3, and I've already won 2 rounds. Jiang Nan felt that he had won too easily. Fighting Senior Yan was boring. He didn't want to fight anymore. No, there is one more round, unless you are afraid and dare not fight. Senior Yan said, suppressing his anger. He had been high-spirited before he came. Now, he was like a stray dog. Having lost 2 rounds, strictly speaking, there was no need for this match to continue. However, Senior Yan was not willing to give up. Perhaps he could win the last round. At least he wouldn't lose so badly. Fine, if you want to fight, I'll accommodate you. I'll make you lose and be convinced of your defeat. The third round began. Senior Yan was still miserably defeated. The onlookers, seeing Senior Yan fall to the ground for the 3rd time, were in an uproar. Jiang Nan won. Jiang Nan defeated the head of the Taekwondo club. Senior Yan actually lost. It's unbelievable. Why is it unbelievable? Jiang Nan used Chinese martial arts. I also noticed that Jiang Nan's martial arts foundation is far superior to Senior Yan's Taekwondo. Jiang Nan left amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd. Before he left, he reminded Senior Yan to remember to call him daddy on the super topic. Senior Yan got up and walked back dejectedly. He knew he had completely lost and was no match for Jiang Nan. Although it was humiliating, he still posted a video on the super topic calling Jiang Nan daddy. Good boy, haha. Jiang Nan watched the video and laughed happily. After this day, Wang Yitong admired him even more, her eyes sparkling whenever she looked at him. Jiang Nan, I didn't expect your martial arts to be so amazing, I want to learn from you. During the match, Jiang Nan's use of Chinese martial arts was as smooth as flowing water. No problem. Teaching the beautiful school bell martial arts must be very interesting. And this person was Wang Yitong. Jiang Nan agreed quite readily. Jiang Nan didn't know. After this battle, he attracted the attention of more people. Jiang Nan received a strange phone call. The college dean wanted to see him. Dean, you wanted to see me. Jiang Nan walked into the office and asked curiously. He was not familiar with the dean. But he had met the principal before, so he had nothing to worry about. Jiang Nan, I've watched the video of your match. Young man, your martial arts foundation is good. Are you interested in establishing a martial arts club? The dean asked, looking at Jiang Nan with a smile. A martial arts club? Jiang Nan really hadn't thought about it. He had mastered Chinese martial arts to defeat Senior Yan. But thinking about it, his martial arts were definitely better than Senior Yan's taekwondo. Establishing a club wasn't impossible. Didn't Wang Yitong say she wanted to learn martial arts with him? You can recruit members at the school, and you can also go out to compete in the name of the school. The dean saw that Jiang Nan was somewhat interested. He hurriedly added fuel to the fire. If Jiang Nan could win in outside competitions, their school could also gain a reputation, and it would look good. Sure. Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. He hadn't thought this far ahead before, but hearing the dean say this, it was indeed interesting. The news that Jiang Nan was going to establish a club spread on the super topic. Many people went to sign up. Jiang Nan, I want to sign up too, your martial arts are so amazing. A fair-skinned girl walked up to Jiang Nan and looked at him gently. It's okay, it's okay. Jiang Nan smiled awkwardly. He discovered a big problem. Most of these applicants were girls. There were very few boys, and the proportion difference was too obvious. Girls generally don't like activities like martial arts. But for some reason, so many girls came to his club. They were not interested in martial arts. Instead, they were more interested in him, Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Wang Yitong heard that Jiang Nan was going to establish a Chinese martial arts club. She took the initiative to go and help. She originally helped register the roster. But those girls all ran to find Jiang Nan, one after another. Some even tried to get close to Jiang Nan without any hesitation. Wang Yitong felt sour in her heart, and suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Jiang Nan finally managed to send those girls away. When he turned around, he saw Wang Yitong looking at him angrily. What's wrong? Are you too tired? I'll treat you to a meal. Jiang Nan took Wang Yitong to eat and also ordered some alcohol. Both of them drank quite a bit. After the meal, they went for a walk together. Thank you for your hard work today. Jiang Nan turned his head to look at her, feeling embarrassed. Wang Yitong's face was flushed, her eyes were unfocused, and she was slightly drunk. Suddenly, she leaned over and kissed Jiang Nan. Chapter 21, Warning Huli. Jiang Nan stood rooted to the spot, feeling a bit dazed. Yet, his heart felt sweet. He touched his lips. Just as he was about to ask Wang Yitong why she did that, he looked up and found that Wang Yitong had already run away. Jiang Nan savored the feeling of Wang Yitong kissing him just a moment ago. He walked back to his dormitory, feeling as if he were walking on air. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. The next day, Jiang Nan saw Wang Yitong. Yitong, last night. Jiang Nan asked Wang Yitong, his face flushing red. Before he could finish, she interrupted him. What happened last night? Sorry, I drank too much and blacked out, I don't remember anything. Wang Yitong asked, feigning surprise and ignorance. All right then. They had indeed been drinking. So, Wang Yitong's explanation was plausible. Since she was unwilling to bring up the topic, Jiang Nan felt quite helpless. Since Wang Yitong didn't want to talk about it, he had no intention of pressing the issue. By the way, have the recruitment efforts for the martial arts club been completed? Wang Yitong asked, deliberately changing the subject. As for the members, besides you, it's just my roommates. Jiang Nan had not agreed to let those girls join the club. Their interest wasn't in Chinese martial arts. Recruiting them would just be a waste of time and energy. I'm the only girl. Wang Yitong's eyes brimmed with excitement. Yes. This is a martial arts club. We might participate in off-campus competitions in the future, so we need to recruit people who are genuinely interested in Chinese martial arts. Hearing Jiang Nan say this, Wang Yitong was very happy. However, not everyone was satisfied with this result. I heard the Chinese martial arts club doesn't recruit girls. That's not right. It's that they don't recruit us. Wang Yitong got in. She's the school beauty, of course she can get in. It's unfair. Jiang Nan is being too good to Wang Yitong. Jiang Nan was so handsome during the competition. He's rich, handsome, and knows Chinese martial arts. He's the perfect man. Many girls on campus were discussing the Chinese martial arts club. Huli heard that Wang Yitong was the only girl in the club. She felt jealous in her heart. Jiang Nan really treated Wang Yitong differently. He didn't want so many other girls, only accepting Wang Yitong. I wish I were Wang Yitong, sighed the fair-skinned girl. Someone like Wang Yitong is worth envying. She has been with so many boys. Huli deliberately put on an expression of hesitation. The girl's curiosity was piqued. What about Wang Yitong and many boys? I just heard that she has been involved with quite a few boys. Jiang Nan might have been deceived. Ah. Really? Of course it's true. Huli was spreading rumors about Wang Yitong everywhere. However, not many people believed them. Wang Yitong was the school beauty, and many people paid attention to her. No one had ever heard of her being involved with many boys. Although not many people believed it. Jiang Nan still heard about this. Actually, it's fine. I don't care. Wang Yitong had also heard some things, but very few people actually believed them. Wang Yitong said she didn't care. But Jiang Nan cared a lot. He knew exactly what kind of person Wang Yitong was. She had never been ambiguous with other boys. Jiang Nan thought about how this time, the Chinese martial arts club was recruiting new members. They only recruited Wang Yitong as a girl. It might have offended quite a few people. Perhaps this was the reason the rumors were spreading. Jiang Nan decided to personally find out who was spreading the rumors. He heard a girl vividly describing to her companion how Wang Yitong was involved with multiple boys. He was instantly enraged. So, you're the one spreading rumors about Wang Yitong. Jiang Nan suddenly appeared, grabbed the girl's arm, and demanded. The girl hadn't expected Jiang Nan to be here. Jiang Nan was skilled in Chinese martial arts and had great combat abilities. Someone like her wouldn't dare to cross Jiang Nan. The girl was so scared that tears streamed down her face. I'm sorry, Jiang Nan. Please let me go. I just heard it from someone else. She was just repeating it. She definitely wasn't the one who started it. Then tell me, who told you? The girl didn't dare to hide anything and hurriedly told Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan followed the chain of transmission to trace it back. I heard that you're the one spreading rumors about Wang Yitong on campus. Jiang Nan found that fair-skinned girl. He asked coldly. He remembered this girl. She had once come to sign up for the Chinese martial arts club. But Jiang Nan hadn't recruited her. It must be that she held a grudge. Jiang Nan's eyes were cold and sharp, and he exuded a murderous aura. The girl shrank her neck. No, it's not me. I also heard it from someone else. She had no grudge against Wang Yitong. Although she was unconvinced about Wang Yitong being recruited. She really hadn't made up these rumors. She just felt angry, and after hearing it, she told others. Then who exactly is it? Jiang Nan frowned deeply. Fortunately, not many people believed the rumors. Otherwise, if he had to find them one by one, it would take forever. It's Huli. I first heard it from Huli. Huli. If the girl hadn't mentioned her, Jiang Nan would have almost forgotten about her. He had slapped Huli's face last time. He didn't expect that not only had she not stopped, but she was also causing trouble for Wang Yitong. Get lost. If I hear you bad-mouthing Wang Yitong again, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Nan loathed gossiping people. He knew very well how destructive rumors could be. Jiang Nan understood it all too well. He had been slandered by rumors fabricated by Huli before. Those people had chased after him, calling him a scumbag. Jiang Nan would never let Wang Yitong suffer such grievances. I won't. I won't dare to do it again in the future. After the girl finished speaking, she ran away in a flash. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes. Well played, Huli. There is a path to heaven, but you choose not to take it. There is no door to hell, yet you break in. Since she wants to court death, Jiang Nan decided to fulfill her wish. Knowing that Huli was the one fabricating the rumors behind the scenes, it would be easy to handle. Jiang Nan found Huli, and when she saw him, her expression was clearly unnatural. She was indeed guilty of a guilty conscience. Huli, you fabricated rumors about Wang Yitong. I want you to apologize to her immediately. Facing Jiang Nan again, Huli felt uneasy. She didn't expect Jiang Nan to actually find her. It wasn't like she was the only one spreading it in school. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do anything. Huli simply decided to deny everything. Anyway, there was no recording at the time. Who had evidence to prove it was her? Huli, do you know what the Wang family does? Jiang Nan stared into Huli's eyes and asked, word by word. Huli was greatly shocked. When she fabricated the rumors, she only thought about ruining Wang Yitong's reputation. She forgot that the Wang family was quite a powerful family. She simply couldn't afford to offend them. Are you going to apologize or not? Jiang Nan glanced at Huli and asked impatiently. Huli gritted her teeth and had no choice but to apologize. Fine, I will apologize to her on the super topic. You're sensible. Apologizing on the super topic was better than apologizing in person. Jiang Nan pointed at Huli and warned her sternly. Huli, I don't want to see any negative news about Wang Yitong in the future. Otherwise, I will make sure you can't stay in school. Chapter 22, Racing Wager. After Huli apologized, she felt fear in her heart. Jiang Nan's murderous appearance kept lingering in her mind, and she could never forget it. Huli worried that Jiang Nan would really come after her. She never appeared in front of them again, as if she had vanished from the face of the earth. Jiang Nan no longer had to see Huli being an eyesore, and he was in a great mood. Wang Yitong saw the apology video on the super topic and was very happy. Although she had said she didn't care before, no one likes being gossiped about. Furthermore, those rumors were ruining her reputation. It certainly wasn't a good thing. Now, the whole truth had come to light, and Wang Yitong could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She knew without needing to think much that it was Jiang Nan who had gallantly helped her. She had heard yesterday that Jiang Nan was looking for the person who fabricated the rumors on campus. She hadn't expected him to find the person so quickly and even make Huli apologize on the school's super topic. Now the whole school knew she was innocent. Wang Yitong felt moved and went directly to find Jiang Nan. Thank you for the matter regarding the rumors. How about I treat you to a meal? Wang Yitong asked with a smile on her face, full of anticipation. Jiang Nan naturally agreed readily. Without the annoyance of the rumors, life was very peaceful. One day, Jiang Nan went to find Wang Yitong and found that she was in a bad mood, looking completely dejected. She was sitting to one side, staring blankly at the scenery outside the window. What's wrong? Jiang Nan walked over and asked, puzzled. Seeing that the person who came was Jiang Nan, she forced a smile. It's nothing, I just feel unhappy. Maybe it's because the weather has been bad lately. It had been cloudy for the past few days, the weather was gloomy, and her mood was bad as a result. Wang Yitong couldn't lift her spirits at all. How about this, I'll take you to the racetrack for some racing, it must be a lot of fun. Jiang Nan felt he had an obligation to cheer Wang Yitong up. Going racing could help relax her mood, and his Lamborghini was a sports car. After all, it was the perfect chance to test its performance. Wang Yitong had always been a good girl and surely had never been to a racetrack to race, but it wouldn't hurt to go and experience it. Racing. I've never been to a racetrack to race before. Wang Yitong blinked her big eyes, and suddenly she had some interest. Everything has a first time, let's go, let me show you just how fast my Lamborghini is. Wang Yitong nodded, it sounded like a lot of fun. She had sat in sports cars, but had never experienced racing. Jiang Nan took Wang Yitong to get the car. When they arrived at the school gate, the car hadn't even driven out yet when they were blocked at the roadside. Several cars drove past and happened to stop right in front of Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan frowned, what an unlucky start. He saw Hyung-Suin and his companions get out of the cars opposite them. Jiang Nan glanced at them, how unlucky, to actually run into these guys here. Hyung-Suin and his group had been quite quiet these past few days, and he hadn't expected them to pop up at this time. Hyung-Suin, however, couldn't read the disgust on Jiang Nan's face and deliberately walked over. I heard you guys saying you were going racing earlier, we want to go too, since we're all classmates, why not go together? Hyung-Suin chuckled, feeling that he was being quite sincere. These guys had eavesdropped on them and still had the nerve to say it out loud. Jiang Nan ignored him and reversed the car to leave in another direction. Hyung-Tuan hadn't expected that he would give Jiang Nan face, but the other party wouldn't take it. This kid Jiang Nan is too arrogant, really rude. Hyung-Tuan looked at the rear of Jiang Nan's car, feeling indignant. He had taken the initiative to invite him, and Jiang Nan wouldn't even say a word. Isn't he just an orphan who suddenly got money? Humph, what's so great about that? It's just a Lamborghini. What's he acting so cool for? Are we still going to the racetrack? A companion asked Hyung-Tuan. After all, they had just been ignored by Jiang Nan, going now seemed like losing face. Besides, they didn't necessarily have to go to the racetrack, there were so many fun places. Go, why not? The racetrack isn't owned by Jiang Nan's family. Hyung-Tuan and the others drove after Jiang Nan towards the racetrack. Jiang Nan drove to the racetrack, and just as he got out of the car, Hyung-Tuan and his group arrived. Knowing that Hyung-Tuan had been tailing them the whole way, he was speechless. These guys were thicker skinned than usual, they were like a plaster stuck to him, and he couldn't shake them off no matter what. Originally, Jiang Nan had brought Wang Yitong to the racetrack in a good mood, but seeing these guys was stomach-churning. It looked so exciting. Wang Yitong stood beside Jiang Nan, watching the speeding race cars. When those race cars drove by, they kicked up a gust of wind. Jiang Nan turned his head to look at Wang Yitong's profile. Bringing her here was indeed a good idea. Wang Yitong finally had a smile on her face. Racing easily attracted everyone's attention. Hyung-Tuan stared at the cars on the track, and suddenly, a plan came to mind. He was a professional racer, and Jiang Nan was an orphan who used to be very poor. Hyung-Tuan believed that Jiang Nan certainly couldn't be skilled at racing. Since that was the case, why not challenge Jiang Nan to deflate his arrogance? Thinking of this, Hyung-Tuan walked straight to Jiang Nan's side. Jiang Nan, do you want to race against me? Hyung-Tuan asked with interest. Jiang Nan glanced coldly at Hyung-Tuan, wondering to himself, can't this person see that he hates him? Why is he still thinking of crowding around him? Jiang Nan shook his head and said, I'm not interested, go find someone else. His purpose in coming to the racetrack wasn't to race, but to cheer Wang Yitong up. Furthermore, racing against someone like Hyung-Tuan was pointless, Jiang Nan couldn't be bothered to give him any face. Hyung-Tuan smiled meaningfully, secretly thinking that Jiang Nan must be afraid. A rookie racing against a professional driver was basically courting death. If he lost, Wang Yitong would probably look down on him too. The more this was the case, the more Hyung-Tuan wanted to drag Jiang Nan into a race. If I lose, my 2 million worth G-Wagon will be yours, how about that? Hyung-Tuan was full of confidence in himself. He was certain that Jiang Nan couldn't win, and without a heavy wager, Jiang Nan probably wouldn't take the bait. Jiang Nan hadn't been interested just a moment ago, but hearing that the wager was a 2 million worth car, he was actually a bit tempted. Looking at Hyung-Tuan's arrogant posture, he probably thought he wouldn't lose. Are you serious? If you lose, what if you don't honor the bet? Jiang Nan couldn't trust Hyung-Tuan's character. That was a 2 million worth car, not 200,000, even for Hyung-Tuan, that was a large sum of money. Hyung-Tuan was so arrogant, he might really refuse to acknowledge it if he lost. Of course it's true, if you don't believe me, I can put it in writing. Seeing Jiang Nan's doubt, Hyung-Tuan readily wrote it down. Are you really going to bet the car? What if you lose? A companion pulled Hyung-Tuan aside to remind him. Humph, how could I possibly lose? Hyung-Tuan curled the corner of his mouth. That's a G-Wagon. I am a professional racer, what is Jiang Nan worth? Hyung-Tuan sneered. If he lost, the sun would rise from the west. He wanted to see Jiang Nan's miserable defeat, it would definitely be a good sight. Wang Yitong looked at Hyung-Tuan, then at Jiang Nan. She knew Jiang Nan had just bought the Lamborghini and knew nothing about his racing skills, so she was curious if he would agree. Chapter 23, Racing. Jiang Nan, are you going to race? Wang Yitong asked Jiang Nan in a low voice. Hyung-Tuan came from a wealthy family and had owned a sports car for a long time. He also knew people at the racetrack, which meant he came here often. It was very likely that he had more experience than Jiang Nan. She felt a bit worried for Jiang Nan. Why wouldn't I? Jiang Nan smiled. Someone was handing him money. He would be a fool not to take it. If not for that 2 million yuan car as a wager, he would have had no interest in racing He Yong-Tsun. But now, there was a car involved. Although selling it would mean a loss in value, a 2 million yuan car could still fetch a significant amount. Jiang Nan's plan was simply to win He Yong-Tsun's car and sell it. If the other party lost, he would get a car. If he lost, he wouldn't have to pay anything. With such favorable terms, he naturally had to agree. Deal. Jiang Nan nodded, agreeing to the race. Since the other party was so eager to give him a car, Jiang Nan felt he couldn't refuse. Jiang Nan also understood. He guessed the other party saw him as a novice, which was why he challenged him. It seemed no one had learned from Senior Yan's lesson. Very good. Hearing this, He Yong-Tsun's face blossomed into a smile. He was just waiting to see Jiang Nan make a fool of himself. As long as Jiang Nan took the bait, it would be time for him to show off his skills. With the school beauty by his side, he didn't just want to win, he wanted to win beautifully. Get in. Jiang Nan patted Wang Yitong on the shoulder. Wang Yitong nodded. Their original purpose had been to go for a drive. The race was just an incidental event. Seeing that Jiang Nan was calm and composed, without a trace of panic, Wang Yitong finally set her worried heart at ease. After both sides were in position, the race began. Jiang Nan, prepare to concede, He Yong-Tsun sneered. Jiang Nan ignored him. He started the car and shot off like an arrow from a bow. Wang Yitong looked ahead nervously. It felt as if the car was flying. She had never experienced anything like this before. He Yong-Tsun led by a few meters at the start, but Jiang Nan quickly caught up. As the race went on, Jiang Nan pulled further and further ahead. What's going on? He Yong-Tsun had used all his strength, yet he hadn't expected Jiang Nan to have already overtaken him. He had wanted to pass him halfway, but Jiang Nan simply didn't give him the chance. Reaching the finish line, Jiang Nan finally braked. He turned his head to look at the stunned Wang Yitong. Was it fun? Wang Yitong was dazed for a moment before she found her voice. So thrilling, it felt just like a big blockbuster movie. Wang Yitong felt that the sensation of speeding just now was like a dream. As long as you liked it, let's go get the car. Jiang Nan chuckled. He had beaten He Yong-Tsun, but he didn't know if that guy would admit defeat. He took out the written agreement and walked up to He Yong-Tsun. He Yong-Tsun had arrived at the finish line after Jiang Nan. He had intended to show off in front of Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong, but instead, he had been slapped in the face and suppressed by Jiang Nan. Losing face would have been one thing, but they had bet a car. And it was a very expensive car at that. He Yong-Tsun was infuriated. What kind of creature was Jiang Nan exactly? He was clearly an orphan, yet he was able to beat a professional racer like him. He Yong-Tsun, where is the car? Give it to me. Jiang Nan held the agreement and looked at He Yong-Tsun. He Yong-Tsun's face turned livid as he snatched the agreement from Jiang Nan's hand and tore it into shreds. Do you still have proof now? He Yong-Tsun asked coldly. He was going back on his word. That was a 2 million yuan car. If it were 200,000, he could have given it to Jiang Nan. But now, he had lost face, and he would also lose a 2 million yuan car. The more He Yong-Tsun thought about it, the more suffocated he felt. As long as the agreement was shredded, Jiang Nan would have no way to demand the car. He knew this was dishonorable, but he was happy to do it. So you don't keep your word? Jiang Nan sneered. The onlookers were shocked to see He Yong-Tsun renege on the spot, their eyes filled with disdain. It was He Yong-Tsun who had initiated the race, and it was He Yong-Tsun who was going back on it. What a disgrace to professional racers. Exactly, you have to be a good sport. A loss is a loss. If you can't afford to play, don't play. The crowd sneered one after another. I'm just not giving you the car. What are you going to do about it? He Yong-Tsun lifted his head and provoked him. Jiang Nan looked at He Yong-Tsun's shameless demeanor and shook his head speechlessly. He indeed cannot bite you, but Mr. He Yong-Tsun, you have been added to our racetrack's blacklist. You are not welcome here from now on. The racetrack owner reminded him with a serious face. He Yong-Tsun didn't expect to be blacklisted and drove away in a dejected manner. Are you all right? I'm fine. Jiang Nan actually didn't care about He Yongtsuan going back on his word. He had already had a great time today taking Wang Yitong to experience speed and passion. Wang Yitong was in a much better mood, so it was all worth it. With the One-Yuan Flash Sale System in his hands, he was not short of money at all, so he really didn't care that much. I'll take you to the riverside to see the scenery, it's very close by. Jiang Nan drove Wang Yitong to the riverside. Along the way, he bought plenty of food and alcohol. The two of them ate while watching the night view. It's so beautiful here. Wang Yitong smiled as she looked over. The riverside at night was exceptionally quiet, with stars twinkling overhead. With Jiang Nan by her side, she felt better than ever before. Wang Yitong turned her head, her face flushed red. Jiang Nan, do you know? I like you. Are you willing to be my boyfriend? Wang Yitong asked with a silly smile, her body reeking of alcohol. Hearing this, Jiang Nan looked at Wang Yitong with excitement. Had he just been confessed to by the school beauty? Jiang Nan was about to agree when Wang Yitong tilted her head and collapsed into his arms. Wang Yitong, Wang Yitong. Jiang Nan called out twice, but she had fallen asleep from the alcohol. Jiang Nan felt a bit disappointed. He was just about to agree, but he hadn't expected Wang Yitong to fall asleep. There was no other choice, Wang Yitong was drunk and asleep. He couldn't take her to the school, as the dormitories were already closed at this hour. Jiang Nan drove Wang Yitong to a 5-star hotel and booked a presidential suite. He carried Wang Yitong and placed her on the bed in one of the rooms, then tucked her in, before returning to his own room. The next morning, Wang Yitong opened her eyes, feeling groggy. She stared at the ceiling for a few seconds. She was certain this was not her dormitory, nor was it her home. She sat up abruptly. Last night, she seemed to remember watching the night view with Jiang Nan by the riverside. Wang Yitong looked around and realized she was in a hotel. Wang Yitong suddenly remembered something and hurriedly checked her clothes. She was wearing the exact same thing she had been wearing yesterday. In other words, she was completely unharmed. She remembered that it seemed to be Jiang Nan who had brought her here. This bed looked like only she had slept in it. Jiang Nan hadn't taken advantage of her while she was drunk last night. There aren't many men like this. Wang Yitong sighed, her face flushing. Her favorability toward Jiang Nan skyrocketed. Most men would have taken the opportunity to take advantage of a girl, but Jiang Nan hadn't done so. Wang Yitong had been really drunk last night. Jiang Nan was respecting her. In Wang Yitong's heart, Jiang Nan was a true gentleman and someone she could trust. Chapter 24, Exposing the Plot. After Jiang Nan woke up, he was worried about Wang Yitong, as she had drunk too much yesterday. He was just about to go over to check on her. Just as he opened the door, she was already standing there, looking at Wang Yitong's sparkling eyes. Thinking back to the confession from last night, Jiang Nan's heart pounded wildly. He had assumed Wang Yitong would be shy when she saw him again. But it turned out she was exceptionally calm. It was just like how she usually acted when seeing him. Jiang Nan thought she was just pretending to be calm. Jiang Nan, thank you for bringing me here last night, Wang Yitong said sweetly. There wasn't a trace of awkwardness on her face. It's nothing. Do you still remember what happened last night? Jiang Nan asked, tentatively and carefully. It was rare for Wang Yitong to confess to him. Jiang Nan had almost agreed yesterday. If possible, he really hoped Wang Yitong would confess again. Even if Wang Yitong wasn't willing. At least remembering what happened last night would be good. Otherwise, he would have been happy for nothing. Wang Yitong looked confused. What happened last night? I think I drank a lot of alcohol, and I can't remember anything after that. Did I do something? Wang Yitong asked Jiang Nan nervously. Her memory was a blank slate, she had absolutely no impression. Hearing that Wang Yitong had lost the memory of last night's confession, Jiang Nan felt disappointed, but he didn't continue to press her. It's nothing, you just drank too much yesterday, Jiang Nan said helplessly, waving his hand. He didn't know when he would have to wait until the next time Wang Yitong confessed. It was such a pity, what a good opportunity. It would have been better if Wang Yitong hadn't been drunk last night. Jiang Nan, why don't I treat you to a meal to express my gratitude? Wang Yitong was full of gratitude toward Jiang Nan in her heart. Jiang Nan had not only brought her to the hotel, but he also hadn't done anything inappropriate. It was only right to thank Jiang Nan. Wang Yitong took Jiang Nan to a 5-star hotel to eat. She specially requested a private room. Just as they were about to go in, they saw a familiar figure walk out from the room next to theirs. Ning Xingyu, why are you here? Wang Yitong looked surprised. This was too much of a coincidence. Ning Xingyu was her best friend, and they hadn't met in a few days. What a coincidence, they were eating at the same hotel. And in the room next door, no less. It's you. I'm eating with a group of bosses from an entertainment company. You know I haven't signed a contract yet. This meal was specifically for the purpose of signing a contract. Wang Yitong nodded. This wasn't the place to talk. She pulled Ning Xingyu to the restroom to ask for the details. Jiang Nan stood outside Ning Xingyu's private room to wait. Through the glass door, he saw a chubby man drugging Ning Xingyu's glass. After drugging it, he smiled lecherously. Fatty, you're in for a treat tonight. Ning Xingyu is a real stunner. Haha, exactly. Jiang Nan's expression was grave as he stared intently at the fat boss. How despicable, to actually use such low-handed methods against Ning Xingyu. The people around watching the show weren't any better. Jiang Nan didn't dare to think about what would happen to Ning Xingyu after today if he hadn't seen this scene. Jiang Nan shook his head helplessly. No, he had to tell Ning Xingyu. Ning Xingyu chatted with Wang Yitong in the restroom for a while. I can't, I have to go out, otherwise I'll make the bosses angry. Ning Xingyu said helplessly. She had already been out for a few minutes, and those bosses were not to be offended. If she wanted to enter the entertainment industry, she had to please those bosses. Ning Xingyu felt helpless too. Wang Yitong knew she wanted to enter the entertainment industry, so she figured this dinner was very important. She accompanied her as she walked toward the private room. Just as they reached the door, Wang Yitong wanted to push it open to enter. Jiang Nan grabbed the doorknob. He didn't let Ning Xingyu go in. What are you doing? Ning Xingyu asked, surprised. You'd better not drink any more alcohol after you go in. Jiang Nan stared seriously at Ning Xingyu. Ning Xingyu was Wang Yitong's best friend, so Jiang Nan couldn't just stand by. What? Ning Xingyu looked back at Jiang Nan, then at Wang Yitong, confused. Wang Yitong shrugged, not understanding what Jiang Nan meant either. But she trusted that Jiang Nan must have his reasons for saying that. I can't afford to offend those bosses. Ning Xingyu was confused but still walked in. Jiang Nan thought about it and felt that doing it this way wasn't appropriate. He felt disgusted just seeing those bastards. He walked straight in and stood beside Ning Xingyu. Ning Xingyu, who is he? The fat boss looked Jiang Nan up and down and asked in a rough voice. Why did a man suddenly pop up? What about his beauty then? Ning Xingyu looked at Jiang Nan awkwardly. He is my friend. Oh, so he's a friend. We're eating, have your friend leave. The fat boss looked down his nose at Jiang Nan with disdain. Ning Xingyu was about to be in his grasp. He couldn't let Jiang Nan ruin it. I won't leave, at least not for now. Can you drink this glass of wine? As long as you drink it, I'll leave immediately. Jiang Nan's expression was cold as he picked up Ning Xingyu's glass and handed it to the boss. The fat boss's face fell instantly. He didn't take the glass. He knew very well what had been put in that glass. He wasn't stupid enough to drink it himself. That's for Ning Xingyu. Besides, what right do you have to make me drink it? The fat boss pointed at Jiang Nan's nose and questioned him angrily. Because you drugged Ning Xingyu's glass. Jiang Nan said loudly and slammed the glass down with a bang. Ning Xingyu widened her eyes, staring at the fat boss. Don't talk nonsense, this is a frame-up, the fat boss hurriedly defended himself. Jiang Nan sneered and scanned the people at the table. His gaze carried killing intent, and those people's hands trembled in fear. It's probably a sleeping potion, isn't it? Do I need to tell everyone what you wanted to do while Ning Xingyu was unconscious? Jiang Nan stepped forward, standing opposite the fat boss. He was almost touching the other man's face. And you people, acting as accomplices, clearly knowing what's going on but not stopping it. Jiang Nan pointed at each of those entertainment company bosses and said. These people usually acted hypocritically, pretending to be gentlemen. But inside, they were filthy and despicable. Or perhaps you wanted a piece of the action too. Jiang Nan laughed mockingly. The room full of bosses had their scheme exposed and couldn't save face. Ning Xingyu, your friend is really something. From now on, don't even think about touching any of my company's TV shows or movies. Ning Xingyu, you will never enter the entertainment industry in this lifetime. If you want to be a star, try again in your next life. As long as you enter the entertainment industry, I will definitely blacklist you. Their threats were one harsher than the next. Ning Xingyu was so anxious she started crying. She was very angry that the fat boss had drugged her. Now these people were threatening that she couldn't enter the entertainment industry. Ning Xingyu felt even sadder in her heart. Clearly, she wasn't the one in the wrong, it was these people. And you, what kind of thing are you? The fat boss pointed at Jiang Nan's nose and exploded in rage. Jiang Nan smiled faintly. My name is Jiang Nan, and I'm a university student. What? Do you have something to say to me too? Jiang Nan asked with a cold sneer. The fat boss laughed loudly a few times and pointed fiercely at Jiang Nan. So you're just a university student. Let me tell you, from now on, I won't even let you finish your studies. Chapter 25, Flash Selling an Entertainment Company. Jiang Nan smiled faintly. He wasn't afraid of the other party's threats at all. With the system in his hands, why would he be afraid of them? I will wait patiently. After saying this, he took Wang Yitong and Ning Xingyu and left the hotel. That ignorant brat. Just a college student, yet so arrogant. It's a joke. Teach him a good lesson and let him gain some wisdom. After Jiang Nan and the others left, several entertainment company bosses roared in anger. A sinister smile appeared on the fat boss's face. Jiang Nan had just made him lose face, so he would make Jiang Nan lose his future. He didn't know that Jiang Nan didn't seem to care about the influence of these entertainment company bosses. After returning, Jiang Nan calculated the days. Today happened to be the day for the system's 7-day refresh. Jiang Nan's consciousness entered the system. Commodity refresh is about to take place, please purchase, host. Upon returning, Jiang Nan had inquired about the fat boss. The other party was the boss of Star Entertainment Company. Among the One-Yuan Flash Sale items, there happened to be a 10% stake in Star Entertainment Company. He was overjoyed, whatever he thought of appeared. Jiang Nan silently made the purchase. Instantly, he became one of the major shareholders of the entertainment company. That fat boss was just a professional manager. Jiang Nan, however, was a major shareholder and fully qualified to replace the manager. He directly called Star Entertainment Company. What are you saying? I've been fired. The fat boss heard the secretary's words. His face changed drastically in shock. He had worked in the company for many years. It was impossible for him to be fired suddenly. Moreover, he had a very good relationship with the company's major shareholders. Those people wouldn't abandon him. The company's equity structure has changed, Star Entertainment Company has a new boss. The new major shareholder didn't like him, so it was normal to replace him. The fat boss was quickly kicked out. After hearing this, Jiang Nan finally smiled. Someone like the fat boss was simply a disgrace to the entertainment company. He even dared to threaten him. Now, the other party had even lost his job. He wanted to see how that fat guy could stop him from going to school now. While Jiang Nan had an entertainment company, Ning Xingyu was on pins and needles. After leaving the 5-star hotel, Ning Xingyu was in an exceptionally bad mood. She knew that Jiang Nan had also done it for her own good. But she was still sad. The threats from those entertainment company bosses were real. No one in the entertainment industry dared to let her in. I won't be able to enter the entertainment industry in the future, but I really want to go. Ning Xingyu hugged Wang Yitong and sobbed. Seeing her best friend in such pain, Wang Yitong felt very sad too. Ning Xingyu's dream of the entertainment industry was shattered, and Wang Yitong couldn't help even if she wanted to. If only I had an entertainment company, I could have you sign a contract immediately. Wang Yitong patted Ning Xingyu on the back to comfort her. But we don't know any friends who have an entertainment company. Ning Xingyu also felt regretful. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so sad. But things had come to this. It was useless no matter how much she cried. Actually, it's not a bad thing that you didn't get in, those people are not good things. Wang Yitong thought about the actions of those people. And still felt nauseous even now. She was genuinely worried that Ning Xingyu would get hurt if she entered the entertainment industry. That may be true, but my dream is shattered. Ning Xingyu wailed. There are so many people in the entertainment industry, they aren't all bad. It's just that her luck was exceptionally bad to have encountered those bastards. Wang Yitong comforted Ning Xingyu for a while, then left her residence and returned to school. How is your best friend? Jiang Nan took her to eat and asked in passing. She cried very sadly, keeping on about her dream being shattered. Wang Yitong sighed silently. I think she's too pessimistic. As the saying goes, every problem has a solution, perhaps she will have good luck soon. Jiang Nan smiled mysteriously. He had already asked the company to draft a contract, and he thought there would be results by tomorrow. He owned the entertainment company and fired the fat boss. Everything was done in private. Neither Wang Yitong nor Ning Xingyu knew about it. I hope so. Wang Yitong didn't think it was very likely. The entertainment industry relies heavily on connections, and Ning Xingyu's connections could be said to have been completely severed. Jiang Nan, however, looked very confident. The next day, Ning Xingyu lay in bed, not wanting to get up. Suddenly, her phone beeped. Ning Xingyu received a new email. She opened it and took a look. Suddenly, she screamed with excitement. I'm going to enter the entertainment industry, I'm going to be a star, haha. Ning Xingyu sang and danced. She had originally thought her dream of the entertainment industry was shattered. But she didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. Wang Yitong happened to come to see her. Hearing her scream, she was so scared that her legs almost went weak. What happened? Yesterday, Ning Xingyu was like a wilted eggplant. Now she was full of energy. Which made Wang Yitong very worried. It's Star Entertainment Company, this is the signing contract they sent me. Ning Xingyu let Wang Yitong look at her email. It really is a signing contract. Wang Yitong read it several times. Confirming that Ning Xingyu hadn't made a mistake. It's really strange, that fat boss was from Star Entertainment Company, how could he possibly agree? There was something fishy, that person's hatred was not fake. I heard that the fat boss has already been fired, they must have discovered that I am especially talented, which is why they want to sign a contract with me. Ning Xingyu chuckled foolishly. Wang Yitong was not as naive as Ning Xingyu. Things happened so fast. It was too coincidental. Wang Yitong couldn't help but think of Jiang Nan's words from yesterday. She felt that Jiang Nan didn't seem blindly optimistic. Instead, he seemed confident. Ning Xingyu received the contract the very next day, not even a day later. Wang Yitong knew that this might be Jiang Nan helping behind the scenes. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Ning Xingyu to sign the contract so smoothly. She had also heard the threats from those entertainment company bosses at the time. If it weren't for Jiang Nan's help, Ning Xingyu might really not have been able to enter the entertainment industry. Jiang Nan was unexpectedly so well connected. Who exactly is he? The more Wang Yitong thought about the things that happened to Jiang Nan and his power and influence, the more she felt unable to understand. She became more curious about Jiang Nan's true identity. An ordinary orphan couldn't do the things that Jiang Nan had done. Just the fact that Star Entertainment Company changed its decision and fired the fat boss was not an easy thing to do. Wang Yitong returned home full of doubts. The more curious she was, the more she wanted to know the answer. Wang Yitong went straight to find her brother. Brother, can you help me investigate Jiang Nan's information again? I can, but is there a problem with him? Or did that brat bully you? Wang Yitong's brother asked seriously. No, I'm just curious. I feel like his background seems unfathomable. Okay, I'll have someone investigate it immediately. The next day, Wang Yitong received the investigation results. He is indeed an orphan, as for who his parents are, no one knows. How can that be? This result was the same as last time. It still couldn't clear up Wang Yitong's confusion. She trusted her brother's investigative ability. But this simple background couldn't explain everything that had happened to Jiang Nan. It was too inconsistent. Chapter 26, Rumors of an Illegitimate Child. Do you want me to continue investigating? Actually, investigating further will be the same. Wang Yitong's brother asked his sister seriously. Speaking of this Jiang Nan, he really is a bit mysterious. The people he hired didn't dig up any more information. No need. I should have expected this result long ago. After all, I am not the only one investigating Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan had offended quite a few people at school, especially some rich students. They must have investigated Jiang Nan privately more than once. If there really were any problems, she should have heard about them. She was just shocked by Jiang Nan's abilities. Facing this result, Wang Yitong felt helpless and could only give up. Perhaps after I have been in contact with Jiang Nan for a longer time, he will tell me. This possibility existed. Her relationship with Jiang Nan was not bad. When one day Jiang Nan trusted her enough, the so-called answer to the mystery might surface. Her brother rubbed Yitong's head and sighed. Sister, you really shouldn't get attached to Jiang Nan. He is just an ordinary person. Although he has some money, his family background is too small. You two are not a good match. He had wanted to say these words for a long time. Before, the relationship between Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong was not as close as it is now, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But now it was different. His sister seemed to really be getting attached to that kid. This was not a good thing. Jiang Nan might have luxury cars and mansions now, but so what? Compared to their Wang family, it was too far off. It was inappropriate for Wang Yitong to be with him from the start. Taking advantage of the fact that their relationship was not yet too deep, it was best to stay away from Jiang Nan to avoid getting hurt in the future. I don't think so. Family background doesn't mean anything. Jiang Nan is an upright gentleman. Wang Yitong thought of the time at the hotel and the respect Jiang Nan showed her. She felt more and more that Jiang Nan was worth associating with. Being a good match in social status was certainly nice, but Jiang Nan was not bad either. Besides, Wang Yitong felt that Jiang Nan had a limitless future. Wang Yitong did not listen to her brother's advice. She still liked Jiang Nan and would find him to eat together from time to time. After the martial arts club was established, Jiang Nan would go to the martial arts club to teach martial arts after school. One day, during a break, Dewey walked up to Jiang Nan mysteriously. Jiang Nan, how are you able to remain so calm? What? Jiang Nan was completely confused. Why did this kid Dewey always say strange things? He had always taught martial arts diligently. Did being a teacher require being emotionally agitated? About the rumors of you being an illegitimate child? You are too composed. I admire you, brother. Dewey cupped his hands in a salute, looking very serious. This topic had already exploded on the school's super topic page. Jiang Nan looked like nothing had happened, as calm as a pool of water. What illegitimate child? Jiang Nan had no idea what he was talking about. He never liked to pay attention to gossip. Ah. You don't know. Someone in the school's super topic page is saying you are an illegitimate child, and because your identity cannot be brought to light, you claim to be an orphan. Dewey did not expect Jiang Nan to be unaware. Many people in school were spreading it, and they were talking about it with vivid details. Some people really believed these rumors. An illegitimate child. Such a rich imagination. Jiang Nan curled his lips. He didn't pay attention to the school's super topic, but those gossip rumors wouldn't let him go. Jiang Nan opened the school's super topic and sure enough, he found that someone was spreading that he was an illegitimate child. So he is an illegitimate child, no wonder he is so rich. I knew Jiang Nan's background was questionable. How can an orphan afford a Lamborghini? Actually, being an illegitimate child is nothing, as long as you have money. If being an illegitimate child isn't shameful, why does Jiang Nan want to cover it up? No wonder Wang Yitong chose Jiang Nan. It turns out his identity isn't just an orphan. An illegitimate child. Jiang Nan is so rich, his biological parents must be very wealthy. Many people in the super topic were gossiping, speculating about Jiang Nan's true identity. So boring. Jiang Nan read those comments and was speechless. Everyone was a college student, so why were they acting like children? Spreading bad news about him endlessly. It was as if they couldn't live without eating his melon for a day. He was no illegitimate child, he was a real orphan. And an orphan as ordinary as they come. The reason he had money was because of the One-Yuan Flash Sale System. Of course, the One-Yuan Flash Sale System was indeed more explosive than being an illegitimate child. This group of people only knew how to talk nonsense. Jiang Nan felt that if he didn't clarify, the whole school would probably think he was an illegitimate child in the future. The power of rumors was quite terrifying. He couldn't just let it go. Do you know who started it? Jiang Nan asked Du Wei. Such rumors always had a source. I don't know. When I saw it, many people were already discussing it. Who it originally spread from, probably no one knew. Jiang Nan taught the club members to continue learning martial arts. After it ended, Jiang Nan did not go straight back to the dormitory. Instead, he quietly went to the entertainment company and called for the secretary. The reason he came to the entertainment company instead of the construction company was because Jiang Nan felt that the entertainment company must be particularly adept at tracking such gossip. Jiang Nan was once again glad that he had bought the entertainment company. Previously, it was to help people, but now he found that such a company was actually very useful to him. Boss, are you looking for me? The secretary stood respectfully in front of Jiang Nan. I have something I need you to do. Jiang Nan opened the super topic on his phone and handed it to the secretary. The secretary looked at the comments in the super topic but still didn't quite understand. He had heard that Jiang Nan was an orphan. However, an ordinary orphan couldn't afford an entertainment company. Could it be that Jiang Nan was really an illegitimate child? If that were the case, it would explain why he could afford the shares of the entertainment company. But the secretary didn't understand what Jiang Nan meant by showing him these super topics. Was it that he was embarrassed to say he was an illegitimate child? What are you thinking about? Go and investigate who is spreading the rumors. I really am just an orphan. After Jiang Nan finished speaking, he held his forehead with his right hand, looking helpless. He could tell that the secretary seemed to really believe the gossip. The secretary smiled awkwardly. I will have people investigate immediately. Just investigating the origin of the rumors spreading on the super topic was simple for the entertainment company. They were professionals in this line of work. After Jiang Nan finished giving instructions, he returned to the dormitory. Unexpectedly, there were results very quickly. The secretary told him the news the next day at noon. I have already found the source of the rumors, it is a person named Qin Chen. The secretary handed the information gathered to Jiang Nan. The other party's hiding techniques were not up to par, so it was found quickly. After Jiang Nan looked at it, he sneered a few times. It's Qin Chen. His feud with Qin Chen had been going on for more than a day or two. After ignoring him for a while, was Qin Chen itching for a beating? Jiang Nan waved his hand to let the secretary go back first. He had to find a way to teach Qin Chen a lesson. Use martial arts to fix him. Jiang Nan shook his head, that would be letting that guy off too easily. Qin Chen's biggest reliance should be the Chen Group founded by his father. Qin Chen's tuition and entertainment expenses also relied on his father. To kill a snake, one must strike at the 7-inch mark. If he wanted to deal with Qin Chen, the most important thing was the Chen Group. This was also the source of income for Qin Chen's family. Jiang Nan decided to give the Chen Group a taste of his power. Chapter 27, Disciplining Qin Chen. Jiang Nan was still thinking about how to deal with the Chen Group. His secretary called him. She told him that Star Entertainment Company and the Chen Group were going to sign a cooperation agreement soon. When he was investigating the rumors on the super topic, he had also looked into Qin Chen. Naturally, she knew about his relationship with the Chen Group, which is why she informed Jiang Nan. I see. I will go on the day of the signing and personally sign the agreement with the Chen Group. Jiang Nan had not expected such an opportunity to be handed to him on a silver platter. He had already instructed his secretary to have Qin Chen's father come personally for the signing. On the day, Jiang Nan met Qin Chen's father in the conference room. I never expected Star Entertainment Company to have such a young and promising boss. It's a pleasure to meet you, Chen Chen's father praised him politely. Jiang Nan smiled. I wouldn't call myself promising. I actually have a headache over something right now and would like to ask Mr. Chen for some advice. I would be more than happy to help. Jiang Nan handed the evidence of Chen Chen slandering his reputation to Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen had assumed it was something important. He didn't expect that upon seeing the evidence, he would discover his own son was slandering Jiang Nan in private. This. Mr. Chen was so anxious that his face turned red. I forgot to remind you, Mr. Chen, that I am a classmate of your son, Chen Chen. Jiang Nan smiled slightly and sat down opposite Mr. Chen. This unfilial son. How dare he slander you behind my back? Mr. Chen was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged, and he slammed his right hand heavily onto the table. He worked hard outside to earn money. It was one thing for his son not to study hard, but he actually dared to spread rumors recklessly. What was most outrageous was that he had targeted Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan was the new boss of Star Entertainment Company. Mr. Jiang, rest assured, I will definitely teach this brat a lesson. After saying that, Mr. Chen made a phone call right in front of Jiang Nan. Get to Star Entertainment Company immediately. I have something important to discuss with you. A short while later, Chen Chen arrived at the conference room in a rush. As soon as he walked in and saw Jiang Nan, he asked in surprise, Jiang Nan, why are you here? He had come here because his father had summoned him. What reason did Jiang Nan have? Jiang Nan smiled and said, I'm the boss of Star Entertainment Company, why can't I be here? Jiang Nan, stop bragging. Chen Chen sneered a few times. Kneel down. Mr. Chen couldn't watch any longer. He rushed over and kicked Chen Chen in the knee. He fell to his knees with a thud. Dad, why are you hitting me? Chen Chen had been too focused on questioning Jiang Nan earlier and hadn't noticed his father. His heart was full of confusion. He just wanted to know how Jiang Nan had become the boss of an entertainment company and was even with his father. I already know about you slandering Mr. Jiang. Mr. Chen scolded while beating Chen Chen mercilessly. Chen Chen wailed incessantly. Jiang Nan had no intention of kindly stopping Mr. Chen. Instead, he sat to the side, leisurely sipping tea, enjoying the spectacle of Mr. Chen disciplining his son. Mr. Chen grew tired of hitting him and let out a long sigh of relief. You brat, start a live stream and apologize to Jiang Nan publicly. If you don't do it, don't bother coming home ever again. Chen Chen had never imagined that Jiang Nan was truly the boss of Star Entertainment Company. Moreover, today was the day the Chen Group was signing a contract with Star Entertainment Company. Chen Chen had been beaten badly by his father. He didn't dare disobey the order to apologize via live stream. Although it was very embarrassing, Chen Chen didn't dare to provoke his father's anger. He helplessly opened a live stream and publicly apologized to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan opened the super topic to take a look. Sure enough, the tide had turned. Not bad, this tactic was indeed effective. Mr. Jiang, what about the signing? Mr. Chen looked at Jiang Nan respectfully. This contract was very important to the Chen Group. Since his son had offended Jiang Nan, Mr. Chen was truly afraid that Jiang Nan would refuse to sign. The signing will proceed as planned. I am honored to be able to cooperate with Mr. Chen. Jiang Nan said with a nod and a smile. It wasn't that he really thought highly of the Chen Group, but rather to keep Chen Chen in check and ensure he wouldn't cause trouble in the future. Just a few nonsensical words on the super topic could stir up trouble at school and affect his reputation. Jiang Nan had to be on guard. Although Mr. Chen had beaten and scolded Chen Chen today, Jiang Nan still couldn't guarantee that this kid wouldn't seek revenge after going back. That was why he agreed to the signing. With the two companies cooperating, and with Mr. Chen there to suppress Chen Chen, he reckoned Chen Chen wouldn't dare to cause any trouble. That's great. Mr. Chen said with a grin. He had just broken out in a cold sweat, fearing that Jiang Nan would not agree to the signing. However, I have one condition. I hope you can agree to it. Jiang Nan said slowly. Chen Chen rolled his eyes at Jiang Nan in his heart. He knew things wouldn't be that simple. Mr. Chen's expression also became serious. I don't know what Mr. Jiang wants me to do, but as long as it is within my power, I will definitely agree to your condition. Signing the contract was the priority. As for the condition, as long as it wasn't too outrageous, Mr. Chen wasn't worried. Actually, it's very simple. You both know that I am still a student, and not many people know that I am the major shareholder of Star Entertainment Company. Jiang Nan leaned in toward the two of them, scanned them, and said, "Now that you, father and son, know that I am a shareholder of the entertainment company, I hope you will keep my identity a secret. I wonder if you two can do that." Jiang Nan stared at the father and son with a smile on his face. Although he didn't know why Jiang Nan wanted to keep it a secret, for Mr. Chen, this condition was incredibly easy. No problem. Chen and I are willing to keep it a secret. Right, Chen. After Mr. Chen finished speaking, he looked intentionally at his son. If his son dared to reveal this secret, he wouldn't let the kid off. Fine, I promise that I will absolutely never mention that you are a shareholder of the entertainment company. Chen was unconvinced in his heart. However, this didn't do him any harm. If it were him, he would want everyone to know he was a shareholder. Jiang Nan didn't like to show off, and Chen didn't want to promote him either. Very good. Then we can sign the contract. Jiang Nan was quite satisfied with their attitude. Mr. Chen hurriedly took out the contract, and the two signed it. After the agreement was settled, Mr. Chen and his son left. From then on, Chen seemed like a changed person. Jiang Nan, isn't that Chen? They had just come out of the school cafeteria when Du Wei spotted Chen with his sharp eyes. Chen heard his name and looked up. Upon discovering it was Jiang Nan, he hurriedly turned and left, not even finishing his meal. Chen is really strange. Why does he act like a mouse seeing a cat whenever he sees you? Du Wei looked curiously at Chen's back. He had clearly seen fear in Chen's eyes just now. Maybe he just wants to mind his own business. Jiang Nan smiled faintly. What they didn't know was that after leaving Jiang Nan's entertainment company, Mr. Chen had repeatedly warned Chen not to provoke Jiang Nan again. Otherwise, their Chen group would run into trouble. At that point, let alone pocket money, he wouldn't even give Chen money for food. Recalling his father's warning, Chen naturally didn't dare to provoke Jiang Nan anymore. It didn't matter what the other party's background was, he was the major shareholder of the entertainment company. Therefore, whenever he saw Jiang Nan, he would dodge him if he could. He had completely lost his former arrogance and domineering attitude. Chapter 28, Showing Off at the Bar. After dealing with that annoying pest Chen, Jiang Nan was in a good mood. He took his roommate Du Wei and the others, along with Wang Yitong, to a bar to hang out. The group chatted idly while drinking. A middle-aged man walked over to the next table, holding a bottle and looking lecherous. Only a fashionably dressed girl was sitting there. "Little beauty, let's have a drink together." "No thanks, I'm waiting for a friend." The girl glanced at him coldly and turned her head away. "I told you to drink, so you have to drink with me." Rejected, the middle-aged man felt annoyed. He grabbed the girl and tried to force-feed her alcohol. The girl struggled continuously, but unfortunately, she was too weak and couldn't break free from the middle-aged man. "This is outrageous. Let her go." Du Wei, who was nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed over, pushed the middle-aged man away, and pulled the girl behind him. It was a classic scene of a hero saving a damsel in distress. "You should go first, I'll handle things here," Du Wei said, turning to the girl who was pale with fright. "Thank you," the girl said, then quickly grabbed her bag and ran off. The middle-aged man had been very interested in that girl. As a result, Du Wei had ruined it, and he was furious out of shame. "You brat, want to play the hero? I think you're still a bit too green. Just you wait." The middle-aged man glanced at Jiang Nan and his group, then turned and left, cursing. Jiang Nan felt it was too noisy outside. So he booked a luxury private room. "That guy looked very arrogant, I didn't think he'd just let it go like that," Du Wei said to Jiang Nan while drinking. "Do you think your hero-saving act wasn't exciting enough?" Jiang Nan teased. I wouldn't dare," Du Wei chuckled. He had merely helped out when he saw an injustice. Just as Du Wei finished speaking, Jiang Nan suddenly heard rapid footsteps approaching. And they were getting closer. He frowned, feeling that things were looking bad. Listening to the sound, it seemed like a lot of people were coming. They were in a private room, and this place only had one exit. Jiang Nan felt a bit uneasy. It's here. Beat them up for me. If I don't teach them a lesson, I'll be doing myself a disservice. The middle-aged men brought a large group of henchmen and blocked the door. They stared at Jiang Nan and his group with covetous, hostile eyes. Jiang Nan gave a helpless, bitter smile. It seemed the middle-aged men still couldn't swallow that grudge. Everyone get ready, real combat is the best way to practice. Jiang Nan scanned the middle-aged man and his henchmen. There were over a dozen people on the other side. Each of them was dressed in black with tattoos on their arms. They looked like gangsters at a glance. But Jiang Nan wasn't afraid. Get them. The dozen or so henchmen rushed forward in a flurry. They surrounded Jiang Nan and his group layer by layer. Jiang Nan's eyes were cold, he didn't take those people seriously. He charged forward, relying on his profound martial arts. In less than 2 minutes, he had taken down 10 people by himself. The remaining few henchmen were scared and couldn't help but retreat. They had originally been full of confidence. Thinking they had the numbers, taking down Jiang Nan and his group would be a piece of cake. But they hadn't expected that although Jiang Nan didn't look very old, he was actually a skilled fighter. Taking on 10 people at once, even the best fighter among them couldn't do that. The remaining henchmen knew they were no match for Jiang Nan. Let's go. Jiang Nan led Du Wei and Wang Yitong and the others and rushed out. During the fight, the luxury private room had already been smashed to pieces. The middle-aged man really wanted to chase after them. But he didn't have much courage. This time he was in the wrong, whether it was harassing that girl or finding henchmen to teach Jiang Nan and his group a lesson. He was in the wrong in both cases. Big brother, that kid went too far. Should we call the police? The henchman asked the middle-aged man uneasily. Don't you dare call the police. The middle-aged man didn't not want to call the police, he just didn't dare to. He had started the whole thing. Most importantly, there were shady things going on in the bar. Once the police were called, he might be the one getting arrested. So there was no choice but to stay silent. He had to swallow this bitter pill whether he liked it or not. I was too naive, that guy actually went back to get his henchmen. Luckily, Jiang Nan is strong, otherwise we would have been done for. Du Wei still felt a lingering fear. Thinking of Jiang Nan's combat skills, Du Wei grew even more envious. Let's go back. Jiang Nan had absolutely no interest in drinking anymore. He decided to just go back to school. The group had just returned to school. Jiang Nan walked Wang Yitong back to her dormitory. Because they had been busy escaping earlier, Jiang Nan hadn't noticed. Now, by the light, Jiang Nan discovered that Wang Yitong had actually been injured. Your arm is bleeding. Were you injured in the private room? There was a clear scratch on Wang Yitong's arm. Blood was flowing down to her hand, which looked quite alarming. Jiang Nan felt very guilty. He should have noticed sooner. It's nothing. It looks like a lot of blood, but it's actually just a minor injury. Wang Yitong smiled to comfort Jiang Nan. In fact, being able to escape from the bar's private room was already very lucky. As for the injury, that was a minor matter. What do you mean, it's nothing? The wound is quite deep, it might leave a scar. Jiang Nan frowned. Wang Yitong's arm skin was fair. Although it wasn't on her face, a scar on her arm wouldn't look good either. Jiang Nan silently entered the system and bought a jar of scar removal ointment, pretending it was something he had kept in his bag earlier. I have some scar removal ointment here. You should try it, it should heal quickly. Jiang Nan handed the ointment to Wang Yitong. Thank you, Jiang Nan. After the two parted ways, Wang Yitong returned to her dormitory. After cleaning the wound, she took out the scar removal ointment Jiang Nan had given her and applied it to her arm. The next day, when Wang Yitong looked, she found that the wound was already healing. Wang Yitong didn't pay much attention to it. It wasn't until 2 days after using the ointment that Wang Yitong discovered to her surprise. Not only had the wound on her arm healed, but not even a single scar had been left behind. This ointment is truly amazing, the results are so good. It wasn't that Wang Yitong hadn't seen scar removal ointments before. But those were all just marketing. They claimed to remove scars, but the effects were negligible. An ointment with such excellent results as the one Jiang Nan had. Even the well-informed Wang Yitong found it rare and precious. Wang Yitong went to find Jiang Nan. Where did you get this scar removal ointment? Look, there isn't a single scar left. Wang Yitong happily rolled up her sleeve. On her fair arm, there wasn't a single trace of a scar. If Jiang Nan hadn't seen Wang Yitong's injury with his own eyes earlier, he wouldn't have believed the effectiveness of the ointment. The results are that good. Jiang Nan was also quite shocked, but products from the system were indeed extraordinary. Thank you. I originally thought it would leave a scar. Although Wang Yitong didn't care too much, scars really didn't look good. If it could be removed, it was better to remove it. Jiang Nan was suddenly inspired. A scar removal ointment with such good results. If he put it on the market, he would definitely make a fortune. However, the scar removal ointment in the system wasn't unlimited. Even if he wanted to sell it, he didn't have that much stock. But, if he took the scar removal ointment to be analyzed and formulated the scar removal ointment according to the original recipe, then he could produce an endless supply of the product. Then it would definitely sell well. He wouldn't be able to stop himself from making money. Chapter 29, Gifting the Ointment Formula. With this idea in mind, Jiang Nan became instantly excited. He rubbed his hands together, seemingly seeing countless banknotes beckoning to him. Jiang Nan was not a person who would drag his feet. Since this idea was reliable, he immediately went to find a research institution. There were quite a few such testing institutions in the city. Jiang Nan found the largest one. You want me to analyze the ingredients and ratio of this ointment? The institution's researcher looked at the ointment, which was about the size of a fingernail, in the bottle in his hand. That's right, and it needs to be as precise as possible. One must know that for this kind of ointment, a tiny difference could lead to a huge discrepancy, and perhaps the effect would be greatly diminished. Since it was to be reproduced and produced later, it certainly had to be rigorous and precise. It is possible, but it will take time, and the cost is also very high. The researcher looked Jiang Nan up and down, seeing that he looked like a student. He was drumming his fingers in his heart, wondering if this person could afford the testing fees, which were not low. Lest they waste time doing the test only for this person to say he had no money. This is 100,000 yuan, is that enough? Jiang Nan took out a bank card. He slapped it onto the table. Enough, we will give you the test report as soon as possible. The researcher checked the balance and confirmed there was indeed 100,000. Only then was he relieved. Jiang Nan left, satisfied. 2 days later, the research institution gave him an accurate ingredient test report. Looking at the few thin sheets of paper in his hand, Jiang Nan was exceptionally excited. Do not underestimate this ingredient test report. In the future, this would be a source of endless banknotes. It could be said to be a hen that lays golden eggs. With the test report in hand, there was no need to worry about not making money in the future. Jiang Nan carefully put the test report into his bag. At this time, after Wang Yitong had used the ointment, she felt it was exceptionally good. Not only was the scar gone, but the skin on that part of her arm had also become exceptionally delicate. Wang Yitong couldn't put the ointment down. Unfortunately, the ointment was already running out. Wang Yitong had no choice but to come find Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, do you still have the ointment you gave me before? Could you give me some more? Wang Yitong was a bit embarrassed. In fact, she could afford any high-end skincare product. But that inconspicuous ointment was better than any skincare product she had ever used. Wang Yitong just wanted to continue using the ointment. Jiang Nan shook his head, looking troubled. It's gone. To tell you the truth, that ointment was something I accidentally got from an old Chinese medicine practitioner, and now there is none left. Jiang Nan's consciousness entered the One-Yuan Flash Sale System, and indeed, he did not see the ointment flash sale on the product page. Ah! What a pity, I didn't expect it to be a rare treasure. Wang Yitong sighed with regret. She had been hoping to get the ointment from Jiang Nan so she could use it for a longer time. But she didn't expect that the ointment in her hand was already the last bit. Wang Yitong looked disappointed. Where is that old Chinese medicine practitioner? Can I go find him? Wang Yitong thought that as long as she found the old Chinese medicine practitioner, wouldn't she be able to buy the ointment just the same? I just met him by chance, I don't know where he is. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. Did Wang Yitong really want to go find that non-existent old Chinese medicine practitioner? Ah. Why didn't you ask clearly? Wang Yitong was full of regret. The effect of the ointment was just too excellent. Jiang Nan felt a bit helpless. He had the ingredient test report in his hand, in fact, it wouldn't be hard to manufacture it. Never mind one bottle, he could make as many as he wanted. However, he needed to prepare to buy a factory for production, and only then could he sell it. This would take a considerable amount of time. Jiang Nan looked at Wang Yitong, thought for a moment, and took the ingredient test report out of his bag and handed it to her. This is the ingredient test report for the ointment, it's a gift for you. If it were anyone else, Jiang Nan would definitely not have easily handed over such a money-making opportunity to someone else. But now, this person was Wang Yitong. That was a completely different situation. Although the ointment ingredient test report was extremely valuable, there were too many good things in the One-Yuan Flash Sale System. Jiang Nan didn't feel too bad about it. Letting Wang Yitong take advantage of him a little bit was not a bad thing. As long as Wang Yitong was happy, that was all that mattered. Wang Yitong looked at the ingredient test report and stood there, stunned. It took a long while for her to regain her senses. You want to give this to me? This is the ingredient test report. With this, you could produce that ointment and make a lot of money. Wang Yitong was worried that Jiang Nan didn't know the value of this thing. This gift was too valuable. I know, but since you like this ointment so much, I'll give it to you. Jiang Nan smiled and stuffed the test report into Wang Yitong's hand. Wang Yitong looked at Jiang Nan with starry eyes, and her eyes even turned red with excitement. She was extremely moved in her heart. This was not just an ingredient test report, this was clearly an opportunity to make a lot of money. It was also a precious wealth. Jiang Nan had actually given it to her so easily. Wang Yitong felt a bit breathless, and her heart was already wrapped in warm love. Thank you, Jiang Nan. Wang Yitong was so moved she almost cried. Apart from her parents and family, never had anyone treated her this well. It's nothing, as long as you like it. Jiang Nan ruffled the hair on top of Wang Yitong's head. He looked at her gently. With the One-Yuan Flash Sale System, there were plenty of opportunities to make money. Jiang Nan believed in himself, as long as he wanted to, he could make money very quickly. Wang Yitong took the ingredient test report. Her steps felt light as she returned home. She still couldn't quite believe that Jiang Nan had really given this to her. Wang Yitong handed the document to her father. Dad, do you remember the scar removal ointment I used a few days ago? This is the ingredient test report, Jiang Nan gave it to me. Jiang Nan gave this to you. Does he even know the value of this thing? Wang Yitong's father took the test report. He looked at it carefully and immediately realized the huge commercial value of this thing. This was a rare business opportunity. Although he was excited, he still wanted to confirm. Did Jiang Nan really give it to his daughter? Or was he joking? It's true, he is very clear that this ointment can make a lot of money. Wang Yitong said proudly. Jiang Nan was just such a generous man. I will have people start production immediately. Since Jiang Nan was willing to give it to his daughter, then he had no concerns. Through stepped-up production and marketing, this scar removal ointment quickly opened up sales channels. Because the effect was so good, it basically sold out instantly. The Wang Group earned a large sum of money because of the scar removal ointment. Wang Yitong's mother had previously heard her daughter say how magical this ointment was. At first, she didn't believe it. After using it, she discovered her daughter was telling the truth. It could be said to be the best thing she had used in decades. What kind of person is this Jiang Nan, really? Wang Yitong's mother became increasingly curious about Jiang Nan. He is a good person, and he is especially generous to me. Wang Yitong boasted proudly to her mother. After all, she hadn't met him in person. Even though her daughter spoke of him in glowing terms, Wang Yitong's mother didn't really believe it. She had the driver drive her to find Jiang Nan. "Madam, should I drive over?" The driver parked the car opposite the university gate. He had seen a photo of Jiang Nan. He confirmed that the person not far from the gate was him. "No need, I'll just take a look." Wang Yitong's mother stared at Jiang Nan at the gate from inside the car. She watched for a long while. This Jiang Nan doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary, he looks quite normal. Wang Yitong's mother muttered to herself. Chapter 30, Standing Up for a Friend. Because of Jiang Nan's ointment, the Wang Group's reputation soared. It also made quite a lot of money. Lately, everyone has been talking about how effective the Wang Group's ointment is. The stock price has been rising steadily as well. Seeing the Wang Group thriving, Wang Yitong felt even more grateful to Jiang Nan. "Jiang Nan, on behalf of the Wang Group, I want to thank you. A friend of mine is having a party tomorrow, why don't you come with me?" Wang Yitong looked at Jiang Nan with anticipation. If not for the formula Jiang Nan provided, their family group could never have achieved such success today. Jiang Nan did not hesitate and agreed immediately. If he didn't agree, it would only make Wang Yitong feel more indebted to him. The next day, Jiang Nan drove the Lamborghini to take Yitong to the party location. It was a high-end club. Jiang Nan had never been there before. After all, he had only just acquired his car, house, and company through the One-Yuan Flash Sale. He had never had the chance to visit such places. "Are those people all your friends?" Jiang Nan asked, looking curiously at a few men and women with good figures and appearances. "Actually, they are all male and female models. I don't know them either." Wang Yitong lowered her voice and whispered in Jiang Nan's ear. "I see. Rich people really know how to have fun." He was still too ignorant of the world. Jiang Nan suddenly noticed a familiar face among those people. "Why is she here too?" Jiang Nan frowned, staring at the woman. "Who?" Wang Yitong looked in the direction of Jiang Nan's gaze. "She looks a bit familiar." Wang Yitong tilted her head, unable to recall where she had seen her. But Jiang Nan would never forget. She was the girl Du Wei had heroically saved at the bar previously. Wang Yitong had also been injured during that incident. Jiang Nan was surprised. The girl seemed quiet and gentle. He hadn't expected her to be a female model at the club. He hadn't heard anything about this before. It would be fine if he hadn't heard about it. But he wondered if his roommate, Du Wei, knew that the girl worked as a female model at the club. In fact, after that incident, Du Wei had gotten together with that girl. The two had been dating, at least as far as Jiang Nan knew. He hadn't heard of them breaking up. Did Du Wei know she was a female model? Jiang Nan shook his head. He probably didn't. Based on his understanding of his roommate Du Wei, if he knew, things wouldn't be so calm. Jiang Nan picked up his phone, feeling a bit hesitant. He felt he should tell Du Wei. No man would want his woman working as a female model in a place like this. But what if it upset Du Wei? However, he thought, if his, Jiang Nan's, girlfriend were working as a female model at a club, he certainly wouldn't want a friend to hide this information from him. Jiang Nan dialed Du Wei's number. He and Du Wei were not just roommates, but also friends. If he didn't know about this, that would be one thing. But since he did know, he should be honest and tell his friend. Du Wei, your girlfriend is working as a female model at a club. Here is the location. Jiang Nan, don't talk nonsense. How could she be a female model? She is a very pure person. Du Wei retorted, sounding a bit dissatisfied. When have I ever lied to you? Jiang Nan felt helpless. Men. Always so gullible. Jiang Nan felt sorry for Du Wei. That woman was less than 3 meters away from him. Jiang Nan absolutely couldn't be mistaken. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do, but I definitely wouldn't lie to you. Jiang Nan hung up the phone after saying this. Regardless, he had already told Du Wei the news. He had also given him the location of the club. Whether or not to come over was up to Du Wei. On the other side, Du Wei was holding his phone, staring at the club's location. Impossible, she couldn't be lying to me. But it was even less likely that Jiang Nan would stir up trouble for no reason. Or slander her. Whether it's true or not, I'll know once I go see. Du Wei gritted his teeth. He hurried toward the club. Upon arriving, he called Jiang Nan. You couldn't just walk into the club whenever you wanted. Knowing Du Wei had arrived, Jiang Nan breathed a sigh of relief. He brought him into the club. Is she really here? Du Wei asked with a gloomy face. Jiang Nan tilted his head and said, right over there to the front right. Du Wei indeed saw his girlfriend drinking with someone. He really wanted to tell himself that the woman just looked similar to his girlfriend. But he knew. It wasn't a mere resemblance, it was the same person. Even the mole on her arm was the same. Du Wei could no longer deceive himself. He would never have imagined that his girlfriend would actually be a female model. In front of him, she was always obedient and pure. She was a completely different person from the sexy woman dressed up before his eyes. Rage surged up, and Du Wei rushed over directly. He grabbed his girlfriend's arm. Come with me. This is not a place for you to be. You. The girl turned her head and looked at Du Wei in shock. She didn't know where Du Wei had popped up from. As he spoke, Du Wei pulled the girl toward the exit. Who are you? Don't you know about first come, first served? She is accompanying me. A middle-aged man dressed in designer brands angrily blocked Du Wei's path. He was enjoying his drink. How could the beauty beside him be dragged away? Did he know who he was? She is my girlfriend. Is there something wrong with me taking her away? Du Wei asked coldly, wanting only to take his girlfriend and leave. Then he would find a quiet place to ask for the full story. Haha, so she is your girlfriend. The middle-aged man laughed mockingly. He circled Du Wei, looking him up and down. Wearing cheap street clothes, one look and you can tell he has no power or influence. You deserve to be cuckolded. The middle-aged man loudly mocked Du Wei and chuckled. Du Wei found that laughter extremely grating. I think your girlfriend working as a female model at the club has a much brighter future than following a poor ghost like you. Many people looked over curiously, and the middle-aged man became more and more excited as he spoke. Du Wei gripped his girlfriend's arm. He stood there awkwardly, his face turning red. Du Wei was filled with rage. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to retort. He had never been someone with a silver tongue. Seeing his roommate being humiliated, Jiang Nan strode over. Who are you looking down on? Do not bully a young man for being poor. How old is he, and how old are you? I think you're already half in the grave, aren't you? Bullying a college student like this. What kind of skill is that? Isn't it just having a little bit of dirty money? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Kid, not everyone can say that. Those who are poor in their youth will also be poor in their middle age, humph. The middle-aged man glanced at Jiang Nan coldly. How do you know he will be poor in the future? Can you predict the future? Jiang Nan sneered. The people around them heard Jiang Nan's words. And they all laughed out loud. What Jiang Nan said made sense. Young people have infinite possibilities. Sophistry. Even his girlfriend is working as a female model at the club. Who are you trying to fool? I think his future won't have infinite possibilities, but plenty of green hats. The middle-aged man laughed loudly after saying this. Some people around them also burst into laughter. Don't judge a book by its cover. Apologize to my friend immediately, or I will make your company go bankrupt. Jiang Nan's gaze was sharp, staring seriously at the middle-aged man's greasy face. Chapter 31, Kneeling and Apologizing. Ha ha ha, that is the funniest joke I have ever heard. The fat on the middle-aged man's face quivered with excitement. Jiang Nan looked to be about 20 years old. Someone like this would make his company go bankrupt. What a joke. Young people these days are getting more and more arrogant. Kid, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk so big? Go look in a mirror first. The middle-aged man glanced at Jiang Nan with disdain. Anyone who could easily bankrupt his company must have power and status. At Jiang Nan's age, it was impossible for him to have that kind of influence. Clearly, there's no tax on bragging. He wanted to threaten him, but didn't even look at who he was. Jiang Nan smiled faintly. Since he said so, he could naturally do it. There is a saying, one cannot judge a person by their appearance, just as one cannot measure the ocean with a bucket. Jiang Nan crossed his arms and looked at the middle-aged man with interest. If he were truly just an ordinary young man, he naturally wouldn't have that kind of influence. But he was not an ordinary person. Anyone who possessed the One-Yuan Flash Sale System could not be ordinary. Let me tell you, kid. My company collaborates with many top-tier celebrities. If you dare to provoke me, I will expose you through the entertainment industry. After saying this, the middle-aged man smiled triumphantly. Do you know how many fans those celebrities in the entertainment industry have? Can you handle the exposure? Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man rubbed his fat belly and looked at Jiang Nan with his nose in the air. Just the massive number of fans alone would probably be enough to ruin them. Is that so? I'm so scared. Jiang Nan said he was scared, but his face wore a smile. There was not a shred of fear on his face. Jiang Nan was not afraid of this kind of threat at all. He also owned an entertainment company. Want to expose him? It wasn't that easy. On the contrary, the other party probably didn't know that the threat had already arrived. Are you going to apologize or not? I did nothing wrong, why should I apologize? What a joke. The middle-aged man stared at Jiang Nan unhappily. He had thought he would scare Jiang Nan, but this kid seemed completely unfazed. But it didn't matter, he would deal with him slowly. When the time came, he would definitely make him know what it meant to be humble. Jiang Nan dialed the secretary of Star Entertainment Company and gave a few instructions in a low voice. The secretary hung up the phone and immediately began investigating the middle-aged man's company. The middle-aged man watched him call and smiled dismissively. Calling anyone was useless. Jiang Nan looked like an ordinary person. As an ordinary person, one should have the self-awareness of an ordinary person. It was better to be sensible. Before long, the middle-aged man also received a notification. Boss, it's bad. Several big celebrities want to terminate their contracts with us. The assistant said to the middle-aged man urgently. He had no idea what was actually happening. The accident came just like that. A few minutes ago, the company was still fine, but suddenly several lawyers arrived. How is that possible? You must be joking with me. The middle-aged man's voice was trembling slightly. His company made money relying entirely on those few big celebrities. Once the contracts were terminated, his company would truly be bankrupt. The company was clearly operating well, how could there be a problem? It's not a joke, the lawyers for those big celebrities are already waiting in the conference room. The assistant said helplessly. This. The middle-aged man didn't know what he had done. Why were his cash cows suddenly wanting to terminate their contracts? He looked up at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded at him. The middle-aged man quickly realized that he must have offended a big shot. Otherwise, those celebrities wouldn't all be wanting to terminate their contracts at the same time. The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Nan and Du Wei tremblingly. Jiang Nan had just said he would make his company go bankrupt. He hadn't believed it, but now he didn't dare not to. If he didn't apologize, his company would really go bankrupt. Apologizing to Du Wei and Jiang Nan, although it meant losing face, was still better than bankruptcy. Without the company, he didn't know how he would live in the future. The middle-aged man walked up to Jiang Nan and Du Wei in fear and trepidation, and plopped down on his knees. The people around were instantly stunned. A man who had been so arrogant just a moment ago was actually kneeling before two greenhorns. It would make people laugh their heads off. Du Wei was also frightened by the man kneeling, and he involuntarily took a step back. I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. I didn't recognize your greatness, please forgive me. The middle-aged man said earnestly while kneeling on the ground. The people around could see his body trembling slightly out of fear. Du Wei turned his head to look at Jiang Nan in surprise. Jiang Nan had said he would make the other party go bankrupt. Could it be that the other party was really going to go bankrupt? Just now, when he answered the phone, the middle-aged man's expression had been off, and there was more awe in his eyes when looking at Jiang Nan. Moreover, he remembered that Jiang Nan had also made a call. Everything that happened afterward followed that call. Du Wei, whether you forgive him or not is up to you. Jiang Nan patted Du Wei on the shoulder. The person who had been insulted just now was Du Wei, not him. Jiang Nan felt that Du Wei was more qualified to decide. I just want to take my girlfriend and leave, I accept your apology. Du Wei sighed silently, pulled his girlfriend, and said. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. He didn't like this place and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Thank you, thank you. The middle-aged man thanked him excitedly. Du Wei was about to take his girlfriend away. But at this moment, Senior Yan suddenly appeared. Senior Yan brought a few young friends behind him. Each of them was wearing either a luxury watch or designer shoes and clothes. One look was enough to know they were wealthy people. What a coincidence, to run into you all. Senior Yan looked at Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong and smiled. Jiang Nan hadn't had time to answer when suddenly an accident occurred. Du Wei's girlfriend broke free from him and ran to the side of a man behind Senior Yan. The two embraced. They kissed in front of everyone. It was a real kiss, not acting. Ah. What is going on? Isn't that person's girlfriend? The onlookers were stunned once again. Actually, it wasn't just them. Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong also widened their eyes in surprise as they watched the two kiss, their faces filled with disbelief, their minds full of questions. What are you doing? Du Wei reacted after a moment. He had just accepted the middle-aged man's apology. Now he was watching his girlfriend kiss another man right before his eyes. Stealing someone's girlfriend right in front of their face. This was outrageous. Du Wei walked over, grabbed his girlfriend's arm, and tried to separate them. Jiang Nan sighed. He didn't think much of Du Wei's chances. That woman dared to kiss in front of him, she probably didn't take Du Wei seriously at all. Moreover, this underling of Senior Yan, his clothes and demeanor clearly showed he was worth a fortune. Compared to him, Du Wei was immediately put to shame. Don't touch me, I don't like you at all. I have found my true love now. The girl hugged Senior Yan's underling, looking at him with starry eyes. What? Du Wei was shocked out of his wits. I said the person I love is him, not you. Let's break up. The girl didn't even glance at Du Wei again. Jiang Nan sighed silently. He hadn't expected things to be full of twists and turns today. Chapter 32, Roommate as Helper. Du Wei shook his head. He did not believe his girlfriend would be so heartless. He had always been obedient to her. Did I do something wrong? I can change. Du Wei looked at his girlfriend sadly. They had clearly been getting along very well before. How could she suddenly turn cold and heartless? He thought about it over and over, but could not understand. He didn't seem to have done anything wrong. Haha, do you really not know, or are you just pretending not to? Senior Yan poked Du Wei's forehead with his finger. This idiot, they had already kissed right in front of him. And he was still asking such stupid questions. He was simply hopeless. I own a company, and I am the boss. What about you? You're just a poor student, and one who relies on Jiang Nan's power, at that. The other party sneered a few times. He looked at Du Wei as if he were looking at an ant. Wasn't this obvious? What right did a person like Du Wei have to fight with him over a woman? The difference between them was a chasm. The other party pointed his finger at Du Wei and said word by word, "You are nothing." Du Wei's heart was filled with rage. He really wanted to punch this guy. But he knew that what the other party said was the truth. He truly had nothing. A pauper, with no company, just an ordinary student. Do you think so too? Du Wei looked at his girlfriend. It didn't matter how others saw him. As long as his girlfriend didn't think he was useless, that was all that mattered. Although he didn't have money, he had always been devoted to her. Jiang Nan sighed in his heart. Du Wei was such a fool. His girlfriend was working as a female model. And she was kissing someone else in front of Du Wei. If she really valued Du Wei, she would never do such a thing. Since she did it, it meant that she didn't have Du Wei in her heart at all. An average man, upon discovering his girlfriend doing this, would probably have broken up with her long ago. He certainly wouldn't be like Du Wei, still wanting to win her back. That kind of woman was not worth winning back at all. She didn't deserve Du Wei at all. Everyone's gaze was focused on the girl. She glanced at Du Wei coldly. There was no warmth of the past in her eyes. It was as if she were an ice sculpture. Du Wei, you cannot give me what I want. It's better not to pester me anymore. Let's part on good terms. After the girlfriend finished speaking, she turned her head, not wanting to give Du Wei another look. Du Wei had indeed treated her well. But the branded clothes and bags she wanted, Du Wei might never be able to afford in his lifetime. She didn't like living in poverty with Du Wei. Furthermore, she and Du Wei were not a good match. Du Wei opened his mouth, but in the end, he had nothing to say. His girlfriend was right, he shouldn't pester her anymore. Du Wei turned and left the clubhouse. Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong chased after him. Du Wei returned to the dormitory, feeling dejected. He lay on his bed alone, sulking. His expression was extremely desolate. Jiang Nan felt sad for Du Wei. A man without a career and without money is just this frustrated. From that day on, there was no longer a smile on Du Wei's face. Before, he always went to the martial arts gym to practice. Now, nothing could interest him. He was in a state of decadence all day long. Jiang Nan watched his roommate, who had been such a fine young man, turn into someone whose heart was dead. He couldn't help but sigh for Du Wei, feeling it was a pity. If he hadn't met that girlfriend before, perhaps the situation would have been completely different. But there are no ifs in the world. Du Wei was unlucky to have met a woman not worth his devotion. Jiang Nan couldn't bear to see his roommate continue to be decadent, wasting the prime of his life. He now had a construction company, and an entertainment company. The construction company was building a new teaching building. Star Entertainment Company always had things to do as well. He was a bit overwhelmed. Jiang Nan felt it was time to train a helper to help him manage the companies. Otherwise, he couldn't be in two places at once, and his good companies would inevitably be affected. Du Wei, can you do me a favor? Jiang Nan sat opposite Du Wei. He asked deliberately. Me? What can I help you with? I'll only make things more chaotic. Du Wei said self-deprecatingly. Last time, his girlfriend broke up with him. He still remembered the situation that day. The feeling of being looked down upon was not easy to bear. Facing Jiang Nan, he always felt a bit inferior. Even though he knew Jiang Nan really treated him as a friend. You know, I have a construction company. Jiang Nan didn't mind his coldness. If it were him who had been dumped by his girlfriend in public, he probably wouldn't be doing much better. I know, isn't your company building the new teaching building? Du Wei had heard about it long ago. And he was very envious. His major was architectural engineering. He dreamed of having his own construction company. Of course, he could only think about it in his dreams. I am very busy now, and I want to ask you to help me manage the company. Are you willing? Jiang Nan saw that when he mentioned the construction company, a glimmer of light seemed to flash in Du Wei's eyes. He guessed there was a chance. Are you serious? Du Wei grabbed Jiang Nan's hand excitedly. He couldn't quite believe that the other party would let him manage the company. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied? Jiang Nan patted Du Wei on the shoulder. Fortunately, Du Wei was interested in managing the construction company. Can I really do it? Du Wei soon thought of how Senior Yan mocked him for relying on Jiang Nan. He had no management experience at all. If he didn't do well, it would instead affect Jiang Nan. Why not? You studied architectural engineering, this is your major. Have some confidence in yourself. Jiang Nan encouraged him. Okay, I am very willing to help you manage the company. Du Wei patted his chest happily. Such a good opportunity. He would treat the company as his own and do his best to manage it well. Let's go. There's no time like the present. We'll go to the company now to do the handover. Jiang Nan stood up to leave. Du Wei didn't expect it to be so fast. In just a few short minutes, he was about to become the person in charge of the construction company. Keep up. Jiang Nan turned around, saw Du Wei standing there grinning foolishly, and reminded him helplessly. Okay. Jiang Nan drove Du Wei to the construction company. These are the things the company needs to handle during this period. You don't need to be too anxious. Jiang Nan gave Du Wei instructions on everything that needed to be done. Don't worry, I am familiar with architectural engineering. Because it was his major. Du Wei felt it was not difficult to take over. Is that all? Du Wei had thought managing a company would be very difficult. Now he felt that he might be able to do it well. The company's most important task right now is the school's new teaching building. I'll take you to see it. Jiang Nan took Du Wei to see the newly built teaching building. Everyone, please stop for a few minutes. This is the company's new boss, Du Wei. From now on, you will listen to his instructions. Jiang Nan pointed to Du Wei and introduced him to everyone. Du Wei was a bit nervous at first. But after all, it was his own line of work. So he adapted very quickly. From now on, you will be in charge of supervising the work. Seeing that Du Wei was not stage frightened, Jiang Nan breathed a sigh of relief. I will keep a close eye on the building project. Du Wei looked around at the construction progress of the project. Chapter 33, Meeting the Ex-Girlfriend Again. Who did this? Du Wei looked at the top wall, his face cold as he asked. He had originally thought that being a supervisor would be easy. But he hadn't expected that on the very first day. He would run into trouble. It was us. Is there a problem? We were just following the project manager's instructions. A few construction workers said cautiously. They were still somewhat skeptical in their hearts. Did the new boss really understand engineering? This is a place prone to cracking. Horizontal steel bars should be installed, otherwise, an accident could easily happen. Du Wei told them to correct it immediately. This was no laughing matter. The teaching building would accommodate many students. If the walls weren't sturdy enough, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences. The construction workers hurriedly went to make repairs. They discovered that Du Wei really did understand engineering. So, they were convinced and impressed. Luckily, you discovered it in time, otherwise, an accident really could have happened. Du Wei, I knew you could do it. Jiang Nan said admiringly. As expected, professional matters should be handled by professionals. If he were the supervisor, he would never have discovered such detailed issues. Du Wei had sufficient professional ability. And he was quite meticulous in his work. Jiang Nan felt he could rest assured leaving the company to him. I studied architectural engineering, it's nothing. Du Wei chuckled after being praised by Jiang Nan. He felt a bit embarrassed. He felt he had only done his duty. Jiang Nan didn't need to praise him at all. After the principal heard about this matter, he had his secretary call both Jiang Nan and Du Wei to the office. You must be Du Wei, right? You prevented an accident. Not bad, young man. The principal smiled and patted Du Wei on the shoulder. It was fortunate that it was discovered in time. Otherwise, if an issue arose later, the responsibility wouldn't just lie with the construction company. He, as the principal, would also have to take responsibility. It was something to be proud of that the school had a student like Du Wei. Jiang Nan is also good, with a keen eye for talent. Both of you are young and promising, you will definitely have bright futures. The principal was quite appreciative of both of them. Indeed, handing the teaching building over to Jiang Nan was the right choice. Very soon, Du Wei, Jiang Nan's roommate, became a celebrity at school. He became completely famous. In the past, people had only seen him around Jiang Nan. No one even bothered to care what his name was or what major he was in. Now it was different, everyone in school knew his name was Du Wei. And that he was also the boss of the construction company. More and more people admired him. How old is Du Wei? He's already in charge of a construction company. I'm so envious. I heard he even discovered problems during construction. He's worthy of being Jiang Nan's roommate. Jiang Nan is also great, having his own construction company at such a young age. Our school's teaching building is all counting on the two of them. Talents are indeed friends with other talents. When will I have a friend like that? No matter where Jiang Nan and Du Wei went, they could hear people discussing them. Some were envious, some were jealous, there was almost no one who didn't know them. You're very popular in school now. Jiang Nan teased Du Wei. You're the same. The two looked at each other and laughed out loud. Seeing Du Wei in such high spirits now. No longer looking decadent. The weight in Jiang Nan's heart finally lifted. Fortunately, he had asked Du Wei to go to the construction company. Not only did it help himself, but it also helped Du Wei. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Let's go eat together. Jiang Nan took Du Wei to the cafeteria. How unlucky, it's actually them. After sitting down, Jiang Nan realized that diagonally opposite were Senior Yian's lackey and Du Wei's ex-girlfriend. Since the breakup, Jiang Nan hadn't really seen these two. He hadn't expected to run into them here. Du Wei followed Jiang Nan's gaze to the right. Du Wei, don't think too much. Let the past be the past. If he had known they would meet the two here, he shouldn't have come here to eat. Jiang Nan was worried that seeing the two would make Du Wei think about past heartaches again. He had seen Du Wei's state before. It had been so hard to get things to change. What if he fell back into the same old patterns? I know, I've already let it go. Don't worry. Du Wei smiled faintly. He wasn't even willing to give the ex-girlfriend another glance. He just kept his head down and ate. The ex-girlfriend took advantage of the rich second-generation boyfriend going to the restroom and quietly walked over. Du Wei. The ex-girlfriend looked at Du Wei with a pitiful expression. Is something the matter? Du Wei looked at her coldly. If it were in the past, and she made such a pitiful expression, Du Wei would definitely have coaxed her immediately. But after the breakup, he had completely seen through this woman. Her so-called grievance, in Du Wei's eyes, was just an act. Thinking back to that day, she had been quite heartless. Du Wei, are you still hating me? It was my fault before. The ex-girlfriend's eyes were red. She gently held Du Wei's hand and said. Du Wei shook off her hand. He sneered a few times. What exactly was this woman doing? I want to continue being with you. Actually, it wasn't my intention to abandon you back then. I was threatened by my current boyfriend, so. The ex-girlfriend started crying as she spoke. She looked like a pear blossom in the rain. Du Wei frowned and continued eating without saying a word. It was as if he hadn't heard the woman's words at all. Actually, the person I love most is still you. The girlfriend stared at Du Wei earnestly, full of affection. Do you think I would believe that? Saying we weren't compatible, that I couldn't give you what you wanted, did I hear wrong? Du Wei mocked. I really was threatened by my current boyfriend. She looked aggrieved. As if the one in the wrong was someone else, and she was the most innocent person. I don't believe it. It's nothing more than you seeing that I'm now the boss of a construction company, so you've come back to find me. Du Wei felt this woman was truly ironic. No, I discovered that the person I love most in my heart is still you, Du Wei. The girl looked at Du Wei affectionately. If he hadn't known what kind of person this woman was, Du Wei might have really been fooled. Unfortunately, he wasn't a fool. And he wouldn't be fooled a second time. Go away. It's impossible for us. Du Wei would rather believe in himself than believe a single word the ex-girlfriend said. The girl turned around helplessly, intending to return to her seat. But unexpectedly, the rich second-generation boyfriend was standing behind her with a cold face. Listen to me. The girl could never have imagined that her boyfriend would come back so quickly. The rich second-generation man stared coldly and intently at the woman. Say what? Say that the person you love most is Du Wei. Or that I threatened you into being with me. He laughed mockingly. No, I didn't. The girl hurriedly tried to explain. Now I am informing you that we are breaking up. Do not come looking for me again. After saying this, the rich second-generation man turned around and strode out of the cafeteria. He had trusted the wrong woman. He had actually seen his girlfriend's betrayal with his own eyes. Don't go. The girl screamed while crying. The rich second-generation man didn't even look at her, walking straight away. Chapter 34, Cutting Losses in Time. Things had reached this point, and everything was already crystal clear. Du Wei really hadn't expected that he could have misjudged a person so thoroughly. Forget it, he would just consider himself blind. Fortunately, it could at least be considered cutting losses in time. Jiang Nan patted him on the shoulder from the side. Du Wei returned a reassuring smile to him. After that, no one ever mentioned this matter again. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan's reputation grew louder and louder. There wasn't a single person in the entire university who didn't know who he was. This result had both pros and cons, but for now, Jiang Nan could still accept it. After all, no one could refuse having others look at them with starry eyes. It was as if an aura was tied around Jiang Nan's head. He was famous now, but he still remained low-key, at least in front of Wang Yitong. He had never high-profilely boasted about anything. And this approach clearly won Wang Yitong's favor. She had seen all kinds of people growing up, but Jiang Nan was the first one to be this simple. Today, the two of them agreed to stroll around the playground after dinner. As the sun set, the figures of the two appeared on the playground. By the way, I wanted to ask you, do you have any time recently? Wang Yitong lowered her head slightly when she asked this question. Jiang Nan was actually quite free, having handed over the matters under his charge to professional people, leaving him bored and idle. Of course I do, any time is fine. When dealing with Wang Yitong, he was always exceptionally patient. In fact, it wasn't that Wang Yitong had suddenly thought of this question, rather, it was because her father had spoken to her about Jiang Nan over the past 2 days. Previously, Wang Yitong's father and brother were very opposed to her being with Jiang Nan, and for this reason, they had repeatedly investigated Jiang Nan. They felt that an orphan wouldn't just become wealthy overnight, there must be something suspicious about it. It was not excessive to have such doubts. But no matter how they investigated, the results were always the same, without any changes. Faced with such results, Father Wang became increasingly curious about Jiang Nan. Of course, the change in his attitude was also because of the matter where he told Wang Yitong the ingredients of the ointment. Only a true businessman would know how much wealth he had handed over with that simple ingredient list. Even though the Wang family now had a high net worth, they would never engage in such a loss-making business deal. Pick a time to invite him to the house for a meal, we should express our gratitude. Since her father had spoken, Wang Yitong naturally had to convey the message. She raised her head and looked straight at Jiang Nan, hoping to clearly see his expression. Jiang Nan looked at her with a gentle expression. I would like to invite you to my house for a meal. Jiang Nan also hadn't expected that this was what she wanted to say, but he quickly realized that this probably wasn't her own idea. Going to Wang Yitong's house meant he would definitely meet her parents. He tried his best to restrain the excitement in his heart. All right. Afraid that he might misunderstand, Wang Yitong quickly added. My father wants to thank you. If you hadn't told us the ingredients of the ointment, our family stocks wouldn't have risen to this point. It's all right, I was just offering a favor with someone else's resources. The time quickly arrived for the day the two had agreed upon. Before leaving, Jiang Nan specifically tidied himself up well. Although it didn't look any different from usual, he had put in the effort. He took a deep breath and secretly warned himself in his heart not to be nervous. Jiang Nan drove his Lamborghini to the address Wang Yitong had sent him. Wang Yitong was already waiting for him at the entrance, and she was somewhat happy to see him arrive. Although the two had not yet pierced through that layer of window paper, they were both well aware of it in their hearts. Why did you bring things? There was a trace of feigned anger on her small, oval face, feeling slightly dissatisfied with his behavior. It's never good to come empty-handed the first time, it's just a small token of my sincerity. Hearing him say this, Wang Yitong had no way to refute it. Father Wang and Mother Wang were sitting on the sofa, seeing Jiang Nan enter, they exchanged a few polite pleasantries. After all, having received a favor from him, there was no reason to give him the cold shoulder. Her parents both knew what Jiang Nan looked like, but seeing him up close today, he did indeed have upright features. Hello, uncle and aunt. Jiang Nan greeted the two of them very politely. Come sit down quickly, don't be a stranger. They led Jiang Nan directly to the dining room, where the table was already filled with luxurious dishes. Jiang Nan had thought it was just a simple meal here, and hadn't expected it to be so grand. However, this seemed to reflect that their impression of him was not bad, otherwise, how could he have received such treatment? We didn't know what you liked to eat, so we just prepared some random things. Please don't stand on ceremony, treat this place like your own home. I'm not a picky eater. Thank you for your hospitality, uncle and aunt. Father Wang had thought he would be someone who couldn't handle such a formal occasion, but he didn't expect that every move he made was without any fear. It seems he really had underestimated him. However, even with things as they were today, Father Wang still had layers of doubts in his heart. As far as Jiang Nan's background was concerned, no one could be without suspicion. The meal was enjoyed by both host and guest, and even Mother Wang changed her opinion of him. Jiang Nan's calm and composed demeanor definitely didn't look like it was faked. In fact, it really wasn't a disguise. Jiang Nan had long since figured out the significance of being invited to eat here this time. Aritong, she has been willful since she was a child. It must have been hard for you to be friends with her. Jiang Nan had never considered her just an ordinary friend. How could that be? It's not hard at all. Hearing her father speaking ill of her, Itong quickly called a stop to it. You must be stuffed, let me take you to walk it off. As she said this, she pulled Jiang Nan outside. Jiang Nan naturally went with the flow and went out with her. Don't you dare listen to my dad's nonsense, I'm not that willful and unruly. I will only believe what I see. While the two were walking in the garden, Wang Yitong's brother returned. He had things to do at the company today, which was why he hadn't returned in time. Of course, there was a more important reason. He did not think highly of Jiang Nan. Brother, why are you just getting back? Wang Yiwu loosened his tie, not even sparing Jiang Nan a proper glance. The company has so much to do, how can I handle it all by myself? Although this was Jiang Nan's first meeting with her brother, he could still clearly feel that his impression of him was not good. The facts were indeed so. Wang Yiwu felt from the bottom of his heart that Jiang Nan was not worthy of his sister. It wasn't just because of Jiang Nan's background. In his eyes, there was actually no one who could truly be worthy of his sister. Itong had been treated like a little princess since she was a child, held in the palm of their entire family's hands. If she were bullied by someone casually, he, as her brother, would definitely not let it go easily. He stared at Jiang Nan with a somewhat fierce gaze, and Itong happened to see it. Chapter 35, Every Way of Protection. Wang Yitong just wanted to defend Jiang Nan, when Jiang Nan gently took her hand. The following days were just like usual. Jiang Nan spent every day sweetly with Wang Yitong on campus. What did us singles ever do wrong? I've really had enough of these days. Du Wei and Han Liben were wailing in misery. Don't be so dramatic, I didn't do anything, okay? Jiang Nan could only sigh helplessly. What else do you want to do? Please, take a mirror and look at yourself, will you? Exactly, even the corners of your eyes and brows are reeking of the sour stench of love, yet you're still standing there saying you didn't do anything. Who are you trying to fool? Was it really as exaggerated as they said? Jiang Nan casually took a mirror and looked at himself. As expected, very handsome. The system's voice suddenly rang in his head. He almost forgot that it was time for a refresh today. Mysterious shop is refreshing. Beep. Mysterious shop refresh successful. Jiang Nan rubbed his hands excitedly, wanting to see what equipment could be dropped today. It can truly be said that with the system in hand, he has whatever he wants. 1 billion box office movie, One-Yuan Flash Sale. This is what they call having divine help, right? With this movie, his entertainment company would reach a new level. Wang Yitong was having afternoon tea with her best friend. I feel like you've been very busy lately, you haven't had time to talk to me. Ning Xingyu's tone was slightly dissatisfied. Not really. She felt a bit guilty saying that. It was undeniable that she had spent most of her time and energy on Jiang Nan recently. Wang Yitong, suddenly realizing this, discovered how different she was towards Jiang Nan. She didn't know when it started, but his significance to her had become different. Hey! Ning Xingyu waved her hand in front of her. No way, we agreed you'd keep me company, but you're here lost in thought about someone else. No, don't think too much. Tell me, what's going on with you lately? And who was that man who appeared by your side last time? Ning Xingyu began a series of interrogations. I'm fine lately, can you not be so suspicious, please? Ning Xingyu clearly didn't believe her. After all, they had grown up together, and she knew Wang Yitong quite well. I advise you to come clean. Wang Yitong didn't know how to introduce Jiang Nan to her for a moment, so she could only dodge the question. We just get along quite well, that's all. Really? Wang Yitong nodded heavily, shaking her arm, hoping she wouldn't ask any more. There was no other way, so she had to let her go. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan arrived at his entertainment company. Since a movie had suddenly appeared, he naturally had to find good candidates. I want to finalize all the candidates for this script within a month, including the director and staff. The people below all looked troubled, feeling that this was an impossible task to complete. President, isn't 1 month a bit too short? Being addressed like this suddenly, Jiang Nan hadn't reacted yet. There was no response for a few seconds, which made the people below even more terrified. I require this movie to be released during the golden slot, so we must hurry. Jiang Nan wasn't stupid. As long as this movie was released, it would definitely get a box office of 1 billion, so he naturally had to hurry and prepare. Yes. The people below immediately got busy. No matter who was chosen, this movie would definitely be a success, so in terms of selection, it naturally depended on Jiang Nan's mood. Ning Xingyu was complaining to Wang Yitong. I thought I finally had a chance to be selected, but I didn't expect that after arriving here, I would still be targeted. Wang Yitong was a bit surprised. How could that be? Didn't they take the initiative to let you go back then? Speaking of which, it was all due to that damn fat guy who actually had very broad connections in the company. Although he was no longer in the company, the people who had business dealings with him were still there. Knowing that he left the company because of her, they would naturally take action. Then what do you plan to do now? Ning Xingyu was at her wit's end. Her choice to enter this industry was something her entire family opposed, so no one would reach out to help her. Seeing her so depressed, Wang Yitong naturally couldn't sit idly by. She thought of Jiang Nan immediately. Perhaps he would have a way. Don't worry, I'll think of a way for you. She called Jiang Nan right in front of her best friend. What's wrong? Jiang Nan's voice was deep and magnetic, sounding so gentle. Ning Xingyu thought to herself, it's already like this, and you're still telling me that you two just get along well. There is something I'd like to ask for your help with. Do we need to say such things between us? Just tell me. He had always done his best to satisfy all of Wang Yitong's requests. She explained her best friend's situation clearly to Jiang Nan. So that was it. This really wasn't a difficult task for him. After all, the largest shareholder of the entertainment company where Ning Xingyu was currently working was himself. If he couldn't even solve this small problem, then he would truly be too incompetent. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Then I'll leave it to you, I will thank you on her behalf. Ning Xingyu listened in astonishment. It was that simple. Fearing that she wouldn't believe her, Wang Yitong specially explained it to her. As long as it's something he promises, there's nothing he can't do, he's very trustworthy. Ning Xingyu was a bit curious about what kind of person Jiang Nan actually was. Last time he also helped her out of a tight spot, otherwise who knows what kind of trouble she would have encountered. Jiang Nan suddenly thought that regarding the movie casting, he might as well go with the flow and do her a favor by giving it to her. Having just finished a meeting with his subordinates and now having to hold a meeting for these ungrateful small shareholders, Jiang Nan was also very tired. But there was no other way. Who told him it was Wang Yitong's wish? These small shareholders had never taken Jiang Nan seriously, just thinking that he was simply not up to much. Even before the meeting started, they were all looking impatient. A guy who doesn't understand a damn thing, what's there to have a meeting about? Does he want us to go and watch him make a fool of himself? They were all talking big, but soon they wouldn't be able to laugh. Jiang Nan didn't want to talk to them about anything, he just placed his shareholding and capital proportion in front of them. The meaning was already very obvious. He held the most shares, so he had the most say. Even though they looked down on Jiang Nan, there was nothing they could do. I hope everyone can see the facts clearly, otherwise, you might have to pack your things and get out of here. This sentence from Jiang Nan was extremely lethal. Their faces all turned ugly. They didn't know what kind of tantrum he was throwing for no reason. By the way, the lead role in the movie the company is preparing to shoot will be played by Ning Xingyu. Chapter 36 Making Connections. These words were like a bolt from the blue, giving them quite a fright. Why did it have to be her? Jiang Nan was naturally in no mood to provide them with a patient explanation. This was merely a notification, not a discussion. If there's nothing else, the meeting is adjourned. Through various recent events, Jiang Nan felt more and more that simply having money was not enough. The most important thing for him now was to break into high society and possess his own network of connections. Only then could he truly be considered wealthy and powerful. Of course, he couldn't continue to rely solely on the system to provide such things. It mostly depended on his own efforts. Fortunately, with money as a foundation, achieving such things was not difficult. Wang Yitong and Ning Xingyu both received calls from Jiang Nan separately. The matter has been resolved. What? Ning Xingyu couldn't help but scream on the other end, and even Jiang Nan heard it. Realizing this, she quickly covered her mouth. There will be a press conference tomorrow. We'll go together then. Really? That's wonderful. Wang Yitong was also happy for her best friend. It was at this moment that Wang Yitong realized her heart was fluttering for Jiang Nan. No matter what he did, he could easily sway her emotions. She blushed like a young girl in love. Who could refuse a man who was both capable and low-key and humble? The next day, all three were dressed in formal attire, ready to attend the press conference. In fact, up until this point, Ning Xingyu still didn't know Jiang Nan's true identity. Jiang Nan found someone at random to read the script. When he spoke the three words Ning Xingyu, she was already incredibly nervous. The female lead for the movie our company is about to prepare for filming is Miss Ning Xingyu. Let's give her a round of applause. Pinch me. Am I dreaming? Ning Xingyu couldn't believe it. That's right, you're not dreaming. It's really you. She walked forward in a daze, not even sure what she was babbling about. But that didn't matter. At this moment, she had finally made her official debut. Wang Yitong was in the crowd, but it was hard for anyone to ignore her, especially in a place like this. Soon, gazes began to focus on her. Such looks would be stunning even in the entertainment industry. After the press conference live stream ended, Wang Yitong actually attracted everyone's attention. This lady is absolutely stunning. I want all her information within 3 minutes. Such public opinion quickly caught Jiang Nan's attention. What? She's actually a civilian. Are the talent scouts blind? Why hasn't such a good prospect been sent into the entertainment industry? The public expressed their inability to understand. This had nothing to do with talent scouts, who would dare let the eldest miss of the Wang family mess around in the entertainment industry. He told Wang Yitong about the news online. Wang Yitong didn't believe it at first, but she was dumbfounded when she saw the overwhelming comments. She had never seen such a scene before and was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. They seem to really hope you'll debut as an artist. Wang Yitong shook her head. I'm not suited for it. I've never thought about such a thing. Jiang Nan could understand, it indeed completely contradicted her persona. You don't need to take it to heart, it's just the netizens joking around. Jiang Nan comforted her. Wang Yitong didn't know what she was thinking herself, perhaps it was too sudden, so she couldn't figure anything out. However, she was still grateful for everyone's affirmation, more accurately, their affirmation of her looks. Ning Xingyu was still lightheaded until the end. Even now, she couldn't figure out how she had gone from a blacklisted artist to the female lead of a movie. Everything had happened too fast and too suddenly for her to digest. To clear her head, she had no choice but to find Wang Yitong. How did Jiang Nan do it? He's simply a god. It was obvious that this matter wasn't something that could be decided casually. What exactly had Jiang Nan operated behind the scenes to make everything go so smoothly? Wang Yitong shook her head helplessly. She didn't know either. Jiang Nan remained a massive mystery in her heart. Jiang Nan happened to have a social engagement that evening. Previously, he wouldn't participate in such things at all, but now he had changed. After all, only this way could he get to know more of the powerful and influential. Inside a 5-star luxury hotel. Jiang Nan had never attended such an occasion before, so he was a bit uncomfortable. The main problem was that he didn't know a single person present, they were all strangers. Once everyone had arrived, they began to toast and exchange drinks. Jiang Nan sat in the corner without saying a word. To the others, Jiang Nan was also a completely new face. They had heard some rumors about Jiang Nan before, but in the end, it was just hearsay. They hadn't seen the man himself. Jiang Nan stood up and raised the glass of wine in front of him. Everyone might not know me yet, so let me introduce myself. Everyone's eyes focused on him. I am a student at Jiang Nan University. At the same time, I own an entertainment company and a construction company. I'm just a small figure. With Jiang Nan's current net worth, he indeed wasn't outstanding, but he was young after all, and there was a lot of mystery surrounding him. No one knew how he had managed to get rich overnight. Only Jiang Nan knew the answer to this question. It was all thanks to the system. Young and promising, why be so humble? Exactly. When we were your age, we didn't have so many businesses. Now that we know each other, we can look out for one another in business. Jiang Nan had another purpose for coming here today, which was to find a capable director. With his limited connections, it wasn't easy to achieve this. Southwest He had to place his hopes on the people present. A director. I happen to have some friendship with Director Yang Ling, but he's a very strange man. I can introduce you to him when the time comes. Yang Ling, this was a very famous director in the industry who didn't just take on any film. Then I'll thank you in advance. Nothing is certain yet, it's too early for thanks. Come, drink. Jiang Nan quickly raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. His alcohol tolerance was poor, but fortunately, he had already made full preparations. He knew before coming that he would definitely drink a lot today, so he had prepared a sobriety pill from the system in advance so he wouldn't suffer too much. This system was indeed very useful, and the efficacy of the medicine was a pleasant surprise. Everyone at the table praised him. Young man, your alcohol tolerance is quite good. Jiang Nan smiled but said nothing. In the end, he actually became the final victor. While others had already surrendered, his mind was still clear. Chapter 37 Unreconciled. Jiang Nan returned to the dormitory slowly and alone. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly drink so much? Jiang Nan's roommates asked one after another. It's nothing, I'm not drunk at all. Coming from someone reeking of alcohol, the credibility of that statement was practically zero. Stop pretending. Don't you see what you look like right now? Jiang Nan was telling the truth, they just didn't believe him. Huli had been in a terrible mood lately. Perhaps when one is unlucky, even drinking cold water gets stuck between one's teeth. Seeing Jiang Nan soaring to success, she felt completely miserable. He clearly used to follow her around like a sycophant, so how had he changed into a completely different person now? She still felt unreconciled. Right now, she couldn't find any opportunity to strike against either Jiang Nan or Wang Yitong. With no other options, she could only set her sights on Jiang Nan's roommates. Huli dressed herself up brilliantly today and came downstairs to Jiang Nan's dormitory building. Just then, Du Wei happened to come out. Huli knew him. She hurriedly went up to him. Du Wei was completely bewildered, not knowing what this woman wanted to do again. They all knew about the time she spread rumors and slandered Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong. Therefore, seeing her at this moment only made them feel as annoyed as if they had encountered a plague god. Huli smoothed the hair by her temples, putting on a charming and alluring appearance. Du Wei was disgusted by her and quickly stepped aside to keep his distance. Yet Huli persisted relentlessly. After all, Du Wei was currently working for Jiang Nan, having transformed from an unremarkable student into a leader in charge of projects. This shift in status made Huli exceptionally enthusiastic toward him. Classmate, do you remember me? Good heavens, who could forget her? This person who existed like a joke. Huli didn't wait for his answer and continued speaking to herself. I don't know why things developed into this state, they simply don't understand me. Huli began to play the victim in front of Du Wei. Such tricks might have worked on others, but Du Wei had just been hurt by a woman, so how could he possibly believe her words? I'm not interested in this matter, and I have nothing to talk about with you. I have things to do, so I'm leaving. Du Wei refused her very directly. Huli hadn't expected to hit a wall so quickly. It seemed this guy wasn't easy to deal with. Wait, I want to ask you for a favor. There are some misunderstandings between Jiang Nan and me. Could you help me? He simply waved his hand. No. After saying that, he quickly walked away, afraid that Huli might chase after him. Huli stomped her foot fiercely. What is he acting so high and mighty for? He's just a lackey for Jiang Nan. What she didn't know was that such an opportunity wasn't something everyone could have. Even if she wanted it, she wouldn't have the chance. Recently, Jiang Nan had experienced what it meant to be busy with 1,000 tasks a day. President Jiang, there is a meeting this afternoon. Please attend on time. He rubbed his brows, looking slightly exhausted. Got it. At this moment, how he wished this system could help him solve this series of matters. Of course, he also knew this thought was too greedy. Forget it, some things still need to be done personally. Changing into a crisp suit and looking at himself in the mirror, he surprisingly appeared somewhat mature. In reality, he was clearly still a university student. This maturity came more from his state of mind. Today he was going to meet with the director and sign a contract, hoping that this matter would proceed smoothly. Director Yang Ling was famous in the industry, and everyone in the entertainment industry knew of his existence. When Jiang Nan arrived, most people had already arrived, though he did see many unfamiliar faces. However, there was one person he found very familiar, Chen Lu, a popular actress in the entertainment industry, whom he always saw appearing at various events recently. President Jiang, hello, I am Chen Lu. Jiang Nan shook hands with her politely, unable to help but feel from the bottom of his heart that she was truly much better looking than on television. Hello. The two exchanged greetings and then each returned to their seats. Jiang Nan still remembered the purpose of this trip and handed the prepared script to Director Yang Ling. This is a film our company is preparing to start recently. Please take a look and see if you have any interest in collaborating. Director Yang Ling took it from his hand. At first, he was reading it casually, but later on, he became a bit more serious. It was undeniable that this script was indeed brilliant. Director Yang Ling originally hadn't expected the script he wanted to collaborate on to be like this, and he was somewhat surprised at this moment. He had thought he was just here to play around, but he didn't expect him to be serious. What are your plans regarding this film? Before Jiang Nan could speak, the director took the initiative to ask. I am an outsider, so naturally, such matters should be left to the professionals. What I need to do is to place this good work into your hands. Jiang Nan's words were very tactful. Good, since you've said so, then it's a deal. They didn't expect it to be settled so quickly, and the people present were also very surprised. Director Yang Ling was notoriously picky in the industry. A film that could make him agree so smoothly must be a good film. While at the dinner party, Jiang Nan received a call from Wang Yitong. Are you busy? Wang Yitong could clearly hear the noisy sounds from his side. Jiang Nan got up from his seat and found a quiet place to answer the phone. Just at a dinner party, not very busy. What's wrong? Wang Yitong was completely unaware of this matter. Although she knew it had nothing to do with her, she still couldn't help but secretly dwell on it in her heart. I'm fine, I just wanted to see what you were busy with. It seems we haven't met for 2 days. She said the last sentence in a very small voice, as soft as a mosquito. But Jiang Nan still heard it. If you don't mind, could you come find me? I'm also very bored here. If you could come, I would be very happy. Jiang Nan understood her well and knew she wouldn't refuse him, which was why he made this request. Facts proved he was right. If I come over, will it really not affect you? Wang Yitong was a bit hesitant but also eager to try. Of course not. Hearing him say this, Wang Yitong felt relieved. Okay, then wait for me a moment, I'm coming over now. Just after hanging up the phone, the sound of the system suddenly rang in Jiang Nan's mind. The mysterious shop is refreshing. Beep. The mysterious shop has refreshed successfully. Now Jiang Nan had developed a habit. No matter what new products were refreshed, he would always choose the One-Yuan Flash Sale option. In fact, he could already afford other things, but he still wouldn't do that. After all, he had come from hard times and knew how to make things last. This time, Jiang Nan actually obtained a farm. Chapter 38, A Bright Sight. Faced with the sudden appearance of the farm, Jiang Nan actually didn't know how to arrange it. Although he knew its value was high, he still didn't know how to use it. Of course, this problem only troubled him for a few seconds before his attention shifted to Wang Yitong. She was wearing a white gauze dress. Even though they were far apart, Jiang Nan could see her at a single glance. No one in the crowd could be as bright and radiant as she was. The moment she smiled and ran toward him, Jiang Nan felt his heart melt. Wang Yitong was also very excited. "I'm a bit late." Because she had been running in a hurry, her face carried a faint flush, making her look like a flower bud about to bloom. Jiang Nan was momentarily dazed by the sight. It took him a while to snap out of it. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking that it was all thanks to the system. If it hadn't been for that initial One-Yuan Flash Sale, he probably would never have had any connection with Wang Yitong in his entire life. He felt lucky, yet also full of emotion. Jiang Nan led Wang Yitong into the private room. Wang Yitong's appearance instantly stunned everyone in the room. The sight of a handsome man and a beautiful woman standing together was always particularly pleasing to the eye. And this is... For a moment, Jiang Nan didn't know how to introduce her. The relationship between the two of them was still so vague. Fortunately, Chen Lu was the first to break the awkwardness. This sister's looks would definitely be eye-catching anywhere. "Are you interested in entering the entertainment industry?" When the topic was suddenly brought up again, Wang Yitong felt a bit awkward. She still remembered the incident where she trended on the hot search list. It was understandable for Chen Lu to say this. After all, she knew this face could definitely become incredibly famous. Wang Yitong gave a vague refusal. "I'm still a student and haven't graduated yet. I'm not considering this for the time being." Everyone present showed a look of regret. Chen Lu still hadn't given up. She thought Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong were lovers. With such a boyfriend, wouldn't entering the entertainment industry be an easy task? So, she subsequently contacted Jiang Nan privately, hoping he could persuade Wang Yitong. Initially, Jiang Nan didn't take this matter to heart, as he didn't want to interfere with Wang Yitong's choices. "I really think highly of her, you have to believe me." Chen Lu was also well known in the entertainment industry for being warm-hearted and always liked helping juniors. As time went on, Jiang Nan actually began to waver. So, he decided to confess to Wang Yitong that he was a major shareholder of an entertainment company. Unexpectedly, Wang Yitong wasn't surprised at all when she heard this news. She wasn't stupid, she had guessed it long ago. If he had nothing to do with this industry, how could there be so many insiders at a single gathering? Moreover, he was the one who stepped in to solve her best friend's problem. Connecting these events, even a fool could figure it out. "I hope you don't blame me. I didn't tell you at first because I didn't want you to feel like you owed me a favor." Jiang Nan obediently admitted his mistake in front of Wang Yitong while quietly observing her emotions. Wang Yitong sighed helplessly. "I don't know why, but sometimes when you stand before me, I don't know what kind of person you are." These were her true feelings. Jiang Nan was simply too mysterious, and she always felt like she couldn't grasp him. Jiang Nan understood what she meant, but he also had his own helplessness. He couldn't just openly tell her that he had a system, she would probably think he was mentally ill. Regardless, now was not the time, so he could only choose to keep it hidden. The two looked at each other in silence, and the atmosphere suddenly became stagnant. "I was just saying." Jiang Nan knew these were her heartfelt words, not just something she was just saying. "I believe you can feel my sincerity, right?" Wang Yitong couldn't deny this point. She nodded. "That's enough. Please feel it with your heart." Wang Yitong seemed to agree with his words. "About entering the entertainment industry, I know you're very resistant to it, but I still hope you can consider it seriously." Jiang Nan guaranteed repeatedly, "Rest assured, as long as I'm around, absolutely no one will dare to bully you. I will think about it carefully. Please give me some time." "Okay." The two of them walked through the school. Although there were no intimate gestures, everyone assumed they were in a relationship. At first, some people didn't think they were a good match, but gradually, they also felt the two were very well suited. Huli watched this scene from a corner, her teeth itching with hatred. If Wang Yitong hadn't appeared, the person by Jiang Nan's side right now should have been her. It was all because of this woman stealing the happiness that should have belonged to her. People often say that one's appearance reflects their heart. At this moment, Huli looked loathsome. She had to find a way to break them up. The things she did before were always exposed quickly. This time, she had to be careful and not leave a single trace. Huli knew that many people were pursuing Wang Yitong, and she suspected there were quite a few people who felt the same way as she did right now. Thinking of this, a sinister smile appeared on Hu Li's face. Meanwhile, Senior Yan was also feeling frustrated. He didn't expect Wang Yitong to be with someone like that and be so cold to him. What gave her the right? Senior Yan had always considered himself a favored child of heaven and had never been rejected. But now, he was being treated with such contempt. With his personality, he naturally couldn't just swallow his pride. Just then, Hu Li came to find him. She expressed her request directly. Senior Yan, I'm sure you've heard about Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong. Can you really just stand by and watch the two of them together? Hu Li looked at him with tearful eyes. Senior Yan naturally understood her meaning. What do you want to do? If she wanted to be his ally, she couldn't be without any utility value. What can I do? Having no power or influence, I have no way of being their opponent. Senior Yan had the two things she mentioned. What he lacked was a scapegoat. If people found out he was the one pulling strings behind the scenes, he would surely be laughed at. However, if someone was willing to take the fall for him, then he could go ahead with it freely. In that case, you just listen to me obediently, how about it? How could Hu Li refuse? She naturally nodded in agreement. I'll listen to everything you say. Senior Yan lowered his head and whispered a few words in her ear. Did you get that? Hu Li's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. With this big tree backing her up, Hu Li felt much more at ease. She believed that this time, she would definitely make those two suffer a bit. Chapter 39, Entering the Entertainment Industry. Jiang Nan finally found some time to visit the farm. The place was much larger than he had imagined, and it was very well maintained. It looked like it didn't need his involvement at all. However, since it was his own property, he still had to be responsible for it. After some thought, a certain person turned out to be a perfect fit. That was his dorm's eldest brother, Han Liben. He studied animal husbandry, so it was a direct professional match. When Han Liben received Jiang Nan's call, he was busy researching sow breeding and care. Nanzi, what's up? A big, burly guy like him was just that straightforward. I have something on my end and wanted to ask for your help. Do you have time? Why are you being so polite with me? Where are you? I'll head over right now. Jiang Nan quickly stopped him. It seemed he had to explain things clearly first. I've recently acquired a farm, but as you know, I don't know the first thing about this stuff, so I want you to help manage it. Han Liben was momentarily stunned. Was this the same situation as Du Wei? Ah. Can I really do it? Would I have come to you if I didn't trust you? Jiang Nan's words gave him a lot of confidence. Then I'll give it a try. Although Jiang Nan provided opportunities for his roommates, he didn't want to become their boss. He hoped their relationship would remain like ordinary roommates and that a superior-subordinate dynamic would never develop. At this time, Wang Yitong was having a long phone chat with her best friend. The two of them seemed to have an endless supply of topics. How far have things progressed between you and him? We're still just ordinary friends, don't talk nonsense. The credibility of that statement was incredibly low. Ningxing Yu still didn't know that the reason her path to stardom was so smooth was entirely because of Jiang Nan. However, this didn't affect her favorable impression of Jiang Nan. But she also knew that although Wang Yitong hadn't stated it yet, the two of them were definitely in an ambiguous relationship. She couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. It would have been nice if she had met Jiang Nan sooner. Of course, none of this could be shown outwardly, otherwise, the relationship between her and Wang Yitong would become very awkward. Unless it was completely impossible for the two of them, she wouldn't take the initiative to confess, otherwise, she would keep these feelings buried deep in her heart. I advise you to hurry up. He's so outstanding, aren't you afraid he'll run off? If she hadn't mentioned it, Wang Yitong really hadn't thought about that problem. Although she had misunderstood the relationship between Jiang Nan and Hu Li at the very beginning, she never doubted him again after the misunderstanding was cleared up. Wang Yitong took it for granted that Jiang Nan would always be by her side, but now it was like a sudden wake-up call. She didn't even dare to imagine what she would do if Jiang Nan left her one day. But Jiang Nan also seemed to have never explicitly defined the relationship between them. At the thought of this, Wang Yitong suddenly didn't know what to do. She couldn't exactly be the one to take the initiative as a girl. Hearing no movement from the other side of the phone for a long time, Ning Xingyu couldn't help but speak up to remind her. What's wrong? Nothing. At this moment, Wang Yitong suddenly had something on her mind. She hurriedly hung up the phone, wanting to clear her thoughts alone. But the more she thought, the more confused she became, not even knowing where to start. Would there be a day when she and Jiang Nan no longer had anything in common? What would she do then? Suddenly, she thought about Jiang Nan wanting her to enter the entertainment industry. Perhaps that was a good answer. Just as she was feeling impulsive and wanted to give Jiang Nan a definitive answer, a call from her elder brother calmed her down. Brother, what's up? Wang Yiwu didn't actually have anything specific, he just called casually to test whether his sister was currently with Jiang Nan. Where are you? I'm at home. Wang Yitong was completely bewildered. Okay, it's nothing. It looks like there will be a heavy rainstorm today, so stay home and don't go out. Wang Yitong looked at the clear, sunny sky outside, somewhat speechless. After hanging up, Wang Yitong thought for a moment longer. No matter what, she had to give it a try. In the evening, the family of four sat together for dinner. Dad, Mom, I have something I want to tell you. They guessed that this matter must be related to Jiang Nan. Say whatever you want to say. But what Wang Yitong said made their jaws drop. I never thought about what I wanted to do after graduation before, but now I want to try becoming an artist. Wang Yitong's mother even thought she had misheard. What did you say? She repeated it again, expressing herself very clearly. I don't agree. The first person to voice an opinion was Wang Yitong's father. Wang Yitong was not surprised by this result at all. I just want to give it a try. If it really doesn't work out, I'll give it up myself. Tong Tong, this profession isn't suitable for you. Be a good girl and listen to your mother. Wang Yitong pinned her only hope on her brother. I also don't agree. In an instant, Wang Yitong's hopes were shattered. She didn't say another word, just quietly returned to her room alone. Wang Yitong had been well-behaved and obedient since she was a child, never defying her parents' orders. This time, she only wanted to believe in her own choice, no one's obstruction would be of any use. Jiang Nan was a bit worried when he heard the news. Do your parents know? Yes. Wang Yitong wasn't lying, they did know, they just hadn't agreed. Don't worry, I'm an adult now and can take responsibility for my choices. Jiang Nan nodded. It's okay, we're just giving it a try. With me around, you don't have to worry about anything. Okay. Regarding Wang Yitong's matters, everything had to pass through Jiang Nan's hands. It could be said that he put all his energy into this matter. It was also because of this decision that the two of them spent more time together. While Jiang Nan was processing documents, Wang Yitong watched him quietly from the side. She had to admit that a man working seriously was indeed very charming. His high brow bone made his eye sockets look extremely deep, and Wang Yitong only just noticed that his eyelashes were very long and thick. Jiang Nan wasn't blind, of course he could see her with his peripheral vision. However, being able to sit here so calmly was thanks to this body's truly outstanding appearance. Having a face like this really gave him a lot of confidence. Have you seen enough? Jiang Nan's sudden voice startled Wang Yitong. Ah. After realizing she had made a fool of herself, a crimson cloud appeared on Wang Yitong's face. I hate you. The young girl's coquettish tone left Jiang Nan with no resistance, feeling as if his bones had turned soft. However, on the surface, he still had to pretend to be calm and collected, even as he couldn't help but despise himself for being such a closet pervert. Chapter 40, The Scheme. Jiang Nan had already roughly mapped out the route Wang Yitong should take next, but after careful consideration, he decided to consult a professional. He thought of Chen Lu, she should be able to help. As expected, Chen Lu was overjoyed when Jiang Nan explained that he was seeking her out because of Wang Yitong's situation. That's great. I knew it would be useful for you to persuade her. Jiang Nan felt a bit ashamed, he clearly hadn't done much. Let me see your preparation first. Chen Lu took the proposal from Jiang Nan's hand and read it carefully from beginning to end. This definitely won't work. Jiang Nan didn't expect to be rejected right off the bat. However, Chen Lu patiently explained the reasons to him. Look here, You want her to take a minor supporting role in a new movie. I know you have high expectations for this film and there's a high chance of success, but you also have to consider Wang Yitong's actual situation. Wang Yitong didn't have a formal background in acting. As of now, she had nothing to attract fans besides her appearance. Because of this, they needed to find a way to highlight her strengths rather than throwing her into a completely unfamiliar field. Jiang Nan felt that what she said made sense. Then how do you think we should plan the first step of her debut? How about this? I'll recommend a manager to you. She will definitely be able to solve this problem perfectly. Fortunately, Jiang Nan now had money and connections, otherwise, this matter really wouldn't have been so easy. Wang Yitong was a bit excited when she heard she had a manager. Before, she hadn't really felt what it would be like to step into the entertainment industry, but now it finally felt real for the first time. Do I need to do anything? For the time being, you don't need to do anything. Just wait quietly. Actually, Wang Yitong was still a bit apprehensive. There was no telling what kind of scene her family would make if they found out about this. But right now, she didn't want to think that much. She had to live for herself for once, she couldn't just listen to her family for everything. In Jiang Nan's heart, Wang Yitong was a very special existence. He had originally thought she would be like a typical wealthy young lady, but he hadn't expected her to always give him so many surprises. Jiang Nan walked Wang Yitong to her dormitory building. This would likely be her last period of time living in the dorms. In the future, she would probably have to move out for her acting work. Up until now, Wang Yitong hadn't told anyone this news. You should head back. I'll see you tomorrow. Jiang Nan was wearing a white shirt and looked exceptionally youthful. His appearance caught the eyes of many girls. Wang Yitong felt a bit jealous and couldn't help but urge him to leave quickly. Okay. The other girls were just looking, they knew it was impossible. The two of them were such a good match that anyone could see it. However, Huli did not think so. As Jiang Nan was walking toward his dormitory, someone suddenly blocked his path. This person was Huli. Seeing her again, Jiang Nan only felt bad luck. After all, whenever she appeared, she would surely cause him trouble. A good dog doesn't block the way. You what? Move. Jiang Nan looked at her as if he were looking at something filthy. Huli took a deep breath to calm herself down. Don't be like this. I really have something to say to you. Jiang Nan had no desire to listen at all and just wanted to leave quickly. But Huli was determined to speak, whether Jiang Nan wanted to listen or not. Do you remember how happy we were together in high school? I know you have some misunderstandings about me now, but I still hope we can be like we were before. Jiang Nan felt like she was practically grinding his intelligence into the dirt. She probably really thought he was the original owner of this body. Unfortunately, the current him was no longer the person he used to be. We can still be friends, right? Huli's expression was quite something to behold. What part of you do you think is worth me becoming friends with? Not to mention anything else, their current status and positions were already completely mismatched. These words left Huli speechless. Is our relationship really so superficial? Jiang Nan just wanted to laugh when he heard her words. Superficial? Aren't you exactly that? Hadn't she gotten together with Chin Chin back then because he had money? How could you think of me like that? We've known each other for so long, how can you not understand me at all? If this act continued, it would get a bit awkward. Luckily, Jiang Nan put a stop to it in time. Stop right there. Jiang Nan made a gesture for her to be silent. He turned and strode away. Humph, at worst he'd just take a detour. At this moment, Jiang Nan didn't know that a conspiracy against him was being secretly planned. Jiang Nan's recent series of operations at the entertainment company had caused dissatisfaction among many people. The last incident made them feel that if they continued to let Jiang Nan act like a tyrant here, their good days would come to an end. However, even with so many of them gathered together, they couldn't find a clear lead or know where to start. Senior Yi Yan had already investigated Jiang Nan's entertainment company. With a bit of deeper digging, he knew this was an opportunity. Senior Yi Yan actually secretly contacted these shareholders under the guise of wanting to cooperate. But anyone with a discerning eye knew there was absolutely no connection between them. Due to the Yi family's status, they still went to the meeting gladly. I heard you all haven't been having a very smooth time lately. I wonder why that is. This was a case of feigning ignorance while knowing full well. Just some minor internal company matters, nothing major. Senior Yen toyed with the teacup in his hand. I am a most warm-hearted person. If everyone encounters any difficulties, you must tell me. The leading few people secretly exchanged glances. If that's the case, then we would be very happy to vent our grievances to you. At this point, Senior Yan's goal was achieved. If you ask me, everyone needs to unite for this matter to work, otherwise, it will just be a mantis trying to stop a carriage, overestimating your own strength. These words hit the mark. They knew this principle as well, but they just didn't know how they should threaten Jiang Nan. I am willing to put up 50 million as a small token of my regard to help everyone through these difficult times. At this, one person finally couldn't help but ask. May I ask, what is your, with him? Sometimes things didn't need to be said too clearly, a hint was enough. It's nothing, I just find him unpleasant to look at. Senior Yan clearly hated Jiang Nan to the bone, yet he still had to act as if he didn't care at all. This group of people, birds of a feather, were already rubbing their hands together, preparing to begin persecuting Jiang Nan. In their view, Jiang Nan had no business sense and was merely lucky. The employees in the company had already caught a whiff of the crisis and had been gossiping for the past few days. The minor shareholders in the company had actually united to oppose all of Jiang Nan's decisions, believing he was making a mess and that everyone's interests would suffer if this continued. Chapter 41, Winning. Jiang Nan remained very calm when he heard about this. These people were truly quite interesting. Refusing to turn back until they hit a wall, huh? Fine, then he would make them give up hope entirely. They began contacting competitors, causing a very negative impact on the company. Perhaps they thought this would be enough, or at least enough to make Jiang Nan yield. Unexpectedly, Jiang Nan had far more courage and decisiveness than they had imagined. President Jiang, do you think we need to do anything about this? Jiang Nan shook his head. Let them toss and turn for a while. The company's stock price was falling every day, which meant that Jiang Nan was losing money the moment he opened his eyes each morning. However, by the same token, those minority shareholders weren't doing any better. The difference was that Jiang Nan had other industries to sustain him, while they did not. The company's capital chain had completely snapped. If things continued like this, they would face bankruptcy. At this point, the minority shareholders began to get restless. What is he doing? Look at what time it is, and there hasn't been a single peep from him. Jiang Nan could have guessed their reaction. Truly as stupid as pigs. Of course, seeing this situation, Senior Yen would not sit idly by and watch. He provided a sum of money to let them continue the stalemate. Their goal was simple, nothing more than acquiring all the shares in Jiang Nan's hands. Unfortunately, their greed was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Just as they thought they had exhausted all of Jiang Nan's funds and were preparing to make their move, a turning point suddenly arrived. Jiang Nan somehow managed to obtain a large amount of cash to solve the company's financial problems, while simultaneously buying up all of their shares at the lowest price. How could this happen? Oh my God! One of the older shareholders nearly fainted on the spot. At this moment, their minds went blank, with only one sentence echoing in their heads: bankrupt. Ha 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 ha. Truly interesting. Jiang Nan couldn't help but clap his hands in approval. If he could, he really wanted to see their current expressions with his own eyes. What a pity. This was a case of one person's joy being another's sorrow. Today was the day the system refreshed, and Jiang Nan had long since prepared himself. Based on his understanding of this system, it would definitely be of great help to him today. And indeed it was, though even Jiang Nan hadn't expected that today's One-Yuan Flash Sale would be a 10% stake in the Kyoto Commercial Bank. No matter how ignorant he was, surely he understood what the word bank meant. That was a bank. The bank shares successfully helped Jiang Nan solve his capital issues. From now on, this company would have only one boss, and that was him, Jiang Nan. When Senior Yen heard about this, he slammed his fist hard against the desk. Damn it. No one had expected Jiang Nan to handle this matter so beautifully. It was simply gratifying. Jiang Nan was in a good mood and took the initiative to invite Wang Yitong out for a meal. You seem to be in a very good mood today. Even Wang Yitong noticed something was different about him. What's wrong? Am I not usually like this? Wang Yitong couldn't quite put it into words, but it was just different. Seeing her look of conflict, Jiang Nan decided to share his happy news with her. After hearing him finish, Wang Yitong's eyes were sparkling. That's amazing. What man could refuse such an admiring gaze from a woman? At this moment, Jiang Nan's vanity was greatly satisfied. It's nothing, just a small matter. Wang Yitong was quick to offer affirmation. This is a small matter. I think it's super impressive. You're so smart. If Jiang Nan had a tail, it would probably be wagging in the sky right now. Ahem. Jiang Nan was feeling lightheaded from the praise and quickly changed the subject. Your manager is already in place, you can start your journey to stardom at any time. Jiang Nan still left the decision-making power regarding this matter in Wang Yitong's hands. Okay, I understand. For the following period of time, Wang Yitong was very busy. She had never known that this path would be so troublesome. The manager was named Wang Yuan, a legendary manager who had produced 2 best actors and 1 best actress. Normally, someone like Wang Yitong wouldn't meet her requirements, but fortunately, Jiang Nan used his money power. Lately, you need to study dialogue, singing, physique, and acting. Wang Yitong's head spun just listening to it. There was so much, could she really learn it all? However, she soon witnessed this manager's iron-fisted methods. While she was practicing her vocals, Sister Wang was already contacting music variety shows for her. Even Wang Yitong felt she couldn't do it, yet she believed. Wang Yitong spent an exhausting week, feeling as though she was nearly broken. She collapsed on the bed, somewhat regretting her decision. But it was too late, everything had already begun. How are you feeling? Jiang Nan asked with concern. It's all right. Really? I heard the pressure is quite high, but don't worry about it, we have time. He was also able to hear news regarding Wang Yitong's situation. Yeah, it's fine. Wang Yitong didn't want to seem fragile, so she didn't mention her exhaustion. After a month of short-term training, Wang Yitong finally finished her courses for the time being. Being able to finish so quickly was thanks to Wang Yitong's intelligence. It was her strong ability to comprehend that made it possible. Today, Sister Wang planned to take her to shoot a set of magazine covers, intending to use this opportunity to make her formal debut. This was also the development path she had carefully formulated for Wang Yitong. There would be no mistake. Since Wang Yitong came from a privileged background, she didn't experience stage fright at all in various settings, posing generously for the shots. Seeing her like this, Sister Wang also breathed a sigh of relief. When Jiang Nan got the final photos, he actually regretted it. Why did he let Wang Yitong enter the entertainment industry? Was there something wrong with his head? In the photos, Wang Yitong was youthful and beautiful. Any man who saw her would fall in love at first sight. Jiang Nan felt like he was cultivating potential love rivals. This feeling was truly that of a sucker. Before anything had even happened, he felt as if a green pasture was already growing on his head. Sister Wang came directly to hand things over to Jiang Nan. Boss, I think the timing is right, we can start building hype for Wang Yitong now. There was no other way, since things had reached this point, he couldn't exactly back out now. Jiang Nan decided to bite the bullet and proceed. Okay. Soon, the magazine covers Wang Yitong shot trended on the hot search, and many sharp-eyed netizens noticed that this person looked somewhat familiar. Why does this girl look a bit familiar? To the person upstairs, you're not the only one. +1. There was no helping it, there were too many beauties on the internet, so it was normal not to remember for a moment. Isn't this the beautiful older sister who showed her face during Ning Xingyu's live stream the other day? Holy crap. A single word wakes the dreamer. Yes. That's right. It had to be admitted that Wang Yitong's looks were indeed distinctive, completely different from the internet celebrity face or plastic surgery face. Quickly, the level of discussion about Wang Yitong on the internet skyrocketed. Chapter 42, The Secret is Out. Wang Yitong was also looking at her phone when Sister Wang came over. This will be your Weibo account from now on. Here, take it. Ah, right. She was already an entertainer, and public figures all have Weibo accounts. However, Wang Yitong didn't know what to post, so to avoid any issues, she decided not to post anything for now. Netizens were indeed formidable, they found Wang Yitong's Weibo in less than half a day. But it was still blank, and they remained completely in the dark regarding Wang Yitong's affairs. This was something Jiang Nan had specifically instructed, hoping not to affect Wang Yitong's daily life or her family. Meanwhile, in the Dong family mansion, a man also saw Wang Yitong's magazine. This one is not bad. He then had his assistant contact Wang Yitong, thinking at the time that she was merely some 18th-tier minor star. Jiang Nan's words truly turned out to be prophetic. Soon, a group of people appeared online chasing after Wang Yitong and calling her their wife. How shameless. President Dong, this person is the eldest young lady of the Wang family, so I'm afraid. Dong Cheng's assistant was very efficient, mainly because Wang Yitong was indeed famous. What? Dong Cheng picked up the magazine and looked at it a few more times. She really did look like her. It actually was Wang Yitong. He was also one of Wang Yitong's many pursuers, but Wang Yitong wasn't interested in him and had never paid him any mind. Dong Cheng, who had almost forgotten about it, felt his interest reignited like dying embers. Meanwhile, the Wang family home was currently shrouded in dark clouds. Where are you? Get home now. Wang Yitong knew things were bad the moment she received her brother's call. I know. Help me keep them calm first, I'm coming back right now. She knew this day would come sooner or later when she made the decision, she just didn't expect it to be this fast. I'm back. So you still know to come back. It was clear that Father Wang was very angry. Wang Yitong didn't speak, merely offering a silent rebellion. Look at what you've spoiled her into. Now she actually dares to do such a thing behind the family's back. He even started blaming Wang Yitong's mother. Wang Yitong couldn't take it anymore. This was my own decision, it has nothing to do with anyone else. You. At this moment, Father Wang even wanted to lock her in the house and forbid her from going out. Fortunately, Wang Yiwu couldn't stand it anymore. All right, stop arguing. Arguing like this wouldn't solve the problem at all, it was better to discuss things calmly. He actually knew his parents were always dictatorial and autocratic, so it was normal for his sister to rebel. However, what he minded more in this matter was Jiang Nan's existence. It was common knowledge that Jiang Nan had an entertainment company, so did his sister's choice have something to do with him? If the answer was yes, then he naturally wouldn't be happy. Wang Yitong's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Jiang Nan. She didn't answer. Wang Yitong didn't want Jiang Nan to know about this. Who is it? Why aren't you answering? They all had the answer in their hearts, only Jiang Nan had been close to her recently, it couldn't be anyone else. I think you've really lost your mind. Wang Yitong didn't say a word, no matter what they said, she wouldn't change her mind. Why isn't she answering the phone? Jiang Nan had some doubts. He contacted Sister Wang again. Sister Wang, do you know where Wang Yitong went? It seems she took a call from home and then left. Jiang Nan hung up and, without a second thought, headed straight for Wang Yitong's home. When he arrived, Wang Yitong was being brainwashed by her mother. You have to be obedient, a girl shouldn't be like this. Wang Yitong wasn't listening. The doorbell rang. Wang Yiwu came to open the door, and the moment he saw Jiang Nan, he wanted to shut it. Why was he coming to add to the mess at a time like this? Is something the matter? I'm looking for Wang Yitong. After seeing Wang Yitong's brother, Jiang Nan was certain she was here. She's not home. Jiang Nan smiled slightly. I know she is. After saying that, he slipped past Wang Yiwu's side and walked in. Hello, uncle and auntie. I didn't give any notice before coming today, mainly because it was too urgent. I hope you don't mind. One didn't even need to think to know what he was here for. Wang Yitong was locked in a room and couldn't come out even if she wanted to. I've come today because I want to tell everyone my thoughts. Then he began to talk eloquently, giving ample reasons for Wang Yitong's choice of this path. These are all my heartfelt words, I hope you can understand. However, no matter what he said, it was impossible for Wang Yitong's parents to suddenly accept it. In their eyes, this profession was lowly and not worthy of respect, which was why they obstructed it in every possible way. I know you can't accept it for the time being, so we can give each other some time. Do you think that's okay? Jiang Nan spoke with logic and evidence, almost convincing them. But Father Wang still felt angry because his daughter seemed to be escaping his control, and this feeling made him unhappy. Tong Tong, is she okay? Jiang Nan was most worried about Wang Yitong. Father Wang waved his hand. Mother Wang went to open Wang Yitong's room door. Seeing that Wang Yitong was safe and sound, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. When the two of them talked about this matter afterward, Jiang Nan still had quite a few complaints. Why didn't you tell me at the time? I thought I could handle it myself. And at this time, Dongqing also launched a fierce pursuit of Wang Yitong. Just how fierce was it? Hot air balloons with Wang Yitong's name, drones, and even walls of roses, a series of incredibly exaggerated things. However, Wang Yitong's head was full of question marks. Who exactly was doing this? Yes, Dongqing had not shown himself yet. But his series of actions had already caused quite a stir, and Wang Yitong was on the trending searches again because of such a fanatical pursuer. Soon, she used her Weibo to post a message. Thank you for your affection, but your way of showing it has caused me some trouble. I currently have no plans to be in a relationship. Although she didn't know who the person was, Wang Yitong still decisively rejected them. This move gained her a wave of goodwill. And how could Jiang Nan just stand by and watch this person provoke him? Of course, he had to see who it really was. Check for me, who exactly is this person? Yes. Dongqing turned a deaf ear to Wang Yitong's rejection and continued to go his own way. He continuously expressed his love in his exaggerated and unoriginal way. Even the netizens couldn't stand it anymore. Don't you have a wife of your own? Why are you stealing mine? Although it was just a joke, it also expressed their disgust for this person. That day, Wang Yitong suddenly received a text message. Do you have time to meet tonight? It was a completely unfamiliar number. Wang Yitong thought it was a spam message and didn't pay it any mind. Chapter 43, Lying in Wait. Jiang Nan's entertainment company was very lively. As soon as he entered the company today, he was surrounded by a crowd of people. What happened before was our fault. Jiang Nan thought he looked a bit familiar. He seemed to be a minor shareholder of the company. This group of people was almost stopped outside today for a very simple reason. They no longer had any connection to this company. But how could they give up so easily? After all, those were shares they had worked hard to earn. With all their efforts gone down the drain, the feeling forced them to bow their heads and admit their mistakes. What happened before? Why don't I remember? Jiang Nan deliberately feigned ignorance. People were coming and going in the first-floor lobby, and everyone was watching. At this moment, they had no choice but to swallow their pride. We were also misled by a villain, otherwise we wouldn't have done something so harmful to others and ourselves. Jiang Nan actually believed this point, but it had nothing to do with him. Once disloyal, never trusted again. This group of people had never respected him, and now they wanted to beg for his forgiveness. How could that be possible? Jiang Nan didn't pay them any mind and strode straight ahead. Such behavior would undoubtedly draw their curses, but saying anything more to such defeated opponents was a waste of time. Wang Yitong was now living alone in a large luxury flat near the company. This was a house Jiang Nan had specifically rented for her. At first, she refused repeatedly, but the reason Jiang Nan gave forced her to accept. You are an artist of the company now, it's only right that I do these things. But she had never seen a newly debuted artist who could live in a large luxury flat in the city center. Wang Yitong was half-doubting, but in the end, she could only move in helplessly. It was indeed much more convenient. It was only a 5-minute distance from her residence to the company. Sister Wang arranged her daily schedule so tightly that she had no time to think about anything else, so she completely forgot about that first harassing text message. Dongqing hadn't expected Wang Yitong to be so composed. He hadn't contacted her for several days, and she hadn't even noticed. This discovery made him feel dissatisfied. He simply had his subordinates find out where she lived, intending to go directly to Wang Yitong. Wang Yitong had just finished dance practice at the company and was exhausted, wanting nothing more than to hurry back to her place and sleep. But she didn't expect a group of people to be standing in front of her door. Wang Yitong's first reaction was to feel afraid. But then she thought that since it wasn't dark yet, surely no one would be so blatant. It wasn't until Dong Qing saw Wang Yitong's face clearly that he spoke up. "Yitong, long time no see. Do you still remember me?" His sudden voice gave Wang Yitong a start. Looking carefully at the person in front of her, Wang Yitong vaguely remembered who he was. Dong Qing. A smile blossomed on Dong Qing's greasy face. Great. She still remembers me, that means she has me in her heart. It was unknown how he reached this conclusion, but it was truly speechless. Yes, it's me. It's been a few years since we last met, you've become even more beautiful than before. Wang Yitong was in no mood to listen to his nonsense, she was just curious why he was here. Why are you here? Dong Qing stood before Wang Yitong, puffing out his full belly. I saw your recent photos online and missed you a bit, so I took the initiative to come find you. Coming from his mouth, these words only made one feel disgusted. Wang Yitong felt a chill run down her spine. His lecherous gaze sized her up, he didn't look like a decent person at all. She wasn't familiar with him, they had only met a few times before. His sudden appearance made Wang Yitong feel uneasy. She wanted to turn and leave, but her path was blocked by Dong Qing's men. Where are you going? Do you need me to drive you? No. Wang Yitong refused sternly. Dong Qing continued shamelessly. Look, I'm already here. Won't you invite me in for a seat? If it were anyone else, Wang Yitong's behavior would indeed be impolite, but with him, she was only doing it to protect herself. Being in a room alone with such a man was undoubtedly like dancing with a wolf. It's not very convenient today. Let's make it another day. How could Dong Qing let her go so easily? I'm just going in for a cup of tea. What's there to say about convenience or inconvenience? Just as Wang Yitong was feeling extremely uncomfortable, her phone suddenly rang. It was Jiang Nan. She answered the call without hesitation and spoke first before Jiang Nan could even open his mouth. I seem to have left something at the company. I'm going back to get it now. Wait for me. Jiang Nan could sense that something seemed wrong with Wang Yitong's state. She was never usually this hurried. So he asked cautiously on his end of the phone. Is something going on over there? Yes, that's it. The suspicion in Jiang Nan's heart was confirmed. He ran downstairs, preparing to go to Wang Yitong's residence to check the situation. Since Wang Yitong had gone back directly after work, based on the timing, she shouldn't have gone too far. Dong Qing looked at Wang Yitong lecherously. Is the thing you left at the company important? Do you want me to send someone to help you get it back? With so many helpers around him, sending a few wouldn't delay his business. Wang Yitong shook her head in resistance. No need, I can do it myself. Dong Qing had finally gotten an opportunity to catch Wang Yitong alone, how could he give up so easily? Wang Yitong was surrounded and could not move. What are you doing? Anger appeared on Wang Yitong's face. Don't misunderstand, what could I possibly do to you? Dong Qing tried to grab Wang Yitong's hand, but she turned away to avoid him. Don't forget, your father and my father are old acquaintances. If you do anything excessive, it will be very awkward when both sides meet. Wang Yitong took the opportunity to threaten him. But this move was completely ineffective against such a person. Ha 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 ha, my dear sister, what nonsense are you talking? At this moment, Dong Qing only felt that Wang Yitong was exceptionally cute for being so naive. If something happened between the two of them, the parents on both sides would surely be beaming with joy, the situation she described would never happen. Just then, the sound of Jiang Nan's footsteps appeared. Dong Qing was a bit confused, the outside was strictly guarded by his men. No one was allowed in, so how did this person do it? The answer was obvious. Jiang Nan knew these people wouldn't cooperate without violence, so he didn't waste any words and quickly knocked down the guards at the door. Chapter 44, Disdain. I haven't exercised properly lately, and I feel like my body isn't what it used to be. But even so, it's more than enough to deal with these bottom feeders. When Wang Yitong saw Jiang Nan arrive, her hope was rekindled. She hadn't expected him to truly understand her and arrive so quickly. If this isn't love, then what is? In short, Wang Yitong was deeply moved. Where did you come from? Dong Qing looked down his nose at him. That's a good question. I was just about to ask where you came from. How did a fat-faced man suddenly appear in front of Wang Yitong out of nowhere? Me. Dongqing was in disbelief. He had never met anyone who dared to speak to him like that, so he naturally wanted to teach Jiang Nan a lesson. Dongqing's subordinates understood his intent from a single look. As soon as one of them reached out, Jiang Nan gripped his wrist tightly, making him unable to move. Where did this busybody come from? Overestimating yourself. Jiang Nan's words were meant for both Dongqing and his lackeys. His martial arts skills hadn't been awakened for nothing. Since these people were looking for trouble, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Jiang Nan still adhered to martial ethics, only injuring their muscles without being overly harsh. Soon, the group was on the ground, wailing in pain. This was a scene Dongqing had never anticipated. He looked at Jiang Nan in shock. You what? If you have something to say, say it, otherwise, get lost. Dongqing knew he was no match for Jiang Nan. He could only bluster, just you wait. Seeing him leave in disgrace, Wang Yitong finally sighed in relief. He didn't do anything to you, did he? Jiang Nan looked at Wang Yitong with concern, fearing she might be hurt. I'm fine, don't worry. Oh, right, this might not be over. He'll likely come looking for trouble. Wang Yitong knew this man was the type to seek revenge for the slightest grievance. Is that so? I don't care. At this moment, Wang Yitong felt guilty, feeling like she had caused more trouble for Jiang Nan. But in this situation, she really had no one else to turn to but Jiang Nan. Wang Yitong was already exhausted, and after this farce, she felt like she might faint. Normally, she might have invited Jiang Nan in, but today she had no energy and had to see him off. Get some rest. I'll head out. If he bothers you again, remember to call me. Okay. After Jiang Nan returned, he kept thinking about the incident. It seemed his precautions weren't enough, otherwise, how could that man have found Wang Yitong? Since he came looking for trouble, Jiang Nan decided to see who he really was. Jiang Nan first investigated the man named Dongqing. He thought it was some formidable character, but he was just a rich second-generation heir. Well, I'm a rich first-generation myself. Seeing his identity, Jiang Nan wasn't worried. Dongqing had lost his pride today and returned home in a rage. Go. Find out exactly who that man from today is. He had been humiliated in front of Wang Yitong, he would remember this grudge. The information available on Jiang Nan's background was still the same old records, nothing new. How could Dongqing take such an ordinary person seriously? In his eyes, Jiang Nan was just a toad lusting after swan meat, pure delusion. The Dong family was a prestigious noble clan here, on a completely different level from Wang Yitong's background. With such a family backing him, he was naturally fearless. With his power, making Jiang Nan disappear would be a simple matter. Today, Jiang Nan University was welcoming a VIP, and all the school leaders were preparing seriously. If the Dong group could truly cooperate with the school, it would be a major cause for celebration. Dongqing arrived at Jiang Nan University in a sharp suit. Hello. I've heard so much about you. It's truly an honor to meet you here today. Dongqing's dismissive response made the atmosphere very awkward. This way, please. Everyone went to the conference room to get down to business. Your school has someone named Jiang Nan, right? The principal might not have known anyone else, but Jiang Nan was a famous figure throughout the school. Yes, we do indeed have such a student. The principal was confused, not knowing what this was about. Had Jiang Nan's fame reached such an extent? I don't understand why a student with such poor moral character and no merit is at your school. The principal grew more puzzled. Adjusting his reading glasses, he asked, May I ask why you say that? Dongqing didn't beat around the bush and stated his true goal. I am willing to invest 30 million to have this student expelled from this school forever. 30 million was a large sum, but it still made the principal hesitate. He didn't know what grudge lay between them to lead to this. But the principal knew that this amount was nothing to Jiang Nan either. Is there some misunderstanding? Why don't we clear it up and move past it? Dongqing hadn't expected the principal to say that. He thought it would be easy, as anyone would know 30 million is worth more than one student. Forget it. If you don't agree, I won't give a cent. It's up to you. He thought this would force a decision. But the principal didn't budge. I'm very sorry, but I cannot do that. This was the first time Dongqing had met someone who refused money. Fine, then you'd better not regret it. He turned and left the conference room. Just as Dongqing left, Jiang Nan was called to the principal's office. Did you need me for something? It had been a long time since the principal sought him out after he took over the school project. If it were about the construction, he would have contacted Du Wei, not him. So this must be about himself. The principal hesitated before asking. Is there some misunderstanding between you and young Master Dong? Jiang Nan immediately realized it was Dongqing. It seemed he had already made his move. I haven't had any dealings with him, so I don't know. Chapter 45, Change. Hearing Jiang Nan's answer, the principal's doubts grew even deeper. Just what exactly was going on? He couldn't just let the school lose 30 million for nothing, could he? So, the principal explained everything that had just happened to Jiang Nan in detail. So that was it. Jiang Nan wasn't stupid. After listening, he roughly understood the principal's meaning. I actually have something I want to discuss with you. I have a project I want to invest in recently, and I'm quite optimistic about our school's research capabilities, so I want to invest the money into the school. Hearing this, the principal's eyes lit up. That's wonderful, of course. He didn't even ask for more details and immediately agreed with eager anticipation. Jiang Nan could have imagined this kind of reaction. Good, then I am willing to invest 40 million into the school for research and construction. 40 million. What a concept. The principal stood up from his seat in excitement and tightly grasped Jiang Nan's hand. Good boy, thank you for your contribution to the school. It's only what I should do. Jiang Nan brushed off his sleeves and left, hiding his merit and fame. In the blink of an eye, he had spent 40 million, such a life could only have been realized in Jiang Nan's dreams before. Dongqing's goal was not achieved, so naturally, he was in a bad mood. Go and continue investigating for me. I must teach him a lesson. Helpless, his subordinates had no choice but to find ways to continue investigating Jiang Nan. However, this time there was some new progress. This entertainment company seems to be his. How is that possible? Does an orphan have a company? Clearly, Dongqing did not believe it. However, when he saw that Wang Yitong was also an artist under his management, he finally believed it. It seemed that only this could explain why he suddenly appeared that day. The movie that had been in preparation for a long time finally started filming, and Jiang Nan also attended the press conference. When everyone learned that the director of this movie was director Yang Ling, they already held great expectations. Just as the press conference was drawing to a close, a group of reporters suddenly burst into the venue. These reporters had all broken in without invitation letters. Security moved to drive them out, but it was already too late. Some people were even starting live streams. They didn't dare to act rashly, because every move would be recorded on camera. If any negative impact was generated then, it would cause great harm to the company. May I ask if such a company can really film a good movie? Clearly, the reporter pointed the spearhead directly at Jiang Nan. I don't know what kind of image our company has in your eyes, but I can tell you with certainty that our company has such strength. Jiang Nan's response was powerful and resonant, leaving people unable to find fault. But they clearly didn't intend to let Jiang Nan off so easily, and a series of tricky questions came flying at him. Jiang Nan gave a faint smile. He could already guess who was behind this. He thought they had some great ability, but it turned out they were just using these underhanded tricks. Are you satisfied with my answer? Everything happening here was being live-streamed. The number of people watching the live stream grew larger, and slowly their attention was drawn to Jiang Nan's appearance. Who is this person? Why is he kind of handsome? Are we about to have a new husband? This seems to be a movie press conference, so what's going on now? The viewers in the live stream room were completely confused. Jiang Nan's gaze looked directly into the camera. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Nan. I am very happy to meet everyone in this way. Oh my god. He's so handsome. Ah. His voice sounds so good too. This situation was indeed beyond their expectations. A smile curled at the corners of his lips, looking harmless to humans and animals alike. I am the investment party for the movie. I hope everyone can give it a lot of support. Jiang Nan actually took this opportunity to run an advertisement. Dongqing slammed his phone hard onto the ground. Idiots, you bunch of idiots. It could be felt that he was very angry at this moment. Hadn't he just paved the way for someone else, giving him a great opportunity for publicity? He didn't expect that this person Jiang Nan would actually be a bit difficult to deal with, but since that was the case, then don't blame him for using his power to bully others. Dongqing decided to use his family connections, determined to make Jiang Nan get the hell out of this place. Suddenly, a photo of Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong together appeared in his mailbox. It could be seen that this was a candid shot. However, the two of them were talking and laughing, looking incredibly intimate. Dongqing's eyes turned blood red. Wang Yitong didn't have this expression when she was with him. Could it be that between the two of them? No. He wouldn't allow it. The best way Dongqing could think of was to send people to tail the two of them. Any slight movement had to be reported to him. They indeed did so, but with very little effect. Every day, Jiang Nan went to school when he should and rested when he should. Just like a normal person, there was nothing different. The reason why it was like this was also very simple, which was that Wang Yitong had been very busy lately, and he had no way to go see her. Speaking of this point, Jiang Nan even felt quite regretful. If he had known this profession would be so busy, he wouldn't have persuaded Wang Yitong back then. Now it was just great, he was keeping watch over an empty room all by himself. But at least he had his system to keep him company and relieve his boredom. He had been relatively free lately, so he explored it a bit more. This exploration actually allowed him to find something useful. System reminder. You can develop more skills. Jiang Nan was very interested and didn't know how he should develop them. And the system also patiently gave the answer. Based on an assessment of his current comprehensive situation, there were currently several skills available for selection. Skill 1. Business Mind plus 10. Skill 2. Networking and Connections plus 10. Skill 3. Financial Management plus 10. TSK. Jiang Nan was not very satisfied. Why could each one only increase by 10 percentage points? 3, 2. Before Jiang Nan had time to consider, the system had already started counting down. With no other choice, he could only hurriedly select a number. 1. Host selection successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Business Mind skill. Of course, this thing couldn't be manifested immediately, but Jiang Nan decided to give it a try and see exactly how much change it would bring to his life. The entertainment company didn't have much room for him to exercise his abilities, but fortunately, he also had a construction company, which had no other business besides the current project. So Jiang Nan decided to go take a look at this construction company he wasn't very familiar with yet. If it could be manifested here, that would naturally be very good. Jiang Nan hadn't discovered that there were many little tails following behind him as he headed straight for the construction company. When he first appeared, no one even knew who he was. Only after an introduction did they know that this was the boss they had never met before. This is way too young. No one could believe it. Chapter 46, Doing Business. Jiang Nan had never dabbled in this kind of business before, so it was his first time. If it were before, he certainly wouldn't have tried so rashly, but now that he possessed the value of a business mind, he figured making this happen shouldn't be too difficult. This wasn't Jiang Nan being arrogant, it was his trust in the system. The boss, who had never shown his face, suddenly appearing at the company would surely cause quite a stir. Is this really the boss? Why did he come so suddenly? The company was in a state of panic, fearing that something had gone wrong. Because based on their experience, unless there was a major problem in the company, there wouldn't be such a big fuss. Jiang Nan went straight to his office, not noticing anything unusual outside. He casually flipped through the company's business records, and it was indeed much as he had expected. The company hasn't had any other business recently. How does everyone feel? The subordinate who was suddenly questioned didn't know how to answer. The main reason was a total lack of understanding of Jiang Nan, and a fear that a careless word might make him angry. After all, he was the boss, it wouldn't be good to provoke him. It should be, okay. He gave such an ambiguous answer, which held no reference value for Jiang Nan. All right, I understand. Jiang Nan didn't make things difficult for him. When he was left alone, he couldn't help but start thinking about which direction to take this time. Recently, the government's planning seems to favor commercial land. Why not take this opportunity to invest in some small enterprises? The possibility of making money will be much higher. No sooner said than done. Having chosen a direction, Jiang Nan began investigating various materials. For this kind of thing, he alone wasn't enough. He only needed to be responsible for pointing the way. He had to know how to leave the rest to his subordinates. "Brother Du, are you busy?" At this moment, Dewey was supervising at the construction site. The school project was about to wrap up, and the closer it got to the end, the less room there was for error. "I'm all right, I'm at the site. Is something up? Let's find some time to have dinner tonight. I have something to talk to you about regarding the engineering side." Du Wei agreed without hesitation. "The few of us haven't gathered in a long time. Let's all have a lively time tonight." "Sure thing." Jiang Nan didn't put on any airs among them, acting just like an ordinary person. It was precisely because Jiang Nan was so approachable that their dormitory relationships were so harmonious. When evening came, a group of young people gathered together. "I see you've been busy to death lately. What's up?" "Exactly, if there's anything, just tell your big brothers." They were finding ways to take advantage of Jiang Nan here. "Screw you, stop being gross here." A few people were drinking beer with their feet on the crates, and it didn't take long for them to get tipsy. "With your alcohol tolerance, you still want to talk business with me?" PSH. Du Wei frankly expressed his disdain for Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan just hadn't taken any sobriety pills in advance today, otherwise, he would have drunk all these grandsons under the table. "How much better are you? Your tongue is already tripping over your words, and you have the nerve to talk about me." Jiang Nan naturally couldn't let himself be insulted like that. He had to fight back. "Eh? Everyone, judge for yourselves. Which of us looks more like a drunkard right now?" It was just the pot calling the kettle black. Such relaxed and uninhibited times made Jiang Nan feel like he was still just an ordinary college student. But how could an ordinary college student possess so many assets? Every time he thought of this, Jiang Nan felt that he was simply a favored son of heaven. The final outcome was that before he could even talk to Du Wei about the matter, he had already fallen into a deep sleep. What Jiang Nan didn't know was that he had missed Wang Yitong's call that night. He was carried back to the dormitory by his brothers like a slab of pork, long since unconscious. Actually, Wang Yitong didn't have anything specific in mind, she just wanted to find someone to talk to. When the call went unanswered for a long time, Wang Yitong felt a bit down. He had never been like this before. The relationship between the two was not yet clear, which also made Wang Yitong feel doubtful. She clearly felt some ambiguity between them, yet neither had poked through the thin layer of paper. If it continued like this, what should she do? Would it all turn out to be just a joy in vain in the end? A girl's thoughts are always more delicate. Jiang Nan wouldn't think of the things she was considering. Helpless, Wang Yitong had no choice but to find her best friend, only to be told she had a night scene to film tonight. "How about this, wait for me a bit." Wang Yitong was about to say it was fine if she couldn't make it. Ningxin, you check the time, if she went out with her now, there would still be enough time. "I'm still at the studio. Why don't you come to my place first? Won't this affect your filming?" Wang Yitong was worried her appearance would affect the progress. "It's fine, I have fewer scenes today." Hearing her say that, Wang Yitong felt relieved. Did Ningxin Yu not know her? She must have run into some problem again and couldn't figure it out. As her best friend, she naturally had to help her solve her troubles. The two sat in Ningxin Yu's motorhome while people bustled outside. "Is this the set for that new movie?" Wang Yitong had never been to a place like this before. Previously, she had only taken photos in a studio. "That's right. You can tell, can't you? He spent a lot of money on it." To make this movie both critically acclaimed and commercially successful, Jiang Nan was very generous with the funding. Yeah. The topic being about Jiang Nan caused Wang Yitong to remember her sad thoughts again. "I see you're distracted. What's wrong?" Although the two of them weren't in constant contact, they still knew about each other's affairs. For example, Ning Xingyu knew that Wang Yitong had already begun to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry. Although she didn't believe it was true at first, after all, Wang Yitong's parents weren't much more open-minded than her own. But looking at the trending topics on Weibo, she had no choice but to believe it. Ning Xingyu could understand exactly how much pressure Wang Yitong was under. Not everyone has the courage to go against their parents' wishes. Although Ning Xingyu was also curious why Wang Yitong would have such an idea, when she clearly had no interest in this industry before. Wang Yitong didn't know how to start for a moment. Saying this would only make her seem pretentious, since the cause of it all was just Jiang Nan not answering her call. Still hesitating with me? Are you treating me like an outsider? No, no. Wang Yitong hurriedly waved her hands in denial. Then tell me quickly, don't keep me in suspense. Chapter 47, Gains and Losses. Wang Yitong took a deep breath and summoned her courage to speak. I think I've fallen in love with him. I'm always worrying about gains and losses. I don't feel like myself anymore. The old Wang Yitong would never have been like this. This version of herself felt like a stranger. Ning Xingyu knew Wang Yitong was a bit slow when it came to romance, but she hadn't expected her to be this dense. After all this time, she was only just saying this now. Anyone with eyes could see it, yet she had been kept in the dark. Please, what am I supposed to say to you? Wang Yitong thought she didn't approve of her relationship with Jiang Nan. I think he's really great. She was just about to defend Jiang Nan when Ning Xingyu interrupted her. I'm saying, how are you only just realizing your own feelings now? Don't you think it's a bit late? Wang Yitong didn't understand what she meant and stared at her blankly. Ning Xingyu really couldn't help herself. I think everyone around you could see long ago that you two have mutual feelings for each other. For some reason, you just haven't made it public yet. Huh. Clearly, Wang Yitong couldn't believe it. On Jiang Nan's side, he was suffering from a hangover. Damn it. How come those guys are all fine? I'm the only one suffering. He felt it was unfair. People often say that drinking leads to trouble. It seemed to be true. If he hadn't drunk so much yesterday, he wouldn't have to keep struggling tomorrow. Enduring his lightheadedness, Jiang Nan found Du Wei. I want to go over some of my recent ideas with you and see how feasible they are. Sure, let's hear them. Du Wei was a professional in this field, which was why Jiang Nan trusted him. What do you think of these projects? I want to put in a bid for them. Jiang Nan handed him the projects he was interested in. Du Wei took a quick look and thought they were all quite good. I think they're all viable. It's just that some might be more profitable than others. Actually, Jiang Nan was already aware of this. All right, hearing that from you puts my mind at ease. Whether the profit was big or small, as long as there was a profit, it was fine. Jiang Nan wasn't a greedy person. No sooner said than done, he began making preparations. To win some bids, you couldn't rely on strength alone, you also had to understand social graces and worldly wisdom. After all, competition in this industry was fierce. Without a core competitive edge, it was hard to gain a foothold. Jiang Nan seemed to have suddenly awakened. He quickly cleared his thoughts. Inside the RV. In a relationship, a girl shouldn't be too proactive. Otherwise, once he has you, he won't cherish you. Wang Yitong listened to her best friend talk eloquently and thought it made a lot of sense. Yeah, I get it. So what should I do now? Ning Xingyu slapped her forehead in exasperation, feeling like everything she just said had been in vain. Wang Yitong also felt a bit embarrassed. In short, don't rush anything. Just let nature take its course. It was as if she hadn't said anything at all. Wang Yitong still didn't know what to do. However, after her friend's guidance, Wang Yitong did feel much more relieved. Okay, I understand. Ning Xingyu had to film a scene soon, so Wang Yitong left first. She stopped proactively contacting Jiang Nan, wanting to see when he would finally think of her. Jiang Nan's side became completely busy, and the people in the company were full of complaints. It's really a case of feast or famine. Exactly. We didn't have a single project for half a year, and now, they're all piled up in front of us at once. They hadn't initially taken Jiang Nan's appearance seriously, but now they had to reevaluate. Jiang Nan was preparing to attend a dinner party. His goal was simple, to meet some big shots. Regardless, he was still a newcomer, so he needed to build more connections to ensure a smoother path ahead. Adjusting his tie clip, the silver-gray suit made him look much more mature. "How is it? Any problems?" Du Wei looked disdainful. "Show off." Hearing this response, Jiang Nan knew he looked incredibly handsome. Jiang Nan brought Du Wei along to let him gain some experience. Wow! What eye-catching beauties! As soon as he entered, Du Wei's eyes kept scanning the beautiful women there. "Have some dignity." Jiang Nan couldn't help but make a snide comment. "Don't forget why we're here. It's not for you to pick up girls." Du Wei looked impatient. I know. Do you really need to tell me?" Dongqing hadn't expected to run into Jiang Nan here either. From a distance, he saw someone who looked familiar, but he wasn't sure. With Jiang Nan's status, could he really be here? This wasn't a place just anyone could enter. Jiang Nan's attire today was completely different from before. At first glance, he was almost unrecognizable. But just as Dongqing was scrutinizing Jiang Nan happened to feel the gaze and looked up. The two of them locked eyes under these circumstances. "It really is you." Dongqing had already thought about how to humiliate Jiang Nan, hadn't he just delivered himself right to him? Du Wei was completely confused. "Who's this?" "You know him." Jiang Nan didn't say a word. He was here for business today and didn't want any unnecessary complications. If he really got into a conflict here, he could probably forget about expanding his network. "Let's go." After saying that, he tried to leave with Du Wei, feeling only bad luck. "Eh? Why is Mr. Jiang leaving already?" Dongqing naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Jiang Nan tried to pretend he didn't hear, but Du Wei stopped. "Do you have business with him?" The reason Dongqing was here today was that the Dong family held absolute authority, so no one dared to provoke him. Jiang Nan hadn't known about this before. Meeting now was truly a case of enemies meeting on a narrow path. He had originally thought that less trouble was better than more, but since the guy insisted on not letting it go, he couldn't be blamed. Jiang Nan slowly walked toward Dongqing. "Do you have business with me? I just don't think you're worthy of being here." Dongqing looked down his nose at Jiang Nan. How childish. Jiang Nan was beyond words. "Oh. Then please, tell me why I'm not worthy." Dongqing had an "isn't it obvious" expression, as if he had forgotten about being humiliated by Jiang Nan before. "With that pathetic little entertainment company of yours, what right do you have to be here?" The noise here quickly attracted the attention of those around them. Jiang Nan didn't know exactly how much wealth he had now, but it should be more than enough to be in this place. "Who told you I only have an entertainment company?" Jiang Nan stood before him, fearless and full of confidence. "Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Jiang Nan. I am the owner of an entertainment company, as well as a construction company, and I also hold shares in a bank." Chapter 48, Guidance from a Benefactor. There were many other things that Jiang Nan didn't list one by one, these were enough. Dongqing was stunned. Why was this different from what he had found out? Looking at Jiang Nan's appearance, he didn't seem to be lying. Could it be true? But even if it were true, so what? He could still use his family's connections to ensure Jiang Nan never succeeded in any industry. Dongqing looked at Jiang Nan with a smug expression. "You have the nerve to show off such trivial things. Truly, the ignorant are fearless." The onlookers nearby were whispering and scoffing. Jiang Nan swept a glance over them, and that person immediately shut their mouth. His current aura was already very strong, he wasn't someone anyone could just insult at will. Dongqing walked past Jiang Nan. "We'll see about that." Jiang Nan had lost count of how many times he had heard such words, but those who said them usually didn't end up well. Despite this, the atmosphere that evening wasn't great. No one spoke to Jiang Nan the entire night. It was only natural, this crowd always bullied the weak and feared the strong, being the ultimate snobs. Now that he had offended someone named Dong, these people would naturally present a united front against him. These people are really boring. Even Du Wei couldn't stand it anymore. Don't take such small matters to heart. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. The more they acted like this, the more Jiang Nan found it interesting. If he didn't have any ability, they wouldn't treat him as a thorn in their side. Their behavior seemed to be a form of affirmation for him. Mysterious shop is refreshing. Ding. Mysterious shop refreshed successfully. Jiang Nan almost forgot that today was the day the system refreshed. He wondered what kind of surprise it would bring him this time. After all, this system had never disappointed him. The mysterious items available for purchase by the host this round are: Item 1, a 10-year lease on a highway toll section worth 1.5 billion yuan. Item price times 10% discount equals 150 million yuan. Item 2, a mineral mine worth 7 billion yuan. Item price times 10% discount equals 700 million yuan. Item 3, a processing plant worth 1 billion yuan. Item price times 10% discount equals 100 million yuan. Item 4, one-time guidance from a benefactor worth 50 million yuan. One-Yuan Flash Sale. What was there to hesitate about? He naturally chose the One-Yuan Flash Sale. Ding. Item 4 purchase complete, please check it, host. Oh. I'd like to see exactly what kind of benefactor is worth 50 million yuan. Based on his trust in the system, Jiang Nan didn't doubt it. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Everyone looked toward the door. It seemed a significant figure had arrived. Even Dongqing hurriedly walked over. How did you find the time to come here? Jiang Nan was far away, but he could see that this person was a white-haired old man, appearing to be at least in his 70s. He wore a white tang suit, which, paired with his graying hair, gave him a somewhat transcendent, sage-like appearance. Jiang Nan had a faint premonition, perhaps this was the benefactor. I was bored and came to take a look. I heard it was very lively here. Although the old man was aged, he looked hale and hearty. Everyone politely greeted him. Hello, Mr. Wang. The old man was also very approachable, responding to them with a smile. Du Wei couldn't help himself. Who is this person? Jiang Nan didn't know either, but he looked like a big shot. If he weren't someone of extremely high status, he definitely wouldn't be respected like this here. Jiang Nan slowly walked forward. However, he was surrounded by people. Don't you know your own status? Their voices were full of disdain. Although the voices were low, the old man heard them. He slowly turned around to look at Jiang Nan. This young man looks quite spirited. What do you do? None of them expected the old gentleman to actually speak to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan remained calm on the surface, responding with composure. Hello, I'm in construction, but I'm just a beginner, a mere student. He spoke very humbly. The old gentleman laughed. Good. Since you say you're a student, I'm quite interested. Exactly how long have you been in the industry? Jiang Nan calculated in his head, it had only been a few months. Could he really say that? Less than 3 months. Those who heard this couldn't help but burst out laughing. Only 3 months and you call that being in the industry? It was truly laughable. The old gentleman's gaze suddenly became sharp. Is this funny? The banquet hall instantly fell silent, no one dared to answer. No one here dared to provoke him. Anyone who knew his background would give him a thumbs up. This was the renowned master of architecture, Mr. Wang Yuan. The old gentleman had been in the construction industry for over 50 years and was a famous expert in the field. Moreover, his influence was vast, and he wasn't just famous in the world of architecture. Mentioning his name, everyone knew who he was. I see we have a connection today. Why don't I reluctantly teach you a few tricks? Everyone's jaws dropped upon hearing this. Heavens, did they hear that right? This was an opportunity others could only dream of, and it had just landed so lightly on Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan smiled slightly. All right, then I shall be grateful for your enlightenment, master. After speaking, the old gentleman, supported by those beside him, went into a room. Only the two of them remained in the room, no one else was allowed to enter. Young man, ask whatever questions you have. I will answer everything I know to the best of my ability. Since he had said so, Jiang Nan naturally wouldn't let such a good opportunity pass. My company isn't very large. Recently, I've wanted to bid for several projects, but I'm struggling because I have no connections, making it difficult to proceed. Jiang Nan voiced all his current problems. The old man nodded. Have you ever thought about why that is? This question hit the nail on the head. Jiang Nan shook his head. Perhaps he had thought too simply before and hadn't anticipated these kinds of issues. Young man, don't think some things are too simple. Building a network isn't just about money, there must be other things as well. Yes, but I'm a newcomer. No one is willing to get to know me a bit more. The old man couldn't help but laugh after hearing his words. That's because you're not qualified yet. These words woke the dreamer. Jiang Nan hadn't reached the top in any aspect yet. In such a situation, why would others want to get to know him? If it were him, would he be interested in getting to know someone who wasn't as good as himself at this time? Although the truth was stinging, it was indeed sobering. I understand. Thank you. How about this, I'll introduce you to some people later who might be of help to you. You two should get acquainted. He truly lived up to being his benefactor, his way of doing things was reliable. Chapter 49, Progress. Jiang Nan felt that he had benefited immensely. This banquet no longer held any meaning for him. After bowing and bidding farewell to the old gentleman, he left. The person most delighted to see him leave was none other than Dongcheng. Some people just can't see their own status. Now, don't they have to scramble off in disgrace? The people around him chimed in, agreeing with his statement. They presumed that Jiang Nan's pride had been severely crushed by Mr. Wang, which was why he was leaving like this. It could only be said that their perception was shallow, which was also the reason they were still here currying favor. Why are you leaving already? What did that old man say to you? Du Wei's head was full of question marks. Jiang Nan's current mood was hard to describe in words, as if a single stone had stirred up 1,000 waves. The old gentleman's words had caused a complete change in his state of mind. No wonder it was valued at 50 million, this could very likely change his entire life. In truth, this kind of thing depended on the person. If the old man had said the same words to Dongcheng, would they have had the same effect? Let's talk back at the place. Jiang Nan needed a bit of time to calm down. Du Wei rarely saw Jiang Nan looking so serious and solemn, so he didn't dare to continue bothering him for the moment. All the way back, the old man's words repeated in Jiang Nan's head. He already knew how he should walk the path ahead. After Jiang Nan left, Dongcheng eagerly approached Mr. Wang. They had known each other before, and their relationship was considered quite familiar. Grandpa Wang, what did you say to that guy just now? I saw him leave right after he spoke with you. The old man took a sip of tea and looked at Dongcheng. You know him too? For a moment, Dongcheng didn't know how to answer. They did know each other, but the reason for their acquaintance was a bit hard to explain. He couldn't exactly say he knew him because he was pursuing Wang Yitong, could he? Just thinking about what happened that time still made him fume with anger. Sort of. I know him. Having lived for so many years, how could the old man not see the flaw? He just didn't want to expose it. Ultimately, this matter didn't have a cent's worth of relation to him. You should know that in this business world, temporary ups and downs do not determine the final outcome. Dongcheng didn't understand why he suddenly said such a thing. However, he still pretended to understand and nodded. Yes. Seeing his stubborn and uncomprehending look, the old man didn't want to waste time lecturing him further, he would let him figure it out slowly on his own. The old man closed his eyes to rest, and seeing this, Dongcheng withdrew. Jiang Nan returned to his office, deciding that he still needed to achieve success in a specific field. He couldn't say it was entirely based on his own ability, since he also had the system to help him. Previously, he could obtain skills from the system. Although it was only to a small degree, as long as they accumulated, it would surely make that skill stand out. As people often say, every profession has its specialty. Jiang Nan decided to start with the profession he was currently most proficient in. He tallied up the shares in his hands. He probably still had a fair amount. If handled properly, taking on a project wouldn't be a big problem. Jiang Nan was a man of action. After staying up for several nights in a row, he finally finalized the matter. When he appeared before Du Wei, he gave him a fright. Holy crap! Brother, have you been poisoned? Jiang Nan's complexion was very poor, his sudden appearance was truly startling. You're the one who's poisoned. As he spoke, he slapped a bundle of planning documents onto him. Hurry up and look. I worked my life away on this. I can tell. Du Wei flipped through them carefully. Does this even need saying? This is excellent. His eyes widened. Jiang Nan didn't doubt his assessment because he truly had put in the effort. All right, then let's do it according to this. Strive to start construction next month. You got it. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. These past few days had been unprecedentedly exhausting. Suddenly having some free time, Jiang Nan realized that it seemed Wang Yitong hadn't looked for him in a long time. He checked all his contact methods with her, but there were no messages. A sense of unease spread through his heart. Even though Jiang Nan was a bona fide straight man, he knew this matter might not be so simple. What exactly was going on? Wang Yitong had also been absent-minded these past few days, and even Sister Wang noticed. Are you too tired? Huh. Wang Yitong's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. She wasn't too tired, but rather because she had been thinking about Jiang Nan recently. If you really feel very tired, just let me know. I won't make you keep pushing yourself. Wang Yitong shook her head. Sister Wang, I feel okay. Hearing her say that, Sister Wang went back to her own work. For so many days in a row, she hadn't taken the initiative to contact him, and he actually hadn't taken the initiative to contact her either. Would this relationship simply vanish once she stopped maintaining it? This feeling of gain and loss made one feel uneasy. On Jiang Nan's side, he had already fallen into a deep sleep, having long since pushed the matter to the back of his mind. In fact, the main reason was that he didn't know what he should do, so he chose to escape. When Jiang Nan finally woke up, the moment he opened his eyes, the system's voice appeared once again. System upgrade. During this period, the host can freely choose any desired One-Yuan Flash Sale product. Upgraded. Jiang Nan instantly became energized. He wanted to see exactly what the system had upgraded. Many things flashed through his mind, but he didn't have time to digest them all. However, one thing caught his eye. Emotional counseling, 1 yuan per session. With such a high quality and low-priced offer, how could Jiang Nan possibly miss it? Ding. Product purchase complete, please check, host. Soon, a chat interface appeared in Jiang Nan's brain. Please select the consultation subject. Wang Yitong. Please select the relationship type. This type made Jiang Nan hesitate a bit. The relationship between the two of them seemed to be more about ambiguity, it hadn't been formalized. But he was very willing to become a couple with her. Romance. Understood, please wait. While waiting, Jiang Nan could almost hear his own heartbeat. The system indicates a communication breakdown between the host and the consultation subject. It is suggested that you contact her promptly. He seemed to understand. No matter what, as a man, he had to take the initiative, he couldn't wait for the girl to come to him first. Jiang Nan took out his phone and dialed Wang Yitong's number. When Wang Yitong received the call, her first feeling was one of great surprise. Both of them were silent for a few seconds at the same time. You. They both spoke in unison. You go first. Wang Yitong lightly bit her lip. Are you busy? Even though she had been full of resentment before this, the moment she heard his voice, it all vanished. Chapter 50, Explanation. I've been busy lately and haven't slept well for several days in a row. Jiang Nan's voice was lazy and magnetic. Hearing him say this, Wang Yitong felt that she had been overthinking things. But regardless, he shouldn't have gone so long without any word at all. How about you? How are you adjusting? Jiang Nan couldn't find another topic for a moment, so he had to talk to her about work. It's all right. The awkward atmosphere between the two of them was palpable. If you have time, let's meet up. Wang Yitong wasn't in the mood for anything else right now, so she agreed. Okay, I'm still at the company. Then I'll come over and pick you up right now. Jiang Nan grabbed his keys and rushed out. He had to seize this opportunity to smoothly weather this crisis. Wang Yitong looked at herself in the mirror. Influenced by Jiang Nan's situation recently, her mood had been quite low. As soon as Wang Yitong went downstairs, she saw Jiang Nan waiting at the entrance. Is there anything you want to eat? Wang Yitong shook her head. Because of body management, there are many things I can't eat. Just eat whatever you want. How could he have forgotten about that? It's fine. You don't have to listen to Sister Wang for everything. Being too bony isn't a good sign. After all, no one likes a bag of bones. He just couldn't put it that way. Wang Yitong still shook her head. My current figure doesn't look good on camera, so I still have to be strict. Seeing her persistence, Jiang Nan had to think of another way. Do you remember my identity? Being suddenly asked such a question, Wang Yitong was very confused. In a sense, I am your boss now. Shouldn't you listen to your boss? His words left Wang Yitong speechless. It was indeed the truth. She just never imagined that the relationship between them would become one of superior and subordinate. Rest assured, trust me and you won't go wrong. Jiang Nan did his best to dissuade Wang Yitong from her weight loss ideas. Finally unable to withstand his persistent pestering, Wang Yitong agreed. The two of them arrived at the restaurant and finally had time to talk properly. Jiang Nan shared his recent schedule with her. Wang Yitong didn't expect him to be so busy. If that were the case, it seemed reasonable that he hadn't contacted her. After all, if he didn't even have time to sleep, how could he have time to find her? Just like that, Wang Yitong forgave him in her heart. I should be more free lately. What about you? Wang Yitong carefully recalled her recent work arrangements. Sister Wang took on a new variety show for me. I'll be joining the crew in a week. What kind of show is it? Jiang Nan had been concentrating his energy on engineering projects lately, so his management of the entertainment company had clearly loosened up a lot. It seems to be a dating variety show. Jiang Nan's mind was full of question marks. What was going on? Why on earth would she take on a dating variety show? This Sister Wang was being far too inconsiderate. He made a mental note of this and decided to talk to her later. Jiang Nan quickly changed the subject. How do you feel? If it's too tiring, we can stop for a while. Wang Yitong felt she could handle it. It wasn't as exaggerated as he imagined. The initiative for everything lies with you. If you want to refuse, then refuse. It doesn't matter. There probably wasn't another entertainment company in the world that could go to such lengths, right? Moreover, from the beginning until now, they hadn't even signed a contract. It was precisely because of this that Wang Yitong felt even more confused. What kind of feelings did he have for her? Why did he always make her feel like an exception? If there was no possibility, he shouldn't give her room for fantasies. You. For a moment, Wang Yitong wanted to ask what she really thought, but she shrank back. What's wrong? Nothing. It was as if there was a wall between them that neither could cross. In the end, Jiang Nan drove her back, and there was silence all the way. Is this system reliable at all? Why does it drop the ball at critical moments? Little did he know that the system had already done its best to help, otherwise the situation might be even worse now. Jiang Nan's engineering project was flourishing, but he didn't know that someone was already watching with envy. Dongqing hadn't expected him to actually have some ability. No matter how much pressure he applied, he couldn't stop him. However, he didn't feel that this was the final outcome. Find someone to go stir up some trouble at his place, and do it cleanly. Yes. He was already proficient in using such underhanded tactics. Humph, you dare compete with me? Look at what kind of trash you are. After saying that, he picked up his phone and looked at Wang Yitong's beautiful face on the screen. She really was beautiful, very suitable to be his wife. It was truly hard to judge such daydreaming. Jiang Nan found Sister Wang in private. Regarding Wang Yitong's recent schedule, I think we should reconsider. He almost never interfered in the company's affairs, so suddenly seeking out Sister Wang was strange. What's wrong? Is there something going on? Jiang Nan phrased his words for a while, not knowing how to say this in a dignified way. He couldn't just say he liked Wang Yitong and didn't want to see her being intimate with other men, could he? Jiang Nan racked his brains to find a suitable reason. Finally, he slapped his thigh, having finally thought of one. After all, she just debuted. If such scandals arise, I'm afraid it will have a bad impact on future arrangements. He spoke with righteous indignation, as if it were a serious matter. But Sister Wang was about to argue when Jiang Nan cut her off. That's settled then. Cancel that variety show. There was nothing she could do. Since he was the boss, she could only listen to him. All right. After resolving this matter, Jiang Nan breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was also considering in his heart whether he should speed up his progress. He couldn't keep dragging it out like this. Suddenly, his phone rang. Second bro, what's wrong? The tone on the other end was very serious. Something happened. Get over here quickly. After all, when it came to engineering projects, if something happened, it was never a small matter. Okay. By the time Jiang Nan rushed to the construction site, many people had already gathered there. He pushed through the crowd and found Du Wei. What happened? Du Wei's expression was cold and stern. Jiang Nan had never seen him with such an expression before. Are you the big boss? The speaker was a worker wearing a red hard hat. Yes, what's the matter? How do you run things as a boss? Today my brother was bullied by your people here. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation. Chapter 51, Dispute. Only then did Jiang Nan notice that someone behind him had been beaten until their head was bleeding. Clearly, Jiang Nan could not just take his word for it. What happened? Du Wei began to tell Jiang Nan the whole story from beginning to end. They were the ones who provoked us first, saying some really nasty things, and then they started getting physical. My brothers only fought back because they had no other choice. After listening, Jiang Nan roughly understood what kind of situation this was. Actually, it wasn't a big deal. The main issue was that they were clamoring to call the police. But since both sides had gotten physical, no matter how you looked at it, the responsibility wouldn't lie with just one side. People often say that harmony brings wealth. Let's calm down and talk this over properly. Up until this point, Jiang Nan had remained calm and composed. Perhaps the other party hadn't expected a big boss to be so approachable. There's nothing to talk about. Either pay up or we call the police. Hearing them mention money, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. As long as the objective was clear, nothing was difficult. Then how much do you want us to pay? Hearing this, Du Wei was furious. Why should we pay? Our brothers got hurt too. Jiang Nan patted him on the shoulder, signaling him to calm down. 1 million. Otherwise, I'll call the police right now and make sure your construction project gets shut down. Jiang Nan knew he had run into some scammers. 1 million. Are you sure? They were really asking for the moon. For such minor injuries, they actually dared to ask for 1 million. Of course. Jiang Nan picked up his phone and proactively dialed 110. Then let me call the police first. They hadn't reacted to this sudden turn of events yet. Hello, I've encountered an extortion attempt and need help. The people opposite him looked at each other, confused. How did it become extortion? Okay, I'll wait for you here. After saying that, Jiang Nan found a shady spot to sit down and quietly waited for the police. Facing the sudden shift in the situation, neither side had reacted yet. Hearing the sound of police sirens, the group scattered and fled in all directions. Seeing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. How interesting. Trying to use such pathetic tricks against him, they were too naive. After the police arrived, they found Jiang Nan. Sorry, officer, this group of people was too cunning, they just ran away like that. He was at his age, yet he still called them officer. Do you know their names? Jiang Nan shook his head. Which direction did they run in? He pointed to the west with his finger. How did they try to extort you? Jiang Nan answered honestly. They staged a scam and demanded 1 million in compensation. The police officer couldn't help but sigh. Could such kindergarten-level behavior really happen among adults? All right. You idiots just came back like this. We had no choice. Who told him to call the police? Dong Cheng's subordinates were filled with frustration. How was he supposed to report back now? Get lost, you useless things. Jiang Nan calmed the workers down and told them not to be impulsive if they encountered such things in the future. But it's okay. With me backing you, nothing will happen. Being able to meet such a boss was naturally a stroke of great luck. Du Wei punched him on the shoulder. You brat, you're acting cool again. The two looked at each other and laughed out loud, and the matter was put to rest. Because Jiang Nan had been very busy lately, he hadn't been back to school for a while. The fact that final exams were approaching gave him a bit of a headache. He hadn't expected the semester to pass so quickly. It felt like he hadn't done anything, yet it also felt like he had done everything. These past few days, even Wang Yitong had paused her training and returned to school to prepare for the final exams. The two agreed to go to the library to study together. But unfortunately, they ran into someone there whom they hated the sight of. Huli was leaning on a man's shoulder, acting intimate with him. Seeing such an eyesore was already upsetting enough. What was even more unexpected was that after Huli saw Jiang Nan, she actually pushed the man away. This man was Huli's new flame, stupid and rich, much better than her previous one. Jiang Nan. Hearing her call his name, Jiang Nan fled from the scene as if escaping. Wang Yitong didn't understand why he had to avoid her. Was there still some lingering connection between the two of them? What's wrong? Jiang Nan answered her, panting. Didn't you see her? Wang Yitong narrowed her almond-shaped eyes. I saw her. I was afraid that if I didn't run fast enough, she'd stick to me like a plaster. Wang Yitong couldn't help but burst out laughing. So he hated Huli. Let's hurry and find a place to study. I don't want to fail my final exams. A handsome man and a beautiful woman walking together always attracted extra attention. I have to say, it's really good to be rich. Yeah. Photos of the two from behind appeared on the school forum again. Now, their identities had undergone a heaven and earth transformation. One was a company boss, and the other was a debuting actress. They could already see promotions for Wang Yitong on various media platforms. There really wasn't anything to bash Wang Yitong about. She was truly beautiful, a school beauty-level existence. As for Jiang Nan, he left people speechless. The boss of two companies, he had already become a local upstart. The main subjects of the discussion were solving a problem. Wang Yitong's beautiful eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and Jiang Nan kept watching her from the corner of his eye. So cute. Perhaps his gaze was too intense, Wang Yitong seemed to notice. She suddenly turned her head, and their gazes met just like that. Why are you looking at me? Jiang Nan couldn't dodge in time and was a bit flustered for a moment. He really hadn't expected that he was still a pure love warrior. And no. Nothing. His eyes would dart around whenever he lied, making it very obvious. However, Wang Yitong didn't expose him. Instead, she handed the problem to him. Do you know how to solve this problem? Jiang Nan hurriedly lowered his head, pretending to look at the problem. Wang Yitong finally couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. He regretted not reading more when it was needed. Jiang Nan didn't know how to write out the answer to this problem, but he didn't want to lose face in front of Wang Yitong. Just then, he suddenly remembered that his system had upgraded. Perhaps he could find something useful in it and use it quickly. Perhaps because he had been quiet for too long, Wang Yitong didn't want him to feel awkward and quickly said, "This kind of problem probably won't be on the exam." "It's okay, I'll do it myself." Jiang Nan hurriedly stopped her. "Wait, it'll be ready soon." In fact, he didn't write the answer to this problem himself at all, it was the system's help. He had searched everywhere and hadn't found anything useful, so he had to call for help from the system. Chapter 52, Showing Off. Who would have thought this system actually had some substance to it? It really managed to solve it. Seeing this, Wang Yitong couldn't help but look at him with starry eyes. At this moment, Jiang Nan's vanity was immensely satisfied. So this was how it felt to be the center of attention. It truly felt comfortable. "You're so amazing, you could even solve such a difficult problem." Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively. "It was just a coincidence, it's not like I was paying attention in class." An invisible flex is the deadliest. Even Jiang Nan himself felt a bit of a blush. "Forget it, since I've already shown off, what's the point of being shy now? Is there anything else you don't understand?" Wang Yitong took a glance. "Not right now." This was a hard-won beautiful moment. She had never felt that studying could be so blissful before. Huli felt unwilling. She had tried so many ways but still couldn't get even a little bit closer to Jiang Nan. If things continued like this, not only would she get nothing, but she'd also have to watch the two of them together like a pair of lovebirds. Hu Li felt a poisonous hatred for Wang Yitong in her heart. If she hadn't appeared, the person by Jiang Nan's side would definitely be her. In the end, it was because she had been blind before, otherwise, she wouldn't have just kept Jiang Nan on the hook without actually being with him. Ever since she found out how rich Jiang Nan was now, she found everyone else eyesores, feeling they were inferior to him. But there was nothing she could do. She was a vain woman, and she felt uncomfortable all over if no man was spending money on her. She had finally found a scapegoat but was still unsatisfied, always feeling she deserved better. By now, everyone in the school knew, Hu Li's reputation had hit rock bottom. Some people even cursed her behind her back, calling her a loose woman and a bitch. Under these circumstances, what kind of good person would be with her? It was simply a matter of each getting what they needed. Jiang Nan knew that with Hu Li's personality, she would definitely not let him off easily, but he was on high alert and shouldn't let her succeed. It was getting late. Just as Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong were preparing to leave the library, they actually saw Hu Li, who had clearly been waiting at the entrance for a long time. What happened before was my fault. I know I did wrong now, and I hope you can forgive me. People were coming and going here. Once something happened, it would naturally draw a crowd of onlookers. Jiang Nan wanted to pretend he hadn't heard and walk straight past, but he didn't expect Hu Li to actually block their path. Are you still unwilling to forgive me? What do I have to do to get your forgiveness? One look at this situation and it was clear she was going to act crazy again. Wang Yitong appeared at a loss in this moment. She wasn't a sharp-tongued or mean person, and it was hard for her to be that cruel to others. But Jiang Nan was the exact opposite. He knew exactly what kind of person Hu Li was. If he just let her throw a tantrum here, there would probably be many more rumors about him and Wang Yitong in the school tomorrow. Go away. Within a few short minutes, many people had already gathered to watch the drama. Unlike Jiang Nan's coldness, Hu Li appeared to be in great pain at this moment, putting on the appearance of someone who had turned over a new leaf. She undoubtedly wanted to pressure Jiang Nan, wanting him to forgive her in front of so many people. But how could Jiang Nan possibly do as she wished? I thought I hadn't made myself clear before, but I didn't expect you to still misunderstand. Jiang Nan took Wang Yitong's hand, as if asserting his sovereignty. It's impossible between us. No matter how much you pester me, it's useless. You're a girl too, and I don't want to say things that are too harsh, but you know what happened before. The onlookers nodded, feeling that Jiang Nan had already been more than fair. If the same thing happened to them, they might have done something even more extreme. Wang Yitong's eyes were fixed on her hand, which had been taken into his. What exactly was going on? Jiang Nan led her away from there. Even after leaving the crowd, their hands were still tightly clasped together. Just as Wang Yitong decided to pull her hand away, Jiang Nan held it even tighter. She looked at Jiang Nan with a face full of confusion, not understanding what he meant by this. Logically, the act should be over, and she no longer had any use value. Actually, I didn't finish what I was saying just now. Jiang Nan turned around and looked at her with a serious expression. I already have someone I like. I don't want to mention the past anymore, I only want to cherish the present. He took a deep breath to pump himself up. He couldn't keep stalling like this, he had to make a decision. I like you. Please date me. Everything happened too suddenly. Wang Yitong even doubted if she had heard correctly. In fact, Jiang Nan hadn't expected that he would confess to her in such an environment either. He thought a perfect confession should start with a bouquet of flowers. Both sides fell into silence. Wang Yitong could feel his hand holding hers, seemingly trembling slightly. It was clearly a result she had anticipated for a long time, yet now she found it somewhat difficult to choose. Did he really like her? Question after question filled Wang Yitong's thoughts. Jiang Nan also hadn't expected this kind of outcome. For a moment, it was a bit awkward. He didn't expect his first confession to be met with rejection. Although he really wanted to take it in stride, he still couldn't do it. After all, it was his first time. He was just about to say, it's okay, when he was interrupted by Wang Yitong. Are you serious? The sudden question threw Jiang Nan into a panic. What on earth had he done to make Wang Yitong doubt even his confession? Did he look that unreliable? It could only be said that there is a vast difference between the thinking of men and women. I'm very serious. I will treat every relationship seriously. As soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, he felt like his words were a bit ambiguous. This was the first relationship he had encountered. Why did he sound like a seasoned veteran of the dating scene? But fortunately, Wang Yitong could understand his meaning. If you're really serious, then perhaps we can give it a try. Wang Yitong didn't dare to be too definitive either. Regardless, it was an affirmative answer after all, and Jiang Nan was ecstatic. His mood was like a roller coaster, full of ups and downs. His expression was visibly happy, and Wang Yitong's emotions couldn't help but be infected by him. From now on, the two of them were no longer just in an ambiguous relationship, but had become a real couple. Logically, this was the time when two people should be deeply in love and sticking together every day. But there was no choice, both of them had work to do and had to focus on that first. Although Wang Yitong's variety show had been cancelled, she still had other engagements. Wang Yitong was going to a nearby city this time and wouldn't be back for at least a week. Chapter 53, Entanglement. Jiang Nan was reluctant to part with her, wishing he could go with her. However, this idea was unrealistic. I will be back very soon, you should focus on your work these next few days as well. At this moment, Jiang Nan couldn't listen to anything anymore. He deeply regretted agreeing to let Wang Yitong enter the entertainment industry back then. Look at what's happening now. Wang Yitong was also worried throughout the journey. How could she bear to part with Jiang Nan? She just wanted to finish her work quickly and return as soon as possible. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned, and it seemed the work progress wouldn't be easy to catch up. The main reason wasn't on Wang Yitong's side, but because someone was causing trouble. Dongqing spent some money to bribe the director of this advertisement. Wait a moment, I have something to say. All right. Who would dare to offend a big sponsor? While Wang Yitong was touching up her makeup, she caught sight of someone familiar in her peripheral vision. Because of what happened last time, the two had parted on bad terms, and now that they met suddenly, Wang Yitong felt a bit helpless. Hi, long time no see, how have you been lately? Dongqing took the initiative to talk to Wang Yitong. Not bad. At this moment, he didn't know that Wang Yitong was already with Jiang Nan, otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm and composed right now. Although Wang Yitong had doubts in her heart, she didn't ask. She could only pray silently that he didn't come because of her. Heaven knows how much she detested Dongqing. Since there's nothing going on right now, would you like to grab a meal together? Wang Yitong shook her head quickly. My work here isn't finished yet, I'm sorry. She wanted to use work as an excuse to brush him off, but Dongqing refused to let her go. I can handle such a small matter. After saying this, he signaled the director with a look, and filming was immediately paused. It's fine now, what would you like to eat? His series of actions made Wang Yitong feel that something was very wrong. She looked around, hoping to see Sister Wang's figure here, but she didn't see her. At this moment, help from afar couldn't solve the immediate problem. Jiang Nan was thousands of miles away. How could she get rid of Dongqing? Wang Yitong racked her brains but couldn't think of a better way. I'm a bit tired, I want to rest, and I can't just eat anything right now. She had already refused very clearly. If this still didn't work, she really didn't know what to do. But Dongqing was relentless. It had been so difficult for him to get this opportunity. How could he easily let Wang Yitong go? If it weren't for that meddlesome Jiang Nan appearing suddenly last time, they should have already been together by now. Thinking of this, Dongqing was still furious. It doesn't matter, just consider it a break. As he spoke, he made a gesture of invitation. Since he had already done this, if she kept refusing, she was afraid it would only anger him. There was no other way, so Wang Yitong had to comply. At the same time, she was secretly comforting herself in her heart. It was broad daylight, he wouldn't do anything excessive. It could only be said that she thought of this beast too kindly. The two came to a nearby restaurant, which was empty. It was clear that he had already made arrangements in advance. Such an environment made Wang Yitong feel even more terrified. His people were all waiting outside the door. If something really happened, even escaping would be a luxury. Thinking of this, her heart sank deeper and deeper. Wang Yitong gripped her phone tightly, wanting to call for help. Dongqing saw all of this in his eyes. A pitifully beautiful woman was standing in front of him, trembling like a cicada in late autumn. His vanity was greatly satisfied. At the same time, a smile of certainty hung on his face. Sometimes he really couldn't understand where he was inferior compared to Jiang Nan. In his view, he was the favored son of heaven and the most outstanding man in the world. Since he was young, no one had ever dared to refuse him. Looking at the delicious food, Wang Yitong had no appetite. "Eat more, you are still too thin." Dongqing looked at Wang Yitong with great interest, as if admiring a beautiful vase. "Why did you suddenly think of joining the entertainment industry?" "Just playing around." In this situation, Wang Yitong certainly couldn't say that she had this idea because of Jiang Nan. "It's still too hard, there's no need for it." Wang Yitong didn't answer. The two of them had no common topics to begin with, and forcing a conversation would only make things more awkward. Sister Wang returned to the scene and was surprised to see that Wang Yitong had disappeared. She quickly asked the staff on site if they had seen where Wang Yitong went. But everyone was stammering. Sister Wang quickly discovered that there must be a problem here, so she went directly to question the director. "Where is she?" The director feigned ignorance, pretending not to understand what she was talking about. At this point, Sister Wang had to reveal Wang Yitong's identity. "Do you know who she is?" The director didn't care who she was, he only knew that he could not offend Dongqing under any circumstances. "She is the daughter of the Wang family. You should know how many people are surnamed Wang, right?" "How is that possible? Would the eldest daughter of the Wang family come to do this kind of thing?" Seeing that he didn't believe her, Sister Wang had to call Jiang Nan for help. Before leaving, he had said that if there was anything related to Wang Yitong, she must tell him immediately. Jiang Nan was reviewing a planning proposal when he suddenly felt his eyelid twitch. Just at this moment, Sister Wang's call came in. "Wang Yitong is gone." "What are you saying?" Jiang Nan's voice sounded dangerous. Wang Yitong had only just left, how could she have disappeared? "I went out for a moment just now, and when I came back, I didn't see anyone." Speaking of this, Sister Wang was very helpless. She had been gone for less than 20 minutes, who could have imagined that she would be lost in such a short time? "Where are you now?" Sister Wang immediately sent the location of the set. "Doesn't anyone know where she went?" "Someone must know, but they didn't tell me." Jiang Nan roughly understood the situation. While arranging for people to search nearby, he prepared to fly over himself. "Find me the fastest flight, deal with other matters after I return." "Yes." Jiang Nan rushed to the scene without stopping. At this moment, the director was also a bit panicked, he couldn't offend either side. Wang Yitong just left with Boss Dong. Sister Wang was about to explode with anger. "Which Boss Dong?" "It's that Dongqing." "Where did they go?" The director shook his head. "Since you saw it, why didn't you stop them?" The answer to this question was obvious. Sister Wang didn't waste any more time with him and quickly started looking. In fact, Wang Yitong was still quite safe at this moment. Chapter 54, Timely Arrival. The main reason was that she kept avoiding Dongqing's questions. Slowly, Dongqing felt bored, it seemed there was no point in continuing the conversation like this. Jiang Nan was impatient, wanting to reach Wang Yitong as quickly as possible. Whenever it came to this, he had to seek help from the system. "Hurry up and help me." But the system wasn't a pushover, it wouldn't help him for no reason. System prompt: host can purchase equivalent services with money. Money, money, money. Nothing works without money, right? There was no other way, Jiang Nan had to swallow his anger. "How much?" "Teleportation skill, 1 million per use." "Why don't you just go rob someone?" Jiang Nan felt angry but helpless. "Payment successful. Please enter the destination you wish to reach. Since he had already spent the money, it was better to be as specific as possible. Beside Wang Yitong. Admittedly, this system was quite efficient once it took money to get things done. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Nan saw Wang Yitong outside the restaurant. There was a layer of glass between the two of them. He walked forward slowly but was blocked by someone. "What are you doing?" This person looked familiar to Jiang Nan. "It's you." He remembered, this was the person from last time. "You actually dare to come here?" The noise here quickly attracted the attention of others. "Brothers, get him." Jiang Nan hadn't intended to fight, but it was a small world, he had run into that same group from last time. There was no choice. If he didn't fight back, he would be the one getting hurt. Wang Yitong vaguely heard the noise, turned her head, and saw that it was actually Jiang Nan. How could he be here? She hadn't even asked him for help yet. Another person was just as surprised as she was. Dongqing looked at Jiang Nan's figure. He really was like a ghost that wouldn't leave. What is your relationship with him? Since he asked, she had no choice but to tell the truth. We are lovers now. Wang Yitong answered openly and honestly. Lovers? Are you blind? What exactly makes him worthy of being with you? In his eyes, Jiang Nan was just a small-time character who wouldn't amount to anything. He was completely incomparable to himself. But in Wang Yitong's eyes, Jiang Nan was a very special existence. As for the reason, Wang Yitong felt there was no need to explain it to him. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. After saying this, she got up to leave. Do you think you can just walk away? Dong Cheng's tone was full of threats. What do you mean? Wang Yitong felt his current expression was incomparably disgusting. She had clearly rejected him from the very beginning, so why did he have to keep pestering her like this? More and more people appeared. Wang Yitong couldn't help but worry, could Jiang Nan really handle so many people? It was truly despicable and shameless. Were they trying to bully someone just because they had more people? Jiang Nan only wanted to say that he was thinking too simply. Because of the system's upgrade, his kung fu was getting stronger and stronger. These small fries were nothing. Jiang Nan's skills were extraordinary, and even Wang Yitong was surprised watching him. She wished she could help him, but Wang Yitong knew that if she went out there now, she would only cause him trouble. The two were separated by a pane of glass, able to see each other clearly. Sirens sounded in the distance. It turned out that Wang Jie had seen things were going wrong and had called the police. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Jiang Nan gave Dongqing the middle finger. Trash. You. Facing Jiang Nan's provocation, he was so angry that his face turned red. From a young age, when had he ever been defied like this? Jiang Nan, we'll see. The police officers got out of the car. Nobody move. Hands on your heads, squat down. In the end, everyone naturally went to the police station, but Jiang Nan repeatedly emphasized that he was acting in self-defense. It definitely wasn't me who started it, officer, you have to believe me. There was surveillance here, so the police naturally knew what had happened. Exactly what happened. Jiang Nan recounted the whole series of events without hiding anything. After all, he hadn't done anything wrong in this matter. We understand the general situation. Suddenly, someone came in from outside and whispered a few words to him. The officer frowned. He didn't expect that the identities of these people were not simple, and the matter was a bit tricky. Officer, can I leave now? You need to wait a little longer. After saying that, he turned and left. Jiang Nan could actually guess what they had just said. However, he didn't care. If they really made an unfair mediation, then he wouldn't blame himself for taking action. Dongqing sat stylishly in the police station, looking like nothing had happened. The reason he dared to be so presumptuous was because he was confident enough in his family's background. If his surname wasn't Dong, would he still dare to be like this? Because you are suspected of provoking trouble and gathering a crowd to fight, you will be detained for 15 days according to the law. Do you have any questions? Dongqing laughed. Had he heard that right? Do you know who I am? Of course, they knew. This is already the lightest verdict. If you have any questions, you can let the other gentlemen sue. Dongqing slammed the table hard. Absurd. Calm down, this is a police station. The Dong family felt very ashamed when they heard about this. To be such a grown adult and still do something like this, it really makes one not know what to say. Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong walked out of the police station together. What an unforgettable memory. He didn't expect that even at a time like this, Jiang Nan was still in the mood to joke. It's all my fault for making you worry. Wang Yitong felt somewhat self-reproachful. If it weren't for her, none of this would have happened. What silly things are you saying? What does this have to do with you? It's all that idiot's fault. Jiang Nan comforted her quickly, not wanting her to feel guilty. After all, the ultimate victim in this matter was Wang Yitong. In the end, it was because he hadn't protected her well that he had given the bad guys an opportunity. It's okay, from now on, I will accompany you to every announcement. Ah. How can that be? Compared to living in fear like this, Jiang Nan preferred to be by her side. Don't worry, I have my own arrangements. But at least one thing was certain, Dongqing wouldn't be causing any more trouble for a while. How did you get here? That was so fast. Wang Yitong was very confused by this question. Because it would take 3 hours to get here from school even by plane, yet Jiang Nan had appeared here so quickly. Ah. This question was really hard to answer. There was no other way, Jiang Nan had to tell a little lie. Actually, I had already bought a plane ticket the moment you left. I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect this to happen. Chapter 55, Humiliation. This explanation seemed to make sense, and Wang Yitong believed his story. Jiang Nan, having narrowly escaped a calamity, secretly rejoiced. He couldn't confess to Wang Yitong yet, it wasn't the right time. Although Jiang Nan thought this way, he knew that such things couldn't be hidden forever, he was merely avoiding it. Wang Yitong's work was interrupted once again, which made her a bit worried. You don't need to overthink work matters, I will have Sister Wang continue to arrange things for you. Sister Wang wasn't stupid. If she couldn't see the relationship between Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong by now, she wouldn't be able to make it in this industry. What kind of boss would care so much about the star under them? At any rate, she had never seen it before. Coming to her senses, Sister Wang felt she had been far too careless. She had actually wanted to arrange a dating variety show for Wang Yitong. Had she grown a pair of guts or something? Fortunately, Jiang Nan hadn't said much, otherwise she would really have no face left to continue working. Although the two had confirmed their relationship, not many people knew about it yet. Regarding this matter, Jiang Nan was more considerate of Wang Yitong's feelings. He knew that Wang Yitong's family might not approve, and might even oppose it. He was mentally prepared for this, but it didn't matter. With Dongqing's status, he shouldn't have been detained for 15 days, but there was no help for it. Under the pressure of public opinion from Jiang Nan, the police station couldn't release him. This time, it had touched Dongqing's bottom line. He had never been so humiliated before. Now the entire Dong family knew about this. Although Dongqing was in the wrong first, such large families were always a bit protective of their own. Therefore, this time, Jiang Nan would be going up against the entire Dong family. Today, the Wang family welcomed some distinguished guests. Father Wang had assumed that the Dong family only remembered to contact them because they saw that he had become successful, but he hadn't expected them to get straight to the point and bring up the matter of Wang Yitong and Jiang Nan. What? Are you saying my daughter is with that Jiang Nan? Father Wang looked incredulous. How could this be possible? The parents of the Wang family looked at each other in confusion. Ever since they found out Wang Yitong was going to wade into the murky waters of the entertainment industry, they hadn't contacted her for a long time. They hadn't expected her to not even give them a heads up about such a big matter. This child, she is truly lawless. Father Wang was very angry. Why did it feel like Wang Yitong was slipping further and further out of his control? It clearly hadn't been like this before. He knew the Dong family wouldn't have come just to tell him this news. There must be something else, and it definitely had to do with Wang Yitong. Sure enough, the members of the Dong family spoke slowly. This matter is definitely true. After all, it was Yitong herself who said it. Hearing this, Father Wang's heart sank completely. What on earth happened? Dongqing watched quietly from the side. He didn't believe that even with such pressure applied, they could still be together. His goal was very simple. Undoubtedly, he wanted to break up Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong. I advise you to discipline your child. You cannot let her run around with that kind of person. I am strongly opposed to this matter. Rest assured, I will definitely discipline her properly. Hearing him say this, the Dong family felt much more at ease. The reason they did this was to avoid harming the innocent. After all, they only wanted to target Jiang Nan alone. After seeing the Dong family off, Father Wang immediately called Wang Yitong. Wang Yitong was quite puzzled. Usually, her father never called her, so what was going on? Hello, Dad. I don't care what you are doing right now, get back here immediately. Wang Yitong was stunned. Although there had been times when her father was angry before, he had never been as irritable as he was this time. Her heart began to panic. She didn't know what on earth had happened. And her emotions were never good at hiding. Jiang Nan easily saw that something was wrong with her. What's wrong? Why are your brows furrowed so tightly? My father just called and told me to go back immediately. I have a bad premonition. Hearing that this matter concerned Wang Yitong's father, Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel a bit worried. How about I go with you? Wang Yitong was extremely conflicted inside. Logically speaking, she should have told her family about this matter, but she hadn't. The reason she did so was because she feared her parents' opposition. She didn't even need to think about what the outcome would be during this period. Wang Yitong nodded. She was really scared. She didn't want to choose between her parents and Jiang Nan. As soon as she arrived home, she could feel the serious atmosphere, especially the moment her father saw Jiang Nan. Didn't I tell you to come back by yourself? Wang Yitong kept her mouth shut and did not respond. At this moment, Jiang Nan had to step forward to smooth things over. Yitong wasn't feeling very well, so I drove her back. How could Father Wang not see through such a clumsy excuse? Since he had followed her here, he shouldn't blame him for not showing mercy. One thing is one thing, although he had been of great help to the company, that did not mean he could do whatever he wanted. Especially regarding Wang Yitong, no matter what, he could not allow a man of unknown status and full of suspicion to be with his daughter. Ultimately, it was because Jiang Nan's identity was too mysterious. To anyone, such a person seemed unreliable. How many things have you been hiding from me? Father Wang's gaze was imposing without anger. Under the scrutiny of this gaze, Wang Yitong had no choice but to confess everything. I did act on my own and debuted as an artist, and I didn't tell you about Jiang Nan and me being together, but I don't feel I did anything wrong. Wang Yitong's answer was open and honest. Even up to this moment, the two of them were holding hands tightly. Hearing her say this, Father Wang was even more furious. I see your wings have truly hardened. You dare to make decisions on your own about everything. Wang Yitong did not agree with his words. Regardless, I am an adult, and I can be responsible for my own decisions. Mother Wang, watching from the side, couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly came over to stop them. All right, both of you say less. Look. This is the good daughter you have spoiled. Even at this moment, he pushed all the responsibility onto his wife. Jiang Nan could already roughly understand the pattern of this family. It was nothing more than a dictatorship. Everything had to be done according to Father Wang. Such a family environment was truly suffocating. Jiang Nan felt a bit heartbroken for Wang Yitong. He hadn't expected that children from wealthy families would live such unhappy lives. Uncle, there are some things I must make clear to you. Jiang Nan had already guessed that this matter must have been told to him by someone named Dong. He was doing this purely to put pressure on the Wang family, but he was still underestimating him. Father Wang waved his hand, not wanting to talk to him at all. Chapter 56, Revenge. That culprit, if not for him, his daughter wouldn't have gone astray. Jiang Nan accepted it all, there was no other way. I know you are very angry right now, but I think it is necessary for us to sort things out. Jiang Nan spoke unhurriedly, as if he had truly come to reason with him. I can assure you that the two of us are in love, and I genuinely like her. I can guarantee this to you, no matter what happens, I will always be responsible for her. Father Wang let out a cold snort. He didn't care about that at all. Compared to Dong Cheng, what was he? He simply couldn't be taken seriously. It had to be said that Father Wang was too realistic. He wasn't truly considering his daughter at all, only wanting to curry favor with the powerful. Everyone knows that it is good to lean on a big tree for shade, but is a person like Dong Cheng truly worth entrusting one's life to? Wang Yitong sighed. Her father was so selfish, not thinking of her at all. Dad. Do you really treat me as your own daughter? Her voice was already trembling slightly. What kind of love potion has he fed you? If you weren't my own flesh and blood, do you think I would bother with you? Father Wang couldn't control his anger and shouted loudly at Wang Yitong. Mother Wang felt breathless on the side, as if she were about to faint. What kind of sin had she committed? A perfectly good home was now turned upside down. Jiang Nan knew that Wang Yitong was feeling emotional, and continuing like this wouldn't solve the problem. Calm down, don't be too agitated. Let's take it slowly. How can I be calm? My parents want to push me into a pit of fire. Wang Yitong knew that they just wanted her to be with Dongcheng. That was the ending they wanted, and as for what she thought, it didn't matter at all. Why did she have to be controlled like a puppet? Just as the atmosphere was deadlocked, Wang Yitong's brother returned. All right, stop causing a scene. He had already learned what happened on his way back. He had rushed back from the company in a hurry. You take her away first. Wang Yiwu signaled to Jiang Nan with his eyes. Okay. Jiang Nan didn't say anything more. In this situation, saying anything else would be useless. Wang Yiwu rubbed his forehead. How did this matter escalate to this point? Mom and Dad, you should also calm down first. Mother Wang almost had a heart attack and felt completely drained and weak. Compared to Dongcheng, Wang Yiwu found Jiang Nan more agreeable. They were all peers, and he knew very well what Dongcheng's reputation was like outside. If he really had to marry his sister off to such a person, it would truly be ruining her. However, he couldn't say it so bluntly to his parents. They definitely wouldn't believe it. Or perhaps even if they believed it, they would still proceed without hesitation. After all, in their eyes, the Dong family was a symbol of power and wealth. If they married their daughter off, then after the two families joined in marriage, the Wang family's business would definitely reach new heights. Compared to this point, Wang Yitong's little sacrifice was simply not worth mentioning. Wang Yitong left the Wang family under Jiang Nan's support. Finally, on the road, she couldn't hold back her tears and cried. In the end, she was just a girl who hadn't grown up yet, so it was only natural for her to feel aggrieved when encountering such matters. Jiang Nan patted her shoulder and comforted her. Are you sad? It's okay, I will definitely be able to solve this. Since he dared to say such words, it proved that he had the ability to do it. Why? Why do they want to treat me like this? Uncle was just confused for a moment, or perhaps he doesn't think highly of me. It doesn't matter, I will definitely work hard to prove myself. Jiang Nan was very responsible, taking all the blame upon himself. But Wang Yitong knew that this didn't really have much to do with him. In the end, wasn't it just because of her father's snobbery? But Jiang Nan had clearly helped their family so much. If not for his prescription, how would the Wang family be where it is today? It was all because her father didn't know how to be content, and didn't even have the most basic sense of gratitude. Thinking of this, Wang Yitong felt even more sorry for him. No, it's all because of me. Perhaps I shouldn't have agreed to be with you in the first place. Our being together is not blessed by others. Jiang Nan became alert immediately upon hearing Wang Yitong say this. Are you saying this because you regret it? They had finally managed to be together. Were they to separate just because of such a small problem? This was the first time Jiang Nan felt angry because of Dongcheng's existence. Wang Yitong didn't know how to answer. She really couldn't go against her own heart and tell such a lie. Just pretend I didn't hear what you said today. Never say such things again in the future. Jiang Nan gently cupped Wang Yitong's face, making her look directly at him. Did you remember that? Wang Yitong nodded slightly, her eyes filled with tears. After Jiang Nan sent her back, he began to plan how to deal with this Dongcheng. He didn't expect this person's methods to be so despicable. Since he started it, he shouldn't blame him. Originally, he thought this was just a small scuffle, but he didn't expect this person to be so pushy. Isn't it just that he has a bit more money than him? What's the big deal? Does he have the things that I have? At this moment, Jiang Nan naturally thought of his system. He hoped it would be powerful this time. The Dong family had been throwing their weight around here for so many years, he didn't believe they didn't have any loopholes. The larger the family, the easier it is for them to make mistakes. Jiang Nan had been painstakingly researching for the past few days, determined to find a weak spot. Fortunately, his hard work paid off, and he soon found a place where he could strike. Although the Dong family seemed to have a large business, the management in many areas was very outdated and could no longer keep up with the trends of the times. Jiang Nan planned to use this loophole to buy a large amount of their stocks and then sell them at a low price. He gathered all the money he could use and prepared to make a big move. They were the ones who forced him to do this. Jiang Nan felt that there was nothing wrong with what he was doing. After all, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Since they were blind enough to provoke him, they had to be prepared to pay the price. Even up to this point, Dongcheng hadn't realized anything was wrong and was still full of arrogance. Wasn't he very impressive before? Let's see what he can do this time. Jiang Nan used the system to buy the Dong family stocks at a low price and used the entertainment company's channels to spread negative news about the Dong family. His wave of news was aggressive. Before the Dong family could react, the stocks had already started to plummet. Seeing this scene, Jiang Nan remained calm. This was just the beginning. What followed would be even more exciting. What is going on? Dongqing was furious. Chapter 57, Regretting the Past. Why haven't you gone to check yet? Jiang Nan had done such a thing, and he hadn't intended to hide it at all. Therefore, he was able to find out about it very quickly. Is he looking for death? Dongqing couldn't understand why Jiang Nan dared to provoke him like this. He went directly to find Jiang Nan. Hello, who are you looking for? The receptionist asked politely. Tell Jiang Nan to get down here. Are you referring to our president? The receptionist was very shocked. How could there be such a person? Did he not know whose territory this was? She transferred the call to the president's office. President, someone is looking for you downstairs. Jiang Nan lowered his head to check the time. It was about time. It must be him. Tell him to wait for me for a moment. Understood. Having finally found an opportunity to show off, how could Jiang Nan easily let it pass? I'm sorry, our president is a bit busy right now, please wait a moment. What? Dongqing couldn't believe what he had heard, someone actually made him wait. The receptionist repeated it again, and he was certain he hadn't misheard. Fine, very well, Jiang Nan, we shall see. After saying that, he decisively turned and left. He absolutely would not allow his dignity to be trampled upon like this, especially by Jiang Nan. All of this was within Jiang Nan's expectations. He hoped he wouldn't regret his actions. After all, there was no regret medicine in this world. Jiang Nan stood in the top-floor office, looking down. Perhaps in the near future, he would also have a business empire. Originally, he wasn't in any rush, but since there was an opportunity, he naturally had to make good use of it. On his way back, Dongqing learned even worse news. President Dong, our group stock has hit the daily limit down. This meant that in just one day, they had lost hundreds of billions. Dongqing didn't believe this was all caused by Jiang Nan, because in his view, Jiang Nan didn't have such capability. Indeed, Jiang Nan didn't, but his system did. You did a good job this time, I commend you. The system indicates that there is no free lunch in the world. This time, the system will collect 30% of the profits. Buffed. Jiang Nan couldn't hold it back and accidentally sprayed out the water in his mouth. How ruthless. It actually wanted 30%. Jiang Nan grumbled inwardly, but didn't say it out loud. There was no other way. Who told him to be dependent on it? He had to accept it. For a time, the Dong family could only rob Peter to pay Paul, but doing so was of no avail. Soon, the Dong family's capital chain had snapped. At this moment, they finally couldn't hold on any longer. What exactly is going on? They were all grasshoppers on the same rope. At a time like this, they were naturally united. All signs pointed to Dongqing regarding this problem. There was no other way. He had to make a clean breast of what happened this time. You are truly muddled. It's useless to talk about that now. Hurry up and think of what to do. Everyone's face was filled with worry. Only they knew what a broken capital chain meant. It meant a business empire was about to go bankrupt. Dongqing came to Jiang Nan's company once again, but this time, he had changed his previous arrogant demeanor. Could you please help me contact your president? The receptionist thought he looked familiar, as if she had just seen him a couple of days ago, but he hadn't been like this back then. Understood. This time, Jiang Nan didn't make him continue waiting, but instead had someone bring him up directly. Dongqing's steps were heavy. He didn't know what expression he should wear to face Jiang Nan. Mr. Dong, is there something you need? Jiang Nan acted as if nothing had ever happened. The more he acted like this, the more it irritated Dongqing. Dongqing had never thought that Jiang Nan possessed such capability, which was why he appeared so broken at this moment. What happened before was my fault. What do I have to do for you to forgive me? Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this. Why did this sound like a bickering young couple? He certainly didn't have any interest in that sort of thing. Dongqing thought he had lowered his posture enough. We are all adults, you should pay the due price for your actions. You should be clear about that. Originally, Jiang Nan hadn't intended to take things so far, but now that he was a businessman, he naturally had to consider things from the perspective of profit. If he could take this opportunity to annex the entire group, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? I have already apologized, what else do you want from me? Dongqing wasn't apologizing sincerely at all. However, Jiang Nan didn't care about that. Which law in the world stipulates that just because you apologize, I must accept it? This sentence from Jiang Nan left him speechless. Dongqing had always been in a superior position before, now that his status had suddenly changed, he found it hard to adapt. Perhaps you still haven't grasped the situation, the fate of your Dong family depends entirely on my mood. Jiang Nan wasn't bragging, this was something he was truly capable of doing now. I advise you not to go too far, wanting to annex the entire Dong family is just wishful thinking. Dongqing roared hysterically at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan impatiently covered his ears. Seeing him like this, he was no longer in the mood to continue chatting with him. However, seeing him like this, Jiang Nan was also very satisfied. The angrier he was, the more incompetent he appeared. Show him out. After saying that, he had security escort him out. Dongqing returned in defeat. How did it go? Did he propose any conditions? He shook his head, not saying a word. What exactly happened? Say something. Seeing him like this, everyone was filled with fear and trepidation. He didn't propose any conditions. What did this mean? It meant that there was no room for maneuver in this matter. Their Dong family was on the brink of destruction. This fact was something they couldn't bear. This news had already caused quite a stir, to the point where everyone knew about it. This, of course, included the Wang family. Father Wang was reading the newspaper intently. No matter what, he couldn't figure out what on earth had happened. Although he didn't know the process, the result was obvious. No one had thought that such a large family would encounter a crisis just like that. Father Wang just silently rejoiced in his heart. If he had really let Wang Yitong marry into the Dong family back then their situation probably wouldn't be much better now. Of course, he couldn't possibly imagine that this matter had anything to do with Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan was in a good mood. After getting off work, he went directly to pick up Wang Yitong for a Western dinner. What happened? You look like you're very happy. Is it that obvious? Wang Yitong nodded sincerely. It's a little secret, I can't tell you right now. Chapter 58, Slapping Faces. The more he kept her in suspense, the more curious Wang Yitong became. What exactly is it? Just tell me. Jiang Nan simply wouldn't say, insisting on teasing her. You're being so annoying. Wang Yitong said with a coquettish pout. No matter how she acted cute, Jiang Nan wouldn't say another word. The two of them were stuck together, looking very much in love. Men all have a bit of a streak for teasing girls, and Jiang Nan was no exception. It wasn't easy for them to have such a sweet and affectionate moment, so naturally, it was meant to be cherished. However, there are always people who lack situational awareness and insist on disturbing others at such times. That person was none other than Dongqing. He was now at a dead end and had to seek Jiang Nan's forgiveness. If this continued, their family would lose everything and go bankrupt. Such a thing was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine before. He never dreamed there would be a day like this. Wang Yitong, listening from the side, was somewhat surprised to hear Dongqing's voice. Could the Dong family's bankruptcy be related to him? Jiang Nan patted her shoulder to reassure her. I'll take this call first and be back in a moment. I really know I was wrong now, I shouldn't have spoken so arrogantly. This time, Dongqing lowered his stance significantly, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. It's good that you can recognize your mistake, but it's already too late. Jiang Nan didn't make things difficult for him further. It is often said that the business world is like a battlefield. He must have truly experienced that now. No. I beg you, please don't do this. A grown man had actually become so humble and submissive. One could only imagine what kind of impact the outcome of this matter would have on him. Jiang Nan wasn't exactly cold-hearted, but he understood the principle of putting profit first. What he was doing next wasn't entirely because of his personal grudge with Dongqing. The more important reason was that he wanted to make himself stronger. Because of his low status, he had often been looked down upon. This time, he would change that completely. It's useless telling me this. If you were presented with such an opportunity right now, would you easily give it up? This question completely stumped Dongcheng. The reason he didn't answer was that he knew if it were him, he would have made the same choice as Jiang Nan. All right, stop saying these useless things. You'd better hurry up and handle your problems. Although Jiang Nan knew that whatever he did would be in vain, he still gave a kind reminder. Whether Dongcheng appreciated the gesture was unknown. After hanging up, Jiang Nan returned to Wang Yitong's side. Was that Dongcheng? Jiang Nan didn't hide it and nodded. What did he want with you? At this point, Wang Yitong already had a faint suspicion in her heart. However, she wasn't certain yet, so she wanted to hear the answer from Jiang Nan's own mouth. I did this. I didn't plan on keeping it from you, I just wanted to tell you after everything was over. Wang Yitong's heart sank. How did you do it? She never knew Jiang Nan had such capabilities, his actions seemed to be refreshing her perception of him over and over again. He seemed more capable and ambitious than she had imagined. Jiang Nan grumbled inwardly. It's all that Dongcheng's fault. If he hadn't called today, I could have kept this surprise hidden for a while longer. Wang Yitong's searching gaze was impossible for Jiang Nan to ignore, so he had no choice but to obediently tell the truth. After listening, Wang Yitong took a deep breath of cold air. Isn't doing this a bit too much? Jiang Nan knew she would think that. Don't worry, we don't need to feel any guilt. Even if I didn't do it, someone else would have. It sounded like there was some logic to that. Wang Yitong stopped pressing the matter. In fact, she knew in her heart that the main reason her parents wouldn't accept Jiang Nan was that his status wasn't as prominent as the Dong family's. She wondered what they would think after this incident happened. When will you be free to go back to my house again? Jiang Nan was momentarily dazed. There was no resolution to what happened last time. I hope this time we can bring it to a close. Wang Yitong's idea was simple, she wanted her parents and brother to accept Jiang Nan. In her eyes, Jiang Nan was very good to her, and based on that alone, their being together shouldn't be obstructed. All right. Jiang Nan readily agreed. There was nothing for him to fear, after all, he was no longer that poor kid from before. Everyone in the Dong family fell into a panic, this was the first time they felt the terror of bankruptcy. It truly felt like crying out to the heavens and earth and getting no response. Those who had previously begged the Dong family for favors were nowhere to be found, not a single person could help. Because they all knew the Dong family had provoked a powerful figure, and if they didn't understand the truth, they might get dragged down too. The risk was too great, they couldn't bear it. So they all chose to stay out of it and mind their own business. Such behavior was understandable, but some people liked to kick others when they were down. The Dong family's power here used to be absolute, so falling to this state was truly a spectacle to behold. Truly capable people might not do such things, but often the less capable ones like to take advantage of others' misfortunes. In these few days, the Dong family had seen plenty of cold shoulders, how could they not feel hatred? Dongqing vowed to let Jiang Nan know what he was capable of. Although they had no power left now, there were always things that could be bought with money. Today, Jiang Nan got ready to pick up Wang Yitong, and then the two of them went to the Wang family together. Compared to the last time, both of their mindsets had changed. Mother Wang was very surprised when she opened the door, she didn't expect them to return. However, she still invited them inside. Child, you should have given us a heads up before coming back so I could cook some of your favorite dishes. The mother and daughter held hands. Mother Wang truly cared for her daughter, although she sometimes disagreed with Father Wang's methods, she didn't dare to defy him. Being caught in the middle like this was quite helpless. Jiang Nan, you two sit here and rest for a bit. I'll go call your uncle over. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Jiang Nan was quite sweet-talked, calling her Auntie one after another to sound close. When Father Wang heard they had come, he knew it must be about what happened last time. Could it be that those two wanted someone of his age to back down to them? The elderly man was certainly unwilling to do that. Chapter 59, Reconciliation. Don't be so petty with the child. Can't we just let this matter go? Mother Wang persuaded him. I have my own plans, so stay out of it. Mother Wang rolled her eyes. It was all because of this old man that her children weren't close to her anymore. Father Wang came into the living room. Cough, cough. The atmosphere was a bit awkward for a moment, but fortunately, Jiang Nan stepped in to smooth things over. We were wrong last time. We didn't tell you about our relationship right away. Jiang Nan was quite worldly wise, giving the old man a way out first. Seeing that his attitude in admitting his mistake was sincere enough, Father Wang didn't say anything more to make things difficult for him. Mother Wang called Yitong away to help her prepare dinner, which was actually to give Jiang Nan and Father Wang a chance to talk. Sure enough, when only the two of them were left in the living room, the atmosphere became exceptionally stagnant. You've heard about the Dong family situation, right? Yes. Jiang Nan didn't say much more. After all, he hadn't just heard about it, he was the one who caused it. Even a family that was once so powerful can collapse in an instant. People like you and me need to be even more cautious. Jiang Nan didn't agree with Father Wang's view, but he didn't argue either. This man would likely become his father-in-law in the future, he couldn't afford to offend him of all people. Jiang Nan was clear-headed enough to understand such an obvious thing. Mom, what do you think of Jiang Nan? Wang Yitong began to test her mother's attitude. She felt that aside from her father, no one else should look down on Jiang Nan like that. I think he's a decent person. As long as he treats you well, other things aren't that important. Wang Yitong immediately started putting in a good word for Jiang Nan. He really is very good to me, taking care of everything. Mother Wang looked at her with a smile. You silly girl, you'd probably help count the money even if someone sold you. As her mother, she knew her child best. Wang Yitong had been naive and inexperienced since childhood, always simple and kind. In her eyes, there were no bad people in the world. I would not. All right, go and call them over for dinner. Everything is ready. Wang Yitong ran back to the living room happily. Time to eat. Jiang Nan looked around and noticed that Wang Yitong's brother hadn't returned yet. Should we wait a bit longer for her brother? Don't worry about him. We'll just eat. Since Father Wang had spoken, Jiang Nan naturally couldn't say anything more. Wang Yitong could feel that the atmosphere between the two of them had already softened. She secretly cast an appreciative glance toward Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan signaled that it was just a small matter. Was there anything in this world he, Jiang Nan, couldn't handle? This time, the relationship between the two sides made progress in breaking the ice. When Jiang Nan was preparing to leave after dinner, Mother Wang warmly invited him to visit again when he was free. Okay, I'll come when I have time. I hope I won't be bothering you. How could you? They all knew Jiang Nan was an orphan, so Mother Wang felt especially sympathetic toward him. Go and see him out. Yes, I know. Today, Wang Yitong planned to stay at home, as she hadn't rested at home for a long time. Wang Yitong walked Jiang Nan out the front door. Be careful on the road. Jiang Nan just looked at her quietly without speaking. Did you hear me? Why aren't you answering? Wang Yitong was still chattering away when suddenly Jiang Nan's lips gently pressed against hers. You. Her unfinished words were thus blocked in her mouth. It was just a light kiss. Jiang Nan was still very mindful of boundaries, as they could easily be seen by her parents at the Wang home. Remember to miss me. Wang Yitong felt her heart racing, nearly losing control. MHM. Wang Yitong lowered her head, not daring to look into his eyes again. Jiang Nan also knew when to stop and left just like that. However, on the road, he felt like someone was watching him. Checking the rearview mirror, there was indeed a car following him. He could handle a small matter like this. He floored the accelerator. The performance of a luxury car was no joke. 5 minutes later, the car behind couldn't even see his shadow. How are we supposed to follow him now? Damn it, that kid runs fast. The people in the car cursed. By this time, Jiang Nan had already returned home. Wang Yitong's face remained hot until she returned to her room. In a sense, this was her first kiss. Thinking about the fact that it had truly happened, she couldn't help but feel excited. A young girl's thoughts are always complicated. What awaited her was a sleepless night. Today was another day for the system's flash sale to refresh, and Jiang Nan felt he should be prepared. That man named Dong certainly wouldn't give up just like that. The person following him today might have been sent by him. This random One-Yuan Flash Sale is being drawn. Drawing complete. This time, Jiang Nan chose an amulet, which would ward off a calamity for him at a critical moment. Using this to deal with Dongqing was overkill, but Jiang Nan decided to be safe. After all, a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Next, Jiang Nan went about his business with peace of mind. Dongqing's eyes were bloodshot. If he didn't succeed this time, he really would have no hope left. He had given his subordinates a death order, not a single mistake was allowed. Jiang Nan was very thorough. He also arranged 10 bodyguards around Wang Yitong to ensure everything was foolproof. And all of this was done secretly, as he didn't want Wang Yitong to worry. That day, Jiang Nan came to the company's underground garage. As soon as he entered, he felt his right eyelid twitching. People often say a twitching left eye means wealth and a twitching right eye means disaster. It seemed something was about to happen. He continued walking calmly, seeing that he would reach his parking space after one more turn. At that moment, a group of men in black suddenly rushed out. Jiang Nan didn't even have to think to know their purpose. Neither side wasted a word, immediately coming to blows. This group wasn't easy to deal with either, their martial arts were impressive. Although Jiang Nan's current abilities were outstanding, it was truly a case of 2 fists being no match for 4 hands. This group had the advantage in numbers. And most outrageously, they actually had weapons. Suddenly, someone pulled out an electric baton from behind. This is getting a bit excessive, isn't it? These people had no sense of martial honor. Just as an electric baton was about to land on Jiang Nan's shoulder, the amulet at his waist took effect. Jiang Nan felt as if he had been injected with a shot of adrenaline, suddenly becoming full of energy. And not only that, his body became more agile. He maneuvered through the group, making it impossible for them to even touch him. Chapter 60, Disturbance. The group of people were also stunned. What's going on? Is he some kind of unkillable cockroach? Since they had already taken the money, they definitely had to get the job done. However, there was a prerequisite: it shouldn't cost them their lives. Seeing Jiang Nan becoming more and more at ease, and even starting to counterattack. This situation wasn't looking good. Jiang Nan hadn't expected the effect of this amulet to be like this. It was truly an eye-opener. Jiang Nan felt as if he were a god of war descended to earth, invincible and unstoppable. One person was kicked into a corner by Jiang Nan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Another person had 2 teeth knocked out by a single punch from Jiang Nan. Ah! It hurt so much. Soon, people were lying all over the ground, each one wailing in pain. They were human too, and they knew what pain felt like. Jiang Nan wasn't even winded, he stood there perfectly composed. He even asked politely, "Do you want to continue?" He received no verbal answer. Instead, the group supported each other and limped away. He had originally thought about calling the police, but seeing the situation now, he decided to let it go. Jiang Nan brushed the dust off his hands. That was truly easy. This amulet was really something, it was a good item. Jiang Nan came to this conclusion. Meanwhile, those unlucky fellows were complaining to their boss. "Big brother, what kind of job did you take on?" "Exactly. Just look at us." Complaints filled the air. This was the first time they had been so utterly defeated. Why say all this now? It's not like Big Brother did it on purpose. Fortunately, someone was reasonable and spoke up for the boss. But no matter what, this was undoubtedly a massive failure. Not only was the task incomplete, but the brothers were all injured. It was truly a case of losing the bait along with the fish. When Dongqing heard the news, he was so enraged that he fell into a coma on the spot. From then on, people knew that the Dong family was completely a thing of the past. Soon, the Dong group underwent a transformation and was replaced by the Jiang group. People were talking all at once, wondering who exactly this Jiang person was. They racked their brains but couldn't think of any Jiang family powerful enough to take over the entire Dong group. They couldn't be blamed, it was mainly because Jiang Nan kept such a low profile. The sudden change in the landscape undoubtedly caught them off guard. Moreover, this Jiang person was so mysterious that it was truly baffling. Jiang Nan was in no hurry, this thing was destined to be his, so why rush? He would, of course, choose an auspicious day to make his appearance and stun everyone. Just thinking about that scene was exciting for Jiang Nan. Their expressions would surely be quite vivid, wouldn't they? Once such a thought arose, it wouldn't leave his mind. Jiang Nan felt himself becoming somewhat eager to try. For the past few days, Wang Yiwu had been busy handling work matters and hadn't looked into family affairs yet. Returning home today, he was quite shocked to learn from his parents about their current attitude towards Jiang Nan. They clearly weren't like this before. How could they have changed so suddenly? Although he didn't think much of Dongcheng, it didn't mean he could accept Jiang Nan as his brother-in-law. I think you all have truly gone mad. Father Wang, who had been in a relatively good mood, became furious again because of this sentence. What did you say? I said you're just being snobs. How can you accept someone like Jiang Nan, whose identity and background are unknown? I think you don't care about my sister at all. Mother Wang got anxious. How can you talk like that? She is our own flesh and blood. How could we harm her? Being spoken to like that by her own son was truly upsetting. However, Wang Yiwu did not back down in the slightest. No matter what you say, I don't agree. Wang Yiwu still felt that Jiang Nan was not a suitable candidate. He had to find a way to separate the two. In the following days, every time Jiang Nan thought about meeting Wang Yitong, he would be blocked by various matters. My brother wants me to go to the company today to learn the ropes. All right then, we'll make an appointment for next time. When the next time came, another matter would crop up. Once or twice might be a coincidence, but when it happened every time, it was hard not to overthink. Your brother seems very busy lately. Wang Yitong was also helpless. Yeah, he makes me go with him no matter what he's doing. I've truly had enough. Jiang Nan had a rough guess in his heart. His future brother-in-law was tripping him up again. Jiang Nan couldn't help but sigh. He had finally dealt with Wang Yitong's parents, but he had forgotten about the brother. Sigh. A brother-in-law was a brother-in-law after all. No matter what, he couldn't use the same methods he used on others against him. If Wang Yitong's family found out, what chance would he have left? Jiang Nan could only settle down and think of a solution. How could he change the man's opinion of him? The first thing was to let him know what kind of person he really was. He couldn't just rely on what the brother perceived now. But such an opportunity was hard to find, as the brother surely didn't want to see him right now. Jiang Nan knew his path to love wouldn't be smooth, but he hadn't expected it to be this full of twists and turns. There was no other way. He just had to bite the bullet and find a solution. After much thought, Jiang Nan decided to meet Wang Yitong first to see if he could get any useful information from her. The two met like underground agents, acting all sneaky. Jiang Nan parked his car downstairs at the Wang family company, and Wang Yitong ran out while her brother wasn't paying attention. Phew. Luckily I wasn't caught by him. Looking at Wang Yitong's cute little face, Jiang Nan's mood instantly improved a lot. It feels like we haven't seen each other for several days. Hearing this, Wang Yitong lowered her head in shame. The main reason they couldn't meet was because of her. I'm sorry. Do we really need to say such things between us? Wang Yitong shook her head. It's okay, it'll be fine once you're through this busy period. At this, Wang Yitong complained incessantly. Heaven knows what her brother was thinking. Knowing full well she had zero interest in business matters, he still insisted on dragging her along. She had been so miserable during this time. Jiang Nan didn't plan to tell her the truth. After all, it was a matter between men and there was no need for her to know. Just as the two had exchanged a few words, Wang Yitong's phone rang. Glancing at the phone, Wang Yitong's little face wrinkled up. Ugh. It's my brother again. What on earth does he want? With no other choice, Jiang Nan had to soothe her emotions. He probably has something to discuss with you. It's okay, I'll come find you at this same time tomorrow. After the two agreed on a meeting time for the next day, Wang Yitong left reluctantly. Chapter 61, Thinking of a Way. Jiang Nan had indeed been very busy lately, busy with the new company and dealing with his brother-in-law. And no one could replace him in these matters, he had to solve them himself. However, he wasn't troubled by this, as he always had a system on him. This thought had always supported Jiang Nan. Do me a favor. The person on the other end of the phone was Du Wei. Speak. This young master is in a good mood today, so I'll reluctantly help you out. His smug tone was hard to ignore. Go and take over the unfinished projects from the former Dong group for me. Holy crap, don't push it. Du Wei's tone changed immediately. It wasn't that easy to trick him, everyone knew that was a total mess, and taking it all over would be exhausting. Jiang Nan had no better way, who told him he had so much on his plate right now. No way, I can't do it. A real man can never say he can't. Pull yourself together. Jiang Nan immediately began brainwashing him. But Du Wei wasn't swayed by his words at all. With no other choice, Jiang Nan had to keep pleading bitterly. Please, just help me out. It was rare for Jiang Nan to be so humble, which also put Du Wei in a difficult position. Stop. Just tell me what you want me to do. Jiang Nan felt a secret joy. Jiang Nan explained what he wanted to do to him. As Du Wei listened, his frown deepened. Are you sure I can do this? Even he didn't believe it himself. At this time, Jiang Nan naturally offered him encouragement. Don't worry, you can definitely do this. Even if you can't, it's fine as long as you try your best. Du Wei was skeptical of his words. But there was no better way, so he had to bite the bullet and agree. Having solved this matter, the burden on Jiang Nan's shoulders lightened a bit. Now he finally had the energy to think of a way to deal with his brother-in-law's situation. In his view, this was the most important thing, everything else could wait. Jiang Nan thought about going directly to Wang Yitong's brother but felt that might be too impulsive. After thinking it over, he decided to use meeting Wang Yitong as an excuse to see his brother-in-law. At least he needed to let the men see him and show his determination. Jiang Nan's plans were always comprehensive, and this time was no exception. When Wang Yitong came downstairs and saw Jiang Nan again, she was in a very good mood. Thank you for your hard work. You're so busy, yet you still take the time to see me. The men doted on her and stroked her head. What silly things are you saying? I've prepared some fruit and cake for you. Let's go up and eat together. Wang Yitong could feel his thoughtfulness and care, but she felt a bit scared at the thought of going up. She had snuck out behind her brother's back again. If she went up, wouldn't she be discovered? No, let's just eat down here. Jiang Nan knew what she was thinking. It's okay, don't worry. Despite this, Wang Yitong was still terrified. Sure enough, she really did see her eldest brother here. Wang Yiwu naturally didn't have a good look for Jiang Nan. But Jiang Nan wasn't affected by this. He knew this wasn't something that could be solved overnight, he had to be patient. Wang Yiwu gave Jiang Nan a cold look and then left. Wang Yitong felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Don't think too much. She said this without any confidence. It's fine, I understand. Wang Yitong also realized at this moment that her brother had been preventing her from meeting Jiang Nan all these days. Eat slowly here, I'll go talk to him. Wang Yitong stood up and stopped him without thinking. No, if you must go, I'll go with you. She didn't trust Jiang Nan to face her brother alone, fearing he would make things difficult for him. Don't worry, when have I ever failed to do what I promised you? I can handle it alone. After saying that, he pressed on Wang Yitong's shoulders and made her sit back down. There was a soft knock on Wang Yiwu's office door. Come in. After the person entered, there was no sound for a long time, which made him look up. Seeing it was Jiang Nan, his face turned even uglier. What are you doing here? Jiang Nan remained calm and composed. He sat down openly in front of him. I think there are some misunderstandings between us. To prevent them from deepening, I came to talk to you. Wang Yiwu looked at him suspiciously. He had already made it so obvious, why hadn't he given up? Of course, he didn't really understand Jiang Nan, so he didn't understand why he was doing this. I don't want to prove to you how much I love her, it's enough that she knows it herself. Jiang Nan felt this was a fundamental matter, he didn't need to be with a woman he didn't like just because of various pressures. And Wang Yitong was the person he had personally chosen as the most suitable for him. I know you have some doubts about my background, but I can guarantee here that everything I have is clean, reasonable, and legal. Since Jiang Nan left, Wang Yitong had been restless. She shouldn't have let him go alone just now. With no other choice, Wang Yitong chose to hide quietly behind the door, ready to rush in if things went wrong. It could only be said that she was overthinking. Neither of them were impulsive people. Even if they disagreed on some points, they wouldn't start a fight here. And even if they did, Jiang Nan would definitely not fight back. This was his future brother-in-law. How could he dare to provoke him? The soundproofing of the office door was quite good. Wang Yitong couldn't hear anything even with her ear pressed against it. I don't understand. What's the point of you telling me this? Wang Yiwu's thoughts didn't waver in the slightest. Jiang Nan certainly wouldn't give up so easily. I'm telling you this just so you can understand me a bit more. If you think it's meaningless, that's understandable. From beginning to end, Jiang Nan's attitude was very good, going along with what he said. But no matter what he did, Wang Yiwu still felt he wasn't good enough for his sister. What's the use of just being rich? He was a man too. Didn't he know what men were thinking? He was simply afraid that Jiang Nan would abandon his sister after dallying with her, and by then it would be too late for regrets. Rather than letting his sister fall into such a predicament, it was better to cut off their contact from the start. Wang Yitong and I are truly in love, and our feelings can be witnessed by heaven and earth. Chapter 62, A Change in Perception. If you still have doubts about this, then I will use time to prove it to you. Wang Yiwu didn't want to hear his sappy words of love. Such words might be useful if spoken to his sister, but they were utterly useless on him. Jiang Nan didn't say these things to pledge his loyalty, but simply because he wanted to change the man's impression of him. That's all I wanted to say. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask. I have none. Seeing this, Jiang Nan turned and left with a cool air. Pushing the door open, he suddenly found Wang Yitong standing right outside. Wang Yitong looked at him with a slightly guilty conscience. I was just passing by. Such a clumsy lie was simply impossible to believe. However, Jiang Nan didn't mind. Was the little cupcake good? Wang Yitong nodded blankly. It was delicious. I'm glad it was good. I'll bring you more next time. The two of them left the place in a sweet, lovey-dovey manner, making Wang Yiwu grit his teeth as he watched. Flaunting their affection right in front of him, it was truly too much. In the following days, Jiang Nan acted like he was punching a time clock, appearing wherever Wang Yitong was every single day. Even the company employees were puzzled, wondering if he was a new hire. Wang Yiwu couldn't stand it anymore and finally called Wang Yitong into his office one day. Brother, what did you call me for? What else could I want? Just look at what you've done. Wang Yitong was completely bewildered, not understanding what kind of fit he was throwing this time. Bringing strange people to the company all day long, don't you see how the people below are gossiping about you? He was just short of naming names directly. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by strange people? Wang Yitong's tone was somewhat annoyed. She knew her brother had a problem with Jiang Nan, but he shouldn't use such a way to slander him. Wang Yiwu remained silent, but his meaning was already perfectly clear. If you look down on him, you look down on me. Isn't it often said that birds of a feather flock together? Then I, who am with him, must also be very strange in your eyes, right? Wang Yitong had never been so aggressive before. This was the first time she felt angry because her brother slandered Jiang Nan. Wang Yiwu looked at his sister before him, feeling she was utterly unfamiliar. She used to be well-behaved and sensible, never doing anything to defy the family. How had everything changed in the blink of an eye? This must all be Jiang Nan's doing. If he hadn't appeared, none of this would have happened. Thinking of this, he hated Jiang Nan even more. Wang Yitong hadn't expected that her attempt to argue her case would instead make Jiang Nan's image in Wang Yiwu's heart even worse. But at this moment, she couldn't think about that much. Wang Yitong turned and walked away with a huff. She recounted what had just happened to Jiang Nan over the phone. Upon hearing it, Jiang Nan felt that things had taken a turn for the worse. It seemed his previous efforts had gone to waste. However, he couldn't say that out loud, as it would only make Wang Yitong more upset. It's fine, it's fine. Don't take it to heart. It was unclear whether he was comforting her or himself. Dongqing was now spending his days in a drunken stupor. Although his company was gone, his remaining assets were enough for him to squander for a while. However, as the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Over the past few days, a steady stream of people had come to him to complain. The general idea was nothing more than hoping he could distribute more money to them. But Dongqing was no fool. These assets were likely the capital that would sustain him for the rest of his life. How could he squander them at will? If you want money, I have none. If you want my life, take it. Stop bothering me. When anyone got slightly close, they could smell the reek of alcohol on him. Since his family business went bankrupt, he had been drinking all day, looking utterly decadent. And all of this was thanks to Jiang Nan. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have fallen to this state. Dongqing usually cursed Jiang Nan while half drunk, but his curses didn't seem to work. Jiang Nan's daily life remained carefree and wonderful. Jiang Nan. As long as I'm around, don't even think about having a good life. In the middle of the night, he smashed a wine bottle and slurred these words while swaying on his feet. But given his current state, he probably wouldn't be able to get near Jiang Nan for the rest of his life. They were no longer on the same level. Today, B City was bustling with excitement, reaching a state where the streets were virtually empty as everyone gathered for the event. Why was it like this today? The reason was that today was the day the current chairman of the Jiang Group would make a public appearance. This news reached everyone's ears in various ways, including Dongqing's, of course. When he saw that his former family business had now been renamed the Jiang Group, his emotions were indescribably complex. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was looking over his speech, full of vigor. Shortly, he would announce his new identity under the gaze of everyone. Jiang Nan could even imagine how shocked those people would be. How could a formerly unknown small figure have such a day? It was simply too legendary. Chairman, the press conference will begin in 5 minutes. Jiang Nan's assistant reminded him thoughtfully. All right. Jiang Nan's imposing figure was dressed in a black formal suit. His deep blue tie complemented the dazzling sapphire brooch beside it, making him look exceptionally mature. Everyone was waiting in front of their televisions, wanting to see what the chairman of the Jiang Group actually looked like. What kind of person could swallow the Dong Group? In their imagination, it should be a calculating old man, but the moment Jiang Nan appeared, they were all shocked. Oh my God! He looks so young. Is this something he was really capable of doing? Jiang Nan was incredibly young, causing them to raise doubts one after another. However, Jiang Nan's identity was impossible to fake. He was indeed just a student who had recently entered university. Being young at this age, isn't that perfectly normal? But he looks so handsome. The CEO from the novels I've read finally has a face. Jiang Nan's looks were indeed impeccable. With a high bridge of the nose and deep-set eyes, he looked deeply affectionate toward everyone he glanced at. I'm in love. I want to marry into a wealthy family. A group of infatuated young girls had been completely captivated by Jiang Nan at this moment. Just standing there, Jiang Nan was already eye-catching enough. Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Nan, and I am also the chairman of the Jiang Group. His explanation was concise and easy to understand. But it was precisely because it was so concise that it made people even more curious. They had never heard this name anywhere before. The rest of the speaking was left to the people below. Jiang Nan only needed to sit there quietly. Chapter 63, Identity Transformation. Jiang Nan's name actually appeared on the Weibo trending list that day, which showed it had caused quite a sensation. After the press conference ended, they investigated Jiang Nan's background thoroughly. So this entertainment company is also his, along with that construction company. I really didn't expect him to be this impressive. A group of netizens started a discussion about Jiang Nan online. It's been a long time since I've seen such a diamond-tier bachelor. Handsome and wealthy, he is simply the dream lover of every girl. However, Jiang Nan, who was currently at the center of public opinion, was busy with other matters. Father Wang did not expect that Jiang Nan had actually succeeded, and Wang Yiwu was just as shocked as him. Whenever Father Wang thought about how harsh he had been to Jiang Nan previously, he didn't know how to face him. The tides had turned far too quickly. When Wang Yitong found out about this, she was also quite shocked. So she immediately called Jiang Nan. What is going on? It's just as you see. Do you think this surprise is okay? Wang Yitong never expected that this was the surprise he had mentioned. Heaven knows how surprised she was. However, at the same time, she also felt a bit inferior. Jiang Nan was truly too outstanding. It seemed there was nothing in this world that he couldn't do. Compared to him, she seemed like such a loser. Even the plan to venture into the entertainment industry, which she had agreed to before, had been abandoned halfway. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed she had never accomplished anything in all the time she had grown up. Jiang Nan instantly became a new tycoon in B City, and many people scrambled to visit him. However, Jiang Nan had no interest in these matters. In his view, these people were merely sycophants, and there was no benefit to him whatsoever. Ever since he had been guided by that old man previously, he was unwilling to rely on others for anything he did now. Jiang Nan preferred to believe that men can conquer nature. These people flocked to him, but they were all blocked outside the door. Over time, the reputation of Jiang Nan being aloof spread. They seemed to have never seen such a figure before, so they found it strange. Of course, some people summarized this behavior of Jiang Nan as showing off. What is he acting so high and mighty for? Isn't it just a bit of money? Exactly. Going to see him is already giving him face, yet he doesn't understand etiquette like this. Of course, they dared not say it to his face and could only gossip behind his back. Jiang Nan ignored all these rumors. His time was precious and could not be wasted on these people. These past few days, the Wang family had been very conflicted. Although their relationship with Jiang Nan had eased recently, the previous incidents had indeed happened. Especially the matter regarding the Dong family. Father Wang had some speculations recently. Could it be that it was because of that incident that led to the Dong family's bankruptcy? Of course, this was just a guess and could not be confirmed. However, his attitude toward Jiang Nan had now undergone a drastic change. One day, he found Wang Yitong. "Dad, what did you want to see me for?" Father Wang called Wang Yitong into the study. Wang Yitong knew he must have something important to tell her, otherwise he wouldn't have called her here specifically. "How is your relationship with Jiang Nan recently?" Faced with such an absurd question, Wang Yitong didn't react for a moment. Previously, he would never have asked about such matters. However, after hesitating for a moment, she decided to answer honestly. "It's still the same as before." "Why?" Hearing her say this, Father Wang felt much more relieved. "Then how do you think he treats you? Is he someone worth entrusting your life to?" This question was too far ahead. Wang Yitong hadn't thought about it yet. The time they had actually been dating hadn't exceeded a month yet. Wasn't it a bit too early to talk about this now? Seeing her at a loss for words, Father Wang knew what she was thinking. "You have seen Jiang Nan's current status and position. You should be clear in your heart about what to do." Wang Yitong had been considering this matter recently. She knew that the gap in status and position between her and Jiang Nan was vast, but in any case, she did not want to give up on this relationship. When she originally decided to be with Jiang Nan, it wasn't because of his money or power, but simply because of her appreciation for him. Wang Yitong believed that the feelings between the two of them were still quite pure and shouldn't be mixed with too many dealings of interest. After leaving the study, Wang Yitong's mood was a bit low. Knowing this kind of thing in one's own heart is one feeling, but having it said out loud by someone else is another. Even if this person was her own father, it would still make Wang Yitong feel immense pressure. Sometimes one must admit that the difference in thinking between boys and girls is huge. Jiang Nan hadn't thought at all about the things Wang Yitong was currently struggling with. Therefore, he naturally couldn't perceive Wang Yitong's emotional changes. Today, Jiang Nan stole some time from his busy schedule to return to school. His purpose was very simple, to find his buddies and go out for drinks. Regarding the change in Jiang Nan's status, they also felt unaccustomed to it. A few days ago, he was still a good brother who was roughing it out with them. How did he suddenly turn into a group president? However, Jiang Nan was down to earth. He treated them without a shred of hypocrisy. "Brothers, the weather is so hot today, don't you want to go drink some ice-cold beer?" As soon as Jiang Nan entered the dormitory, he headed straight for the eldest brother. "What's the matter with you? What's wrong with me?" The eldest brother couldn't help but scold him. "You are now a chairman, why are you still so rash?" Hearing his words, Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Are you deliberately mocking me? With the relationship we have, you're saying this to me?" Jiang Nan didn't care about these useless things. His happiness was the most important. It was precisely this mentality that allowed Jiang Nan to handle all kinds of matters calmly. A few of them walked with their arms around each other's shoulders to find a small tavern, agreeing that they wouldn't return tonight until they were drunk. Jiang Nan was naturally fearless. He was someone with a system, and he could easily get a special hangover cure. Whoever got drunk today, he wouldn't. However, the words were barely out of his mouth when Jiang Nan, who had indeed gotten a hangover cure from the system, was discovered by someone just as he took it out of his pocket. "Hey! What are you acting sneaky for? Are you trying to keep fish?" Instantly, everyone's gaze was focused on Jiang Nan. In this situation, he naturally couldn't act rashly. No, I'm drinking it right now." Jiang Nan hurriedly raised his glass to prove his innocence. "You could better behave yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Nowadays, there weren't many people who dared to speak to Jiang Nan like this. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Everyone present burst into laughter. Jiang Nan couldn't help but sigh. This kind of life was truly pleasant. Right until the end, the hangover cure Jiang Nan had prepared didn't come in handy. After 3 rounds of drinks, he was already drunk as a puddle of mud. Chapter 64, Drunkenness. A group of drunks couldn't possibly make it back on their own, so there was no choice but to call their friend at this point. It was a pure coincidence that the person contacted happened to be Wang Yitong. "Is there something you need, Jiang Nan, calling me so late?" Since it was Jiang Nan's phone number, she didn't hesitate and asked directly. But when the person on the other end spoke, she realized it wasn't Jiang Nan at all. The waiter on the other end of the line spoke with a stutter. "Excuse me, are you a friend of Jiang Nan?" At this moment, Wang Yitong was very worried about Jiang Nan. Could he have run into some trouble outside? Yes, what happened to him? Who are you? At this moment, Wang Yitong's vigilance was at its peak. You, don't misunderstand. The more anxious the waiter became, the more he stuttered. Listening to his voice, he didn't seem like a bad person, so Wang Yitong relaxed a little. Take your time, don't be anxious. This gentleman, he and his friends, they drank too much here. Hearing him say this, Wang Yitong understood what he meant. What is the address? I'll head over right now. Jiang Nan and his roommates were truly embarrassing, a whole group of them drinking and not a single one was sober in the end. By the time Wang Yitong arrived at the location, not one of the group had woken up. With so many people, it was very difficult for her to send them all back by herself. Fortunately, the shop owner was quite kind and helped Wang Yitong carry them one by one into the car. Wang Yitong had never experienced anything like this before, although it was a bit awkward, she was able to overcome it. She didn't know where their homes were, so the best option was to take them back to school. Of course, Wang Yitong struggled during this time. She tried to wake Jiang Nan up, but she called his name 4 or 5 times right by his ear without getting any response. With no other choice, Wang Yitong had to drive away first. Jiang Nan was truly dead drunk, he didn't even react when being carried away. But at this moment, for some reason, the system suddenly called out to him. "Host, please wake up." What was going on? Jiang Nan's consciousness gradually returned, and when he opened his eyes, he saw himself sitting in the passenger seat of Wang Yitong's car. How did he end up here? He spoke suddenly, which gave Wang Yitong a start. "You're awake." Realizing what had happened, Jiang Nan hung his head in shame. He was truly too embarrassing today. "The waiter called me just now, so I came over. Do you want me to take you all back to school now?" Jiang Nan could guess that. He raised his wrist to check the time. It was already the early hours of the morning, and there was no way to get back into the dorms at school. "No need, just take us to my place." This was indeed a good idea. At this hour, that place was the most convenient. So, the system had been reminding him to wake up just now. Along the way, Jiang Nan didn't know what to say. Fortunately, Wang Yitong was understanding and didn't say anything. In fact, to Wang Yitong, this wasn't something very embarrassing. After all, everyone has times when they drink too much. They finally arrived at Jiang Nan's house. This was only the second time Wang Yitong had been there. Jiang Nan dragged the group of drunks into the room by himself. Wang Yitong wanted to help, but he refused. "Don't worry about it, I can do it myself." Since he said so, Wang Yitong didn't insist further. By the time he finished everything, Jiang Nan was exhausted. These people were like pigs after getting drunk. Jiang Nan felt disgusted just thinking about it. Meanwhile, Wang Yitong was in the kitchen boiling hangover soup for them. After a night of heavy drinking, they would definitely have a headache when they woke up tomorrow. Jiang Nan watched Wang Yitong's busy figure in the kitchen and actually felt it was very heartwarming. Wasn't this the happy life that every man hoped for? Otherwise, why get married? Actually, Wang Yitong didn't know how to make this, but she had looked it up online. She brought over a bowl and handed it to Jiang Nan. Drink it while it's hot. It was already so late, and Wang Yitong felt it wasn't appropriate to stay any longer, so she planned to leave. But Jiang Nan couldn't rest easy with her leaving alone. Wait, I'll take you back. Wang Yitong was very confused. He had already been drinking, so how could he take her back? I'll accompany you back, and then I'll come back myself. Only then did Wang Yitong understand what he meant. But Wang Yitong thought this was too much trouble and unnecessary. No need, I can do it myself. You should get some rest early. She knew without thinking that he must be very exhausted by now, and Wang Yitong didn't want to trouble him further. But Jiang Nan insisted repeatedly. He had finally managed to accumulate some impression points. He couldn't let them be erased because of this one thing. With no other choice, Wang Yitong had to compromise again. After confirming that Wang Yitong had arrived home safely, Jiang Nan left on his own. Looking at the whole pot of hangover soup, Jiang Nan decided to enjoy it all by himself. This was Wang Yitong's first time cooking, so of course, he couldn't let those guys benefit from it. Perhaps this was just the mentality of a man. And his roommates, fast asleep, surely didn't expect that Jiang Nan was such a guy who valued romance over friends. Jiang Nan felt he was already very generous and kind to take in this group of drunks at such a time. If he let them taste the hangover soup made by Wang Yitong, it would be letting them off too easily. Of course, Jiang Nan couldn't finish all of it himself. After drinking 3 bowls in a row, he put the rest into the refrigerator. Now he could finally rest easy. After returning home, Wang Yitong kept replaying the image of Jiang Nan after he got drunk in her mind. He looked very different after getting drunk compared to his usual self. But she couldn't quite put her finger on what was different. Was it his gaze or something else? Perhaps it was that touch of dominance he didn't usually show. Usually, no matter what, Jiang Nan would indulge her, but this time he didn't. Wang Yitong felt like she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Every time she closed her eyes, it was all Jiang Nan. The next morning, Wang Yitong went downstairs for breakfast with dark circles under her eyes. Where did you go last night? Wang Yitong had just woken up, and her brain was still a bit foggy. Wang Yiwu and their parents were all at the dining table. You went out in the middle of the night yesterday. You're a young girl, what if something had happened to you? Wang Yiwu's tone was a bit stern. Wang Yitong realized at this moment that he had seen her go out last night. She kept her mouth shut and said nothing. At this moment, whatever she said would be wrong. You are not allowed to go anywhere for the next few days, just stay at home obediently. Sometimes, the person in this family who was the strictest with Wang Yitong was her older brother, and her parents wouldn't intervene. Chapter 65, Dispute. On what grounds? That is my freedom, you have no right to interfere. Wang Yitong struggled to resist. How long had he been keeping her by his side? And now, he wouldn't even let her go out. What did they take her for? A child who hadn't grown up yet. Having to listen to them for everything was something Wang Yitong could not accept. When would they ever understand that she was an independent individual with her own thoughts, and wouldn't just submit to everything? The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Everyone present stopped what they were doing. Even Mother Wang, who usually doted on Wang Yitong, was in a terrible mood at this moment. She had never imagined that her daughter would have a day like this. Father Wang's face was even more livid. He slammed his chopsticks onto the table and got up to leave. Wang Yitong didn't know what was wrong with her either. Why had she suddenly become so impulsive? Actually, she knew in her heart that her brother was doing this because he was worried about her. Their methods were just too extreme, and she could no longer bear it. Yitong, you are being truly unreasonable. Mother Wang looked at Wang Yitong with a hint of disappointment. Why had her daughter suddenly become so disobedient? There was no way to say who was right or wrong in this matter. One could only say that both sides had issues. Moreover, this problem had existed for a long time, it had just suddenly erupted. Wang Yitong felt some regret after saying those words, but it was already too late. Now she didn't know how to clean up the mess, she had truly done something wrong. She was the only one left in the dining room, crouching helplessly on the floor. At this moment, the first person who came to mind was Jiang Nan. When the call connected, Wang Yitong's hand was still trembling. "Yitong, what's wrong?" Wang Yitong didn't make a sound for a long time, which made Jiang Nan's heart clench immediately. "Did something happen? Yitong, say something. Are you in danger?" Hearing Jiang Nan's anxious voice, Wang Yitong hurriedly tried to explain, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she realized her voice was trembling. "And no. Why are you crying?" It was so obvious that Jiang Nan certainly wouldn't fail to notice. "Come pick me up, I'm at home." Jiang Nan's first reaction was that she had clashed with her family again, there was no other possibility. "Okay, I'll be there right away." A room full of drunks hadn't woken up yet, but Jiang Nan didn't have time to deal with them. At this moment, his girlfriend was obviously the most important thing. Jiang Nan drove like the wind and arrived at Wang Yitong's home in less than 10 minutes. Wang Yitong didn't say anything and got straight into the car. Seeing Wang Yitong's red-rimmed eyes, Jiang Nan felt a pang of heartache. What happened? Wang Yitong needed to vent her troubles, and at the same time, she wanted Jiang Nan to help her think of a solution. So, she told him everything that had just happened. After listening, Jiang Nan felt a wave of self-reproach and guilt. When it came down to it, this matter was all caused by him. If he hadn't gotten drunk last night, Wang Yitong wouldn't have gone out in the middle of the night, and the subsequent events wouldn't have happened. But it was too late to say these things now, he had better hurry up and think about what to do. Jiang Nan pulled Wang Yitong into his embrace. He gently patted her back. "Cry if you want to, you don't need to put on a front in front of me." Wang Yitong's emotions had reached a breaking point, and after hearing Jiang Nan's words, she began to cry uncontrollably. Jiang Nan truly felt heartache. At this moment, he could only be her emotional dumping ground. However, this was also an opportunity to deepen their relationship. It was the first time Wang Yitong had cried without caring about her image in front of him, and it was also the first time she had revealed the softest part of her heart to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan just waited quietly for her to finish crying. "All right, don't be sad anymore, I'll take you somewhere to clear your head." At this time, the best method was to divert her attention so she wouldn't keep thinking about this matter. Jiang Nan drove her to the seaside. The sea breeze was still a bit chilly at this time, but it was nice because there were few people and it was quiet. "Look how blue the sea is." The two stood on the vast, boundless seaside, and at this moment, the sea and sky truly blended into one. The pale blue was truly healing. A gentle breeze blew by, and one could even smell the salty scent of the sea breeze. But the sea breeze couldn't blow away the worries in Wang Yitong's heart. This matter isn't completely unsolvable, but we can't rush it, they might still be angry right now. Seeing her still looking troubled, Jiang Nan could only speak up to comfort her. "I really don't know what to do, it's like teenage rebellion, my brain just uncontrollably said such hurtful things." Wang Yitong had been reflecting and blaming herself up until now. It was clear that she was kind-hearted. Jiang Nan felt that he hadn't misjudged her, this was the good match that only appeared in his dreams. Meanwhile, at the Wang family. "This is outrageous." Father Wang was angered by Wang Yitong once again. He didn't yet know that this matter was related to Jiang Nan, otherwise he would likely be even angrier. "Look at what she's become. I really don't understand, what is wrong with her?" Mother Wang listened silently from the side. Who could know what had happened to their obedient and sensible daughter from before? How did she suddenly change? Everything had happened too suddenly, they weren't even prepared. Was this just what it meant for a child to grow up? While Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong were eating at a restaurant, the system's notification sound appeared again. He checked the date, it was the day for the system's One-Yuan Flash Sale refresh again. In order not to give himself away in front of Wang Yitong, Jiang Nan made an excuse to go to the restroom to get away. Every time this moment came, Jiang Nan would be very excited. He had to say, this system was truly explosive. He wondered what kind of surprise it would bring him this time. Jiang Nan indicated that he was already looking forward to it. The mysterious shop is refreshing. Beep. The mysterious shop has successfully refreshed. The mysterious items available for purchase by the host in this round are: Item 1, a deserted island in North America worth 5 billion yuan, item price times 10% discount is 500 million yuan. Item 2, a Lord of the World casino worth 50 billion yuan, item price times 10% discount is 5 billion yuan. Item 3, a Manhwa plaza worth 1 billion yuan, item price times 10% discount is 100 million yuan. Item 4, 30% shares of Yes Biotechnology Company worth 1.7 billion, One-Yuan Flash Sale. Beep. Item 4 has been purchased, please check it, host. The next round of item refresh is about to take place, the host is welcome to initiate it at any time. How is it shares again? Jiang Nan felt it was pointless. Chapter 66, A Refined Scoundrel. He even felt a bit dissatisfied inside, thinking that it really wasn't worth wasting one of his opportunities on this thing. However, fortunately, it was only 1 yuan, so it was no big deal. One could only say that Jiang Nan thought about this matter too simply. This was a biotechnology company, and most of it was related to medical drugs. Jiang Nan didn't take this matter seriously at all. He casually washed his hands and went back. Wang Yitong didn't feel that there was anything wrong, and the two of them finished their meal quietly. Wang Yitong didn't really want to go home now, just thinking about the atmosphere after returning home made her feel suffocated. Take me back to the flat. She hadn't been back for a while, but since someone was always cleaning, it didn't matter. Okay, you can contact Sister Wang, it seems there's a schedule recently. In fact, there wasn't one at all, this was just something Jiang Nan had made up. His purpose was very simple, he just wanted to shift her attention to other things so she wouldn't keep dwelling on self-blame. Jiang Nan secretly contacted Sister Wang, asking her to arrange a schedule for Wang Yitong as quickly as possible. Sister Wang was completely bewildered. Are you kidding me? What does he take me for? A turtle in a wishing well. If she were that capable, would she still be here? Isn't this asking the impossible? There was no other way, who told him to be the boss? Sister Wang had to bite the bullet and agree. It wasn't easy to arrange a schedule for Wang Yitong now, she might be the future boss's wife. Nothing worked, and after picking and choosing, Sister Wang finally booked her a schedule to attend a fashion show. This was simple and had no problems, it was simply the best choice. That's it. When Wang Yitong contacted Sister Wang immediately told her about this matter. You better hurry up and prepare, there's still time. She acted quite convincingly, and in any case, Wang Yitong didn't notice. Okay, what do I need to prepare? Sister Wang simply told her all the details. Okay, I understand, thank you, Sister Wang. After hanging up, Wang Yitong started preparing. The fashion show she was going to this time was in Iceland, and the round-trip flight alone would take 20 hours. Jiang Nan felt relieved after hearing Sister Wang's report. All right, I will accompany her when the time comes. This was also the promise Jiang Nan had previously made to Wang Yitong, and of course, he would keep it. As expected of a rich person, he really knows how to play. Since that's the case, why not just say you're going on a trip? Why make me do all this? Is there any difference? Sister Wang rolled her eyes hard. Early the next morning, when Wang Yitong saw Jiang Nan at the airport, she thought she hadn't woken up yet and had seen the wrong person. To her surprise, the moment Jiang Nan pulled down his mask, Wang Yitong was certain she hadn't seen wrong, it really was him. You. Jiang Nan just looked at her with a smile, his gaze as gentle as water, no one could resist this scene. Wang Yitong hurriedly ran over to Jiang Nan's side. Why did you come? Wouldn't it be better to get more rest so early? Up until this point, Wang Yitong still thought he had come to see her off, she never expected that he was going with her. Jiang Nan didn't say anything, just pushed the suitcase behind him toward her. What did this mean? For a split second, Wang Yitong's brain short-circuited. Let's go, it's time to board the plane. Jiang Nan didn't offer any explanation, just took her hand and strode forward. Only then did Wang Yitong react. She stopped abruptly. You. Are you going too? Otherwise. Have you forgotten what I said before? Jiang Nan had always been a man who kept his promises, of course, he wouldn't break his word. For a moment, Wang Yitong's mood was complex, and she almost teared up right there. However, she thought about it, that would be too embarrassing, so she held back her tears. Jiang Nan, you are so kind. She rarely called him by his name, but at this moment, Jiang Nan could feel her heart. Jiang Nan patted her head, little fool. The doting tone was palpable, and it was hard to resist. A handsome man and a beautiful woman showing affection at the airport early in the morning, what a beautiful scene. Young couples in love couldn't care about the feelings of others, their own happiness was enough. After waking up from a nap, they arrived in Iceland. Since the schedule was for tomorrow, they could still adjust to the jet lag now. This trip to Iceland only included the two of them, and Wang Yitong was still a bit reserved. The two were in a completely unfamiliar place where no one knew them. Logically, it should have been very relaxing, but Wang Yitong couldn't completely let go. Jiang Nan didn't make things difficult for her and took her to the pre-booked hotel. The lobby of the five-star hotel was gleaming, filled with the scent of money. Along the way, Jiang Nan's spoken language was extremely fluent, and he had no problems communicating with people. The look in Wang Yitong's eyes as she looked at him was full of admiration. The place where he was the safest. The two walked hand in hand to the presidential suite. Only then did Wang Yitong realize something was wrong. Only one room. Jiang Nan had a smirk on the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? He did it on purpose, just to satisfy his own wicked sense of humor. Wang Yitong didn't know what she should say, she could only despairingly twirl her hair with her fingers. Jiang Nan knew the limits, he couldn't tease her too much. Opening the door, Wang Yitong discovered that this was actually a two-bedroom suite. What kind of nonsense was she thinking about just now? Seeing this, she just felt so embarrassed. Rest a bit more, call me when you wake up. After saying that, he returned to his own room. Wang Yitong collapsed onto her bed. It was just too embarrassing. Although Jiang Nan was not in the country, the work back home still had to be done. He was currently holding several positions at once, and the burden on his shoulders was not light at all. He opened his computer and started processing documents so that he would have time to accompany his girlfriend later. Jiang Nan cheered himself on. Thinking and thinking, Wang Yitong actually fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already dark outside. Oh my God! How long have I been asleep? Wang Yitong hurriedly checked the time, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. She hurriedly tidied herself up and then pushed the door open to go out. As soon as she came out, she saw Jiang Nan sitting on the sofa, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, processing documents. Wang Yitong was stunned for a moment. No choice, who told him to be so handsome? It was simply giving off the vibe of a refined scoundrel. Just at this moment, Jiang Nan suddenly looked up, and their gazes met in the air. Wang Yitong finally came back to her senses. Oh my God! What is wrong with me? So embarrassing. I'm awake. Jiang Nan took off his glasses with one hand and rubbed his temples, he had been looking at them for a bit too long. You must be hungry. I had some food sent up, see if it suits your taste. Chapter 67, Protective Instinct. Wang Yitong only then realized she hadn't eaten for a long time, and at this moment, her stomach let out an embarrassing growl. She wished she could crawl into a crack in the ground. Jiang Nan only found her adorable, which gave rise to a strong protective instinct. The food was still hot, and the flavors were just the way Wang Yitong liked them. She couldn't help but sigh at how incredibly thoughtful Jiang Nan was to have already remembered her preferences. However, thinking about how late it was and the afternoon spent with Jiang Nan that had been wasted, she felt a twinge of regret. She had originally planned to take a walk here with Jiang Nan, but it seemed there wouldn't be a chance. Wang Yitong ate her meal absent-mindedly, a fact Jiang Nan naturally noticed. Have you eaten yet? Seeing that Jiang Nan hadn't made a move for a while, she couldn't help but ask. Not yet. Jiang Nan had been busy handling work, without even time to drink water, let alone eat. Thinking that Jiang Nan hadn't eaten for so long just because he was waiting for her, Wang Yitong's mood plummeted to rock bottom. Fearing she would overthink it, Jiang Nan forced himself to eat a few bites. In reality, his stomach was feeling a bit uncomfortable, which was why he had no appetite. Are you interested in going out for a walk in a bit? Jiang Nan asked this question nonchalantly. But upon hearing this, Wang Yitong's eyes lit up instantly, and without a second thought, she nodded. Okay. The weather here was very cold, and as the two walked down the street, they could feel the biting cold wind. Jiang Nan tightened Wang Yitong's scarf. Are you cold? At this moment, no matter how cold she was, Wang Yitong wouldn't say so. I'm fine, it's nothing. Although it was only 8 o'clock, it was already completely dark here. The two walked hand in hand down the street, looking at the surrounding scenery. They didn't need to say anything, just being together quietly was enough. Although she didn't say it aloud, Wang Yitong knew that Jiang Nan truly loved her, otherwise, he wouldn't treat her this way. Looking at it this way, Jiang Nan's efforts were not in vain. Since we're already out, don't think too much. We can stay here for a few more days before going back. Wang Yitong knew he was doing this for her own good. But she had to consider him too, being away would delay his work, and he would be exhausted when they returned. This 3-day trip was already a luxury for her. Having 3 days to spend alone with Jiang Nan was hard won. The two continued walking, and unexpectedly, it started to snow halfway through. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky, the scene felt a bit like something out of a fairy tale. It's snowing. Both of them looked up at the night sky simultaneously. White snowflakes fell continuously in the dark night. The previously quiet street suddenly became lively. It turned out that this snowfall was the first snow of the year in Iceland. Wang Yitong and Jiang Nan also felt an unprecedented liveliness amidst the crowd. Wang Yitong felt that this moment was truly romantic. If not for all sorts of coincidences, they definitely wouldn't have encountered this first snow today. Wang Yitong reached out to catch a snowflake falling from the air. Although it disappeared in the blink of an eye, Wang Yitong still felt very happy. It's so beautiful. Jiang Nan looked down at her, feeling that her eyes were shining. Everything that happened tonight would leave a deep impression on them. Perhaps there would never be an identical moment like this again in the future. By the time they returned, there were very few people left on the road. Rest early tonight, we have to go see the show tomorrow. Wang Yitong was a little excited and worried that she wouldn't be able to fall asleep easily tonight. However, she still nodded to indicate she understood. Because there was a time difference between here and the country, Jiang Nan received a call from back home in the evening. What's wrong? The person calling was Du Wei. There seems to be a problem with the biotechnology sector of this group. People have already started to report it. Currently, the Jiang group was in a state of having no leader, as the people surnamed Dong had previously managed all the large and small subsidiaries of the company. But they were no longer here, and for the time being, there was no way to manage things in time, so it was the easiest time for problems to arise. Before leaving, Jiang Nan had asked Du Wei to pay extra attention and to inform him as soon as any problems arose. He didn't expect his guest to come true so quickly. Now, the problem had come knocking. Send the files to me, I'll take a look and reply to you. Okay. As a result, Jiang Nan didn't have time to rest for a single moment all night, as he was constantly resolving this matter. In fact, it wasn't just this one matter, there were many other miscellaneous things as well. The next day, when Wang Yitong woke up to the sound of the alarm, Jiang Nan still hadn't slept. She found the gown she was going to wear today and then had someone come to do her styling. The gown was a rose-red fishtail dress that perfectly outlined Wang Yitong's proud curves. This color suited her very well, and the matching diamond necklace sparkled brilliantly under the lights. By the time she had finished getting ready and was prepared to leave, Jiang Nan was also ready. Jiang Nan's suit and tie were the exact same color as Wang Yitong's gown, looking complementary. Let's go. Wang Yitong took his arm and they went out. When they arrived at the fashion show venue, Wang Yitong realized that apart from the two of them, there wasn't a single familiar face. Originally, Wang Yitong had wanted to avoid suspicion, but seeing the situation, it seemed unnecessary. The two sat together openly. Although it wasn't the very first row, it was still a front row seat. This seat wasn't obtained because Wang Yitong was a little-known newcomer, but rather because of Jiang Nan. After all, the power of money never goes out of style. Wang Yitong wasn't interested in these things, she just watched as model after model walked by in the latest outfits of the season. To be honest, it was a bit boring. But because she was with Jiang Nan, even things that were originally boring became meaningful. For the entire duration of the show, the two held hands tightly. When it ended, both of their palms were slightly sweaty, but neither let go. There was another person who received the news around the same time as Jiang Nan, and that was Dong Cheng. After all, he was a member of the Dong family and had some understanding of his family's business. The trouble Jiang Nan encountered this time was no small issue, and Dong Cheng was waiting to see him make a fool of himself. In truth, he knew in his heart that regardless of the final outcome, it didn't have much to do with him. But even so, he couldn't help but be curious. The biotechnology sector of the Dong Group had always been in partnership with the Yi family, and in the current situation, the Yi family would certainly not continue. Chapter 68, Breakthrough. It was precisely because of this matter that Jiang Nan had a bit of a headache. He had investigated, and this Yi family was none other than Senior Yian's family. There was still some friction between the two of them, so it would likely be difficult to sit down and have a calm conversation about continuing their cooperation. Jiang Nan was at a loss. After all, the Yi family was the industry leader, and without them, he couldn't find a replacement in the short term. Actually, this matter wasn't difficult to resolve, it was just that Jiang Nan had forgotten something. He had forgotten what the prize from his last One-Yuan Flash Sale was, and it was only because he hadn't taken that item to heart that this had happened. Wang Yitong also noticed that Jiang Nan seemed to have something on his mind. "What's wrong? You don't seem to be in the mood to be here." That was what Wang Yitong was thinking, so that was what she asked. Jiang Nan hadn't realized he was being so obvious, and was surprised that she had noticed. He had originally intended to lie to her, but then he realized that given the current relationship between them, there was no need to do that. Since they were planning to be together for the long haul, they needed to be prepared to share both blessings and hardships. Everyone encounters problems in life, and not every problem can be avoided. Jiang Nan chose to tell the truth. After hearing it, Wang Yitong expressed that she could understand. "Then let's head back as soon as possible. We can always come back another time." Jiang Nan was moved by Wang Yitong's understanding. Wang Yitong's actions time and time again proved that Jiang Nan's judgment was correct. After returning, the two of them immediately packed their luggage and left Iceland. Regardless, Jiang Nan still felt a bit guilty. This time, it was because of him that a trip that should have been wonderful became so rushed. However, he secretly vowed to himself that he would definitely make it up to Wang Yitong. Only when two people understand and accommodate each other can a relationship develop well. "Since we're already back, don't be in such a rush. Take some time to rest before you go to the company." Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. He really hadn't rested well during this period. In order to successfully solve this difficult problem, Jiang Nan decided to rest up and recharge. During the time Jiang Nan was resting, Wang Yitong also intended to be a supportive partner. She was originally a young lady who had never lifted a finger, but suddenly she wanted to cook for Jiang Nan. This showed just how deep her feelings for Jiang Nan were. However, every beginning is difficult, and the very first step stumped her. With no other options, she had to turn to the internet. Fortunately, the internet provided her with the correct answer. Wang Yitong had a clear self-awareness and didn't try to challenge herself with difficult dishes right from the start. After much deliberation, she finally settled on a bowl of seafood porridge. It was nutritious and healthy, and it looked easy enough to make, so Wang Yitong felt she would succeed. When Jiang Nan woke up, he saw his kitchen filled with smoke. This scene gave him a fright. He wondered what had happened. Jiang Nan hurried over to take a look and realized it was Wang Yitong cooking. "Ah. Why did you wake up so soon?" Wang Yitong glanced at the seafood porridge she was simmering, looking a bit flustered. It didn't look like it was cooked yet. What should she do? Jiang Nan's heart softened completely. At this moment, he had no mind to care about what Wang Yitong was doing. No matter what she made, he would like it. Jiang Nan was an orphan and had never experienced the warmth of a family growing up. Although he didn't usually talk about these things, it didn't mean he didn't yearn for them. The life he most wanted was exactly this, the two of them living in harmony and creating a complete family. "Can you wait a little longer? It's not ready yet. Are you in a rush to get to the company?" Even though Wang Yitong was a bit anxious, it was no use. Jiang Nan hugged Wang Yitong from behind. Wang Yitong was stunned for a moment. What was going on? "Thank you. Thank you for being willing to do this for me." Wang Yitong didn't understand what silly things he was saying. "I really don't understand why you're saying this. Do you have to say thank you to me too?" Jiang Nan shook his head. His emotions were too overwhelming, he didn't know how to express them properly. All right, try it first and see how it tastes. Wang Yitong scooped a spoonful from the pot, carefully blew on it, and then passed it to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan took a taste and immediately started praising it. It's very good. I've never had such delicious seafood porridge. Wang Yitong was skeptical of his words. After all, this was her first time cooking, was it really that good? Refusing to believe him, Wang Yitong tasted a spoonful herself. Ugh! It's so salty. Wang Yitong couldn't help it and spat it out. She clearly remembered not adding much salt, so she didn't know why it was so salty. You're lying. How is this delicious? Jiang Nan just looked at her and smiled. I think it's delicious. No matter what he said, Wang Yitong couldn't get past her own mental barrier. Let's pretend today never happened. I'll make it for you next time. As she said this, she was about to throw away the whole pot of seafood porridge. No. Jiang Nan stopped her. Since this meal was made for me, I should be the one to decide its fate. As he said this, he took the pot of porridge from her hands. He was determined to enjoy it properly. No, it's really too salty. Wang Yitong still wouldn't allow it. But Jiang Nan's attitude was very firm, he absolutely wouldn't agree. In the end, Jiang Nan won. Jiang Nan really cherished this meal and only went to the company after eating it seriously. Wang Yitong frowned as she watched from the side. It was simply too salty, unbearably so. Having finished his meal before arriving at the company, Jiang Nan felt full of energy and believed he could solve this matter perfectly. Just at this moment, he suddenly remembered the prize he had won in his last One-Yuan Flash Sale. If he remembered correctly, it seemed to be something related to biotechnology. After verifying it with the system, Jiang Nan discovered that he really hadn't remembered it wrong. Wouldn't the problem be solved easily now? Although he only owned 30% of the shares in the biotechnology company, he still had a significant amount of say. If he couldn't rely on others, then he would rely on himself. This company was indeed a bit weak in terms of experimentation, but it also had a lot of room for improvement. Jiang Nan decided to take this opportunity to develop it properly, as this might also be convenient for the future. Wang Yitong didn't understand what Jiang Nan was busy with, but she was very patient and waited quietly on the side. Of course, during this time, she would also serve Jiang Nan tea and water. Because he had eaten something a bit salty at noon, she was worried that Jiang Nan would be thirsty. Jiang Nan was afraid she would be bored and wanted to take her for a walk, but Wang Yitong refused. Chapter 69, Making Progress. You should focus on your work first, I don't mind. As she said this, she picked up a book from the bookshelf next to Jiang Nan, signaling that she would find something to do herself. The two of them were in the same room, yet doing different things, and the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. It was truly admirable. During this time, someone else came to see Jiang Nan. Du Wei. You're finally back. If you had come back any later, I wouldn't have known what to do. For a student who hadn't even graduated yet, a situation like this was indeed difficult for him to handle. However, for Jiang Nan, such matters were no big deal. Regardless of what happened, the system would ultimately back him up. It could be said that the system was Jiang Nan's source of confidence. Of course, not everyone could have such confidence. Jiang Nan felt fortunate for himself. Perhaps this was what it meant to be a child of destiny. Relax, I'll resolve this matter within a few days. Even Du Wei had to admit that Jiang Nan was truly impressive. Although he didn't know how Jiang Nan had become so formidable, able to rake in billions in mere minutes. Of course, these things didn't happen overnight, and Jiang Nan had put in the corresponding effort. Before leaving, Du Wei didn't forget to gossip a little. He leaned in close to Jiang Nan's ear. How far has it progressed? Jiang Nan mercilessly gave him a roll of his eyes. What he was saying was simply tarnishing his title as the god of pure love. Get lost. Wang Yitong was already feeling drowsy, she was truly exhausted. She tried hard to stay awake, but she looked like she was struggling. Go to the lounge and take a nap, don't worry about me. There was a lounge in Jiang Nan's office, and it came in handy at this moment. Wang Yitong felt a bit shy. But she had no choice, she was just too sleepy, so she reluctantly agreed. When she woke up, Everyone in the company except for Jiang Nan had already left work. Wang Yitong felt truly ashamed, as if she hadn't been of any help at all. However, Jiang Nan didn't think so. He felt from the bottom of his heart that as long as Yitong was by his side, it was enough. The relationship between the two of them had developed by leaps and bounds recently. Jiang Nan was happy to see this. He wanted to marry Yitong as soon as possible, but there were still some issues, such as Yitong's family. This knot hadn't been untied yet, and it was time to find a solution. They couldn't just keep giving each other the cold shoulder forever. Jiang Nan felt very tired. There were so many things he needed to do. At times like this, he had no choice but to ask the system for help. He hoped it could help him a little. Fortunately, this system was fairly responsive and actually provided him with some ideas. The host can try letting the other party know about your current wealth, and then express your determination to spend the rest of your life with Yitong. Jiang Nan could roughly understand what it meant. All right, thanks. The fee for this consultation is 10,000 yuan. After saying that, before Jiang Nan could even react, the payment had already been automatically deducted. Good grief, just for that one sentence, it cost 10,000. Jiang Nan felt indignant inside, but he dared not show it. After all, he still had a long time to deal with this system in the future. He couldn't offend it now. Forget it, patience brings peace of mind, and taking a step back opens up a wider world. Jiang Nan consoled himself. Just thinking about it certainly wouldn't work, he had to put it into practice. This time, Jiang Nan didn't tell Yitong. Instead, he went to the Wang family alone. Father Wang's temper was the same as always, but fortunately, Jiang Nan was used to it. Uncle, I came here today because I want to have a good talk with you. Father Wang was noncommittal. It's like this, you should know that my current industries here include entertainment, construction, and the Jiang Group. Jiang Nan summarized it simply. He didn't mention the rest, like the luxury cars, estates, and villas. He was definitely one of the wealthiest people here now, so this point was guaranteed. I'm not saying this to show off, but to prove my capability. You know that I'm just an orphan, and all of this was achieved through my own efforts. This was the first time Jiang Nan had spoken about this matter in such a tone to someone else. Although neither Father Wang nor Wang Yiwu fully believed the truth of this matter, they couldn't find any other more reliable evidence, so they had to reluctantly believe it. I believe I have the ability to provide Yitong with a good foundation for a future life, and also, I truly love her from the bottom of my heart. It was indeed embarrassing to talk about romance in front of an elder, but Jiang Nan still insisted on saying it. I am willing to protect her always and give her warmth, I can guarantee this. Jiang Nan's words were sincere, and what he said today was indeed his heartfelt truth. In fact, Father Wang had already tacitly approved of their relationship. This time, it was mainly because of Yitong's attitude. Why did it feel like since the two of them got together, Yitong's personality had changed drastically, completely different from before? But strictly speaking, this matter had nothing to do with Jiang Nan. It was just that the emotions Yitong had accumulated for so long had reached a breaking point, so she collapsed. It could only be said that Yitong had suppressed herself too much before, which was why it suddenly made them feel like her personality had changed drastically. Father Wang didn't say anything. To be precise, he didn't know what he should say. He also hadn't expected Jiang Nan to pull such a move. It could be said he was caught off guard. I don't want to interfere in the matters between you two, do as you please. Jiang Nan could feel that this was the biggest concession Father Wang had made, but this was still acceptable. In the evening, after Wang Yiwu got off work, he was called over by his father. Dad, you called for me. Sit down. Wang Yiwu sat down obediently, not knowing what his father wanted to tell him. From now on, you are not allowed to interfere in matters regarding Jiang Nan and your sister anymore. Wang Yiwu didn't understand what this meant. Why? Father Wang was rarely patient, but he decided to tell him his plan. You have seen Jiang Nan's status here now, he is no longer on the same level as us. Wang Yiwu didn't think that the standard for judging a person was based on the wealth they possessed. We should just watch quietly for now, as for the rest, let nature take its course. Since his father had said this much, Wang Yiwu naturally couldn't say anything more. All right. This was also the first time Wang Yiwu had compromised on this matter. He hoped he wouldn't make his sister sad, otherwise he would definitely make him pay. Only he could bully his sister, no one else was allowed to. Itong was completely unaware of what Jiang Nan had done. She was at home preparing dinner for Jiang Nan. She had been studying culinary arts recently, hoping to make some progress. Chapter 70, Concealment. Jiang Nan didn't say anything to Wang Yitong when he returned. He simply gave her a hug upon meeting. "Why have you suddenly become so mushy?" Although Jiang Nan didn't say anything, Wang Yitong always felt that something seemed wrong with him. Since he didn't say anything, she didn't want to ask too much either. The two of them were incredibly intimate, clearly showing how good their relationship was. Jiang Nan was very satisfied with Wang Yitong's cooking. In his eyes, as long as it was made by Wang Yitong, it was good. After their meal, the two of them talked about recent work matters. When Wang Yitong heard that Jiang Nan had recently encountered difficulties in the field of biotechnology, the first person who came to her mind was Senior Yan. Even though she didn't know much about it, she knew that his family had their own laboratory in biotechnology, and it seemed to be quite advanced. "Why don't I help you contact Senior Yan?" Wang Yitong was just being kind. She didn't want Jiang Nan to be troubled by such matters. Moreover, the reason she said this was because she knew she at least had some acquaintance with Senior Yan, which would surely be better than Jiang Nan's situation. Jiang Nan gently patted her back. He also knew that Wang Yitong was doing this for his own good, but as a man, he hadn't reached the point where he needed a woman's help. "I will resolve this matter myself, you don't need to worry." Wang Yitong thought he still had some misgivings in his heart. After all, there had been some friction between him and Senior Yan before. It was normal for him to have such thoughts. But it would clearly be simpler this way. He knew it would be very simple, but the price to be paid for it was not something he wanted. If he let Wang Yitong contact Senior Yan, that guy would definitely continue to harass her. Jiang Nan decided to cut off the possibility of this happening from the root. "Have I ever failed to do anything I promised you before?" Wang Yitong didn't understand why he suddenly said such a thing. However, she still carefully recalled it in her mind. It seemed like not a single one. From beginning to end, as long as it was something Jiang Nan had personally promised, everything would be fulfilled. Wang Yitong seemed to understand his meaning and stopped insisting. The way the two of them were getting along now was no different from living together. If there really was any difference, it would be that they didn't sleep in the same bed. Regarding this matter, Wang Yitong felt that Jiang Nan was truly very gentlemanly. He seemed to never force her to do anything against her heart. He was always able to give her the greatest sense of security. Wang Yitong was inexperienced in the world, and her romantic experience was a blank slate. However, even so, she knew that Jiang Nan was a man with great character and a strong sense of responsibility. Jiang Nan was certainly not a scumbag. He was the last pure love warrior in this world. Although saying it like this was a bit exaggerated, Jiang Nan really didn't want to hurt Wang Yitong, especially when their relationship wasn't yet set in stone. He preferred to save this beautiful experience for their wedding night. "By the way, you don't seem to have any other schedule recently. If you are interested in any areas, feel free to tell Sister Wang." Actually, Wang Yitong knew that these things were all being silently arranged by Jiang Nan. If not for his secret help, how could she be so idle? Although she didn't know much about the entertainment industry herself, her best friend knew a lot. The two of them often chatted, which let Wang Yitong know a lot about the entertainment industry. Speaking of Ning Xingyu, she had been busy filming a movie recently and had a lot of homework to do. She really cared about this opportunity and swore to perform well. Whether she could become an overnight success would depend on this time. After hearing from Wang Yitong that she had officially established a romantic relationship with Jiang Nan, Ning Xingyu felt a bit uncomfortable. She knew she shouldn't be like this. As Wang Yitong's best friend, how could she pine for her boyfriend? However, although she said that, she couldn't go against her own truest thoughts. Seeing Wang Yitong living so sweetly now, she was also genuinely happy for her from the bottom of her heart. On Jiang Nan's side, he didn't want to seek anyone's help. He could accomplish this matter on his own just the same. He checked the biotechnology company where he held a 30% stake. Although it couldn't be considered the best in the field, it was still among the top few. As long as he spent a little more effort, it wouldn't be difficult to make it achieve excellent progress in a short time. Jiang Nan said he would do it, and he did it. He found his system again. He had now figured out the temper of this system. It could help, but it wouldn't help for free. Regarding this point, Jiang Nan also expressed understanding. It was very normal. When asking for help, How could one not show some attitude? Host, today is not the day for the system to refresh. May I ask what business you have with the system? Regarding biotechnology, Jiang Nan was completely clueless. I need a talent in the field of biotechnology right now, can you do me a favor? For the system, this didn't count as anything at all. It could be said that it could replace this matter, and it might even be stronger than a human. If you are willing to provide sufficient salary, the system can provide the service. Isn't it just paying for goods upon delivery? It sounds nice. However, Jiang Nan didn't show it, even though the system could grasp all of his thoughts. About how much is needed? In order to prevent the system from asking for an exorbitant price, it was better for Jiang Nan to ask in advance. The system's biotechnology knowledge service requires a monthly salary of 200,000. 200,000 a month. Jiang Nan frowned as he listened. It really was asking for quite a lot. Look, we can be considered old acquaintances, why don't you give me a discount? This would be good for both of us. Who would have thought that human high-level intelligence would actually be used in such a place? However, the system wasn't stupid either, it knew this was just trying to get close. The system's service will definitely be worth more than the price, I hope the host can rest assured. The implication was that it was impossible to lower it, not even a little bit. This time, Jiang Nan finally gave up. All right, 200,000 it is. With this, the matter of biotechnology was considered settled. Whenever Jiang Nan thought about the system's monthly salary being 200,000, he felt incredibly pained. However, upon second thought, the wealth the system could bring him far exceeded this, so Jiang Nan's mind felt a bit more balanced. There is gain only with giving. Wang Yiwu had recently spent some time getting to know Jiang Nan. He did this to put his own mind at ease. If he really married his sister off to a jerk, she would definitely be furious. However, after such careful investigation, Wang Yiwu found that he actually couldn't find a single problem other than his background. He had to admit that he had been too one-sided in his thinking before, and Jiang Nan wasn't as heinous as he had thought. Chapter 71, Tender Care. The grudges and feuds between men are always so simple, they come quickly and go just as fast. By the time Jiang Nan came to find him again, Wang Yiwu had already set aside all his prejudices. Jiang Nan naturally sensed the change in Wang Yiwu, but he felt it was a result of his own good work. As the saying goes, sincerity can move even the hardest stone. His actions had already won over his brother-in-law. In the end, the two of them were actually drinking and chatting happily, which was truly unexpected. You'd better behave yourself, kid. If I ever find out you've wronged my sister in any way, I will be the first one to take you out. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh heartily. He was truly too funny, he had actually started making threats now. However, this also meant that he had thoroughly accepted him. Fine. Rest assured, that day will never come. After this heart-to-heart talk, the rift between the two had long since vanished. When Jiang Nan returned that day, he was actually drunk. Wang Yitong was a bit puzzled. Jiang Nan hadn't mentioned any social engagements that evening before he left, so how could he have drunk so much? Jiang Nan stood at the door, refusing to come in, and Wang Yitong didn't know what to do with him. With her delicate frame, how could she possibly move this strapping man over 1.8 meters tall? With no other choice, Wang Yitong had to find a way to make him regain consciousness. Of course, that was definitely not as simple as it sounded. Jiang Nan, wake up. Wang Yitong gently patted his cheeks and was surprised to find that his skin felt quite nice, so she couldn't help but pat them a few more times. But no matter how she patted him, Jiang Nan didn't wake up. The memory of the last time Jiang Nan was drunk was still fresh in her mind, she hadn't expected it to repeat so soon. She really didn't know who he had been drinking so much with, he usually didn't drink at social events. Wang Yitong was puzzled, but she couldn't get an answer right now. She placed an ice cube in Jiang Nan's hand, hoping to sober him up a bit that way. To her surprise, it actually worked. Jiang Nan's eyes cleared up a little. Looking around, he realized he was already at his doorstep. Jiang Nan, come in quickly. Jiang Nan mechanically followed Wang Yitong's instructions and obediently walked inside. Seeing him like this, Wang Yitong thought he was fine. Who would have thought he would start acting drunk, though it wasn't too excessive, just a bit unexpected. Jiang Nan was like a koala, hugging Wang Yitong tightly and refusing to let go. You. Wang Yitong wanted to say something, but thinking about how drunk he was, it would be pointless to say anything. Wang Yitong was trapped by him and couldn't move. In the end, she helplessly sat on the sofa. It was already late, and logically, it was time to sleep. But Jiang Nan was hugging her so tightly that she couldn't escape. When he woke up the next morning, Jiang Nan found himself on the sofa. What surprised him even more was that Wang Yitong was right beside him. Could it be that they had slept on the sofa all night? Jiang Nan patted his head. He had drunk too much again yesterday. As he moved slightly, Wang Yitong also woke up. Jiang Nan felt a bit guilty. Wang Yitong must not have slept well last night. This was indeed the case. Although the sofa was spacious, it couldn't compare to a bed. Morning. Jiang Nan's voice was low and magnetic, reaching Wang Yitong's ears and sending a shiver of numbness through her entire body. Wang Yitong felt a little embarrassed. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling like they had shared a bed. Morning. After saying that, she prepared to get up and leave this awkward place. But as soon as she stood up, Jiang Nan grabbed her wrist. Go back to sleep for a while, I'll go make breakfast. Huh. Wang Yitong didn't react in time. In her memory, she never remembered Jiang Nan knowing how to cook, so she had always assumed he was a kitchen klutz just like her. Wang Yitong was pushed by the shoulders back to the bedroom and ordered not to run around and to go to sleep obediently. Jiang Nan's cooking skills were actually quite good, especially with these home-cooked dishes. He decided to show off a little today and let Wang Yitong taste his cooking. Jiang Nan was busy in the kitchen by himself, managing to maintain order amidst the chaos. An hour later, the meal was all prepared, 4 dishes and 1 soup, and it looked quite good. Jiang Nan was quite satisfied, and then he went to wake Wang Yitong up. When Wang Yitong saw the breakfast Jiang Nan had prepared, she felt it was exaggerated. How could this be? In just 1 short hour, he had actually managed to make such a rich meal. Wang Yitong was amazed. Don't just stand there, hurry up and try it. Jiang Nan handed the chopsticks to Wang Yitong, signaling her to taste it quickly. Wang Yitong knew it would be delicious without even eating it, just looking at the presentation, it was professional. She picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. Oh my god, it was even better than what you could get outside. Wang Yitong's eyes lit up. Seeing her like this, Jiang Nan knew he had succeeded. This is too delicious. How did you do it? Jiang Nan didn't tell her the secret, just saying, do you like it? If you like it, I'll make it for you again next time. Isn't there a saying? To capture someone's heart, you must first capture their stomach. This saying applied just as well to Wang Yitong. The look in Wang Yitong's eyes as she gazed at him was full of admiration. Did this also require talent? The two of them finished the meal very seriously. Wang Yitong touched her belly, it was fuller than ever before. Hiccup. She couldn't help but hiccup. Wang Yitong felt a bit shy and quickly covered her mouth. But she didn't know how cute this scene looked to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan decided to take a day off today and let others handle the work. And this hard-won rest was naturally to be spent entirely with Wang Yitong. The weather is nice today, do you want to go for a walk? The weather outside was indeed sunny and bright, very suitable for going out and having fun. Wang Yitong thought for a moment and suddenly had a good idea. Let's go on a date today. Jiang Nan agreed without a doubt. Life still needs a sense of ritual. For example, for this date, both of them prepared very seriously. Wang Yitong carefully selected a suitable outfit from her closet. It was a light pink French-style dress. After putting it on, she looked youthful and vibrant, yet gentle as water. She applied very light makeup, and it was stunning enough. Perhaps this was just natural beauty. Jiang Nan dressed quite casually, no longer wearing his usual boring and uninteresting formal attire. Are you ready? Jiang Nan was faster, so he came to knock on Wang Yitong's door. Ready, coming right away. The moment the door opened, Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel his heart rate increase. She was really, truly beautiful, like a delicate cherry blossom that made one want to care for her tenderly. Chapter 72, Smooth Talker. How is it? Is it okay? Jiang Nan's answer to her was a gentle kiss on her forehead. Very beautiful, like a fairy. Wang Yitong was cheesed out by him and couldn't help but lightly punch his chest. Smooth talker. You're annoying. After saying that, she skipped away, and Jiang Nan felt very happy watching her back. The first stop for their date today was the amusement park. Wang Yitong stood at the entrance and looked inside. Luckily, it wasn't crowded today, so they could properly enjoy this happy time. Let's go. Let's head out. The two were full of energy, first the roller coaster, then the bumper cars, and finally the carousel. Jiang Nan thought she would be afraid of those thrilling rides, but he didn't expect that she would be exceptionally calm during the roller coaster. Aren't you afraid? What's there to be afraid of? It's so much fun. Regarding this point, Jiang Nan also hadn't expected it. Jiang Nan bought an ice cream from the side and handed it to Wang Yitong. Wow. There's even ice cream. Sometimes a girl's happiness is really simple, all it takes is a simple ice cream to make her happy for half a day. However, Wang Yitong was a bit puzzled. Why did he only buy one? Here, you try it. Wang Yitong enthusiastically shared it with him. But Jiang Nan shook his head. You eat it. Are you sure you don't want any? It's very hot out. Jiang Nan continued to shake his head, unmoved. Since that was the case, Wang Yitong had no choice but to eat it herself. It turned out to be vanilla-flavored, so delicious. Wang Yitong licked the delicious ice cream with her slightly reddened tongue, completely unaware of Jiang Nan's gaze. Jiang Nan's gaze looked as if he wanted to swallow her whole, while the innocent and cute little white rabbit had not yet sensed the danger. Just as Wang Yitong was about to take a second bite, her mouth was suddenly blocked. MMPH. What are you doing? Her words were swallowed before she could finish them. The kiss ended, and Wang Yitong's legs were already weak. So sweet. Jiang Nan gave his assessment, though it was unclear what he was talking about. Wang Yitong felt she had been teased, but it was hard for her to deny her own heart fluttering. Wang Yitong couldn't finish the ice cream, it just felt weird. The two were a bit tired from playing here, so they decided to go see a movie and have lunch along the way. What do you want to eat? Wang Yitong racked her brain, but really couldn't think of anything. She now felt that nothing tasted better than what Jiang Nan cooked. After casually grabbing lunch, the two went to watch a movie. Jiang Nan took the liberty of choosing a horror movie, secretly hoping in his heart that Wang Yitong would be scared into hiding in his arms. However, it was a pity that what he had envisioned did not happen. This movie was just too boring. Wang Yitong actually fell asleep beside him. A miscalculation, a total miscalculation. But even so, it didn't matter. Jiang Nan quietly admired Wang Yitong's sleeping face. Pink, tender cheeks, rhythmic breathing, she was just like a doll. Even Jiang Nan himself knew that he must look like a total pervert right now. Who told her to be his girlfriend? Really, he could never get enough of looking at her. The movie had ended, but Wang Yitong hadn't woken up yet. Jiang Nan wasn't in a hurry to wake her up, but instead started arranging the next activity. Next, Jiang Nan planned to take her back to the Wang family. He had already spoken to his brother-in-law in advance. The reason Jiang Nan did this was also to give Wang Yitong a surprise. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Yitong finally woke up. Jiang Nan couldn't help but tease, "Awake. My sleeping beauty. Why didn't you call me to wake up?" Don't try to guess a woman's mind, she was actually blaming Jiang Nan now. Jiang Nan accepted his fate. My fault, my fault. Wang Yitong also felt a bit guilty. After all, she had fallen asleep and ruined the mood. When it came down to it, she was still relying on Jiang Nan doting on her. Let's go, where are we going for our next stop? Just follow me and you'll find out. Wang Yitong followed happily behind Jiang Nan, and the two drove away from there. In fact, they weren't far from Wang Yitong's home, but Jiang Nan, in order to make her even more surprised later, intentionally took a few detours on the road. Where are we going? You'll know in a moment. No matter how Wang Yitong asked, Jiang Nan wouldn't say. In the end, the car drove to the front of Wang Yitong's home. Why are we here? Wang Yitong still had some reservations in her heart. The incident from last time was still fresh in her memory. This is your home, what do you think we're here for? This point was indeed undeniable. Jiang Nan didn't give her a chance to hesitate or doubt, he pushed the door open directly. Wang Yitong hadn't sorted out her emotions yet and didn't know what state of mind to use to face her family. But Jiang Nan was very enthusiastic. The first person he saw after opening the door was Wang Yiwu. Wang Yitong didn't expect that her brother was also there. Everyone was present. What surprised her even more was that Jiang Nan was so cordial with her brother. The two of them walked towards the dining room with their arms around each other's shoulders. In that instant, Wang Yitong even suspected she was hallucinating. "Why aren't you hurrying to eat? What are you standing there stunned for?" Wang Yitong hadn't had time to digest all of this and sat in her seat looking dazed. "The red wine has already been opened, let's have some together today." Mother Wang had long been prepared. "Okay. Alcohol is really a good thing. If it weren't for alcohol, we too wouldn't have cleared up our misunderstandings." Wang Yitong didn't understand what her brother was talking about. Why couldn't she understand anything? Yeah, really have to thank that meal and the alcohol. Wang Yitong finally couldn't help it. "What riddles are you two speaking in? Why can't I understand any of it?" Wang Yiwu also didn't expect that he hadn't told his sister the cause, process, and result of this matter yet. This was truly a bit surprising. "You tell her." Jiang Nan patiently told Wang Yitong the whole story from beginning to end. Wang Yitong didn't expect that he would dare to protect her in such a way. She had slowly become painful and desperate under the pressure of her parents. But Jiang Nan's appearance was like a beam of light that warmed her heart. Wang Yitong was so moved she didn't know what to say and almost cried in front of everyone. Jiang Nan panicked a little. He just wanted to give her a surprise. How did it turn out like this? He quickly grabbed Wang Yitong's hand. "You should be happy, right?" Wang Yitong understood what he meant and nodded. From then on, the two of them were finally no longer obstructed by family and could be together openly and honestly. Jiang Nan actually had another idea, which was to make their relationship public and stop hiding. He himself felt it was a bit childish. Outsiders' thoughts couldn't affect the feelings between them, but he still wanted everyone to know. Chapter 73, Caught Unprepared. "The two of you must be good to each other and know how to cherish one another." Father Wang said these words earnestly. Jiang Nan nodded. "Rest assured, I will definitely do so." Jiang Nan's gaze was firm. "That's good." After the meal, it was about time for the two of them to leave. Yitong still had many things she wanted to say to Jiang Nan. "Dad, Mom, we're leaving now." Wang Yiwu, who was on the side, couldn't help but speak up. "Have you forgotten that you still have a brother?" Yitong laughed out loud. "How could that be? You are my dear, good brother." "Ugh, stop trying to gross me out here, hurry up and go." The siblings returned to their usual bickering dynamic. Yitong made a face at him. "Naya, Naya, Naya." Then, before her brother could catch up, she quickly took Jiang Nan and left. Yitong hadn't felt this happy in a long time. She felt a sense of relief, as if a weight had finally been lifted. Along the way, Yitong was excitedly chattering non-stop. Jiang Nan did not show the slightest bit of impatience, listening to her quietly the entire time. "It's so good to have you," Yitong suddenly said with emotion. "I think so too." The two looked at each other and smiled, seeing their own reflections in each other's eyes. "Today's rest ends here. Tomorrow, it's time to work hard." Jiang Nan shared his thoughts with Yitong. After hearing them, Yitong had no objections. Okay. When two people are wholeheartedly dedicated to a relationship, they won't be calculating so much. Yitong was also willing to make their relationship public, feeling that it would at least help reduce some competitors. This act of staking a claim would give her a great sense of security. "Then I'll have the company staff handle this matter." Jiang Nan continued his daily routine, moving between home and the office. It had to be said that the system's ability was truly impressive. In just a few short days, it had already transformed the department. How were these things specifically operated? Naturally, Jiang Nan executed them one by one through the system's instructions. After all, no one could hear the system. It was something that existed only in Jiang Nan's mind. So, to outsiders, it appeared that Jiang Nan had handled everything single-handedly. "The president seems very impressive. Have you heard? The biotechnology department has already gotten back on its feet. Indeed, I didn't expect him to have such capabilities." The employees' assessment of Jiang Nan was quite objective. Although they never thought Jiang Nan would be a fool, they had witnessed firsthand how the company changed hands. When the company belonged to the Dong family previously, many management regulations were just for show, applying only to the employees and not restraining the management. Over time, it was inevitable that the staff below would harbor resentment. But since Jiang Nan arrived, everything has been treated equally, and that alone is something many people cannot achieve. Jiang Nan gained more and more respect within the company. Perhaps when he first appeared, no one took him seriously, but slowly he became the pillar of the company. Even Du Wei noticed his change. Where did you secretly take classes? How did you suddenly change into a different person? Jiang Nan didn't understand what he was talking about. However, he felt that the 200,000 monthly salary for the system seemed worth it. Because the system not only helped him solve the issues in the biotechnology department but also taught him many management methods. This 200,000 was equivalent to paying tuition fees, which was worth it when he thought about it. Secretly taking classes behind your back, how about that? Pretty impressive, right? Jiang Nan teased Du Wei on purpose. You are looking more and more like a profiteer now, things have really changed. You're the profiteer. Everything I do is with a clear conscience. The fact was indeed so, Jiang Nan had not evolved into that kind of inhumane capitalist. Because he himself had once been a corporate slave, he could empathize with the employees below. Stop shooting the breeze with me, hurry up and get to work, or I'll deduct your salary. Look at you, if that's not a profiteer, what is? Du Wei finally obtained evidence and hurriedly accused Jiang Nan of his behavior. So what if I'm a profiteer? Watch out or I'll continue to exploit you. Jiang Nan decided to go all the way and continued to threaten and intimidate him. Anyway, given their friendship, nothing would actually happen, it was just a joke. Jiang Nan felt it was necessary to merge the other companies into this one group. This would make management more convenient and would also be beneficial to those two companies. Jiang Nan described his idea to the system, wanting to hear its opinion. The system believes this matter has a certain degree of feasibility, subsequent management will be more convenient, and the host can proceed with confidence. With these words from the system, Jiang Nan naturally wouldn't hesitate anymore. All right, I understand. When Jiang Nan went to the entertainment company in the afternoon, he took the opportunity to advance this matter. This task was not difficult to execute, after all, this company belonged to him, and he was entitled to do whatever he wanted. Have the company's publicity department come over? Yes. Now, everyone in the company knew that Jiang Nan was not only their boss but also the president of the Jiang Group. Such an identity always came with an aura, and when people looked at him, their eyes were filled with admiration. What did you call me for? Announce the relationship between me and Itong to everyone, and post it on the internet in the form of an official statement. Entrusting this matter to the publicity department was absolutely seamless. However, the head of the publicity department was somewhat surprised. Although Itong's name wasn't overly familiar to him, he did have an impression of it. If he remembered correctly, she was also one of the artists under the company. He didn't expect the boss to actually be involved with an artist. He was worried about how to announce it, he had to find a way to minimize the public opinion fallout. This matter was indeed a bit tricky. I will go back and start preparing now. Jiang Nan checked the shooting progress of that movie, it seemed to be nearing completion. He called Itong. Hi. Itong's voice sounded full of energy. Do you want to go visit the set with me? This movie is about to wrap up. Itong immediately realized what he was talking about. I do. Wait for me a moment, I'll start getting ready right away. All right. To some extent, Jiang Nan really doted on her like a child. When Jiang Nan appeared on the set, everyone was in a state of surprise. Why did you come over without giving us a heads up? We didn't have time to prepare properly. The producer and director put down their current filming and began to host Jiang Nan. Chapter 74, Schadenfreude. Their eyes were not blind, so they naturally saw Jiang Nan holding hands tightly with a woman. However, since Jiang Nan did not say anything, they did not dare to ask further. Come over here and take a rest. Just like that, Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong were invited into the director's lounge. However, Wang Yitong was not interested in their affairs and just wanted to hurry off to find her best friend. Jiang Nan saw through her intentions. Go take a look around if you like, I will come find you in a little while. Just like that, Wang Yitong happily disappeared from his sight. Jiang Nan took a look. The investment for this movie did not exceed 50 million, which could be considered a very low investment among many films. However, it was precisely because of this reason that it made him feel worried. With such a low investment, could it really yield high returns? He tactfully probed the director's attitude, but unexpectedly, the result he received was affirmative. I have great confidence in this movie. If you stay here every day, you will definitely be able to see that the actors are very serious and dedicated. A good movie cannot be separated from the actor's dedication and effort. Jiang Nan knew about this point, but he himself felt ashamed about this level of investment. Since he had already said so, then let it be. However, since Jiang Nan had come, he definitely had to show something. Give everyone some time to rest this afternoon, there is no need to rush the progress too much. Okay, thank you for your consideration. Ever since entering this place, one could feel that it was very hot inside the studio shed. With these actors in such a sweltering environment every day, it probably wasn't easy for them. Jiang Nan naturally wanted to show his generosity, so he gave red envelopes to everyone present. Thank you, President Jiang. The staff members expressed their thanks in unison. Jiang Nan was actually made to feel a bit embarrassed by this scene. Wang Yitong was still talking to her best friend, and the two of them seemed to have endless topics to discuss. How are things going with you and Jiang Nan now? Ning Xingyu still couldn't shake off her inherent gossiping nature. Although she couldn't have the one she loved, it was just that the timing of fate hadn't arrived. She could only say that she had met Jiang Nan too late. Therefore, Ning Xingyu's thought process was quite simple. Since that was the case, why not just bless them generously? Men are everywhere, but one's childhood best friend is unique. My family doesn't have any objections to him now. That's great. Isn't this a sign that good news is near? Wang Yitong was a bit shy at this moment. She hadn't expected that her first relationship could be this profound. When will I be able to drink to your wedding and be a bridesmaid? Don't talk nonsense, nothing is set in stone yet. Wang Yitong was thoroughly blushing from what she said. Ning Xingyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha, you guys are already like this, yet you tell me nothing is set in stone. Then when will you two finally tie the knot? If you keep talking nonsense, I won't play with you anymore. Only Wang Yitong could say something so childish. All right, I won't say any more, okay. Jiang Nan came out to wander around and incidentally check where Wang Yitong was. Just as he walked to the dressing room, he heard someone whispering something. If it were just casual conversation, Jiang Nan wouldn't have stopped. The main reason was that Jiang Nan heard his own name inside. I don't know what kind of relationship that woman behind him has with him. Why care so much? Who doesn't want to become Mrs. Jiang now? You have a point, but we don't even have the chance to speak with Jiang Nan. So he had suddenly become a diamond bachelor here. If he hadn't heard them talking today, he really wouldn't have known. However, they were overthinking it. He really had no interest in them at all. These mediocre beauties couldn't catch Jiang Nan's eye at all. Furthermore, none of them liked him for who he was. It was all just for the money, wasn't it? Jiang Nan scoffed at them. It seemed that issuing a statement was imminent to prevent anyone from harboring inappropriate thoughts. These people were still harboring inappropriate fantasies, but they simply had no chance of realizing them. They were all harboring their own secret agendas to seduce Jiang Nan. If they really succeeded, they would marry into a wealthy family and become rich ladies. When Jiang Nan found Wang Yitong, she was still chatting with Ning Xingyu. Although Ning Xingyu spoke openly, she still felt a bit awkward the moment she saw Jiang Nan. It was just that she concealed it very well, making it hard for people to notice. You two go play somewhere else, don't torture the single dog here, I'm very fragile. She started clowning around again. Wang Yitong just wanted to quickly cover her mouth and stop her from continuing. I haven't even said a word yet, how could I be torturing the single dog? Jiang Nan spoke up first to defend himself. Got it, you two are teaming up to bully people, right? Fine, if I can't afford to offend you, I can at least hide. Ning Xingyu didn't want to be force-fed dog food here, she just wanted to quickly find a quiet place to stay for a while. Now, only the two of them were left. Don't listen to her nonsense, she's just like that, she likes to joke around. Wang Yitong explained on her behalf. Jiang Nan wouldn't take such a trivial matter to heart. The two of them took a walk on the set. Although Wang Yitong had entered the entertainment industry, she didn't have any representative works yet. Seeing the sets here, she was still a bit curious and wondered when she would be able to act in a drama. However, looking at her current acting skills, she would probably have to wait for a while. At this moment, an actress walked toward Jiang Nan and the others from the opposite direction, holding a cup of coffee in her hand. When she walked to Jiang Nan's side, she feigned a fall. Just as the cup of coffee was about to spill onto Jiang Nan nimbly dodged. Not a single drop of this coffee spilled onto Jiang Nan, instead, it splashed all over herself, and she even fell flat on her face. Before she could say anything, Jiang Nan spoke up first. How can you be so careless when walking? Look, you've fallen down, haven't you? For some reason, there was actually a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Wang Yitong didn't know what had happened yet and wanted to go help her up. But she was stopped by Jiang Nan. You don't need to help, this young lady can stand up on her own, right? Wang Yiqing had never been so embarrassed as she was today. Under pressure from Jiang Nan, she still raised her head and said awkwardly, yes. That's good. After speaking, he took Wang Yitong and walked away without looking back, as if nothing had happened. Even if Wang Yitong's reaction was slow, she could still feel that Jiang Nan's attitude toward that person was a bit strange. Do you know her? I don't know her, why? Wang Yitong couldn't explain it either, it just felt strange. Chapter 75, Exploiting Loopholes. It seemed that I had never seen Jiang Nan be so harsh to any woman other than Huli. Had this person also offended Jiang Nan? She couldn't figure it out and looked puzzled. Jiang Nan only thought she was very cute. Why are you looking at me with such a kind smile? Do I? Jiang Nan did not admit it, feeling that if he did, he would seem a bit creepy. The matter passed just like that with some playful banter. After Wang Yiqing got up, she glared fiercely at their backs. What's the big deal? I don't even care. Although she said that, she knew in her heart what she was really thinking. Seeing Wang Yiqing hit a wall, others realized that this matter wasn't so simple and didn't dare to try rashly. After all, nobody wanted to be rebuffed and end up feeling embarrassed. One could only say that everyone except Wang Yiqing was very smart. After returning, Jiang Nan urged the company's publicity department again. This matter had to be put on the agenda immediately, the sooner, the better. Soon, Jiang Nan released a statement in the name of Jiang Group. The general meaning was to acknowledge his romantic relationship with Wang Yitong. After this statement was released, it caused a huge sensation. Jiang Nan was prepared for such a reaction. After all, he had now become the premier businessman in the area, and Wang Yitong also had a background of status. It was hard for such two people to suddenly announce they were together without attracting attention. Sure enough, rich people never enter the market. Is it just me whose focus is off? These two look so well matched. They searched online casually and found photos of the two. Meanwhile, Wang Yitong's Weibo account was about to explode. In an instant, hundreds of private messages flooded in. There were good and bad ones, but Wang Yitong didn't care. Their words could not affect her mood, let alone the relationship between the two of them. How is it? Wang Yitong could not give an answer to Jiang Nan's question. It was their first high-profile declaration of love since being together. Although she knew it would arouse envy and jealousy in many, she still felt a bit happy. People who saw this news naturally included those suitors of Wang Yitong. If it were before, Senior Yi Yan would certainly not have been so quiet. However, ever since knowing the fate of Dongcheng, he dared not act rashly again. Others might not know, but they were very clear that the reason why the Dong family declined so quickly was all at the hands of Jiang Nan. For someone like him, he dared not gamble his entire family fortune. If any problems really arose, he would become the eternal sinner of his family and the next Dongcheng. But to just watch the woman he liked fall into the arms of another made him feel terrible. Senior Yi Yan secretly vowed in his heart that if there was a chance in the future, he would definitely take Wang Yitong back. As for how long that chance would be, we do not know. Dongcheng saw this news while drinking. In his anger, he smashed the wine bottle in his hand against the wall. Why? Bitch. All bitches. The more useless a man is, the more he will complain about society as a whole. He even thought now that Wang Yitong was just a woman who only cared about money. If Jiang Nan had not a penny, would she still be with him? Hypocritical. One could only say he was short-sighted and judged others by his own standards. Even if Jiang Nan had no money, he had personal charm, far better than some good-for-nothing playboy. But some people just couldn't realize this point, pushing all the problems onto others. It really looked tasteless. Another person who was green with envy now was Huli. Announcing it to the world just after getting together, "You'll be embarrassed when you break up." She was so bitter that she could only curse them in her heart. If such words could really work, then the two of them wouldn't be together. To deal with such a viper-hearted woman, the best approach was to ignore her. Jiang Nan only hoped she would never appear in front of him again. That alone would be enough. Huli failed in one scheme and hatched another. She came to Jiang Nan's company wanting to apply for a job. The Human Resources Department didn't know her and just thought she was an ordinary job seeker. "You haven't graduated yet, why are you submitting a resume?" Huli smiled obsequiously. "I want to prepare for future work, and your company is a large enterprise. I feel that I can learn many things here that are not in textbooks." Her answer was a standard template, leaving no room for anyone to find fault. However, the HR was still hesitant. Huli did not give up and continued to speak. "I will definitely cherish this opportunity, and as long as I can come to work, I don't care how much the salary is." Perhaps because she lowered her posture enough, it really moved the HR. "Well then, why don't you try for a month first? If you feel it's okay, then you can join." Huli was overjoyed. "Thank you, I will definitely work hard." This time she finally had the opportunity to get close to Jiang Nan again. This matter was enough to make her happy. Just after walking out of the company, she couldn't wait to call Senior Yan. "I can start working at Jiang Nan's company tomorrow, how about that?" Huli desperately needed to be affirmed by someone. Senior Yan was worrying about having no way to deal with Jiang Nan, and she suddenly appeared. "Are you still holding fantasies, hoping to rekindle old flames with him?" Huli hated people mentioning this topic the most, making it seem like she couldn't live without Jiang Nan. "I have no interest in messing around with any romance with him, I just want to get some money from this sucker." Hearing this, Senior Yan became interested. "Just you? You want to get money from him too? I'm afraid that's just wishful thinking." Senior Yan's mockery was like a needle pricking her heart. Why did everyone not think highly of her, thinking she was overestimating her capabilities? The more they were like this, the more Huli wanted to do something to prove herself. "Whether I can do it depends on whether I want to do it. I'm not like some people, who only know how to play dead there," Huli retorted. To some extent, they were the same kind of people. On what grounds did he look down on her? "You." Senior Yan was successfully rendered speechless by her. Huli hung up the phone directly. "TCH, just wait and see." She vowed that she would definitely get some money from Jiang Nan. Otherwise, she would be like a dogskin plaster, sticking tightly by his side. She was just that kind of personality. She would never give up until she achieved her goal. However, she still had one very important thing to do now, and that was to find a way to encounter Jiang Nan. Chapter 76, Foolproof. Although Huli could enter the company, the place she needed to go was still a long way from Jiang Nan. Given her status, she probably wouldn't even be able to catch a glimpse of Jiang Nan's shadow. These things had to be planned early. She had to ensure everything was foolproof. If she could succeed this time, she could secure a life of luxury and wealth for herself. Whether or not she could live a good life depended on this single attempt. Jiang Nan had recently been focusing his attention on biological research. Thanks to the system's guidance, he was doing better and better in this area. However, they were planning to develop a new biological agent next. In that case, they would have to collaborate with a powerful research institution. This carried a certain level of risk, so there could be no slip-ups at any stage. Jiang Nan looked at the top-tier research institutions currently in the country, and one of them met his requirements quite well. He had someone find a way to contact the representative of the research institution to reveal his intention to collaborate. He had originally thought this would go smoothly. But to Jiang Nan's surprise, this research institution was privately owned. Moreover, for some unknown reason, this representative seemed to have a grudge against him. This was definitely not Jiang Nan's wild speculation. The representative's various behaviors were all revealing this information. But there was no other way. This task was extremely urgent. Jiang Nan had to find a way to get it finalized as soon as possible. Helpless, Jiang Nan proposed meeting with the representative. Perhaps things would be easier to discuss after they met. The other party did agree to come, but he never expected them to be late. What did this mean? It meant they didn't even have the most basic sincerity. By now, everyone knew what kind of status and position Jiang Nan had, yet they still dared to show such disrespect. With things having reached this point, Jiang Nan already knew that this negotiation would not go smoothly. Nor would it have a good outcome. Logically speaking, he could just get up and leave now. But Jiang Nan did not do so. Since he had already come, he certainly had to teach them a lesson. At the very least, he had to let them know that he wasn't someone who could be easily looked down upon. Your institution doesn't seem interested in this collaboration, is that right? They didn't offer any excuses for their tardiness, but simply sat in their seats, composed, as if nothing had happened. Even the topic was initiated by Jiang Nan. After considering all aspects, this collaboration doesn't offer much benefit to our side. The implication was that they didn't want to collaborate. Their high and mighty attitude made Jiang Nan very unhappy. Trying to act tough in front of him, they were ultimately a bit too naive. Oh, I see. In fact, they really did look down on Jiang Nan, thinking he was nothing more than an upstart. What was the use of having money if you had no brains? It was all in vain. Jiang Nan brought up another topic. As far as I know, your institution has recently been researching a high-tech anti-aging molecule. I wonder how far that has progressed. Upon hearing Jiang Nan bring up this topic, the people opposite him were clearly stunned. To some extent, this matter was considered confidential. Logically, others shouldn't know about it. But now that it was being spoken so calmly from Jiang Nan's mouth, it was clear he didn't take this matter seriously. We aren't at liberty to discuss this topic, and it has nothing to do with today's collaboration. They refused to answer the question. It didn't matter if they refused. Since he could know their secrets, he would be privy to other things as well. Fine. I was originally acting out of goodwill, thinking of mutual benefit. Since that's how it is, let's just forget it. Jiang Nan's words were cryptic, leaving the people opposite him confused. Mutual benefit? What does that mean? Jiang Nan quite kindly provided an explanation. Have you heard of Boli? It was impossible not to have heard of it. It was currently the most popular research institution abroad. I still have a few shares there. Although I don't have much say, I can still provide some convenience occasionally. Jiang Nan said this nonchalantly. But they listened in shock. As the saying goes, the speaker is unintentional, but the listener is attentive. This matter instantly piqued their interest. If they had known earlier that Jiang Nan had a connection to the Boli institution, how would they have dared to act like this? Now, they suddenly changed their tune, completely altering their previous indifferent attitude toward Jiang Nan. If that's the case, then we would be very willing to reach a collaboration with your company. Jiang Nan scoffed at such people. What kind of ability did they have to dare to judge people by their status? They really hadn't taken him seriously at all. Forget it. Let's just consider the matter of this collaboration something I said in jest. It wouldn't be good to let you make a losing deal. Jiang Nan used the reason they had given to reject them. The people opposite were instantly rendered speechless, not knowing how to refute him. All right, that's it for today. Sorry to have made you all waste your time. After saying this, Jiang Nan left the place surrounded by his entourage, leaving them looking completely bewildered. If there were no surprises, they would find him within 2 days, begging him to collaborate with them. After returning, the other party immediately held a meeting. They had to reach this collaboration no matter what. This was their only chance to connect with Boli. If they missed it, they didn't know when the next opportunity would come. It was clear that they attached great importance to this collaboration. They not only sent people to specifically investigate Jiang Nan's preferences but also wanted to show the utmost sincerity in collaborating. But there was no help for it. Jiang Nan was a person who held grudges. The next day, his assistant came to tell Jiang Nan that they were requesting a meeting. Jiang Nan didn't even open his eyes. Just say I'm not here. Yes. The other party also knew that Jiang Nan was doing this on purpose. He must be in the company right now, but he just didn't want to see them. People who do big things must be able to bend and stretch. They would continue to persist. The assistant came to find Jiang Nan again. The representative from the other side hasn't left. They've been waiting in the first floor lobby the whole time. They wouldn't think that doing this would move him, would they? That was being a bit too naive and kind. It seemed they didn't really understand him. Let them do as they please, no need to stand on ceremony. When it was time to get off work in the evening, Jiang Nan took the elevator directly to the underground garage, not letting them even catch a glimpse of his shadow. The next day, they still persisted in coming to see Jiang Nan. Since they were so patient, let's see how long they could keep it up. The whole company knew about this, which could be considered the price they paid for their initial stupidity. Jiang Nan never considered himself a magnanimous person, so doing such a thing was quite normal. Chapter 77, Demanding an Exorbitant Price. By the third day, they finally had the opportunity to meet Jiang Nan. It wasn't that their actions had moved Jiang Nan, but simply because the cooperation this time was due to commence. This time, their attitude toward Jiang Nan was respectful and deferential. General Manager Jiang, after careful consideration, we feel that this cooperation is absolutely necessary. We hope you can give us a chance. They had learned to lower their posture this time, but if that was all, Jiang Nan still wouldn't be able to accept it. After they had spoken for a long time, Jiang Nan remained silent, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Seeing this, they had no choice but to use their trump card. A woman wearing a tight uniform walked over. The hip-hugging skirt perfectly outlined her figure, and the French-style wavy hair displayed her mature charm. The most perfect part was her fiery red lips. It was clear that they had really come prepared. In order to reach an agreement, they spared no effort to use a honey trap. They still underestimated Jiang Nan too much. Did they really think such a small trick could sway him? Jiang Nan scanned her up and down with a measuring gaze. They foolishly thought this move was effective and were already overjoyed in their hearts. Please take a look, this is our letter of intent for cooperation. Slender fingers handed a document to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan didn't even open it. We are both sensible people, there is no need to look at these superficial things. At this point, of course, whatever Jiang Nan said went, they would not contradict him. Yes, you are right. Jiang Nan was determined to secure this cooperation, but given their behavior, he decided to demand a little compensation for himself. If this cooperation can be reached, I am willing to invest 20 million. They hadn't expected Jiang Nan to drive the price down so low. This wasn't just not making money, it was losing money. But the current situation meant they had no choice but to accept any conditions Jiang Nan proposed. They could only swallow their pride. Okay. Jiang Nan knew what they were thinking, but that had nothing to do with him. As long as he was the one making money in the end, that was all that mattered. Then let us wish for a smooth cooperation. Jiang Nan took out the document he had prepared early on. At this moment, the other party realized they had been tricked. The current situation was completely guided by Jiang Nan, and they could only obediently listen. After both parties signed the contract, this cooperation officially began. The final result was that they went back dejected, with none of their initial arrogance left. Jiang Nan, however, was in a good mood and prepared to go back early today to accompany Wang Yitong. Wang Yitong had recently resumed some basic courses and was very exhausted every day when she returned home. Jiang Nan had tried several times to dissuade her, telling her to rest if she felt tired and that no one would say anything. But she insisted on not doing so, saying she had to persist to the end no matter what. Seeing her like this, Jiang Nan had no other choice but to support her with all his might. Jiang Nan stood outside the window of the training room, watching her. At this moment, Wang Yitong seemed to be learning dance. This was relatively simple for her, as she had some dance foundation after all. Her body was extended, wearing a beige long dress, and every spin and jump was so agile. Jiang Nan watched silently like this, suddenly making eye contact with Wang Yitong inside. Wang Yitong's movements stopped immediately. She said something to the teacher and then ran out. Why are you peeking at me? Jiang Nan felt he was wronged. I was clearly watching openly, how can you call it peeking? When it came to verbal sparring, Wang Yitong could never beat him. Humph. Wang Yitong's face was slightly flushed, due to having just danced. Such a rosy, fair face looked like a pink marshmallow in Jiang Nan's eyes. Jiang Nan couldn't help himself and, with an itchy hand, pinched it. Hiss! What are you doing? Wang Yitong immediately reached out and slapped his hand away. It looked like it would feel good, I couldn't help but want to try. Annoying. Even after being scolded, Jiang Nan still had a smile on his face. Are you hungry? Let's go back and eat. Wang Yitong glanced at the time, it wasn't time for class to end yet. If you are hungry, you can go back first, I'm afraid I still need a while. Jiang Nan had already come, how could he let her keep practicing here? It's okay to leave a little early today. Jiang Nan continued to persuade her, but Wang Yitong remained unmoved. No, we agreed to practice until 6 o'clock today. Enough talking, the teacher is still waiting for me. After saying this, she turned and returned to the classroom, not taking Jiang Nan seriously at all. Jiang Nan sighed in his heart. Having a girlfriend who is too dedicated, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Jiang Nan didn't know about the future, but for the present, it was definitely not a good thing. Why was there a feeling that everything was more important than him? Just like that, Jiang Nan stood outside the door like a jealous woman. Even Wang Yitong's dance teacher could feel his gaze. It was actually somewhat terrifying. The intense pressure made her feel terrified during class. Wang Yitong also noticed. Teacher, you don't need to pay attention to him, just pretend he doesn't exist. Such words were probably only something Wang Yitong could say. Regardless of anything else, Jiang Nan was now a handsome and wealthy bachelor, it was too difficult to ignore him. Okay. In the end, the class finished on time. After Wang Yitong came out, she threw her bag to Jiang Nan. Help me hold this, I'm going to change clothes. Jiang Nan acted as if nothing had happened and honestly held the bag for her. Wang Yitong felt that Jiang Nan was like a big dog, he was even a little clingy now. This scene was not something everyone was lucky enough to see. Ever since Huli entered the company, she had been honest and kept to herself, not rashly appearing in front of Jiang Nan. But she had also been observing in the dark, for example, she saw Jiang Nan today. She hid in a corner and watched Jiang Nan leave the company. Seeing him living such a prosperous life now, Huli felt very unbalanced in her heart. She still remembered how he used to pursue her like a simp, how could such a big change happen in less than a year? She really regretted it. Who could have thought? Huli felt she was so unlucky, she hadn't bet on the right horse at the beginning and had chosen such a confused fool. Now she just wanted to slap her past self. If she wanted to get money from Jiang Nan, the best way was to find something that could check him. Huli was poking around the company every day to find out what projects Jiang Nan was working on recently. What does this have to do with you? Just do your own work. On the surface, these things really had nothing to do with her, but if she wanted to threaten Jiang Nan, then these things had everything to do with her. Chapter 78, Improvisation. Huli did not give up, still persistently asking about Jiang Nan. Meanwhile, the person she was concerned about was currently being intimate with Wang Yitong. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it. Wang Yitong was full of praise for his cooking, and since he had volunteered, she would just give him a chance. I want to eat the fish you make. Anything else? Wang Yitong thought about it very seriously but couldn't think of anything else. Since that was the case, Jiang Nan would have to improvise. Just like that, Wang Yitong rested on the side while Jiang Nan fought alone in the kitchen. The two of them ate and chatted about some recent events. The atmosphere was incredibly harmonious, they had already found the best way to get along. Everyone had their own things to do, but they would also chat with each other, letting the other person know what they had been up to recently. During this time, Wang Yitong mentioned her preparations for the future. Although the teacher didn't say anything, I understand my own situation very well. In my current state, no matter what I go to act in, it will be a mess. Jiang Nan felt that what she said was wrong. How could she belittle herself like that? There were plenty of people whose acting skills were even worse than hers, weren't they still out there frantically making money? Don't think so much. As long as you want to film, there's nothing you can't film. After all, Jiang Nan was her biggest benefactor. With him around, what kind of resources would she lack? But Wang Yitong didn't want it to be this way. This matter can't be rushed. I'll just take my time, you don't need to worry about it. At this moment, Wang Yitong was like a rebellious child, refusing the convenience that her family could provide. Jiang Nan had no way to deal with her and could only go along with her wishes. The Wang family had recently been looking for new investment directions, they couldn't just keep standing still. This matter was first proposed by Father Wang. If this investment went smoothly, they would definitely be able to double their assets. This temptation was simply too great, no one could resist it. Therefore, after much consideration by the father and son, they decided to invest. The returns might be a bit slow, but that didn't matter. Both of them believed that there wouldn't be any problems with this matter. But some things just catch people off guard like that. All the cash in the Wang family's accounts had already been invested, yet even so, it still hadn't met the investment requirements. One had to admit that this project was indeed huge, but needing so much cash made people feel strange. This matter could not proceed smoothly, and a crisis soon emerged. Father Wang looked worried, unable to believe that this kind of situation would occur now. "Dad, don't worry, I will find a way." Wang Yiwu could only console his father like this, but what could he actually do? This incident plunged the Wang family into silence, and there was no more laughter. At first, Wang Yitong didn't know about this, but Jiang Nan had already heard of it. They were both business people and knew the seriousness of this matter. So Jiang Nan came to find his brother-in-law himself, wanting to do his best to help. When Wang Yiwu saw him, he had already guessed it and directly invited him in to sit. "Don't worry too much, the problem isn't that serious." Then Jiang Nan learned about the current situation. For him, it was naturally a small matter, but for the Wang family, it was very critical. This was also a good opportunity for Jiang Nan to show his worth, and he had to perform well. Just as Jiang Nan was trying to find a solution, some people had already come to cause trouble. "Pay back the money. Pay back the money. The company owes money and won't pay it back, is there no justice anymore?" A group of people held up banners and came to the company entrance to cause trouble. If this situation were exploited by those with ulterior motives, it would have an extremely bad impact on the company's reputation. At this moment, Jiang Nan immediately called his own company, telling them to control the public opinion no matter what. In fact, with Jiang Nan's ability, he could completely prevent this matter from making it into any news. But doing so would easily allow people to find loopholes, which would instead make things worse. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan found people to appease and comfort the people downstairs, and after much persuasion, they were finally convinced to leave. However, this was just a delaying tactic. To truly solve the problem, the money still had to be returned to them. Faced with this situation, Wang Yiwu certainly couldn't choose to blame his father, and he was completely helpless about it. He was now completely overwhelmed. Without saying a word, Jiang Nan signed a series of cooperation agreements with the Wang family. It looked like normal cooperation, but in reality, it was just to patch their holes. Wang Yiwu felt a bit guilty. This matter originally had nothing to do with Jiang Nan, yet now he had to come and clean up their mess. When others saw this series of actions by Jiang Nan, they knew that he valued the Wang family highly, otherwise, he wouldn't be doing these thankless things. In the end, this matter couldn't be kept from Wang Yitong, she still found out. "Such a big thing happened at home, why didn't you all tell me?" Wang Yitong's first reaction was naturally worry. This was her father's life's work, if something went wrong, their Wang family would go bankrupt. But one problem she didn't realize was, even if she had been told about this, what could she have done? Hearing her father and brother talk, if it weren't for Jiang Nan this time, their family might have. Thinking of this, Wang Yitong felt that she owed Jiang Nan even more. It seemed that their whole family was relying on Jiang Nan to survive. How could she be on equal footing with Jiang Nan? Wang Yitong's mood changed instantly. She didn't know how this debt should be calculated. Jiang Nan had spent hundreds of millions on their family, big and small. This didn't even include the medical prescription he had given them back then. If everything were added up, she wouldn't be able to pay it back in this lifetime. No matter what, she had to get this debt clear. After much thought, the only way now was to quickly enter the entertainment industry. Only in this way could she make money to pay Jiang Nan back. When Wang Yitong suddenly found Jiang Nan and said she wanted to join a crew to act, Jiang Nan hadn't reacted yet. Didn't she just say a couple of days ago that she wasn't ready yet? Why did she change her mind so quickly? However, Jiang Nan didn't ask much. He had a lot of things to do in business right now and couldn't spare too much energy for Wang Yitong. Okay, just go tell Sister Wang which play you want to act in and let me know. But in reality, when Wang Yitong went to find Sister Wang, she didn't say these things to her. Whatever plays I can take on now, you can just arrange them, I'm fine with anything. She hesitated for a moment and then added a sentence. The sooner I can join the crew, the better. Sister Wang didn't understand what she meant and just assumed that Wang Yitong was feeling bored and wanted to find something to do. All right, no problem. Once I've made contact, I'll let you know. Wang Yitong had never earned a single penny on her own since she was a child, but now, under the pressure of reality, she had to rush to make money. Chapter 79, Even More Suspicious. It just so happened that at this time, Ning Xingyu's previous drama had already wrapped up filming. Since Ning Xingyu's manager was also Sister Wang, she stuffed both of them into the same film crew. When the two of them found out they were going to be in the same production this time, they were exceptionally excited. I really never dreamed that the two of us would actually have a day like this. Ning Xingyu said this with deep emotion. Even a week ago, Wang Yitong wouldn't have dared to imagine this. Seeing her so happy, Wang Yitong didn't tell her the truth about the matter. Today, the biotechnology company under the Jiang Group finally successfully developed a highly effective flu vaccine. As soon as this news spread, it piqued the interest of many people. Is it really that amazing? I don't believe it. It's probably just an exaggeration. The current flu vaccines have been used for so many years, and I've never heard of any problems with them. The number of people discussing it grew, and soon the matter made it to the front page headlines of social news. Jiang Nan didn't care, these were all facts, and the more they discussed it, the more popular it became. For him, this matter only had benefits and no drawbacks. Most people still didn't quite believe it, mainly because they didn't quite trust Jiang Nan. The company had just changed hands not long ago, so it was hard to believe that this was something Jiang Nan could accomplish. In just one afternoon, he had already received several calls from people wanting to interview Jiang Nan. And all of these were ruthlessly rejected by Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan didn't want to do meaningless things, it would only waste his precious time. Unless there is an official invitation, everything else is rejected. Yes. This was Jiang Nan's attitude. Perhaps some might think he was acting arrogant, but this was also the appropriate behavior for his status and position. Jiang Nan was on his way to find Wang Yitong when the system's notification sound rang out again. The mysterious shop is refreshing. Beep. The mysterious shop has successfully refreshed. It refreshed again. Jiang Nan slowly seemed to discover some patterns in this system. Sometimes it seemed like it could predict the future, knowing what he needed and preparing it in advance. If that were really the case, then this system would be too thoughtful, wouldn't it? He wanted to see what good things the system had prepared for him this time. This time, the system has refreshed a new item for you. Welcome, host, to claim it. There are even items now. It sounds quite impressive. Before, it was either some skill or some product, he hadn't expected it to actually have a sense of innovation. Jiang Nan went to take a look, it was a jade porcelain bottle, looking exquisite and small. But Jiang Nan was more curious about what was inside. This item is poisonous, it can make a person feel weak all over, and it cannot be detected. The system thoughtfully provided the answer. Why did it give him this thing? It seemed he didn't need it for the time being. However, the system certainly had no way to answer such a question. Since it had given it to him, it must be useful. Jiang Nan sensibly kept it close to his person, perhaps it might come in handy at some point. Good. On his way back, he kept pondering a question, could it be that someone was trying to harm him again recently? It seemed that this idea was the only one that made sense. Jiang Nan also knew that he had already made many enemies, if someone wanted to harm him, it was understandable. He could even guess a few people. Nothing more than Hu Li, Dong Cheng, and Senior Yan. Besides them, Jiang Nan couldn't think of anyone else. Facts proved that his guess was not wrong. During this time, Hu Li hadn't been idle either, she had been considering how to attack Jiang Nan. And Senior Yan had mainly provided her with a very good line of thought. Jiang Nan doesn't know you're in his company right now, does he? Of course he doesn't know. To this day, he hasn't even seen me. In such a big company, how could he possibly notice me? Huli was very certain about this point. Then, since that's the case, I think it will be much easier to handle. Huli didn't have much intelligence. In matters like this, she couldn't play any role at all and could only listen to him. Why not drug him, take some photos, and then threaten him? After his guidance, Huli instantly understood what he meant. This method was indeed very good. It could easily achieve the goal. But how exactly could she accomplish this? She didn't even have the qualifications to meet Jiang Nan, so how could she drug him? Although she knew this was very difficult to handle, she still had to strive for it, otherwise, when would she ever have a chance? These past few days, Huli had been wandering outside the president's office, but her workstation wasn't there. With her appearing so many times, it was inevitable that people would find it strange. Is there something you need here? This person suddenly spoke up, giving Huli a fright. I got lost. In her desperation, she could only make up such an absurd excuse. How could someone possibly get lost in a company? Clearly, her words were not enough to make people believe her, they only felt it was even more suspicious. Since these people didn't continue to press her, Huli hurriedly left the place. That was close, she was almost discovered. However, it could be considered a gain. Through her observations at the door of the president's office these past few days, Huli discovered that there was a designated person who delivered coffee to Jiang Nan. If she could tamper with it while this person was making the coffee, this matter could be easily resolved. Huli had already found the most suitable drug. It wouldn't take effect immediately, and the drug's potency would only kick in instantly under the catalysis of Lily of the Valley fragrance. Early the next morning, she had already quietly lurked in the pantry. When she saw Jiang Nan's assistant come in, Huli immediately turned around. Just as he was about to leave, Huli suddenly went over and bumped into him. A cup of coffee was spilled out just like that. I'm sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going just now and accidentally bumped into you. Huli apologized hurriedly. Fortunately, the assistant didn't bicker with her, it was just a cup of coffee, and it would be fine just to remake it. Huli snatched the cup from his hand. I'm really so sorry, let me make this cup of coffee for you. No need, I can handle this little matter myself. The assistant politely refused, but Huli wouldn't let go. I would feel terrible otherwise, you should still let me do it. Seeing her so insistent, the assistant had no choice but to let her make the coffee. Thinking that they were all in the same company, he didn't raise his guard, feeling that she wouldn't do anything bad. Huli turned around and dripped the previously prepared potion into the coffee. The speed was very fast, making it hard for people to notice. How many sugar cubes are needed? The president doesn't like to put sugar in his coffee. Hearing this, Huli was relieved, confirming that this cup of coffee was for Jiang Nan. Okay. Chapter 80, The Trap. He placed the coffee into the assistant's hands and watched him walk away before leaving the pantry. This time, she had to succeed no matter what, she couldn't allow a single slip-up anywhere. President, I'm sorry, I'm late. As she said this, she placed the coffee in her hand onto the desktop. Today, she was twice as slow as usual, but despite this, Jiang Nan still didn't suspect anything. Jiang Nan calmly drank the cup of coffee. He still had to go to that laboratory this afternoon to follow up on the progress. While on the road, he suddenly noticed someone following him from behind. Jiang Nan really couldn't understand what kind of person was so bored. He was just going to handle work, what was there to follow? If it was just following, Jiang Nan wouldn't take it to heart at all, he would just act as if nothing had happened. However, the speed of that car kept increasing, and it had already caught up to the front of Jiang Nan's car. Taking advantage of the empty road, her car suddenly braked hard and stopped in front of Jiang Nan's car. Forced by circumstances, Jiang Nan had no choice but to stop the car. He wanted to see what exactly this person was trying to do. Huli got out of the car and walked step by step toward Jiang Nan. It's her again. Jiang Nan couldn't remember how many times he had told her not to let him see her again. She acted as if she couldn't understand human speech, always courting death by showing up at his doorstep. Jiang Nan opened his car window halfway, wanting to hear what business this lunatic had now. Unexpectedly, she was quick-witted and fast-handed, spraying a mist at Jiang Nan. What is this? Jiang Nan never expected that she would actually ambush him now. Huli just smiled mysteriously. Good stuff, you'll know in a moment. After hearing her say this last sentence, Jiang Nan's consciousness became blurred. Huli dragged Jiang Nan onto her car by force and took him to the hotel she had prepared long ago. The journey was smooth and unimpeded, with no one to stop her. However, Jiang Nan was a grown man over 1.8 meters tall, so moving him around was not an easy task for her. By the time she brought Jiang Nan to the room, Huli was panting like an ox. After resting for a while, she hurried to strip off Jiang Nan's clothes, fearing that if too much time passed, Jiang Nan would wake up. But she was overthinking. Jiang Nan really wouldn't be able to wake up for a while. No matter what, he was still a mortal, and it was difficult to have no resistance to drugs. Jiang Nan's muscles were touched all over by Huli. If it weren't for the fact that he was unconscious, she really would have wanted to do something. What a pity. Huli posed him and started taking pictures with her camera. She didn't believe that Wang Yitong would still be with him after seeing these photos. If he didn't want these photos to leak out, it would be impossible unless the amount of money satisfied her. Huli thought very nicely, as if victory was already in her grasp. The two of them made intimate poses in the lens. She even specifically found angles to ensure no one could see Jiang Nan's tightly closed eyes for a better effect. Huli looked at her work and expressed great satisfaction. In fact, by this time, Jiang Nan had already sobered up quite a bit and knew what Huli was doing. However, the reason he didn't open his eyes was because he wanted to teach Huli a lesson and not let her try to challenge his bottom line again. Jiang Nan really had no patience to drag this out with her. Every time he saw Huli, Jiang Nan would condemn the original owner in his heart. What kind of taste could have led him to fancy her? Having been a simp for so long, hadn't he had enough? Huli was on the phone with Senior Yi Yan, and incidentally sent him one of the photos she had taken. How is it? Impressive, right? Senior Yi Yan took a look and didn't expect that she had actually succeeded. Very impressive. He hasn't woken up yet. Should I leave here quickly? How could Huli not be afraid in her heart? If something really happened, her little life would be at stake. Before you leave, don't forget to notify the media. That's the only way to maximize the effect. Senior Yi Yan added fuel to the fire, fearing that the matter wouldn't blow up enough. Huli felt that this wouldn't work. After she had left, even if the media came, what could it prove? After considering it again and again, she did not take Senior Yi Yan's advice. No matter what, she had to keep the thing that could threaten Jiang Nan in her own hands, otherwise, her previous preparations would have been in vain. It was rare for Huli to be smart for once. That really wasn't easy. Jiang Nan heard the conversation between them clearly. He didn't expect that these two pieces of trash were actually colluding in secret, setting up such a trap to try and trap him. They truly didn't take him seriously. Jiang Nan felt a sense of being looked down upon. Since that was the case, Jiang Nan decided to properly teach them how to behave. Really, any stinking fish or rotten shrimp dared to compete with him now. Huli was standing by the window on the phone, not noticing at all that the men behind her had already woken up. While they were still talking, Jiang Nan had already put on his clothes. Every word they had just said had been recorded by Jiang Nan. With such pig brains, they actually still wanted to scheme against him. What wishful thinking. Huli turned around abruptly and unexpectedly made eye contact with Jiang Nan. It scared her so much that her voice trembled. You. How did you wake up? Senior Yi Yan heard it clearly on the other end of the phone and knew that this matter was likely going to go wrong, so he quickly hung up, hoping that this matter wouldn't have anything to do with him. But it was already too late. Why shouldn't I wake up? Jiang Nan was clear-headed. Where was there any sign of him being unconscious? When did you wake up? What did you hear? How could he possibly answer such a question from her? Huli looked flustered, not knowing what to do. I have no desire to answer your questions. I want to know more about why I am here. Huli had no way to answer. If you don't want to talk, then I'm going to call the police. This should count as kidnapping, right? Hearing that Jiang Nan was going to call the police, Huli could no longer stay calm. If he really called the police, she would be finished. Wait. Huli hurriedly stopped Jiang Nan's actions and took out the photos she had taken. I advise you best not to call the police, otherwise, how will you explain these photos? She had no other options now and could only threaten Jiang Nan like this. Heh. Jiang Nan couldn't help but sneer out loud. Truly like a pig, how did such a brain dare to do this kind of thing? Do you think you can threaten me with just these few photos? Have you already forgotten my current status? As long as Jiang Nan wanted to, he could make her disappear from this city at any time. For him, this was a trivial matter. I will send this photo to Wang Yitong. I wonder what she will think. She only wanted to get some money from Jiang Nan and didn't want to blow things out of proportion. Chapter 81, Windfall. However, the situation was now completely out of her control. The power to speak was in Jiang Nan's hands. Jiang Nan dialed the police and stood in the doorway, blocking Hu Li's path of escape. Want to run? It's not that easy. Hu Li finally realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly began to beg for mercy. She was crying with snot and tears, even kneeling at Jiang Nan's feet without any dignity. I beg you, don't call the police. I really know I did wrong. Jiang Nan would absolutely not believe another word of her nonsense. Begging me is useless. You were the one who provoked me first, and now it's too late. The police arrived soon after. Once at the police station, Hu Li stopped admitting that she had done these things, claiming ignorance regardless of what she was asked. After learning this, Jiang Nan presented the recording on his phone to the police. This is a recording of her phone call with another accomplice. With such evidence placed before them, it was useless for her to deny it even if she tried. Please hand over your phone to us. Naturally, Hu Li refused. Why should I give you my phone? This is my personal property, and it contains my privacy. You have no right to take my phone. The police officer took out a search warrant directly and warned her not to cause a scene at the police station. Hu Li was instantly silenced and said nothing more. The police found the evidence on Hu Li's phone, so it was useless for her to deny it. Under such ironclad evidence, she had no grounds to argue. Of course, Jiang Nan was not prepared to let her off so easily. He simply contacted his lawyer. The best way to deal with this kind of woman was to ensure she would never appear before him again. Even if it couldn't be permanent, the longer, the better. Therefore, the only request Jiang Nan made to his lawyer was to keep her in the detention center for as long as possible. In the end, Hu Li's outcome for attempted kidnapping and extortion was a sentence of 1.5 years in prison. Naturally, she didn't want this outcome, but she had no money or power, couldn't even find a lawyer, so what else could she do? This matter didn't end completely here. There was still one person at large. That was Senior Yi Yan. Although the law could not hold him accountable, that didn't mean Jiang Nan would let him off so easily. He hadn't expected that using the Dong family to warn the others would have no effect, and that Senior Yi Yan would still dare to provoke him. For the past few days, Senior Yi Yan had been living in fear, constantly worried about where Jiang Nan might target him. Yet he waited day after day, and there was still no news, as if nothing had happened at all. Could it be that Jiang Nan hadn't discovered him? He started to harbor wishful thinking. However, the truth was that Jiang Nan had been a bit busy lately, so he just hadn't found the time to deal with him. This was Wang Yitong's first time joining a film crew, and she wasn't very accustomed to many aspects of it. The weather was unbearably hot, and Wang Yitong had nearly suffered heat stroke in the film crew several times. She didn't want to appear too delicate, fearing that others would treat her differently because of it. She always reported the good news but not the bad to Jiang Nan, only saying that she was doing well there and telling him not to worry about her. The filming location was in a neighboring city, so the journey wasn't far. Jiang Nan had repeatedly expressed his desire to visit the set, but Wang Yitong had rejected him every time. Why won't you let me go? Do you not miss me? Jiang Nan hadn't taken it to heart the first or second time, but after it happened more often, he inevitably became suspicious. Wang Yitong stammered, not knowing how to explain. She didn't want Jiang Nan to come because she knew that once he saw the environment, he would make her go back because he felt bad for her. Wang Yitong didn't want to give up halfway. Of course I miss you, but I heard that the mountain roads are very dangerous recently due to the rain, so I don't want you to take the risk to see me. The reason Wang Yitong came up with was somewhat credible, and Jiang Nan reluctantly believed it. Then it's a deal. When it's confirmed that there's no danger, I will definitely come to see you. Since he had already said so, Wang Yitong naturally could only agree. Okay, it's a deal. When the time comes, no matter how busy you are, you must come to see me. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yitong took a deep breath. Fortunately, she had managed to bluff her way through this time, otherwise, if he came and saw what she looked like now, he would probably think she was being abused here. Before officially joining the film crew to act, Wang Yitong had never known that acting could be so exhausting. She had to use her free time to memorize lines and study the script. Because she was a newcomer, Wang Yitong was always learning humbly, and she would also observe from the sidelines when the seniors were performing. It was precisely for this reason that she had no spare time to rest. The hair and makeup styling took about 3 hours, so she had to get up at 4 in the morning every day. In less than 2 weeks, she had lost nearly 10 pounds. Such a work intensity was enough to leave people stunned. Seeing Wang Yitong like this, even Ning Xingyu felt heartache. You shouldn't push yourself too hard, this is just the beginning. Wang Yitong knew that, but she still wanted to hand in a perfect performance. She couldn't wait to prove to everyone that she wasn't here to play around, but was seriously doing this work. Wang Yitong wanted to prove herself through her own efforts, which was perfectly understandable. At the same time, she also wanted to give all of this first pot of gold to her family. Although it was a drop in the bucket for the company, it was still a token of her affection. Jiang Nan still felt that Wang Yitong was being evasive and seemed to be hiding something from him. Since she wouldn't say it, he had no choice but to investigate it himself. Go and investigate the situation of the film crew where Miss Wang is located. Don't let anyone else find out. Yes. He had to be 100% sure that Wang Yitong hadn't encountered any problems to be at ease. During this period, the Wang family had recovered a lot with Jiang Nan's help. Although it hadn't reached its initial state, it could be considered brought back from the brink of death. This matter nearly caused Father Wang to have a heart attack and be hospitalized, but fortunately, Jiang Nan was there, otherwise, this matter would have been very tricky. If it weren't for Wang Yitong, he wouldn't have done such things. He did all of this because he knew this was what Wang Yitong wanted to see. Perhaps this is what people mean by, love me, love my dog. Jiang Nan was truly someone who did big things quietly. Just in these past few days, his flu vaccine had officially hit the market. What did this mean? It meant that he had received the government's affirmation, and on that day, Jiang Group stock rose by another 2 percentage points. Jiang Nan casually checked his current net worth, and to his surprise, he couldn't even count the number of zeros behind it. To him, money really felt like it was brought in by a gust of wind, because it came too easily. Chapter 82, Polar Opposites. The person who was his polar opposite was probably Wang Yitong. At this moment, Wang Yitong was suspended on wires on the film crew set, wearing heavy, stifling ancient costumes while being hung in midair. Just thinking about it was uncomfortable enough. Yet Wang Yitong was still persevering, showing no signs of giving up. At the beginning, discussions about her within the film crew were endless. Everyone felt that her financial backer was Jiang Nan, so they treated her with a certain degree of reverence. However, as time passed, they didn't notice any special treatment regarding Wang Yitong. It seemed she hadn't received any favoritism from her financial backer. Furthermore, Wang Yitong herself was not someone who liked to be high profile, so as time went by, everyone stopped regarding her as anyone extraordinary. But this situation had both pros and cons, and some people started targeting her. Wang Yitong didn't think much of it at first, but some people became increasingly unscrupulous. Led by the director of this drama, he would often use the pretext of action choreography to touch her inappropriately. At first, Wang Yitong didn't notice, but it wasn't until Ning Xingyu brought up the topic one day that she realized they shared the same experience. What's up with the director? I always feel like his gaze is weird. When Ning Xingyu said that, Wang Yitong felt exactly the same way. He would always touch her body in a way that felt like it was accidental yet intentional. The feeling was disgusting. But because Wang Yitong had never experienced this before, she just treated it as a trivial matter and didn't take it to heart. When Ning Xingyu heard Wang Yitong say that she had also been harassed, she immediately lost her temper. Are you stupid? Don't you know how to dodge? Ning Xingyu was exasperated by her lack of backbone. Wang Yitong lowered her head, not knowing what to say. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you tell Jiang Nan about this? Let him back you up. Wang Yitong's first reaction was to refuse. She didn't want to trouble Jiang Nan with everything, as this was just a small matter. It's probably just a small misunderstanding, there's no need to make a big fuss. Ning Xingyu really didn't know what to say to her, she was so naive it was heartbreaking. However, since the person involved wasn't willing, she had no position to say anything further. Then we'll treat this time as a misunderstanding, but if there's a next time, you must tell me immediately. Ning Xingyu understood Wang Yitong quite well and knew what kind of temper she had. Okay. Although Wang Yitong agreed verbally, she didn't take the matter to heart at all. But eventually, they would have to pay the price for their momentary negligence. Seeing that neither of them reacted, the director only became more unscrupulous. Today, Wang Yitong had a scene where she had to go into the water. After the costume got wet, it clung tightly to her body, revealing her figure completely. Everyone present cast glances at Wang Yitong, some subtle and some overt. Wang Yitong naturally noticed, but it wasn't appropriate for her to say anything. Just at this moment, the director suggested providing action choreography for Wang Yitong. He stood behind Wang Yitong, pressed both hands on her shoulders, and even surreptitiously pressed his body against hers. Wang Yitong really couldn't stand it and leaned her body forward, hoping to create some distance. But this director was just that shameless and lecherous, insisting on staying pressed against Wang Yitong. Director, I understand this part now. With no other choice, Wang Yitong had to speak up to stop him. You really understand? Yes. Things having reached this point, Wang Yitong could be certain that the director was indeed harassing her. With so many people present, he didn't show any restraint, clearly not taking Wang Yitong seriously. He understood the rules of the entertainment industry very well. Even if Wang Yitong had a financial backer, she might not be the only one. If he really cared about her, how could he let her come to a place like this to play a minor supporting role? He seemed to have decided that Jiang Nan didn't care about Wang Yitong at all, which is why he dared to act so recklessly. After filming ended today, Wang Yitong had been in a very low mood. Encountering something like this for the first time, she didn't know what to do. In the evening, when the two were eating together, Ning Xingyu quickly noticed that Wang Yitong's state was off. What's wrong with you? You look distracted. Wang Yitong's eyes darted away. She didn't dare tell Ning Xingyu about this, fearing that she would impulsively cause a scene here, and then this production would likely go down the drain. Nothing, I'm just a bit tired. The two were together almost every day now, what could she possibly hide from her? Ning Xingyu put down her chopsticks and sat up straight. Are you going to hide things from me too? What on earth happened? Seeing her like this, Wang Yitong knew she couldn't hide it anymore. It's nothing major, it's just that when we were filming today, the director seemed to. Wang Yitong found these words hard to say. Even if she didn't finish the sentence, Ning Xingyu could guess. That bastard is truly shameless. He dares to bully anyone. I'm going to go settle the score with him right now. Ning Xingyu said this and stood up angrily. Don't be so impulsive. Wang Yitong had to hurry to stop her. Ning Xingyu was just a young girl, if a real conflict occurred, the two of them together would be of no use. Wang Yitong felt that they couldn't act rashly, otherwise, it was very likely to lead to a major disaster. Ning Xingyu, who was in a fit of rage, couldn't listen to anything, she just wanted to get justice for Wang Yitong immediately. With no other options, Wang Yitong had to voice her own plan. Do you not want to work in this industry anymore? If you really get into a physical altercation with him here, what are you going to do later? Although this stopped Ning Xingyu's movements, her eyes were still full of anger. Then what am I supposed to do? Just watch him bully you? Is this industry really more important than you? The friendship between the two had been maintained for so many years, it was comparable to family. Wang Yitong put herself in her shoes. If this had happened to Ning Xingyu, she probably wouldn't have fared any better. But regardless, they had to consider things from a safety perspective. I'll tell Jiang Nan about this and let him handle it. Are you telling the truth? Ning Xingyu was afraid that she was just trying to deceive her and would then say nothing to Jiang Nan about the matter. Wang Yitong nodded. But Ning Xingyu still refused to let it go. Unless you call him in front of me, I won't believe it. This move really left her with no choice. Wang Yitong sighed helplessly. She really couldn't do anything about her. Wang Yitong took out her phone to call Jiang Nan, every move made under her surveillance. The call was answered. Chapter 83, Getting Handsy. Are you done for the day? How do you feel today? Are you very tired? The two of them usually kept in touch by phone, so Jiang Nan didn't notice anything amiss. I'm okay. Wang Yitong's mind wasn't on the conversation. She had been deliberating on how to tell Jiang Nan about this matter. Ning Xingyu was watching their conversation from the side. She had an air of, if you don't tell him, then let me tell him. I. Wang Yitong stammered, making Ning Xingyu feel anxious for her. At this moment, Jiang Nan noticed that something was wrong with Wang Yitong. Did something happen? Jiang Nan immediately began to worry, afraid that something had gone wrong with Wang Yitong. It's nothing major, it's just that I feel our current director is weird. He seems to get handsy with Ning Xingyu and me. Wang Yitong's voice grew quieter and quieter, but Jiang Nan still heard it clearly. What? Someone dared to take advantage of his girlfriend. Did he have a death wish? Jiang Nan was momentarily surprised, unable to believe that there were still such clueless idiots in this world. He had already announced his relationship with Wang Yitong to the world, surely no one could be unaware of it. Yet, this person didn't take him seriously at all. Did he want to make him a cuckold? Jiang Nan sat up from the bed immediately. Give me 10 minutes, I'll solve this problem immediately. What kind of joke was this? His own girlfriend had been harassed. How could he keep such a menace there? Jiang Nan contacted the current director of the show with the fastest speed. At this moment, he was sitting in front of the camera. Hello, who are you looking for? Are you Li Xiang? Jiang Nan called him by his full name right away. It's me, what's the matter? Who are you? Li Xiang didn't have much talent, but he had a big ego. He didn't have any famous representative works in the industry, but he was good at judging people and acting accordingly. I am Wang Yitong's boyfriend. Now I am informing you of one thing, you are fired. Jiang Nan's tone was flat, the way he said this was as simple as saying there were no stars out tonight. At this moment, Li Xiang was stunned. He never expected that Wang Yitong actually had someone backing her up. But it was too late now. I was wrong, I will definitely not do anything stupid again, I beg you, don't fire me. Li Xiang knew his own worth, if he left this place, there wouldn't be any other place that would take him in. Jiang Nan didn't give him any chance to explain and hung up the phone directly. Everyone saw that Li Xiang had become frantic. What's wrong with him? Although they were curious, they didn't dare to go up and ask. However, they soon found out why Li Xiang was like this. Everyone received a text message. The content of the text message was very simple, filming progress is paused. Subsequent work needs to wait until the new director arrives before proceeding. New director. What does this mean? Could it be that Li Xiang was replaced? Although they didn't know what happened, it didn't concern them, so they stayed out of it. Li Xiang wasn't just replaced, he was fired. There was no other way, so he had to go find Wang Yitong. He knew that this matter must have been told to Jiang Nan by Wang Yitong, and now he could only pray that Wang Yitong would forgive him. But Wang Yitong was not the goddess of mercy, how could she be so soft-hearted? I'm sorry, I cannot do that. I beg you, I really know I was wrong. Please give me a way to survive. He was the one who was at fault first. If he hadn't committed such excessive behavior, Wang Yitong wouldn't have told Jiang Nan about this matter, and the subsequent events wouldn't have happened. It could only be said that he brought this upon himself. Li Xiang even knelt on the ground, hoping to trade this for Wang Yitong's forgiveness. But Wang Yitong did not. Ning Xingyu finally felt relieved. This is how you should deal with trash like this. Wang Yitong was noncommittal. However, in her heart, she was still grateful for Jiang Nan's actions, this feeling of being protected was very good. But just this was not enough, Jiang Nan simply drove to Wang Yitong's current film crew. However, this time he didn't tell Wang Yitong in advance, but acted on his own initiative. He always felt that there must be some problem in this, otherwise Wang Yitong wouldn't have repeatedly refused him. Jiang Nan went all the way without obstruction and didn't encounter any problems at all. He knew that Wang Yitong had lied to him. Even so, Jiang Nan still believed that she didn't do it on purpose. Perhaps she had her own unspoken reasons for doing so. By the time Jiang Nan arrived, it was already dawn. Staying up all night and driving was indeed exhausting. However, Jiang Nan's excitement to see Wang Yitong was so strong that he really didn't feel that tired anymore. Jiang Nan dialed Wang Yitong's phone, but there was no response for a long time. If he guessed correctly, she should still be sleeping. Jiang Nan guessed correctly, Wang Yitong was indeed sleeping. She could finally take a break, so she slept a bit longer. During the time he was waiting for Wang Yitong to wake up, Jiang Nan wasn't idle. He had already asked people to hurry up and find the next director, and he wanted this Li Xiang to get lost completely. After leaving Jiang Nan's circle, no company would take him in anymore. Jiang Nan had people investigate all of Li Xiang's negative news, compiled it into a document, and posted it online, completely ruining his reputation. Li Xiang never dreamed that these old, dusty things would be dug up overnight. This time, he was completely finished. Wang Yitong didn't know that her one sentence would have such great power. When she woke up, she saw the missed calls on her phone and quickly called back. "Sorry, I just woke up, what's wrong?" "Open the door." Wang Yitong had just woken up, her brain hadn't started working yet, and she didn't understand what he meant. However, despite this, she obediently followed his instructions. When she opened the door with sleepy eyes, she didn't realize that Jiang Nan might be right in front of the door. It wasn't difficult for Jiang Nan to find out her room number, so he had already prepared breakfast in advance. Ah. Wang Yitong suspected she hadn't woken up yet and even rubbed her eyes. "Is it you?" Jiang Nan heard her question and couldn't help but want to laugh. Why would she ask such a question? If not him, who else would it be? The two of them stood at the door in a stalemate. Wang Yitong's first reaction was to cover her face. After all, she had just woken up and was still messy. But this scene was incredibly cute in Jiang Nan's eyes. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Jiang Nan finally couldn't help but speak. If they kept standing at the door like this, people passing by might think something was wrong. Chapter 84, Meeting. Please come in." It was not hard to see that Wang Yitong was completely flustered. Her room was a bit messy, as she usually had no time to tidy up. Even the luggage she brought was still scattered in a pile. Jiang Nan's sudden arrival left her no way to tidy up, and there wasn't even a place for him to sit. Wang Yitong was extremely embarrassed, but she still had to brace herself to face him. She gathered the clothes on the sofa into a pile and tossed them aside, barely managing to clear a spot for someone to sit. "Sorry, it's a bit messy, please take a seat." Jiang Nan didn't mind at all. "I didn't know what you wanted to eat, so I just prepared some breakfast." Only then did Wang Yitong notice the food container he had placed on the table. "Thank you." Little did Wang Yitong know that Jiang Nan had specially made this for her in the morning. She opened the container and was surprised to smell a familiar aroma. "It smells so good, where did you buy it?" At this moment, she still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. "Try it first and see if it's to your taste." It was actually seafood porridge. Ever since Jiang Nan made it for her once, it had become Wang Yitong's favorite breakfast. Wang Yitong took a bite with full expectation. The rice grains were tender and smooth, and the seafood inside was sweet and delicious. Eating it while it was piping hot felt very blissful. Suddenly, she felt that the taste was very familiar, exactly the same as what Jiang Nan made. Wang Yitong's eyes widened instantly as she looked at Jiang Nan. This is made by you." Her tone was very certain, there could be no mistake, this was definitely made by Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan nodded with a smile. Seeing Wang Yitong eating the bowl of porridge with such a blissful expression, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction in his heart. This feeling was hard to describe, but it was truly wonderful. At this moment, Wang Yitong didn't know what she was thinking, she only felt her head spinning. "Eat up, it won't taste good once it gets cold." "When did you come over?" Wang Yitong still possessed basic common sense. This bowl of seafood porridge would need to be simmered for at least 2 hours to be this delicious. This meant that Jiang Nan had arrived here at least 2 hours ago. Jiang Nan didn't want her to feel guilty, so he just said he hadn't been here long. But Wang Yitong was persistent and insisted on asking what time he arrived. Having no other choice, Jiang Nan had to say he arrived at 8 o'clock. Wang Yitong was half believing and half doubting. Wang Yitong didn't waste a single bit of the porridge and finished it all. She knew that this was the only way to live up to Jiang Nan's hard work. After eating, the two of them finally had time to chat. Why did you come over so suddenly? Because I was worried about you, so I came. Wang Yitong knew he was like this because of the director, so she quickly explained to put his mind at ease. Don't worry, it's fine, he didn't do anything too excessive. Perhaps only someone as kind-hearted as Wang Yitong would make excuses for him. Jiang Nan was noncommittal. He knew that he couldn't leave Wang Yitong. As long as he wasn't by her side, something would definitely go wrong. But it was meaningless to talk about this now. Even if Wang Yitong didn't say anything, Jiang Nan could guess that she wasn't happy living here. But Jiang Nan didn't know the exact reason why. Logically speaking, having her best friend here to accompany her shouldn't be the case. Wang Yitong tidied herself up a bit and took Jiang Nan for a walk around. Precisely because this place was remote, the scenery was quite beautiful. Taking advantage of the break today, it was the perfect time to look around together. The two of them walked and talked along the way. Wang Yitong wanted to share some interesting things that happened here, but upon thinking about it, she realized there was nothing to share. She was worried about the affairs at home every day and had absolutely no mood for anything else. Anyway, there won't be a new director for this show in the short term. Do you want to go back and take a look with me? Wang Yitong thought about it and shook her head. Going back now would only put more pressure on her. After all, the situation at home was not optimistic. She had been trying to find ways to sell off the things she once owned during this period, but she was ultimately reluctant to part with them. She didn't yet know that with Jiang Nan's help, the family company had already recovered significantly. Now, almost everyone knew that the relationship between the Wang family and Jiang Nan was not ordinary. Such a big tree was enough for them to take root here. In fact, Jiang Nan's approach this time was relatively conservative. With his ability, he could completely elevate the Wang family to a higher level, but that would inevitably arouse the envy and jealousy of others. At that time, it would easily bring trouble to the Wang family instead. Adhering to the mentality that it is better to avoid extra trouble, Jiang Nan decided to slow this matter down. Ning Xingyu woke up and went to look for Wang Yitong, only to find that she had missed her. How strange, where did she go? Wang Yitong saw her best friend's call and only then realized that she had stood her up. Oh no. She was definitely going to get scolded this time. Jiang Nan was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Xingyu, I'm sorry. Wang Yitong started by apologizing. She knew that this time she had failed her best friend. She was really not the type of person to forget her friends for a guy, but the matter happened suddenly, which caused the issue. But now, no matter how she explained it, it sounded too pale. Where did you go early in the morning? What did you do to let me down again? Ning Xingyu was full of energy early in the morning. Jiang Nan could hear her voice even here. Jiang Nan came, so. Upon hearing the two words Jiang Nan, she understood what was going on. Fine, you just wait for me, this isn't over. After saying that, she hung up the phone decisively. Wang Yitong immediately looked worried, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Jiang Nan naturally had to step up. After all, this matter had become like this because of him. Don't worry, I will explain it to her. But Wang Yitong couldn't bear it. She would rather be teased herself than let Jiang Nan suffer. Ning Xingyu stomped her feet in anger. I really can't stand those two. Today's activity was cancelled, so she had no choice but to return to her room and continue lying around. It's all my fault. Wang Yitong once again shouldered the responsibility herself. Jiang Nan rubbed her thin, small shoulders. However, this matter actually made Jiang Nan somewhat happy. After all, in Wang Yitong's heart, he seemed to be more important. She will definitely understand. Jiang Nan took the initiative to forgive Wang Yitong's actions on behalf of Ning Xingyu. After all, the two of them were near the film crew, so they would still be encountered by people from the film crew. Why did President Jiang come here? And he is accompanied by Wang Yitong. Another person answered his question. Your internet speed is too slow. Have you forgotten that the two of them have already gone public online? Exactly, I didn't expect it to be true. Chapter 85, a good opportunity to butter up. Hearing the explanation, the other person wore an expression of sudden realization, also understanding that the reason the director was replaced was very likely because he had harassed Wang Yitong. President Jiang, please make yourself at home. We won't disturb you any further. One of the men, who was very perceptive, pulled the others to leave, but a cute-looking girl among them hesitated to move. The men looked at her with a confused expression. The girl winked at him and broke free from his grasp. Just kidding, it wasn't easy to run into a business tycoon, so how could she let this good opportunity to butter up go to waste? President Jiang, you haven't been here before, have you? Miss Wang is busy filming all day, so she probably doesn't have time to go out and look around. Why don't I act as your guide and show you both around the area? As she spoke, she gave a sweet smile. My name is Taozi, and I'm in charge of preparing all the props for the film crew. Jiang Nan turned to look at Wang Yitong. He did indeed want to go out for a stroll with her, it just depended on whether Wang Yitong wanted others tagging along. Wang Yitong gave him an apologetic look. I'm sorry, I really haven't been out to explore here, so I'm not very familiar with it. Exactly. Miss Wang is so dedicated to her work, obsessed with filming every day. Let me be your guide today, shall I? Taozi tilted her head slightly and looked toward a snow-white hillside not far away. The environment around here is actually quite nice. It's the season for cherry blossoms, and the white cherry blossoms over there are absolutely beautiful. Are President Jiang and Miss Wang interested? Jiang Nan followed her gaze, and the snow-white color on the hillside had quite an artistic appeal. The work these past few days had tired Wang Yitong out. Thinking that today was a good chance to go out and relax, she agreed to the suggestion. Then we'll have to trouble our prop master. Wang Yitong nodded at Taozi without any airs, which caused the others' favorability toward her to soar even higher. The men who had initially urged them to leave also thick-skinnedly added, President Jiang, do you mind if we join you? We haven't been out for a stroll in a long time either. Jiang Nan was in a good mood. After receiving a look of approval from Wang Yitong, he nodded and agreed. It was also a good opportunity to raise Wang Yitong's status within the film crew, so that no blind fool would dare to bully her in the future. Taozi quickly dispatched a business van, taking Jiang Nan and the group directly to the mountainside to see the cherry blossoms. The car stopped in front of a farmhouse restaurant. Before the door even opened, a middle-aged man in a suit stood respectfully by the car door to greet Jiang Nan. President Jiang, your presence here truly brings light to my humble abode. Jiang Nan smiled indifferently and didn't reply. After his car door opened, he stepped out. Wang Yitong naturally linked her arm with his, standing together, they were truly a perfect match. Sigh, a talented man and a beautiful woman, truly a perfect match. The men from earlier stood behind them and couldn't help but exclaim. Taozi gave him a cold glare. I'm telling you, Sugang, put away that sycophantic look on your face, it just shows how ignorant you are. You. I don't know who it was just now who was so eagerly inviting them to come see the flowers. Sugang didn't show any weakness and shot back immediately. Taozi glared at him fiercely again and stopped talking, instead walking toward Jiang Nan, though a flash of jealousy crossed her eyes when she looked at Wang Yitong. President Jiang, this is Boss Wang, who owns this farmhouse restaurant. Taozi stood beside Jiang Nan and introduced him gently. Jiang Nan nodded and said indifferently, sorry for the trouble. No trouble at all, no trouble. We couldn't be happier that President Jiang could come. Let's go see the flowers. Before Boss Wang could finish, Jiang Nan turned his head to look at Wang Yitong. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Boss Wang's face, but in business, being snubbed was a common occurrence. Besides, for a business tycoon to visit his small place was already giving him enough face, so he wouldn't ask for anything more. Wang Yitong nodded and looked at Taozi. Prop Master Taozi, we'll have to trouble you to lead the way. This way, please. Taozi gave a sweet smile and guided the group toward a small path on the other side of the farmhouse restaurant. This place is a key tourist attraction developed by the state. Some of the cherry blossoms here were transplanted years ago, but most of them grew here naturally. On the back side, there are hills full of fruit trees. When the harvest season comes, tourists even come to pick fruit. Taozi introduced the surroundings to Jiang Nan as they walked. Jiang Nan looked around, the scenery was indeed very nice. It was the season for the snow-white cherry blossoms to be in full bloom, and petals drifted down with the wind, covering the ground to form a bed of flowers. It was a great choice for an outing. It's so beautiful here. Watching the cherry blossoms drifting all over the sky, Wang Yitong couldn't help but exclaim, her inner girl heart instantly stirred. But why does it feel like so few people come around here? Wang Yitong looked around, a puzzled expression on her face. Taozi sighed heavily. This place is a bit far from the city. Apart from holidays when some people come, there are very few visitors at other times. Boss Wang has been thinking about transferring the farmhouse restaurant lately, but since this is a state-planned tourist area and there hasn't been any turnover, no one is willing to take it over yet. I see. Wang Yitong nodded, an expression of sudden realization on her face. She felt a bit of regret that such beautiful cherry blossoms had no one to appreciate them and could only wither away in secret. Jiang Nan, however, had a strong interest in this cherry blossom garden. It had been specially renovated and was maintained by dedicated personnel, making it a relatively well-regulated tourist area. Moreover, the scenery was beautiful, and it could serve as a filming location for television dramas. Since it couldn't take off as a regular tourist attraction, why not promote it to the high-end market and make the cruise filming nearby its visitors? With this idea in mind, Jiang Nan turned his head to look at Wang Yitong. Do you like it here? Wang Yitong nodded. I really like it. Jiang Nan pursed his lips and smiled. A plan had already formed in his mind. After strolling along the path in the cherry blossom grove, the group returned to the farmhouse restaurant. By now, it was almost dark. Boss Wang was still beaming with smiles. President Jiang, I've prepared some farmhouse dishes. It's dinner time, so why not stay for a casual meal? If it gets too late, I also have farmhouse-themed rooms here where you can stay. Jiang Nan nodded and agreed. Since he wanted to take over this tourist area, he needed to get familiar with this farmhouse restaurant. That sounds good. It's been a long time since I've had authentic country food. Boss Wang led the group to a luxurious private room. Jiang Nan was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that the simple-looking farmhouse restaurant would be so exquisite inside. A table full of farmhouse specialties had already been set. Jiang Nan called out to Boss Wang, who was preparing to leave. Boss Wang, why don't you sit down and eat with us? You aren't busy, are you? Chapter 86, A Missed Opportunity. Boss Wang was stunned for a moment, not expecting that he would have such an honor. After realizing what was happening, he quickly smiled and said, not busy at all. Because Jiang Nan was present, everyone at the table ate with some restraint. Taozi seized the opportunity to pick up a glass of wine and gave a sweet smile. It is truly an honor to have the rare opportunity to dine at the same table with President Jiang today. I, Taozi, would like to offer you a toast. Jiang Nan glanced at Wang Yitong and picked up his wine glass. This is Miss Wang's first time joining the crew, so I will have to trouble all of you to look after her. Although his words were humble, Jiang Nan's expression clearly carried the air of someone in a position of authority. Taozi smiled cheerfully and said, Miss Wang is very popular in the crew. In the future, if there is anything I can help with, Miss Wang should just let me know. After speaking, Taozi downed the wine in her glass in one gulp. Wang Yitong did not like drinking strong liquor, but she felt it wouldn't be right if she didn't say anything on this occasion, so she reached to pour herself a drink. Jiang Nan noticed her intention, reached out to stop her, and poured her a glass of fruit juice instead. Su Gang, who was also very perceptive, quickly added, Miss Wang still has to go back and study the script, so she should stick to the beverage. Wang Yitong nodded, raised her glass, and everyone drank together. When they had finished eating, Boss Wang led everyone to their rooms. Jiang Nan thought for a moment, told Wang Yitong to go back first, and then headed to Boss Wang's office himself. Meanwhile, in a corner of the staircase, a pair of eyes watched this scene unfold. You want to transfer this farmhouse resort? Jiang Nan didn't waste any words with him and got straight to the point. Boss Wang did not expect him to be here to talk business. He was stunned for a moment, then poured Jiang Nan a cup of tea, looking troubled. The farmhouse resort is barely breaking even. If I keep running it, I'll go bankrupt, so I want to transfer it. It's just that I've had it listed for almost half a year, and no one has been willing to invest and take it over. Jiang Nan rested his chin on one hand, pondered for a moment, and said, if I buy the farmhouse resort and let you stay here to manage it, would you be willing? I can give you 10% of the shares. When these words were spoken, Boss Wang couldn't believe his ears. Did this business tycoon in front of him actually have his eye on this small farmhouse resort? What? You're not willing? Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow slightly and asked again. Boss Wang came back to his senses and quickly waved his hands. No, 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 I am willing. It's just. I don't want to deceive you. You saw it yourself today, there aren't many people coming here. I'm afraid that you will suffer losses after taking over this farmhouse resort. It's fine. I will have people come to remodel the farmhouse. The general structure won't change, but some projects will be adjusted. Besides, I will bring resources to the farmhouse resort. Seeing that things were mostly settled, Jiang Nan stood up and sighed. I will have my secretary come to discuss the specific details and the contract with you. Don't worry, the farmhouse resort will temporarily suspend operations before the remodeling begins. All right. Boss Wang agreed immediately. Having finally found a chance to get rid of this hot potato while still keeping his job, he had to seize it. After leaving the office, just as Jiang Nan was about to call Wang Yitong to ask which room she was in, Taozi suddenly appeared from the stairwell. Is President Jiang looking for which room Miss Wang is staying in? I'll take you there. Many thanks. Seeing this, Jiang Nan put down his phone, suspecting nothing, and followed Taozi upstairs. Boss Wang has instructed that the entire top floor is reserved for us. It's too late today, and traveling the mountain roads isn't safe, so we will rest here for the night and go back tomorrow. Taozi continued to talk about the arrangements as they walked. Jiang Nan listened quietly without replying. Ah. Suddenly, Taozi's body swayed, and she threw herself directly into Jiang Nan's arms. Jiang Nan frowned, but ultimately suppressed the urge to push her away. What's wrong? Jiang Nan asked with a cold face, somewhat reluctantly. Taozi wore a pained expression, looking delicate and tender, and refused to leave Jiang Nan's embrace. I twisted my ankle, President Jiang. I'm so sorry. Jiang Nan sighed and asked again, can you stand up? Taozi let out a hum and tried to stand. However, as soon as she left Jiang Nan's embrace, she fell back, her expression appearing even more pained. Ah, no, no, it hurts too much. Jiang Nan's face was sullen. He glanced around, it was already quite late, and if he called a waiter, he figured everyone would be woken up. He also didn't know if Wang Yitong had already rested. Thinking of this, Jiang Nan forcibly suppressed his displeasure and reached out to support her. Where is your room? I will take you there, and then call a waiter. Taozi nodded, looking embarrassed. Thank you, President Jiang. I'm in the second room on the floor above. Jiang Nan nodded and supported her as they walked upstairs bit by bit. Finally, when they reached the door of the room, Jiang Nan was about to leave. Taozi quickly grabbed him, making a gesture as if she were about to collapse. Seeing this, Jiang Nan felt extremely helpless. Upholding the virtue of helping someone to the end, he had no choice but to support Taozi into the room. This scene was just happened to be seen by Su Gang, who was preparing to visit someone. Holy crap. In almost an instant, Su Gang retreated back into his room, hiding behind the door, unable to believe the scene he had just witnessed. A moment later, Su Gang cautiously stuck out half of his head. Jiang Nan and Taozi were still tangled together as they entered the room. My goodness, the rich really know how to play. So this was Taozi's plan all along. Right under the nose of his real girlfriend. Su Gang suppressed his shock. He didn't dare to leave his room now. If he happened to bump into President Jiang's good deed later, he would be in serious trouble. Inside the room, after Jiang Nan helped Taozi to the bedside, he was about to leave. Taozi became anxious and grabbed his hand. Jiang Nan's brows furrowed even tighter as he looked at her, confused. Taozi said with a wronged expression, President Jiang, thank you for the trouble just now. This is some honey water I brewed. Since we drank tonight, this is the best for sobering up. As she spoke, Taozi struggled to reach for the cup of honey water on the table, but because of the pain in her foot, she fell onto the floor, and the water from the table spilled directly onto her chest. I'm sorry, Taozi struggled to get up in a panic, and because the water was a bit hot, she tugged at the fabric on her chest. Jiang Nan looked at her disheveled figure, sighed, and stepped forward to help her up. As a result, a glance caught a clear view of the snowy white skin on Taozi's chest. Jiang Nan quickly turned his head away, recoiling almost instantly to put distance between himself and Taozi. I will call a waiter to come up and clean up for you. After saying this, Jiang Nan left the room without looking back. Tauzi wanted to stop him, but Jiang Nan was too fast, disappearing from the doorway in the blink of an eye. Bang! Tauzi angrily threw the cup on the floor, and glass shards immediately covered the ground. Such a good opportunity missed. Tauzi stared fixedly at the doorway, her heart filled with regret. Chapter 87, Don't Be Rude. Tauzi glared hatefully in the direction Jiang Nan had left. This had been such a rare, golden opportunity. And just like that, it was gone. Tauzi was unwilling to accept this, but what could she do? Jiang Nan had already left. Closing the door, Tauzi sat on the bed and chewed her fingernails. Judging by her expression, she seemed to be deep in thought. After a brief silence, hope reignited in Tauzi's eyes. It didn't matter. As long as Jiang Nan was still with the film crew, there would always be another chance. What was one failure? As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. With this experience, she was certain to succeed next time. Realizing this, most of the anger in Tauzi's chest vanished instantly. Thinking about the fact that she still had a chance to get close to Jiang Nan, Tauzi drifted off into a sweet sleep. Early the next morning, the new director arrived. When the people in the film crew saw the newly arrived director, they all gasped in shock. This director held a very high status in the industry. None of the dramas he directed had ever scored below a 9. 2 years ago, this director had temporarily retired from the industry due to health reasons. Even when wealthy investors offered high prices to poach him, he refused to come out of retirement. Who could have imagined that this director, whom even heavy money couldn't hire, would actually appear in their film crew? For a moment, everyone looked at Jiang Nan with newfound respect. It seemed that this Jiang Nan was not only wealthy but also impeccable in his character, otherwise, the director wouldn't have come out of retirement. However, while praising Jiang Nan, they talked even more about Wang Yitong. Even a fool could see that Jiang Nan was only willing to hire the director to win a smile from his beauty. Thinking of this, everyone sighed at the fairy tale romance between the two. Just then, Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong walked over side by side. Seeing Jiang Nan approach, the director stepped forward to chat with them. Wang Yitong accompanied him by his side, smiling lightly from time to time, a truly pleasing sight. However, in Tauzi's eyes, all of this was nothing more than blatant showing off. She had arrived late, and the moment she came over, she saw such a scene of a golden boy and jade girl. Furious, she immediately gritted her teeth. Her gaze fell on Wang Yitong's beautiful face, and her hands made a cracking sound as she clenched her fists. She thought, isn't Wang Yitong just pretty? She wasn't bad-looking herself. Why couldn't she have what Wang Yitong had? If she had succeeded yesterday, the position by Jiang Nan's side today would have been hers. Just as Tauzi was gnashing her teeth in anger, her gaze suddenly landed on the director. That must be the newly arrived director. Realizing this, Tauzi's eyes instantly lit up. A moment ago, she had been worrying about what excuse to use to get close to him, and now, wasn't the opportunity right here? At that moment, the director had finished catching up with Jiang Nan. Just as he was about to call the film crew to start working, his hand was suddenly grabbed. Before he could pull away, a charming voice rang out, "President Jiang, is this the newly arrived director?" Tauzi held onto the director who was about to leave and looked at Jiang Nan with an enthusiastic expression. "President Jiang, why don't you introduce us?" Jiang Nan frowned. Would this woman ever stop? He didn't acknowledge Tauzi, and in the end, Wang Yitong, unable to watch any longer, helped make the introduction. During Wang Yitong's introduction, the director took the opportunity to pull his hand back. After the introduction, she looked at Jiang Nan with some surprise. For some reason, she felt that Jiang Nan was acting strange today. It wasn't until Jiang Nan cast an assuring glance at her that she let out a sigh of relief. Being ignored, Tauzi suppressed the anger in her heart and said very enthusiastically, "Director, it's truly wonderful that you could spare the time to come. As a veteran of the film crew, I really must show some hospitality." At this point, Tauzi paused to think for a moment before continuing, "How about this? I'll host tonight. I'll treat everyone from the film crew to a meal at the hotel." Without waiting for the director to nod, Tauzi clapped her hands and announced loudly, "Everyone, stop what you're doing and listen to me. Tonight, at Hualong Hotel, I'm hosting. No one is allowed to miss it. Let's all have a couple of drinks with the director. As Tauzi's voice fell, the people in the film crew cheered in unison. Seeing this, the director sighed inwardly. Now he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. After saying this, Tauzi looked at Wang Yitong somewhat apologetically. Yitong, would you mind joining us tonight as well? Of course, this is to welcome the director, Wang Yitong nodded. She didn't understand why this had to be specially mentioned. As one of the actors, wasn't it expected for her to go? Oh, what I meant was, I hope you won't blame me for interrupting your time alone with President Jiang. No, of course not. Wang Yitong smiled awkwardly. She didn't know if she was overthinking it, but she always felt that the way Tauzi spoke was uncomfortable. Jiang Nan smiled, reached out to put his arm around Wang Yitong's shoulder, and said with a smile, Yitong, I'll go with you. Seeing this, the corners of Tauzi's mouth curled up slightly. Very good, this was exactly the result she wanted. The day's filming ended quickly, and since Tauzi was hosting, the director dismissed everyone early. Just like that, the group from the film crew went to the hotel. In the private room of the hotel, Tauzi held a wine glass, offering toasts and calmly getting everyone to drink. Soon, Wang Yitong couldn't hold her liquor anymore. Just as Jiang Nan was preparing to take Wang Yitong back, Tauzi immediately said, President Jiang, let Xiao Wang take her back. If you leave, there will be no one to keep the director company. Just as Jiang Nan was about to refuse, Wang Yitong spoke up and asked him to stay. After all, the director was Jiang Nan's friend, and she had already troubled Jiang Nan a lot these past few days. Something as small as going back to rest was something she could handle herself. And so, Wang Yitong followed the other girls from the film crew upstairs first. In the private room, Tauzi walked over to Jiang Nan with a wine glass, smiling seductively. President Jiang, thank you for all your trouble regarding the film crew. On behalf of the crew, I'd like to toast you. As she spoke, Tauzi downed the wine in her glass, then picked up Jiang Nan's glass and handed it to him. No one noticed that hidden under Tauzi's fingernails was a white powder. The powder dissolved into the wine, disappearing without a trace. This was a love potion. Tauzi didn't dare to add too much, she planned to add more when she escorted Jiang Nan back later. At this moment, Jiang Nan was completely unaware of all this. Just as he wanted to refuse, Tauzi spoke up, President Jiang, we won't have many chances to see each other in the future, so please don't be rude. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan immediately understood what Tauzi meant. He figured that once he drank this glass of wine, they would go their separate ways. Thinking this, Jiang Nan took the glass and downed the wine inside. Although it was only a little, half an hour later, Jiang Nan still noticed that something was wrong with his body. However, he just assumed he had drunk too much, so he got up to say goodbye, preparing to leave. Chapter 88, Losing Control. President Jiang, let me help you upstairs. Tauzi stood up, rushed to Jiang Nan's side with quick reflexes, and grabbed him to support him. At this moment, the people at the dinner table were already dead drunk. No one noticed what was happening with Jiang Nan, even the director had blended into the film crew. Seeing Tauzi being so attentive, Jiang Nan subconsciously frowned. Coupled with the fact that this woman had a prior record, his disgust for her instantly reached its peak. Jiang Nan wanted to refuse, but he realized that refusing probably wouldn't do any good. After all, it wasn't as if he hadn't refused her yesterday, yet this woman kept throwing herself at him. This woman named Tauzi, throwing herself at him again and again, what exactly did she want to get from him? To figure out what this woman was actually trying to do, this time, he didn't refuse Tauzi. Seeing that Jiang Nan hadn't refused her, Tauzi was overjoyed. She thought, this time she finally had a chance. Suppressing her excitement, she helped Jiang Nan walk back. Thinking Jiang Nan had lost consciousness, she dragged him into her own room. Jiang Nan was placed on the bed by Tauzi. The moment he lay there, he simply closed his eyes and pretended to be unconscious. Seeing Jiang Nan asleep, Tauzi subconsciously frowned. How could he just fall asleep? If he slept until morning just like that, how would her plan proceed? Tauzi regretted it, she should have added more drugs to Jiang Nan's cup earlier. When this thought flashed through Tauzi's mind, she immediately had a plan. That drug would cause a reaction. If she added a large amount of the drug to Jiang Nan, he'd definitely be forced awake. Tauzi was a woman of action, she got right to work. Just as Taozi was putting the drug into the water cup, Jiang Nan on the bed opened his eyes. He saw this entire scene. Jiang Nan's gaze gradually deepened. This Taozi really had a lot of nerve. Just as he was preparing to get up and expose Taozi, a strange sensation surged through his entire body. Jiang Nan recalled the wine Taozi had handed him earlier, and his expression changed drastically. This woman had actually drugged him from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Taozi had already brought the water cup laced with a heavy dose of drug powder to the bedside. President Jiang. Taozi leaned into Jiang Nan's ear and whispered, "Drink some water." The person on the bed kept his eyes closed, showing no intention of responding to her. Taozi muttered to herself, could it be that Jiang Nan had passed out? No, she had to wake him up. Taozi's gaze scanned the room for a while before finally landing on the sewing kit on the table. At that moment, a strange curve appeared on her face. She hurried forward, picked up the sewing kit, and took out a needle. Having witnessed everything, Jiang Nan simply feigned waking up. It wasn't for any other reason, he just didn't want to get pricked by this vicious woman. As soon as Taozi turned around, she saw Jiang Nan sitting on the bed. She was so startled that her whole body shuddered, and the needle in her hand fell to the floor. "What are you holding in your hand?" Jiang Nan rubbed his eyes and said vaguely. "And nothing." Taozi said, picking up the water on the table and coming to Jiang Nan's side, "President Jiang, you must be very thirsty now. Drink some quickly, I just poured this for you." "Itong." Jiang Nan said, pulling Taozi's hand, "Let's share a cup. You take one too, and we'll drink together." Hearing the name Jiang Nan called, Taozi's face instantly became ferocious. However, thinking that she was about to get what she wanted, she forced herself to put on a smile. "Okay, I'll go prepare it right now." After speaking, Taozi came back with another cup of water. Jiang Nan smiled and pulled Taozi into his arms. While Taozi was lost in the moment, he swapped the 2 cups of water. Just like that, Taozi, unaware, drank the cup of water spiked with a high concentration of the drug. Completely oblivious, Taozi smiled sweetly at Jiang Nan and said, "Jiang Nan, wait for me. I'm going to take a shower." After saying that, Taozi walked into the bathroom. The moment the water started running in the bathroom, Jiang Nan forced himself to crawl off the bed and then stumbled out. After walking just a few steps, Jiang Nan stopped and turned to look at Taozi's half-open door. Was he really going to just leave like this? Jiang Nan frowned. This woman had set him up so badly, if he just let her off like this, he really wouldn't be reconciled. Just as Jiang Nan was thinking about how to teach Taozi a lesson, a clamor suddenly came from downstairs, "Let go of me. I can still drink." The voice didn't sound like it belonged to the film crew, it was full of profanity, so it was likely some nouveau riche. "Damn it. I'm not short on money. Go. Find me a few decent girls. Old Zhao, you've had too much to drink. Get lost. You're the one who's drunk. Get out." As the man's voice fell, a person wearing an ill-fitting suit appeared at the end of the corridor. The man's pants were already loose and sagging, it looked like he was having trouble restraining himself. Seeing this scene, a wicked smile curled onto Jiang Nan's lips. He stepped forward, walked up to the man, whispered a few words to him, and finally pointed to Taozi's room. After hearing Jiang Nan's words, the men immediately rushed toward Taozi's room with a crazed expression. Jiang Nan walked to the doorway and, after hearing movement inside, returned to his room with satisfaction. However, Jiang Nan couldn't return to his own room at this point. Enduring the torment, he knocked on Wang Yitong's door. By then, Wang Yitong was mostly sober. Seeing Jiang Nan's flushed face, she was startled. "How did you drink so much? Come in quickly," Wang Yitong said, helping Jiang Nan into the room. Jiang Nan leaned against Wang Yitong and whispered, "Yitong, take me to the bathroom." Wang Yitong blinked, then led Jiang Nan into the bathroom. As soon as they entered, Jiang Nan shooed Wang Yitong out, then turned on the cold water, desperately trying to calm himself down. Fortunately, the dose of the drug Taozi gave him initially wasn't large, and he soon recovered. The moment he walked out of the bathroom, Jiang Nan met Wang Yitong's eyes, which were full of worry. "Jiang Nan, how are you? Are you all right?" Wang Yitong asked. Meeting Wang Yitong's eyes, Jiang Nan smiled, reached out to pat the top of Wang Yitong's head, and comforted her. "I'm fine, what could be wrong? I just drank too much and threw up. I was afraid it would gross you out, so I didn't let you in." Jiang Nan didn't plan on telling Wang Yitong about Taozi. It was better not to let such a pure and wonderful person be disturbed by the dirty affairs of the film crew. As for Taozi, Jiang Nan's eyes flashed. After this incident, he hoped that woman would learn her lesson. If there was a next time, he guaranteed that woman would be in serious trouble. "It's getting late, get some rest." After saying that, Jiang Nan returned to his room. Chapter 89, Getting a Taste of One's Own Medicine. Early the next morning, Taozi woke up feeling incredibly happy. She turned her head, only to discover that the person beside her was not Jiang Nan, but someone she didn't recognize at all. "What's going on?" Taozi was shocked. She tried hard to recall what happened yesterday, but she could only vaguely remember that it was indeed Jiang Nan in the room. Then she had drunk something, and after that, she couldn't remember anything else. Could she have been mistaken and recognized someone else as Jiang Nan? Taozi looked at the strange man in front of her, and the urge to call the police ignited in her heart. But this urge was quickly suppressed. If she called the police, this matter would immediately be known by the entire film crew, including Jiang Nan. If that happened, her reputation would be ruined, and it would be even harder to win over Jiang Nan. So, Taozi suppressed the anger and disgust in her heart, quickly put on her clothes, and left the hotel. At the same time, she kept thinking back along the way, confirming that she was indeed with Jiang Nan last night, but she didn't know when the person had been swapped. Thinking of this, Taozi felt an unbearable itch in her heart. Her desire to win over Jiang Nan became even more urgent. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong had packed up and were rushing to the film crew. A new director had arrived for a meeting this time, and they didn't know what would be discussed. Soon, Jiang Nan, Wang Yitong, Taozi, and others gathered in a simple, temporarily built studio, waiting for the new director. After about 5 minutes, the new director walked in with the executive director and a group of others. After confirming some specific matters, the new director said, "I need time to familiarize myself with the venue and the script, so I'm giving everyone 2 days off." Jiang Nan nodded slightly upon hearing this. It was reasonable. After all, the new director also needed some time to get up to speed. And a 2-day break was just right for the film crew to relax from their tense nerves and take a rest. After everyone discussed some more specific matters, they dispersed. Jiang Nan took Wang Yitong and left the film crew. Jiang Nan asked, "With 2 days off, how do you want to spend the holiday?" Wang Yitong shook her head. "This holiday is quite sudden, I haven't thought about it yet." Jiang Nan thought for a moment, then said, "Then let's go sing to relax." Wang Yitong nodded in agreement. "I don't have any ideas either, so I'll leave it to you." Jiang Nan took out his phone, searched for a nearby KTV, and took Wang Yitong there. Their entire conversation was overheard by Taozi, who was following behind. Taozi quickly hailed a taxi and said to the driver, "Driver, follow that car in front." The driver, thinking they were filming a movie, replied confidently, "All right, just watch me." With that, he slammed on the gas, nearly sending Taozi flying. Soon, Jiang Nan's car and Taozi's taxi arrived at the entrance of the KTV one after the other. Jiang Nan walked into the KTV lobby, arm in arm with Wang Yitong. Taozi also followed, wearing a hat and a mask. She planned to use the sleeping pills she carried with her to find an opportunity to drug Jiang Nan and finish what hadn't been completed at the hotel that day. The KTV lobby wasn't large. Jiang Nan was paying, and Wang Yitong, feeling bored, looked around. She happened to see Taozi hiding in a corner of the lobby. Although Taozi was wearing a mask and hat, Wang Yitong recognized her from her figure. "Strange, why is Taozi here?" Wang Yitong whispered to herself. This was overheard by Jiang Nan, who had just finished paying. So Jiang Nan asked, "Who is here?" Wang Yitong looked toward Taozi and signaled to Jiang Nan, "Look, Taozi is there. She must be here to sing too, right? It's just a bit strange." Jiang Nan followed Wang Yitong's gaze and happened to see Taozi hiding in the corner. In an instant, he understood what was going on. Taozi was disguised and acting secretive. She was likely following him and Wang Yitong. She had bad intentions. Jiang Nan naturally wouldn't tell Wang Yitong about this, so he said, "Maybe she has plans to sing with someone else." Wang Yitong tugged on his sleeve and said, "Anyway, we don't mind more people when singing, why not invite her to join us?" Jiang Nan patted her head. "She didn't tell us, so she must have already made plans with someone. Let's just sing our own songs." Wang Yitong nodded. She was singing with Jiang Nan, so naturally, she didn't want anyone else to disturb them. Jiang Nan, of course, stayed vigilant regarding Taozi's appearance. So he said to Wang Yitong, "The room is booked. You can let the waiter take you there first, I'm going to the restroom." Wang Yitong didn't think much of it and nodded in agreement. Then she followed the waiter toward the private room. Jiang Nan pretended to walk toward the restroom. Taozi, hiding in the shadows, noticed that the two were heading in different directions. At first, she was surprised, but seeing Jiang Nan heading to the restroom, she understood. She was overjoyed in an instant. It seemed heaven was creating an opportunity for her. So she pulled down her hat and secretly followed Wang Yitong. Jiang Nan, of course, wasn't really going to the restroom. He was actually keeping an eye on Taozi to see what she was really up to. So, on the way to the restroom, he doubled back. Seeing Taozi secretly following Wang Yitong, he decided to play the role of the Oriole behind the mantis. He also followed Taozi. However, unlike her, Taozi's stalking had been discovered by both Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong. But as Jiang Nan followed Taozi, she didn't notice anything at all. Soon, Wang Yitong and Taozi entered the private room one after the other. Jiang Nan watched quietly from the outside. He heard Taozi say inside, "Waiter, please bring me 3 glasses of juice first." When the waiter came out of the room and saw Jiang Nan eavesdropping, he was a bit surprised. Jiang Nan quickly made a shoe gesture. Soon, the juice was delivered, and the waiter came back out. Jiang Nan continued to listen. Taozi chatted with Wang Yitong for a while, then urged her to go pick some songs. Wang Yitong, having no guard up, went straight over. The song selection console was at the front, so she couldn't see what was happening behind her. Taozi didn't hesitate. She took the sleeping pills from her pocket and poured them into the juice. "I'll find an excuse to send Wang Yitong away in a moment, and then I can get down to business," Taozi thought to herself, feeling overjoyed. Wang Yitong, naive as she was, knew nothing about this. Jiang Nan, outside the door, had seen everything clearly and fully understood what Taozi was trying to do by following him and Wang Yitong. Recalling the scene at the hotel earlier, he understood everything. "Since you are heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless." Thinking of this, Jiang Nan pushed the door open and entered. Wang Yitong saw him and said happily, "Jiang Nan, come and pick some songs." Taozi sat on the sofa, feeling a bit flustered. After all, she had just drugged the drinks. Jiang Nan smiled and responded to Wang Yitong, "You pick first, pick one we can sing together." Then he sat on the sofa with a normal expression. Seeing this, Taozi let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed her drugging had not been discovered. So she picked up the juice and said to Jiang Nan, "What a coincidence, I was here to sing by myself, and I just happened to run into you too. You don't mind if I sing with you, do you?" Chapter 90, Still a Chance. Hearing Taozi's words, Jiang Nan waved his hand. "Of course I don't mind." Taozi was secretly delighted. Jiang Nan's lack of objection was, of course, just lip service. After all, since the other party wanted to mess with him, he naturally had to retaliate in the same way. Earlier, outside the private room, Jiang Nan hadn't just watched Taozi drug his drink, he hadn't been idle either. He had happened to see Senior Yan sitting in the adjacent room. What a coincidence, wasn't it? Thus, Jiang Nan played along with her scheme and entered the room to act out the play with Taozi. However, he certainly couldn't let Wang Yitong know about these things. So, Jiang Nan said to Wang Yitong, "I left a very important file at the film crew, could you help me go retrieve it?" Wang Yitong initially wanted to refuse, because once she left, only Jiang Nan and Taozi would be left in the room. She didn't want to let another woman be alone in a room with Jiang Nan. However, after thinking about it, she still agreed, as she fully trusted Jiang Nan's character. Moreover, Jiang Nan said it was an important file, which meant the matter was urgent. So she said, "Okay, tell me the details regarding the file, and I'll go get it." Jiang Nan stated the specific location of the file and then said to Taozi, "Taozi, why don't you see Wang Yitong out? I'll wait here for you." When Taozi heard Jiang Nan say this, she was even happier and hurriedly agreed. She thought that Jiang Nan had finally recognized her intentions, and that things would definitely work out today. As soon as the two of them left, Jiang Nan immediately took out the sedative and poured it into Taozi's glass of juice. This was what they called giving someone a taste of their own medicine. After Taozi returned from seeing Wang Yitong off, Jiang Nan said to her, "You've worked hard these past few days. I've had to trouble you to take care of Wang Yitong at the film crew." Taozi raised her juice to clink glasses with Jiang Nan. Hearing him bring up Wang Yitong again made her feel a little sour inside. However, thinking that once he drank this glass of juice, Jiang Nan would be hers, she became happy again. She said, "Don't worry, brother Jiang Nan, I will definitely take good care of Wang Yitong." Jiang Nan nodded, pretending he hadn't noticed anything. He took a sip of the juice, then rolled his eyes back and pretended to pass out on the sofa. Taozi, thinking Jiang Nan had really fallen for a trick, scrambled to move him into a suitable position. But she was a girl and didn't exercise often, so after moving Jiang Nan, she was covered in sweat from exhaustion. She casually picked up the juice that Jiang Nan had drugged and took a big gulp. The drug took effect quickly, and Taozi passed out immediately after drinking it. Sensing that she had passed out, Jiang Nan opened his eyes and couldn't help but sneer. "You wanted to drug someone else, but ended up getting drugged yourself. This is what's called reaping what you sow." Afterward, he opened the door and went straight to the adjacent room. When Senior Yan saw Jiang Nan enter, he was startled and asked, "Why is it you? What are you doing here?" Jiang Nan smiled, "I just happened to come to this KTV to sing, and seeing you here, I came over to say hello." Afterward, Jiang Nan chatted with Senior Yan for a few moments, and while the other party went to select a song, he secretly drugged his water. Senior Yan also lacked vigilance. After taking a sip of the drugged water, he passed out on the sofa just like Taozi. Jiang Nan clapped his hands. Done. This time, he would kill two birds with one stone. He immediately carried Senior Yan back to the original room, unbuttoned their clothes and trousers, and took a few photos. After doing all this, he went outside the room and made a call to the police. "Hello, I'd like to report someone for prostitution." After calling the police, Jiang Nan thought for a moment and then called his secretary, "I'm at the KTV right now. Hurry and find some major local media outlets, I'm going to give them a big scoop." The secretary was surprised. "Boss, what kind of big news could there be at a KTV? Did you acquire the place?" Jiang Nan smiled slightly and replied mysteriously, "You'll know tomorrow when the media reports it." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Having finished all this, Jiang Nan no longer had the mood to sing and went straight downstairs. Downstairs, he met Wang Yitong, who had returned after retrieving the file. Wang Yitong was a bit surprised to see Jiang Nan and asked, "Why did you come down? Weren't you going to sing?" After speaking, she looked behind Jiang Nan and asked, "Where is Taozi?" Jiang Nan didn't want her to know about these things, so he made up an excuse. "It's very stuffy inside the KTV, and Taozi had something to do, so she left first. Let's go for a walk in the park." Although Wang Yitong was a little suspicious, out of trust for Jiang Nan, she didn't think too much about it. She nodded and agreed, "All right, I'll listen to you." As the two of them left, Jiang Nan saw a large group of reporters entering the KTV and couldn't help but feel pleased. The media would certainly report on what happened next. He went for a walk in a nearby park with Wang Yitong, had a meal, and then returned to the hotel to rest. Inside the KTV, under the witness of the reporters, Senior Yan and Taozi were taken away directly. The two of them spent the whole night at the station recording statements. After a thorough investigation confirmed that they had not engaged in prostitution, they were released. But the media didn't care about that. The fact that Taozi and Senior Yan were taken away for prostitution was major news, so naturally, they scrambled to report it. So early the next morning, as soon as Taozi, sporting two dark circles under her eyes, came out, she habitually opened her phone and discovered she was trending. She was on the list twice, in the first and second spots. Taozi thought she had misread it or was hallucinating from recording statements all night. She rubbed her eyes and looked again, only to confirm that she was indeed trending. Trending topic number 1, hashtag second in command of a certain film crew engages in prostitution hashtag. Trending topic number 2, hashtag Senior Yan solicits prostitutes hashtag. Both trending topics were filled with exaggerated claims by the media, plus they included photos of her and Senior Yan in the KTV, unclothed and censored. Tauzi felt as if the sky had collapsed instantly. Now, not only had she failed to get Jiang Nan, but her own reputation was ruined. Looking at the comments under the trending topics, they were all one-sidedly scolding her for not being decent. A perfectly good second-in-command of a film crew, and she had to go and engage in prostitution. Tauzi had grievances she couldn't voice, she had suffered a huge loss in silence and was so angry she almost smashed her phone. However, recalling what happened yesterday, it was clearly Jiang Nan who drank the juice she had drugged. Why was it that she was the one who passed out? And when she opened her eyes again, there were police and reporters, and she wasn't wearing any clothes. Tauzi thought for a long time, and finally, there was only one possibility. Senior Yan had realized she drugged him and had turned the tables by drugging her instead. But Tauzi didn't reflect on what she had done wrong at first. Instead, she thought about how to apologize to win Jiang Nan's forgiveness. She concluded that all of this was Wang Yitong's doing behind the scenes. Otherwise, why would Jiang Nan have discovered her? Thinking of this, Tauzi gritted her teeth and couldn't wait to take a taxi back to the hotel. She knew that at this time, Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong must still be at the hotel. As long as she found Jiang Nan to apologize and told him that the news online was all fake, and obtained his forgiveness, then there was still a chance for everything. Chapter 91, A word once spoken cannot be taken back. Resting at the hotel, Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong saw the news about Tauzi trending first thing in the morning. Wang Yitong couldn't help but let out a small gasp. She looked at Jiang Nan, who was eating breakfast nearby, and asked, "Wasn't Tauzi with us at the KTV yesterday? How did she end up with Senior Yan again?" Thinking back to the incident where she was drugged at the KTV yesterday, Jiang Nan decided not to tell Wang Yitong just yet. So he said, "I don't know. Yesterday she said she was going back first, so I went downstairs too. As for why she ended up with Senior Yan, I don't understand either." Wang Yitong couldn't help but sigh, saying, "It's a pity. We are all colleagues in the film crew, I didn't expect her to do something like this." Jiang Nan didn't want to talk more about this topic, so he changed the subject. "Yeah. Let's not talk about this anymore, come eat breakfast." Meanwhile, on the other side, Tauzi had just come out of the police station. After seeing the trending topic about herself, the only thing on her mind was to find Jiang Nan. After all, she still hadn't given up on Jiang Nan. So, without resting, she hailed a taxi and hurried to the hotel where he was staying. She knew that at this time, Jiang Nan must be eating breakfast and hadn't left the hotel yet. As long as she seized the opportunity and Jiang Nan forgave her, everything would still have a chance. Arriving at the hotel, she asked the front desk and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Jiang Nan hadn't left yet today. Before she could go upstairs, she suddenly received a call from the new director. She couldn't help but feel terrified. One had to know that if the second-in-command of the film crew had an incident, it would have a huge impact on the entire film crew and might even affect the reputation of the film production. Trembling with fear, she answered the phone, not expecting the new director's harsh questioning to come crashing down on her. The new director was furious and demanded, "Tauzi, what is going on with you? How did you cause such a huge scandal?" Tauzi hurriedly explained, "Director, listen to me, I was framed." The new director continued to question, "Framed? Who would have nothing better to do than frame you? In any case, your behavior has already brought huge negative impact to the film crew. You are fired." Tauzi still wanted to argue, but the new director continued, "You don't need to say anything. It's already very generous that we aren't pursuing legal action against you this time. Go find another job and seek a better future elsewhere." After saying this, without giving Tauzi a chance to speak, he hung up the phone directly. Tauzi felt completely dejected and dispirited. After what happened at the KTV yesterday, not only was her reputation gone, but she had also lost her job. It would likely be difficult for her to develop in the film and television industry in the future. At this moment, Tauzi also realized that she might have been wrong. But regardless, she still had to beg for Jiang Nan's forgiveness, only he could save her now. Thinking of this, Tauzi rushed into the elevator at the speed of a 100-meter sprint and headed straight for Jiang Nan's room. Ding dong, ding dong. Tauzi pressed the doorbell twice and waited at the door, feeling anxious. After a moment, Jiang Nan came to open the door. Upon seeing Tauzi, Jiang Nan's expression turned cold. What? You still haven't given up? Tauzi lowered her head and said, I know I was wrong, let me in. Jiang Nan sighed and let her enter. Tauzi discovered that Wang Yitong was also there. Just after entering, Tauzi plopped down and knelt in front of Jiang Nan. This gave Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong a start. Before they could speak, Tauzi was already tearfully saying, Jiang Nan, I know I was wrong. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done those things. Now I have been fired from the film crew, please forgive me. Jiang Nan kept a cold face and ignored her. Wang Yitong, who was standing to the side, was a bit confused by this scene and asked, Jiang Nan, what is going on here? Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, Jiang Nan sighed and said to Wang Yitong, Sigh, I originally wanted to wait until this matter passed before telling you. Since you asked, I'll tell you now. So, Jiang Nan told Wang Yitong everything that had happened at the hotel before and what had happened at the KTV yesterday. After listening, Wang Yitong was both angry and amused. She said to Tauzi, Tauzi, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I really misjudged you before. Tauzi cried even harder, repeatedly begging Jiang Nan for forgiveness. But Jiang Nan simply ignored her. Wang Yitong patted Jiang Nan's shoulder and said, I didn't expect it, you really keep yourself pure and disciplined. Not bad, I like you even more now. Jiang Nan chuckled, that's for sure. Wang Yitong looked at Tauzi and sighed, saying, Jiang Nan, Tauzi was just momentarily possessed by the devil. Let's just let this matter go. Jiang Nan nodded. Seeing that Tauzi was quite sincere, he had originally intended to let her go anyway. Now that Wang Yitong agreed, Jiang Nan said to Tauzi, I won't pursue any further responsibility for these matters. You can go now, and don't step foot in the film and television industry ever again. Tauzi left, crying and sobbing. Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong also packed up and rushed to the film crew. Upon arriving at the new film crew, they discovered that not only was the new director there, but Chen Lu was there too. Jiang Nan greeted her and asked, Chen Lu, long time no see, why are you here? Chen Lu was also very happy to see Jiang Nan and said, I have an MV shoot that needs a male lead. I heard the actors in this film crew were good, so I came for a site visit. I didn't expect to run into you. What a pleasant surprise. Jiang Nan hadn't seen Chen Lu for a while and was also very happy. He said, that's great. The actors in our film crew are indeed quite good. If you see anyone you like, just tell me, and I'll help you refer them. To his surprise, as soon as Jiang Nan said this, he noticed Chen Lu looking troubled. Chen Lu said, Sigh, I don't know if my standards are too high or what, but I haven't seen anyone I like. This MV is the highlight of my new album, so the requirements are a bit high. We've already run to several film crews for casting. Hearing her say this, Jiang Nan replied half-jokingly, no actors you like. How about I go be your male lead? Upon hearing this, Chen Lu's eyes immediately lit up, and she said, Great, I was waiting for those exact words. Seeing that she was taking it seriously, Jiang Nan waved his hands repeatedly, No, 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 I was just joking. To his surprise, the other party looked serious, I'm not joking, Jiang Nan. Your conditions are much better than those male actors in the film crew. Just come and make a guest appearance as the male lead in my MV, how about it? Seeing that she was speaking seriously, Jiang Nan couldn't help but consider it. He didn't have much to do recently, and Chen Lu had helped him before. Jiang Nan had always been a person who knew how to repay kindness, he would repay those who had helped him 100-fold. Hearing Chen Lu's request now, Jiang Nan only thought for a moment before agreeing. He said, All right, since you are sincerely inviting me, and I don't have anything else to do recently, it wouldn't hurt to guest star as the male lead in your MV. Chen Lu didn't expect Jiang Nan to agree. Upon hearing these words, she was so happy she almost jumped up. She asked, Are you serious? Jiang Nan nodded, a word once spoken cannot be taken back. Chapter 92, Visiting the Set. The next day, while Jiang Nan was still resting in the hotel, Chen Lu called him. Chen Lu said, Hey, handsome, how is the preparation going? Jiang Nan smiled slightly and replied, I can leave at any time. Where are we going to shoot? Chen Lu continued, Don't worry, the shooting location isn't far from your hotel. I'll send you the location on my phone, just follow it to get here. After having breakfast with Wang Yitong, Jiang Nan prepared to head over. However, he noticed that she seemed to be in a bad mood, so he asked, "What's wrong? You look a bit down." Wang Yitong shook her head. "It's nothing, I just feel uncomfortable thinking about you going to shoot an MV with another girl." Jiang Nan patted her head. "It's okay. If you mind, I won't go." Wang Yitong sighed and replied, "Although I mind a little, I won't keep you tied to my side every moment. Chen Lu has helped you before, so it's fine for you to go help her this time. I'll go visit the set when I have time." Jiang Nan had expected Wang Yitong to make a scene, but he didn't expect her to say something like that. He felt happy inside and comforted her. "I know your concerns, but you also know what kind of person I am. Don't worry, I absolutely won't do anything inappropriate." Wang Yitong nodded. I trust you." After comforting Wang Yitong, Jiang Nan left the hotel and followed the navigation to the place where Chen Lu was shooting the MV. It was on a grassy area by the river. The film crew was still preparing. Chen Lu was wearing a pink dress today, and under the sunlight, she looked like a goddess descending. She was originally talking to her assistant, but when she saw Jiang Nan arrive, she trotted over. She smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to get here so quickly, the film crew is still preparing." Jiang Nan chuckled, "Coming early helps me get familiar with the venue." Chen Lu tucked her hair and replied, "That's perfect, let me explain today's script to you. This MV is about love, and you and I will play a couple in love." After saying that, she secretly looked at Jiang Nan's expression. Jiang Nan's expression remained normal. After all, he knew there were many MVs about love, and playing a couple was common. However, he was still a bit conflicted inside. After all, playing a couple inevitably involved some intimate actions, and it wouldn't be good if Wang Yitong came to visit the set and saw them. Although he had nothing to hide, girls inevitably get jealous. But since he had already promised Chen Lu, backing out at the last minute wasn't his style. So he could only nod and say, "All right, I understand. Since the film crew is still preparing, I'll take a look at the script first." Chen Lu nodded and replied, "Okay, there's a makeshift changing room over there, go change your clothes and get styled first." Jiang Nan nodded and went to the makeshift changing room and makeup room, fully entering work mode. After all, even if they were playing a couple, it was just acting. To Jiang Nan, there was no difference between shooting a movie and an MV, it was just work. He wouldn't put any real feelings into it. The film crew's costume and makeup artists were very professional, finishing in about half an hour. After coming out of the makeup room, Chen Lu handed the script to Jiang Nan. She said, "This is the script. It contains the shooting process, as well as the actions and lines. Just take a quick look. Because the MV is only 3 or 4 minutes long, there isn't much, unlike filming a movie." Jiang Nan nodded. Since he had agreed to help Chen Lu with this favor, he had to do it well. Moreover, shooting an MV was a piece of cake for him. Thinking of this, Jiang Nan sat in the chair and focused on reading the script. Chen Lu already knew the lines and actions in the script by heart. Seeing Jiang Nan sitting in the chair reading the script seriously, with the sunlight shining on his perfect figure faintly visible under his white shirt, Chen Lu couldn't help but stare in a daze. The MV script wasn't complicated, and Jiang Nan finished reading it in just over 10 minutes. He looked up and saw Chen Lu staring at him, so he asked, "Why have you been looking at me?" This sentence startled Chen Lu. Thinking about how she had been looking at Jiang Nan like a love-struck fan, she couldn't help but feel a wave of shyness. She blushed, lowered her head, and said, "And nothing." Jiang Nan noticed her abnormality but didn't pay too much attention to it. Instead, he said, "The film crew seems ready, let's go over." At this moment, Chen Lu finally fully snapped out of it and hurriedly nodded. Okay. Soon the shooting began, and Jiang Nan and Chen Lu quickly got into character. According to the requirements of the script, the two walked hand in hand by the river like a real couple. After walking for a distance, they sat down on the grass, and Jiang Nan put his arm around Chen Lu's waist as required by the script. Chen Lu smiled at him, and then leaned her head on his shoulder. At this point, the MV shooting was halfway through. According to the plot, the female lead played by Chen Lu fell asleep. Jiang Nan looked at her sleeping profile, and for a moment, on an impulse, he leaned in to steal a kiss. But he didn't expect that Chen-Lu was pretending to sleep. Jiang Nan almost kissed her, but unfortunately, he was caught. Chen-Lu felt her heart fluttering and really wanted to kiss him back, but due to the script's limitations, she held back. Afterward, the two flirted and chased each other on the grass. Cut. Very good, that's a wrap, the director's voice came at this moment. The two stopped in their tracks. Chen-Lu patted Jiang Nan's chest. You shot that well, very much like a professional actor. I even got into character. Jiang Nan smiled slightly. Of course, it wasn't difficult for me at all. As they walked back to the film crew talking and laughing, Jiang Nan spotted Wang Yitong, who was actually there too. He felt a bit awkward and asked, "When did you get here?" Wang Yitong replied, "Not long ago." In fact, Wang Yitong couldn't stop worrying about Jiang Nan, so she came to visit the set. And when she arrived, it was exactly when the shooting started, so neither Jiang Nan nor Chen-Lu had noticed her. Moreover, she had watched their entire shoot. Although she knew it was shot according to the script, seeing them being intimate still made Wang Yitong feel very uncomfortable. Jiang Nan saw that she was a bit distracted, so he leaned over and whispered, "You're not jealous, are you?" Wang Yitong waved her hand. Although she felt bad inside, she couldn't say it directly. She could only pretend to be magnanimous and said, "It's fine, it's just acting. The script was written that way, I can understand." Although she said that and thought so too, Wang Yitong always felt sour, as if Jiang Nan had been snatched away. Jiang Nan also keenly sensed her emotions, so he said to Chen-Lu, "Today's shooting is over, right? We'll head back first then." Chen-Lu had wanted to keep Jiang Nan for a meal, but now that Wang Yitong was here and the shooting was over, it wasn't appropriate to say anything else. She could only reply, "All right, you've been busy all day, thank you so much. You two go back first, and I'll definitely treat you to a meal another day to thank you properly." Chapter 93, Misjudged. The filming finally wrapped up with great difficulty, and the time was approaching evening. After bidding farewell to Chen-Lu, Jiang Nan leisurely walked towards the parking lot with Wang Yitong. But Jiang Nan noticed that she was somewhat absent-minded along the way, as if she were thinking about something. So he asked, "What's wrong? You look like you have something on your mind." Wang Yitong shook her head and forced a smile, saying, "It's nothing, I just feel uncomfortable thinking about you playing a couple with another girl. Although I know it's just a script requirement, I still feel a bit upset." Jiang Nan laughed, "So that's all it is? Didn't you watch the whole thing? Chen-Lu and I were just acting according to the script. Playing a couple is quite common in this kind of love MV. Besides, I only appeared in this MV because Chen-Lu helped me before." Wang Yitong naturally knew what Jiang Nan said, but she still felt uneasy. Hearing Jiang Nan say this now, Wang Yitong felt much better. Jiang Nan pulled Wang Yitong into his arms and said, "All right, it's okay." Wang Yitong sighed, "I was a bit willful, I shouldn't have interfered with you so much." Jiang Nan patted her head and replied, "It's okay, I'm happy to let you manage me. Having you by my side is my blessing." Hearing Jiang Nan say this, Wang Yitong said with a spoiled and cute tone, "Then swear that from now on, you will only be good to me." Jiang Nan immediately raised 4 fingers, "I swear." The two chatted and joked, and Wang Yitong's mood improved again. Seeing her happy, Jiang Nan felt both joyful and relieved. After all, he had deep feelings for Wang Yitong, and it truly pained him to see her in a bad mood over such a small matter. The two played around all the way, forming a beautiful picture under the reflection of the sunset. Soon they arrived at the car. When Jiang Nan fastened his seatbelt and prepared to drive, Wang Yitong suddenly called out to him. "Jiang Nan," Wang Yitong suddenly called. Jiang Nan was caught off guard and turned his head directly. Unexpectedly, Wang Yitong kissed him suddenly. Jiang Nan felt a soft and glutinous sensation on his lips, as if immersed in infinite tenderness. At the same time, his nose caught the woody scent of perfume on Wang Yitong. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Jiang Nan's head was completely blank. Was he kissed? Was he forcefully kissed by Wang Yitong? Before he could think more or react, he felt the softness on his lips about to pull away. Jiang Nan reacted quickly, pulling Wang Yitong into his arms and turning from defense to offense. Wang Yitong had originally intended to give a dragonfly touch kiss and run, but she didn't expect Jiang Nan to see through her motive. When held by Jiang Nan, her body trembled slightly, but she did not resist. Jiang Nan's tongue pried open her soft lips and attacked her tongue. Wang Yitong resisted a little at first due to the surprise, but soon immersed herself in the enjoyment. The two kissed continuously and lingeringly. Lips collided, tongues entangled. Wang Yitong only felt her mind go blank, unable to think. While Jiang Nan was wholeheartedly occupying the woman in front of him. They didn't let go until they were both breathless from the kiss. Seeing Wang Yitong's brain somewhat stunned, Jiang Nan touched his lips, still wanting more. Does Wang Yitong offer kisses voluntarily when he films MVs with other girls? Maybe he can do it more often in the future. Of course, this was just Jiang Nan's wild imagination. He naturally knew it was impossible for Wang Yitong to offer a kiss every time he filmed an MV with a girl. That would be foolish. Jiang Nan let his imagination run wild for a while, and Wang Yitong beside him finally recovered a bit from her stunned state. Looking at Jiang Nan with a grievance, she said, "Jiang Nan, this was my first kiss. You must not treat me badly in the future. If you dare to find other women in the future, I will die for you to see." Jiang Nan pulled her into his arms and said, all right, I'll listen to you." Seeing Wang Yitong aggrieved and crying, Jiang Nan felt very pained. He took her hand and said, "This MV shoot was just to return a favor. Rest assured, next time, even if it's to return a favor, I won't film an MV with another woman alone. My feelings for you are evident to heaven and earth, you know that yourself. Besides, if you want to do anything, I will absolutely support you. I won't restrict you or keep you tied to my side all the time. Rest assured, Yitong, with my strength, you can do whatever you want. I am your strongest backing." Hearing Jiang Nan's sincere expression of his heart, Wang Yitong was moved to tears. Hugging Jiang Nan, she said while crying, "Okay, I will never marry anyone but you in this life." Jiang Nan gently patted her back and took out some tissues to wipe Wang Yitong's tears. The two stayed affectionate for a while longer, and only after Wang Yitong stopped crying completely did Jiang Nan start the car and drive towards the hotel. Jiang Nan looked at Wang Yitong, whose eyes were still a bit red in the passenger seat, and couldn't help but feel pained. He said, "Apply an ice pack after we get back to the hotel, otherwise your eye sockets will stay red." Wang Yitong took his hand and said sweetly, "Okay, I'll listen to you." After Wang Yitong's kiss and Jiang Nan's heartfelt confession, the relationship between the two became even closer, almost like a newlywed couple. Arriving at the hotel parking lot and parking the car, Wang Yitong naturally took Jiang Nan's arm. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the hotel lobby, they saw Ning Xingyu. Wang Yitong was a bit surprised. "Xingyu, why are you here?" "I came over to see you." Ning Xingyu was halfway through her sentence when she saw Wang Yitong's red eyes. She instantly flared up and asked, "Why are your eyes red?" This question caught both Jiang Nan and Wang Yitong off guard. Seeing that the two didn't speak, Ning Xingyu questioned Jiang Nan, "Jiang Nan, did you bully her?" Jiang Nan waved his hand, wanting to explain, but didn't expect Wang Yitong to instantly turn into a drama queen, wanting to tease Ning Xingyu. Wang Yitong wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said pitifully, "Whoa, Xingyu, you finally came. Jiang Nan bullied me, you have to stand up for me." Ning Xingyu was a very protective person, fearing neither heaven nor earth. Especially when the person being bullied was her best friend. Seeing Wang Yitong's red eye sockets and hearing her say Jiang Nan bullied her, anger instantly flared up in her heart. Little did she know that this was just Wang Yitong's impromptu performance. Jiang Nan instantly understood Wang Yitong's intention and went along with her, playing along without exposing her immediately. On Ning Xingyu's side, seeing Wang Yitong pair blossoms with rain, she pulled her away from Jiang Nan. She questioned Jiang Nan, "How could you, a grown man, bully her? I really misjudged you before."